On an early winter night in 1960, in a mud brick house at the eastern end of Chinjigu village, Chen Guodong, curled up in agony, his stomach burning with twisting pain, while the torn window paper fluttered and thumped in the icy wind. "Brother!" A voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz drifted over from the edge of the Kong. 10-year-old Chen Xiaomei stood on tiptoe cradling a chipped clay bowl, her soot-black little hand clutching half a gray-brown wild vegetable dumpling. Awakened by the girl's voice, Chen Guodong opened his eyes and saw the dilapidated roof above him. "Where's this? Wasn't I working overtime?" Suddenly memories surged into his mind like a flood released from a sluice gate. 1960, the very years of famine. 3 days earlier, a 16-year-old boy had poured the last half bowl of bran porridge into his younger sister's bowl and told her to eat, while he himself gnawed on elm bark for 3 days. Last night, starving to the point of collapse, the boy staggered toward the latrine. A gust of freezing wind knocked him off balance, and he fell heavily to the ground, the back of his head striking hard against the stone mill in the threshing yard. At this moment, Chen Guodong was completely dazed. How could these memories be in his mind? Just as he was about to speak, he felt something jabbing sharply into his back. Only then did he realize he was lying on a hard, uneven earthen Kong, several straw stalks poking through the rice straw mat into his spine. He tried to push himself up with both hands, only to discover that his arms had become thin and emaciated, devoid of strength. A bold thought flashed through Chen Guodong's mind. Had he transmigrated? The original owner of this body was also called Chen Guodong. A string of questions surfaced, giving him no time to think further. The ragged cloth curtain was suddenly lifted, and a woman wrapped in a blue headscarf rushed in. His mother Lin Yue grabbed his shoulder with her skeletal fingers, her voice choked with emotion. "Guodong, my heart and soul. You're finally awake." Silver strands were threaded through her hair, and the cuffs of her patch-upon-patch cotton jacket exposed tufts of ragged loose cotton. "Woman, the boy just woke up. Let him save his strength." A voice like muffled thunder called from the doorway. His father Qin Jianjun leaned on a hoe as a walking stick, trouser legs caked with yellow mud. This farmer, in his early 40s, hunched like a man of 60. "Brother, eat." Seeing that her brother had woken, Chen Xiaomei broke the wild vegetable dumpling into crumbs and tried to stuff them into his mouth. The little girl was so thin that at 10 she looked no more than 7, her head large and her body pitifully small. Instinctively, Chen Guodong turned his head away. His throat felt as if stuffed with burning charcoal as he rasped, "You eat." "I'm not hungry." "What nonsense are you talking?" Lin Yu suddenly hardened her heart, snatching up the clay bowl and forcing it to her son's mouth. The wild vegetable soup, gritty with sand and dirt, rushed into his mouth, making him cough violently. When she finished feeding him, Chen Jianjun let out a sigh. "Let the boy rest." With that, he turned and walked out. As his parents left, Chen Guodong caught sight of his mother secretly licking the residue from the rim of the bowl. His little sister seemed to have exhausted the last of her strength. She lay down on the Kong, eyes half closed. "Brother, I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep a while." Chen Guodong did not answer. His heart was a tangle of emotions as he tried to sort through the chaotic memories. In his previous life, he had been an orphan. In order to win the bonus from a major project proposal and buy a home to have a family of his own, he had worked overtime day after day until he died from sudden overwork. Chen Guodong gave a helpless smile. Fate truly toyed with people. The home he had longed for yet never obtained in his past life now came ready-made the moment he arrived here. Since he had come, he might as well settle. From now on, he would be the Chen Guodong of 1960. Aside from the hardship, everything else was good. His family treated him well. With all the advanced knowledge he possessed, he believed he should at least be able to avoid starving to death. Even so, there was still a knot of uncertainty in his heart, for he had heard many stories about those difficult years in his previous life. Shaking off his wandering thoughts, he continued to sort through the original owner's somewhat jumbled memories. In this family, besides his parents and little sister, there were also 2 older sisters who were already married. His third uncle Chen Jianyong likewise had nothing left to cook, and his eldest aunt Chen Hao had just come to borrow grain a few days ago. With the predictable outcome, there truly was none. The whole village was waiting for the spring harvest, yet even the granary rats were so hungry they had begun gnawing on the door threshold. What could he do now to solve the immediate problem of food? Right transmigration should come with a golden finger. Where was his golden finger? A system of venerable old master. Chen Guodong shouted inwardly for a long time, yet nothing answered. Could it be that he had begun in utter calamity, famine years, a home with no food, and he would have to rely solely on his own 2 hands? From the next room came Chen Jianjun's muffled coughs and the rustling of movement. Hearing the sounds, Chen Guodong groped his way up in the dark, wanting to see what was happening. Suddenly, a dim kerosene lamp flickered to life in the kitchen. "You can't do that," Lin Yu cried out, her voice edged with sobs. Peering through the crack in the door, Chen Guodong saw Chen Jianjun, hands trembling, take down a gray cloth bundle from the beam. He opened it to reveal golden yellow corn seeds, their surface gleaming softly in the lamplight. Those are the seed grains we kept to trade for salt. Linyu tried to stop him, but her husband pushed her aside. Deep furrows twitched across Chen Jianjun's face in the shadows. Can salt be eaten as a meal? The child will starve to death. Cook it for Guodong. The words struck Chen Guodong like a bolt of lightning. He knew that in this era seed grain was as precious as life itself. His heart was flooded with raw emotion. In his previous life, eating instant noodles alone in a rented room, he had always wished someone would ask him, "Are you hungry?" Now someone was willing to give him the very last of their grain. When had anyone ever treated him so well? Unable to hold back any longer, Chen Guodong pushed the wooden door open. "Dad, keep the corn seeds. I'll think of a way to get food." Chen Jianjun snapped, "What can a snot-nosed brat like you possibly do? Cook it and eat it." Regardless of whether Chen Guodong agreed, he shoved the corn seeds into his son's pocket, pushed him out, and slammed the door shut. Feeling the blunt, clumsy love of this life's father, Chen Guodong swore in his heart to let his family eat their fill and live well. The corn kernels in his hand could no longer be returned. What should he do now? Lost in thought, he went back to the room and lay down on the slightly painful Kong, shifting his body until he found a less uncomfortable position. His little sister was already asleep. Watching her slumbering face, Chen Guodong sank into deep thought. If only he had a separate space where he could store and plant the corn. Just as the thought formed, the corn kernels in the cloth pouch in his hand suddenly vanished. What was happening? Could there really be a storage space? Chen Guodong was overjoyed at the idea. There must be a space, otherwise how could the corn disappear into thin air? Excited, he began patting and searching himself, trying to see if there was a jade pendant or a ring or something similar. After searching for a long time, he found nothing but his tattered clothes, sweat beading on his forehead in anxious frustration. System. Immortal fairy. Old master. Once again, Chen Guodong called out silently for a long time, but there was still no response at all. Where on earth was it? Suddenly, he remembered novels he had read before. Could it be in his mind? Acting on the thought, Chen Guodong forced himself to calm down, holding his breath and focusing his mind. Chen Guodong held his breath and focused, indeed, sensing a jade pendant within his sea of consciousness. Was this not the very pendant he had worn all his previous life? Could it be that it was what carried him across worlds? The moment his consciousness touched it, his mind was drawn straight into a boundless space. Excited, Chen Guodong began to survey his surroundings. The space was vast, roughly the size of 5 football fields. Lowering his head, he saw that the corn kernel that had just vanished was indeed lying there. So it really was a spatial realm. Could this be his golden cheat ability? Overjoyed, Chen Guodong clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Brimming with confidence, he thought that with this he finally had the capital to survive in this harsh era. Just then, Chen Guodong noticed in surprise that not far away there was a spring. Crystal water dripped rhythmically into a bowl below. Curious, he walked over, lifted the bowl, and prepared to take a sip. Suddenly, a stream of information echoed through his mind. This jade pendant is a spirit spring space. The spirit spring space currently does not support planting, but it can be upgraded. To use the space, items are collected through hand contact and released through intent. The spirit spring produces 1 bowl of spirit spring water each day. When taken outside, it can instantly mature a single seed. For 10 seeds, 5 days are required for them to ripen. The spirit spring water only works on plants, and each individual plant can only benefit once. This is incredible. This spirit spring is utterly heaven-defying. There is hope, there is hope. Although the conditions for upgrading and the detailed functions of the space were not explained, Chen Guodong could hardly restrain the urge in his heart to experiment immediately. Then he reconsidered and realized it was impossible to test this at home. This secret could only be buried deep within his heart. Tomorrow he would have to go into the mountains and find a deserted place to run his experiments. At this moment, his little sister's stomach growled loudly, and she murmured in her sleep, "This drumstick tastes so good," clearly talking in her dreams. Chen Guodong chuckled softly and whispered, "All right, tomorrow your big brother will definitely let you eat a drumstick." Knowing that he now possessed a golden cheat, he felt much more at ease, filled with anticipation for the power it would display tomorrow. The first ray of morning light pierced the tattered window paper and fell across Chen Guodong's face. He slowly opened his eyes and saw his younger sister curled up beside him. Her tiny hand was gripping his arm tightly, as if searching for a trace of warmth. A pang of sorrow rose in Chen Guodong's heart. He gently moved her hand aside and prepared to get up. His little sister blinked awake in a daze, looking at him pitifully. "Brother, I'm so hungry." Thinking of her thoughtfulness yesterday and her soft pleading, now his heart ached for this good little sister. He patted her head and spoke as gently as he could, "Little one, I'll go get food in a while. Please endure it just a bit longer." He rose from the heated brick bed, a wave of icy cold stabbing up through the soles of his feet. He wrapped his tattered cotton-padded jacket more tightly around himself and walked toward the door. Linyu was already busy at the stove. Hearing movement, she turned to glance at him, her eyes full of distress. Guodong, you didn't sleep well last night. Rest a bit longer. Her voice was somewhat hoarse, clearly the result of a sleepless night and gnawing hunger. Curious, Chen Guodong walked closer. There was clearly no grain left at home, so why was she up so early starting a fire? Glancing at the stove, he saw only a bundle of dried purslane. Mother, where did this dried purslane come from so early in the morning? He asked in puzzlement. Linyu smiled faintly. Your third uncle brought it over at dawn. He originally wanted to give me some dried field mouse, but I refused. Then he just left this dried purslane and walked off. He probably heard our noise yesterday. After all, he lives just 2 doors away. Guodong, you must remember your third uncle's kindness. All right, Mother, I understand. I'll go out for a bit and see if I can find something edible in the woods. Chen Guodong silently engraved this kindness in his heart. In these times, when even one's own family went hungry, anyone who gave food was truly one's closest kin. He picked up the hoe leaning against the wall and prepared to leave. Guodong, eat a little before you go, Linyu urged, a thread of worry in her tone. No need, Mother, I'll be back soon. I'll eat when I return. Chen Guodong turned back with a brief smile, then stepped out of the house. Behind him came Linyu's voice. Be careful if you're going alone. Don't go deep into the forest, it's dangerous. Just walk around outside and come back early. Chen Guodong waved his hand and kept walking. He understood clearly that his mother was not only worried for his safety, but also anxious about whether he would be able to find anything to eat. Following the familiar narrow path, he walked on. Anything edible along the way had long been stripped clean. Even the earth had been dug up by desperate people searching for food, leaving the ground pitted and uneven. No, he had to go deeper into the forest. After another 2 hours of walking, he arrived at a small, open clearing already close to the deeper parts of the forest. He remembered that his original body had come to look for food near here. The place was excellent, extremely hidden, encircled by scrub trees and tall weeds, and it felt perfectly suited for running experiments. Chen Guodong swept his gaze around, and after confirming that no one had followed him, he began to try using the spirit spring space. He first tested the storage function. The hoe in his hand vanished in an instant. With a thought, it reappeared in his grip. After a few more trials, he found that items could be retrieved by intent to any spot within 5 meters, but collection required direct hand contact. The function was remarkably powerful, and Chen Guodong was thoroughly satisfied. After finishing with the storage tests, he moved on to the true highlight, rubbing his hands in excitement. With food so scarce, he could only accelerate a single stalk of corn for now to ease their urgent hunger. He took 1 corn seed from the space and placed it on the ground. Closing his eyes, he sank his consciousness into the spirit spring within his mind and silently chanted, "Release." The bowl of water in the spirit spring space instantly emptied and appeared above the corn seed, cascading down and soaking it completely. "Come, let me witness a miracle," Chen Guodong murmured. In an instant, the corn seed began to change. Tender green sprouts burst from the kernel and shot upward, growing at a breathtaking pace. In less than a minute, a fully grown corn stalk stood before him with 5 heavy ears of corn hanging from it. Good heavens, it actually bore so many ears. Chen Guodong's eyes widened. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. He carefully picked 1 ear, cradling it in his hands, his heart brimming with delight. He had never imagined that a single corn ear could make him this happy. It's unbelievable. Wonderful. Now we won't have to starve, or we'll have food to eat. Chen Guodong's heart pounded wildly as he spun around the clearing a few times in exhilaration. Then he broke off an ear, tore back the husk, and began to gnaw on it raw. He was truly starving. He had never expected raw corn to taste this good, this sweet, utterly satisfying. After finishing 1 ear, he still wanted more, but forced himself to hold back. With food so scarce, he had to ration it carefully. He stored the remaining ears into the space, and even the corn stalk itself did not escape. After all, that too could be eaten. Once everything was tidied up, Chen Guodong began to search the area for any trace of wild game. After a long time, he did not even find a single wild chicken feather. Forget it. He would conserve his strength and come up the mountain again tomorrow. Chen Guodong took out 1 ear of corn and tucked it inside his tattered cotton jacket. He could not bring too many. If his clothes bulged, others would notice. History books had said that people in this era were driven half mad by hunger. It was safer to be cautious. Tomorrow he would bring a bamboo basket and carry more back. With his plan set, he slipped quietly toward home. Linyu was waiting at the doorway. When she saw Chen Guodong return, a flicker of hope flashed in her eyes. "Guodong, did you find something to eat?" Chen Guodong put on a mysterious air. "Mother, let's talk inside," he said. With that, the 2 of them entered the house, and Chen Guodong promptly shut the door behind them. Linyu, baffled, asked, "Guodong, what's going on with Guodong? Why is the door closed?" Chen Guodong gave a mysterious smile. "Mother, look at this." He pulled a large ear of corn from his bosom and placed it into her hands. Lin Yu's expression went blank for a moment. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the corn in her hand. Guodong thighs, where did you get this? Chen Guodong smiled and lied. Mother, today I found that in a spot in the woods where I used to play there are actually several stalks of wild corn growing there. I picked one to bring back so everyone can have a taste and see how good it is. I didn't dare take more, afraid someone might see. The lie was clumsy, yet the sight of real corn was the only truth that mattered. Lin Yu did not doubt him. Instead, she froze the ear of corn in her hand, almost slipping to the floor. Her hands trembled as she gently stroked the cob, as if confirming it was not an illusion. Guodong, you mean, there's more? Mother, it should be enough to feed us for a while, Chen Guodong replied. There was an excited tremor in Chen Guodong's voice. A faint sheen of tears flashed in Lin Yu's eyes as she gripped his hand tightly. Guodong, child, you are truly blessed. At this moment, his younger sister Chen Xiaomei was awakened by the noise. Rubbing her eyes, she climbed down from the heated brick bed, and upon seeing the corn in their mother's hand, her eyes instantly lit up. Brother, is that corn? Am I dreaming? Chen Guodong chuckled and said, Xiaomei, this is corn, you're not dreaming. It's delicious. From now on, your brother will let you eat your fill. That's wonderful. Xiaomei spun around excitedly in place. Just then, Chen Jianjun returned from outside. Hearing the commotion in the room, he pushed the door open and stepped in. When he saw the ear of corn in Lin Yu's hand, his eyes also widened. This is... Mid-sentence, he realized what it meant and quickly shut the door. Lin Yu walked up and handed the corn to Chen Jianjun. Their father, this is what Guodong picked from the mountain. From now on, our family will have something to eat. She then repeated Guodong's story about the wild corn word for word. Chen Jianjun did not doubt it either. After all, he was holding a solid, freshly picked ear of corn. He examined it carefully, then looked up, surprise and gratification filling his eyes. Guodong, you really have grown up. To be able to find food, that's truly impressive. Chen Guodong smiled lightly. It was just luck. By the way, Guodong, once it gets dark, we'll go and bring the rest of the corn back. If others find it or wild animals eat it, it would be such a pity. Chen Guodong was startled. That would never do. He hurriedly made up another excuse. Don't worry, father, I've already hidden all the corn. There's just too much to bring back at once. I'll go and fetch a little every day. I hid it very well, you can rest assured. Only then did Chen Jianjun relax. It truly would not be good to keep it all at home. If someone discovered it, there would be trouble. He nodded. Then you just hide it properly yourself. Lin Yu wiped away her tears, a long-lost smile appearing on her face. I'll go boil the corn. No, we'll save half for tomorrow. Chen Guodong said helplessly, Mother, it's only one ear of corn, not nearly enough. Besides, there's more in the mountain. I'll go get 2 more tomorrow. Chen Jianjun spoke up. Listen to Guodong. With that, Lin Yu could only nod, saying nothing more. She carried the ear of corn into the kitchen and began to boil water to cook it. Before long, the corn was cooked. Chen Jianjun fished it out of the pot and broke it into 4 pieces. The 2 larger sections he handed to Chen Guodong and Xiaomei, while the smaller ones he kept for himself and Lin Yu. Hurry and eat. Chen Guodong refused. Father, I'm not hungry. You and Mother eat. He had already eaten in the mountain and his family was far too hungry. He wanted them to have more. But Chen Jianjun did not understand his thoughts and barked directly. If I tell you to eat, you eat. A family must share blessings and hardships together. How could you not eat while we do? Chen Guodong was deeply moved. He said nothing more, but kept it in his heart and took a bite. It really was delicious. Whether because of hunger or because it truly tasted good, he could not tell. Chen Xiaomei grabbed her piece of corn and took an eager bite. A blissful smile bloomed across her face. Brother, it's so good. Chen Jianjun and Lin Yu both said it had been a long time since they had eaten such delicious corn. Watching the happy smiles on his family's faces as they ate, Chen Guodong's heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment. In the end, they did not spare even the cobs and husks, eating them as well. Chen Guodong truly could not eat any more and left his portion. Chen Guodong felt a twinge of regret for not bringing back all the corn. He was still being overly cautious. Yet caution never hurt. His spatial realm had to remain an eternal secret. After eating, everyone went to sleep. Chen Jianjun's words were, once you're full, don't move around. Go to bed early. Chen Guodong was not used to sleeping in broad daylight, but still obediently lay down on the Kong. In his heart, however, he was already thinking about going up the mountain again tomorrow to see if he could bring back some game. Early the next morning, just as the sky was turning light, Chen Guodong quietly got out of bed. Afraid of waking his family, he moved on tiptoe, slung a bamboo basket onto his back, and slipped out the door, heading straight for the mountain, intending to bring back a few more ears of corn this time. Once in the mountains, he had to admit it was eerily quiet. Chen Guodong felt a faint trace of fear. The village elders often said that deep in the mountains there were ferocious beasts, bears and wild boars, and that without weapons it was very dangerous. Now he could only hope those creatures stayed where they were. If they appeared, he would be in real trouble. Chen Guodong first went to the place where he had planted corn the day before. With his consciousness, he glanced into his spiritual spring space, and indeed saw that the bowl was once again filled with spring water. He placed a single corn kernel on the ground and poured spiritual spring water over it. As expected, the corn sprouted, grew, and ripened in a miraculous instant. Even though he had witnessed it once before, he still found it incredible. This time, Chen Guodong pulled the corn stalks up by the roots. The stalks themselves were edible too, so he collected them into his space. In times like these, when edible things were so scarce, nothing could be wasted. Yet the space could not be used for planting, and he still did not know how to upgrade it. Did it require a jade pendant? He would have to find one to try when he had the chance. For now, he had to learn how to manage a household. After harvesting the ripe corn, Chen Guodong decided to take a small risk and venture a bit deeper into the mountains. Only a little, because in the outer area there was almost no living creature left. After walking for a while, he suddenly heard a series of cluck-cluck calls. Following the sound with his gaze, he saw several wild pheasants foraging in the grass. He almost laughed aloud. To run into pheasants. His luck was truly heaven-defying. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. But what should he do? Rushing at them would never work, and his space ability required him to touch something to put it away. A sudden idea flashed through his mind, a way to catch the pheasants. Using his spatial ability, he secretly scattered a few corn kernels near them. He put the bamboo basket he had carried into his space, planning to use the space itself to trap the birds. Once everything was ready, Chen Guodong hid behind a nearby big tree and quietly waited for the pheasants to take the bait. Before long, one bold pheasant, lured by the corn, walked over and began to peck at the kernels. Just as the pheasant was engrossed in eating, Chen Guodong willed it, and a bamboo basket suddenly appeared above the bird's head, dropping down to cover it. At once, frantic flapping sounded from inside the overturned basket. The other pheasants, startled by the commotion, scattered in all directions with panicked cries and quickly vanished into the undergrowth. Chen Guodong cursed them silently as a wasted chance, promising to catch them next time. Overjoyed, Chen Guodong sprinted over and pressed down on the basket, preventing the pheasant from escaping. A second later, and it would have broken free. Thankfully, he had been just in time. Carefully, he slipped a hand under the basket and grabbed hold of the pheasant. It thrashed wildly within, and Chen Guodong had to struggle for quite a while before finally securing it. Lifting it up, he weighed it in his hand. It was surprisingly heavy, over 2 Jin at least. Very good. Satisfied, he promptly placed the pheasant into his space. To his astonishment, Chen Guodong discovered that time inside the space was actually frozen. The pheasant once taken in became perfectly motionless, exactly as it had been at the moment of collection. Playfulness stirred in him. He took the pheasant back out into his hand. At first it remained utterly still, then, after a heartbeat, it came to life again, flapping furiously. He put it back into the space, then took it out again. After repeating this several times, he noticed that when he brought it out once more, the pheasant no longer moved. Had he knocked its wits out? It seems that there are still many functions in the space that have not been developed. Why isn't it intelligent? It can only be developed slowly. Forget it, I won't play anymore. Oh, I've let the wild chicken back into the space. Haha, this is great. Now my sister has chicken legs and our meals at home can be improved. Chen Guodong happily talked to himself. Then he wandered around the mountain again, looking to see if there were any other gains. Unfortunately, aside from some wild vegetables, there was nothing else edible. Chen Guodong decided to return home. On the way, he walked briskly, thinking of the joyful expressions on his family's faces when they saw the wild chicken, feeling quite pleased. When he reached the foot of the mountain, just before getting home, he looked around to make sure no one was watching, then placed all the corn and the wild chicken into a bamboo basket, covered it with wild grass, and feeling quite satisfied, clapped his hands and headed home. Upon entering the house, Chen Guodong quietly said, "Dad, Mom, I'm back with a surprise." "Guodong, what surprise?" Lin Yu asked. Chen Guodong smiled mysteriously and gave a knowing glance. Lin Yu understood and quietly closed the door. Chen Guodong smiled and said, "It's still you, Mom, who understands me, haha." Saying this, he took out a wild chicken and then pulled out 8 ears of corn. "Wow, wild chicken. So much corn," his younger sister exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yu immediately covered her mouth, scolding, "No shouting. If you shout, it will be gone." His younger sister nodded understandingly. Chen Jianjun couldn't help but smile, saying softly, "Son, you really have a talent. Your third uncle went into the mountains several times and didn't catch this wild chicken. You're really impressive today. How did you catch it?" "What do you mean he didn't catch a wild chicken? He didn't even see a feather." Lin Yu interjected with a laugh. Chen Guodong smiled. "I was lucky. Yesterday I set up a few small traps, and unexpectedly today I caught a wild chicken. If that's the case, I should make a few more traps. I think I can catch more chickens. Look at you, what if it really was just luck?" Chen Jianjun lightly tapped Chen Guodong on the head. Chen Guodong shrank his neck and chuckled. Lin Yu took the wild chicken and said softly, "Why are you hitting the child? Let's cook half of this wild chicken to nourish everyone, and we can save the corn for later." Several people were quietly talking in the room as if they were doing something sneaky. You wouldn't believe it was really thrilling. The family gathered together looking at the wild chicken, their faces beaming with happiness. However, when Chen Guodong heard that half would be cooked, he refused. After all, it was hard-earned meat, and only this little bit would be shared. He whispered, "Mom, let's do a whole wild chicken tonight, and we can also boil the corn. Look at how hungry everyone is." Lin Yu looked at everyone and hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right, let's treat today as a celebration. I'll go prepare it now." Chen Jianjun chuckled, "We didn't even have chicken on New Year's. This is quite a feast." His younger sister clapped her hands excitedly and shouted, "Awesome. We get to eat chicken for the new year." His younger sister was scolded on the side by Chen Jianjun, "No more loud talking." Chen Guodong covered his mouth, stifling laughter. His younger sister looked pitiful, waiting for dinner. Before long, the wild chicken was ready. The family gathered around the table, and Chen Jianjun announced it was time to eat. Everyone dove into the chicken meat. Why do I say this? Because the chicken meat really had a lot of toughness to it. They couldn't cook it for too long, fearing the aroma would waft out. They could only say it was cooked. But everyone, including his dad, mom, and younger sister, ate with great relish, especially his sister, who got the coveted chicken leg. Only Chen Guodong was struggling with the wild chicken, perhaps still not quite adapted to this era. However, he finally felt full. It was the first time he had eaten his fill in this world. Seeing his family all satisfied, Chen Guodong felt a deep sense of contentment. After dinner, they all sat back, comfortably full and unwilling to move, just chatting together. His younger sister cheerfully said, "If we could eat like this every day, that would be great." His younger sister was scolded again by Chen Jianjun, "Are you dreaming? What time is it now? Being able to have a meal like this is already a huge stroke of luck. You still want to eat like this every day, eh?" His younger sister stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Chen Guodong chuckled and replied, "Dad, Mom, I want to explore the mountains more often in the future. Maybe I can find more good things." Chen Jianjun cautioned, "All right, but be careful." Lin Yu also expressed her concern, "Yes, son, don't take too many risks." Chen Guodong nodded, "I know, don't worry." He was thinking about how he needed to catch more game tomorrow. Chen Guodong couldn't wait to get up early before dawn. Washing up was impossible. He had no money to buy toiletries. He hurriedly strapped on his bamboo basket and rushed towards the mountain. He thought it was better to set out when it was light. Walking alone in the mountains still made him feel a little scared. Arriving at the old spot, he poured the spiritual spring water over the corn kernels. Under the nourishment of the spiritual spring, the corn grew rapidly and matured as if by magic. In no time, he had 5 nice ears of corn. Chen Guodong directly ate one raw, feeling refreshed. Then he pulled up the remaining corn by the roots and stored it in the spiritual spring space. After harvesting the corn, Chen Guodong began to search for prey around the mountain, trying to see if the wild chicken from yesterday was still nearby. He searched meticulously, not letting any corner go unnoticed. After wandering in the mountains for a long time, just as he was feeling somewhat fatigued, he suddenly heard a faint rustling sound. Chen Guodong immediately became alert and quietly approached the sound. It turned out to be a wild rabbit hiding beside some bushes and nibbling on grass. Chen Guodong's heart leapt with joy. Haha, if there are no wild chickens, wild rabbits are also good. He checked the distance that was just right. Hee. With a thought, he utilized the space to cover a bamboo basket over the wild rabbit. The wild rabbit struggled desperately under the bamboo basket. Chen Guodong quickly ran over, pressed down on the basket, and laughed out loud. Haha, I've caught you. Where do you think you're going? He grabbed the wild rabbit in his hands. Not bad, it weighed about 2 jin. Looking at the wild rabbit in his hands, Chen Guodong felt ecstatic, thinking that he could give his family meat again tonight. He stored the wild rabbit in the spiritual spring space, humming a little tune. Life was so fulfilling. He walked briskly towards home. But when Chen Guodong reached his home, he found several people gathered at the door. His heart sank, feeling something was off. An ominous premonition surged within him. He quickly stored the bamboo basket in the space to avoid being discovered, then passed through the crowd and entered the house. He saw his father Chen Jianjun lying on the kong with his eyes squinted. A thick bandage was wrapped around his ankle, and his mother and younger sister were crying beside him. Chen Guodong hurriedly asked, "Mom, what's wrong with Dad? Didn't he leave the house in good condition this morning?" Lin Yu raised her head, saw it was Chen Guodong, and immediately cried out, Your dad. He accidentally stepped into a gap while patrolling the mountain and fell," she said, her words becoming incoherent. At that moment, Uncle Chen Jianfu and third Uncle Chen Jianyong walked over. Chen Jianfu sighed and said, "Sister-in-law, let me explain. Guodong, today your dad was assigned to patrol the mountain to earn work points. It was supposed to be an easy job, but who would have thought he accidentally stepped into a gap and dislocated his foot?" At that time we didn't know the specifics, we just saw that his foot was swollen terribly and hurriedly took him to the clinic to get it taken care of. However, he needs to rest for half a month before he can move again. After hearing this, Chen Guodong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It was a stroke of luck and misfortune. Chen Jianyong continued, the medical expenses are $3.70 and your family can't afford that much money. The villagers pooled their money to help cover your medical expenses. After hearing this, Chen Guodong felt deeply moved and bowed to everyone, saying, thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. When I have money, I'll pay you back. Chen Jinfu, however, said seriously, Guodong, we are all from the same ancestor, we are all related. If something happens, we will definitely help each other. Don't be so polite. In the future, money can be discussed later, it's not urgent. Other villagers at the door nodded in agreement. Chen Guodong didn't expect that after arriving in this world, in addition to feeling the warmth of family, he also felt the warmth of the villagers. He was so moved that his eyes turned red, not knowing what to say. Seeing that they no longer needed help, the villagers at the door dispersed. Chen Jianyong approached Chen Guodong and said, if there are any heavy tasks at home, just call me, you'll be heading back now. And with that he walked out. Chen Jinfu patted Chen Guodong on the shoulder and said, Guodong, take good care of your father. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching and secretly slipped an egg into Chen Guodong's pocket, leaving no opportunity for him to refuse before departing. Chen Guodong looked down to see an egg in his pocket, standing there in a daze. By the time he regained his senses, Chen Jinfu had already walked quite a distance away. He couldn't call out, after all, this was an egg. What a generous gift. It seemed he could only find a chance to repay it. Gathering his emotions, he walked to the edge of the Kong and looked at Chen Jianjun, whose face was pale, with red-rimmed eyes full of concern. Father, how are you? Does it still hurt? Chen Jianjun forced a faint smile and said, I'm fine, just this little injury, I've burdened the family. Lin Yu wiped her tears and said to Chen Guodong, son, thanks to the villagers, otherwise how could we afford the medical expenses? Chen Guodong nodded heavily, saying, I know we must remember everyone's kindness. In these difficult times, those who are willing to help your family must be remembered. At this moment, his little sister grabbed Chen Guodong's hand and cried, brother, I'm so scared. Chen Guodong patted his little sister's head and said, don't be afraid, I'm here. Father will get better soon. Chen Guodong comforted Chen Jianjun, saying, Father, just focus on healing, he'll handle things at home. I will go to the mountains more often, I'm sure I can find more food. Chen Jianjun looked at his sensible son and nodded with satisfaction, saying, all right, be careful in the mountains. Our family owes money to the villagers, and we need to repay it quickly. Lin Yu added with concern, son, don't push yourself too hard. If anything happens to you, what will we do? Looking at his parents' worried expressions, Chen Guodong felt warmth in his heart and firmly said, you can rest assured, I will definitely be safe. At this moment, Chen Guodong took out the egg given by Chen Jinfu and said to Lin Yue, this is from my uncle, a mother, please boil it for father to help him recover. The two of them stared at the egg in shock for a long time without speaking. Finally, Chen Jianjun sighed, I owe this cousin another favor. With his character, he won't accept it back, so let's cook it together and share it. Chen Guodong quickly said, Father, you need nutrition to recover quickly, just eat it yourself. We have corn. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, saying, then let's give it to you, we'll eat corn. Chen Jianjun had no choice but to agree since both of them insisted. There were still wild rabbits in the space, but Chen Guodong didn't plan to take them out, nor could he. He thought about saving some wild game to find a time to go to the city's black market to exchange for money and repay the debt early. Chen Guodong was someone who disliked owing favors. That evening they ate a piece of corn and rested. Chen Guodong lay on the Kong thinking that he must go to the mountains tomorrow to get more wild game. If that didn't work, he needed to find another direction. Lost in thought, he eventually fell asleep. The next day at dawn, Chen Guodong got up and saw his mother busy at the stove. He approached and greeted her, saying, what delicious food are you cooking, mother? Lin Yue, clearly having not slept well, looked tired, but forced a smile upon seeing Chen Guodong. She said, knowing you were going to the mountains, I made some corn for you in advance to take it with you on the way. Chen Guodong felt warm inside and said, thanks, mother. I will stay in the mountains a bit longer today to see if I can gather more. Lin Yu reminded him, all right, but you must be careful. Your father is already injured, you can't afford to have any accidents. Chen Guodong nodded seriously and said, understood, I'm heading out now, grabbing the corn and tucking it into his coat, not daring to eat it on the way, while also taking a hoe with him as he left. Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, Chen Guodong furrowed his brow. If he wanted to ensure his family had a good life, catching small game wouldn't suffice. Moreover, we still owe money to the villagers, this can't continue. Chen Guodong gritted his teeth, hoisting the hoe onto his shoulder and striding deeper into the mountains. Chen Guodong steeled his courage and directly ventured into the depths of the mountain, keeping an eye on his surroundings as he walked. It was eerily quiet as he moved deeper into the forest. In his past life, he had seen wild vloggers teaching how to catch wild boars, and today, he was here to try it out himself. One must take risks to seek prosperity. Wild boars like to search for food in soft soil, and their droppings are quite sizable. He needed to search carefully, keeping his eyes on every corner. After walking for a while, Chen Guodong finally found a spot that looked perfect for setting a trap, very much in line with the descriptions from the videos. There was a slight depression with a large rock. He directly stored the rock in his space, revealing a large pit. Smirking, he saved himself some effort, plunged the hoe into the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and began digging the pit. The pit couldn't be too small, it had to be large and deep enough to trap a wild boar. With each strike of the hoe, the soil turned, and Chen Guodong's arms began to feel numb. "This soil is really hard," he muttered, yet he showed no sign of stopping. After over an hour, the pit was finally dug out. Chen Guodong found some bamboo and sharpened it into stakes, standing them at the bottom of the pit. Next, he laid a layer of dry branches and bamboo leaves over the pit, and scattered corn stalks and ears on top. This trap may be a bit rough, but it's finally completed. Now it's just waiting for the wild boar to take the bait, and I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Chen Guodong patted the dirt off his hands, satisfied as he looked at his creation. He plopped down, reaching into his pocket for a cigarette, only to realize he didn't have any. With a helpless smile, he thought, "Looks like I need to find a chance to go to the city to get some cigarettes." Having set up the trap, Chen Guodong remembered the spring water in his space, took out a corn seed, and watered it with the spring water. Before long, the corn matured, and Chen Guodong stored it in his space, continuing to search for traces of wild boars. Around noon, Chen Guodong finally spotted wild boar tracks in a muddy area. "This is it. I should be able to set a trap nearby." He followed the direction of the tracks. Next to a thicket, he discovered a natural shallow pit that was perfect for modifying the trap, making it less labor-intensive. Chen Guodong immediately got to work deepening and widening the pit. He also added some bamboo stakes around the edge, leaving the trap set up the same as before. "Now it's foolproof," Chen Guodong said, pleased with the trap. After finishing it, he looked around and found no signs of other small animals, which likely meant this was truly the territory of the wild boars. Feeling a bit disappointed, Chen Guodong could only head back. By the time he returned home, it was already evening. He had a simple meal of corn, checked on Chen Jianjun's condition, and went to bed early. He was excited about the trap tossing and turning in bed, and it took him a long time to fall asleep. The next morning before dawn, Chen Guodong woke up. He tumbled out of bed, not bothering to eat the corn his mother had cooked, and ran towards the direction of the trap. His heart raced as he imagined all the possible outcomes. "I hope to catch a wild boar, though I must catch one," he silently prayed. Arriving near the trap at a hurried pace, Chen Guodong held his breath, cautiously approaching. As he passed through the reeds and came close to the trap, he found it still intact, and his disappointment was evident. Chen Guodong sighed, gathered his emotions, and consoled himself, thinking there was still another trap ahead. As he neared the second trap, he slowed his pace, cautiously approaching. Suddenly, he heard heavy breathing from inside the second trap. "Haha, there's a chance." His heart leaped with joy as he rushed to the edge of the trap. Peering into the trap, he saw a large wild boar weighing over 100 pounds, impaled by the sharp bamboo stakes, bleeding profusely, and trapped inside, seemingly unable to escape. The wild boar was covered in black fur, its long tusks protruding. Although it was motionless, it must have bled a lot and lost its strength, yet it looked exceptionally fierce. At this moment, it glared at Chen Guodong with blood-red eyes, angrily staring at him. Chen Guodong was startled, seeing such a ferocious wild boar for the first time, and took a step back. Then the excitement replaced his initial fright. His heart raced, and he spun around in circles with joy, shouting, "Haha, I'm rich! I'm rich!" After his excited shout, he quickly found a long bamboo pole and carefully poked the wild boar. The wild boar merely grunted a few times and offered little resistance. After waiting a moment and confirming the wild boar had no strength left, he cautiously found a bamboo pole and slid it into the trap. The instant he touched the wild boar, it was instantly stored in his space before it could react. "Few finally dealt with, it's done. If I had taken a bit longer, the wild boar might have bitten me." Chen Guodong wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved. Returning to the surface along the long bamboo pole, he began to reset up the trap, sitting down on the ground, gasping heavily, muttering to himself, "This is truly not something a human should do, it's too thrilling." Black market. I have never even entered the city. How would I know where the black market is? This matter requires careful planning. However, Chen Guodong currently has an idea. He can't sell the pork, but he can return the favor to the villagers by offering pig offal to repay their kindness in saving his father. This is Chen Guodong's nature. He seeks revenge without delay and repays kindness promptly as well. Why opt for pig offal? Chen Guodong considered that dividing such a large pig among the villagers would be unrealistic. During these hard times, one must be cautious. If he carelessly brings it back, he would not be repaying kindness, but rather inviting enmity. After all, if everyone is struggling, how would they feel about his sudden wealth? One must remember the principle of a grain of kindness breeds a bushel of enmity in this era. Although the villagers are kind, one should not overestimate human nature. Thus, Chen Guodong thought of a reasonable method, inviting the whole village to eat pig offal. This seemed more fitting, claiming that he encountered a wild boar while hunting in the mountains and couldn't carry it out, so he assisted in carrying it out and received the offal in return. After all, who would verify the truth? Having made up his mind, Master Chen began to get busy. He had seen pig slaughtering in videos, and since he had a knife, he gathered some bamboo tubes to collect the pig blood and started cleaning the offal. After 3 hours of hard work, though it was a bit clumsy and inexperienced, he completed the task. It was exhausting. Short videos proved quite useful. He learned a lot, otherwise he wouldn't have known how to handle it. Suddenly he remembered that other spaces can process items, but why doesn't his space have such a function? He didn't know how to upgrade it, which really troubled him. Forget it, let's handle the immediate needs first. Once Chen Guodong finished packing, he stored everything in his space and happily headed home. As he approached the village, Chen Guodong placed the sorted pig offal into a bamboo basket and folded the corn stalks neatly to put in the basket, having both meat and vegetables to ensure the villagers have enough to eat. Having packed everything, he prepared to go home and ask his father how to proceed with this matter. Chen Guodong, carrying a full basket of pig offal and corn stalks, deliberately strutted into the village. At this moment, the sun had risen high, casting sunlight on him, revealing the excitement he could not hide on his face. Along the way, he encountered several villagers who were up early to work. Everyone cast curious glances his way. Chen Guodong smiled from a distance and greeted a familiar villager, Uncle Guzzi. Busy today? Uncle Guzzi looked at the bulging basket on Chen Guodong's back, unable to see it clearly from a distance, and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey Guodong, what are you carrying?" Chen Guodong smiled and replied, "You'll find out later," as he continued towards home. A few people curiously watched Chen Guodong walk away, whispering among themselves, "Hey, what do you think that kid from the construction team is carrying? Did you see it clearly? No, is it grass? No, it looks like corn stalks. They must be able to eat well for a few more days, or I wonder where they found it." As they spoke, Chen Guodong had already arrived home. He stepped inside and shouted, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." He directly approached the kango where his father lay carrying the basket. Lin Yu, seeing the basket filled with pig offal, was so shocked that her jaw nearly dropped. Lin Yu hurried over to help unload the basket, anxiously asking Guodong, "Where did all this good stuff come from?" Little sister also curiously approached and asked, "What good stuff?" Chun Jianjun looked at the basket in surprise and uncertainly asked, "Son, is this pig offal?" Chen Guodong affectionately ruffled his sister's hair and lied, "Yes, this is pig offal. I encountered an old hunter in the mountains today who caught a wild boar, but he couldn't carry it out, so he asked me to help bring it out, and I got this offal in return. Brother, can we eat this?" "Of course. It's delicious," Chen Guodong said, playfully scratching his little sister's nose. Lin Yu excitedly said, "Son, you must have met a benefactor. This pig offal can last us a long time. If finally, we won't have to worry about food anymore." She then intended to take the pig offal to process it. Chen Guodong quickly stopped his mother, saying, "Mom, the villagers helped us yesterday. We can't just eat meat while they're eating wild vegetables, and I feel guilty." He then shared his idea of repaying the villagers with the pig offal in detail. Chun Jianjun pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, "All right, you're a sensible child thinking this through. Let's do it your way." Lin Yu replied somewhat reluctantly, "Are you giving it all away?" Chen Guodong noticed his mother's reluctance and smiled, "Don't worry, Mom, I will definitely get more meat back." Just then footsteps could be heard outside the door. It was his third uncle and cousin coming over after hearing the commotion. As soon as Chun Jianjun entered, he exclaimed, "Guodong, I heard you brought back something good. What's going on here?" Chun Jinfu followed closely into the house. News travels fast in the village. Chen Guodong smiled and said, "Third uncle, cousin, you came really quickly. Haha, I did bring back something good. Look," he said, pointing to the basket. The two widened their eyes in disbelief, mouths agape. Chun Jianjun, straightforward and surprised, asked Guodong, "Where did you get this pig offal?" Chen Jinfu looked at Chen Guodong with a serious expression and said nothing. Chen Guodong then repeated the story of how he got the offal. After finishing, he looked at Chun Jianjun and Chun Jinfu, waiting for their response. Chun Jianjun, with a shocked and uncertain expression, asked Guodong, "Are you sure you want to invite the whole village to eat this pig offal?" Chun Guodong nodded affirmatively. Chun Jinfu, after hearing Chun Guodong's explanation, relaxed his brow and said with relief, "Guodong, you're a good child who remembers everyone's kindness, but your father is injured. It's more important to let him recover. The villagers will understand your good intentions." Chun Jianjun nodded in agreement. "That's right, your father is the only strong laborer in the family. He needs to get better quickly." Chen Guodong thought to himself that these are his own people, Even in such difficult times they refuse meat, still thinking about his father's health. His kindness to them was not in vain. Chen Guodong firmly refused, saying, "Third uncle cousin, you don't need to say anymore. I will find a way for my father's health. Please take this pig, offal, and corn stalks to the village's canteen to cook for everyone." Chen Jinfu was a bit torn, but at that moment Chen Jianjun spoke up, "Listen to my son, oh, some debts of gratitude still need to be repaid. You know my character." Chen Jinfu sighed after hearing his father's words, knowing that this matter was settled, and said, "All right, on behalf of the villagers, thank you." Chen Guodong smiled and replied, "Cousin, why thank me? We're all family." Chen Jianjun laughed, "Good kid, you know how to talk. You've used your cousin's words from yesterday." Chen Jinfu smiled and said, "All right, I think we shouldn't give it all away. Let's keep a pig heart at home to help your father's health, and take the rest to make a big pot of soup." Everyone nodded in agreement. The news quickly spread in the village, and the villagers, upon hearing that they would be having pig offal soup at the canteen that evening, immediately became excited. In this era of scarcity, having a meal with meat was truly a luxury. Everyone praised Chen Guodong's actions, calling him a good child. Chen Guodong felt a bit embarrassed from all the praise. Lin Yu and several aunts were busy cleaning the pig offal, while Chen Guodong, along with his third uncle and cousin, went to the canteen to help prepare the large pot and firewood. Inside the canteen, everyone chatted and laughed, creating a particularly lively atmosphere. Chen Jinfu stood aside watching the busy crowd and remarked, "Guodong has brought good fortune to our village. Everyone must remember this kindness." The villagers all echoed in agreement, and their gratitude towards Chen Guodong was evident. Standing aside, Chen Guodong looked at the bustling scene, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Finally, the soup was ready. Chen Jinfu, not afraid of the heat, directly dipped his hand into the soup, frowned, and turned to everyone, saying, "Is there any salt at home? This soup is a bit lacking in salt. It would be a shame to have a good meal without salt." Uncle Guzzi immediately said, I have it, I carry some with me." He stepped forward. Aunt Guzzi hurriedly tugged at Uncle Guzzi. Chen Jinfu immediately understood and said, "Aunt Guzzi, you all take an extra bowl later. Does anyone have any objections?" No, everyone responded. Aunt Guzzi then smiled and released her grip. Uncle Guzzi quickly approached and handed the salt wrapped in oil paper to Chen Jinfu. Chen Jinfu smiled and poured the salt into the pot. Uncle Guzzi watched Chen Jinfu pour salt into the pot, his eyes fixed on it, afraid it would run out, and said, "Foodie, less. That's enough." This worried expression made everyone burst into laughter. Chen Jinfu also laughed. "All right, I'll give it back to you, don't worry so much." Uncle Guzzi, feeling sorry, took the salt and said, "Aren't we just trying to have a good meal? Otherwise I wouldn't want to bring it." Chen Jinfu jokingly scolded, "All right, I'll give you 2 big bowls later." The steaming pig offal soup was served into large bowls. In the dilapidated yellow mud brick house, the villagers sat together drinking the soup and praising Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong could no longer stay and felt uncomfortable with all the praise. He quickly took a bowl of soup back home for his father. After returning home, Chen Jianjun sat on the kong looking at his son and said earnestly, "Guodong, you handled today's matter splendidly." Chen Guodong chuckled, "This is what I should do." His little sister followed him in and said, "Brother, I had such a delicious meal today. I wish I could eat like this every day." "You really are a glutton." Chen Guodong patted his little sister's head and said. Chen Jianjun sighed after finishing the pig offal soup. "I haven't had this in many years." At this moment, Lin Yu also returned, smiling. All right, since everyone is full today, let's rest early. A little less activity tonight will save us from having to eat again tomorrow morning." All three thought the same way, but Chen Guodong still felt a bit uncomfortable. He considered it merely a temporary fullness. He decided to go to sleep as he had to wake up early to check the traps on the mountain. The next day, just as dawn broke, Chen Guodong quietly shouldered his backpack and set out walking up the mountain along a narrow path. As Chen Guodong approached the first trap, he slowed his pace, feeling a surge of excitement, unsure if he would have the same luck as yesterday. Suddenly, a series of squeak sounds came from the trap. A hint of excitement appeared at the corners of his mouth as he crouched down to look into the trap. 3 gray rabbits were hopping around inside, struggling in fear. Without hesitation, Chen Guodong happily grabbed a bamboo pole and jumped down into the trap. Just as he reached out to catch them, a male rabbit suddenly turned and bit him. Indeed, when rabbits are desperate, they will bite, and that is the truth. He swiftly dodged to the side while reaching out to hold the rabbit's hind leg. The rabbit struggled to escape, but Chen Guodong was quicker. He stowed the rabbit into his spatial pocket with clean and swift movements. After putting all 3 rabbits into the spatial pocket, he marveled at how exhilarating this was. He continued to the next trap, full of anticipation after the success of the first. However, the second trap was empty and did not trigger. Chen Guodong spat a mouthful of saliva, cursing his bad luck. But then he thought it might be due to his own greed. Chen Guodong shook his head to clear his thoughts, chopped a tree branch to use as a walking stick, and prepared to continue deeper into the mountain in search of traces of prey. After searching for quite some time, without any success, he felt exhausted and sat down on a large rock to take a break. When he looked up, he was suddenly startled to find a large crack in the cliff ahead. A faint light shone from the crack, hinting that there might be something extraordinary inside. Chen Guodong's heart raced, and he decided to take a look. He pushed aside the vines covering the crack and bravely crawled in to investigate. As he passed through the crack into the cave, he discovered a large opening at the top through which light poured in, illuminating the cavern and making it exceptionally bright. The cave was spacious, estimated to cover half an acre. Chen Guodong was startled and thought this is a natural planting base hidden away and not easily discovered. Truly a blessing from heaven. Now that food isn't too tight, I can plant in bulk, which will be much more efficient. Chen Guodong excitedly took out 10 corn seeds from his spatial pocket, scattered them in the humus soil, and then evenly watered them with the spiritual spring water from his pocket. Before long, a miracle occurred. The tender shoots burst through the soil, growing several inches tall in an instant. Although Chen Guodong had seen this many times, it still felt very magical. Next, he would wait for 5 days before harvesting. In the future, he would come every day to plant 10 seeds, allowing for continuous harvests. Just as he was about to lean in for a closer look, he suddenly heard rustling sounds from outside the cave. Chen Guodong was startled and cautiously approached the cave entrance, peeking out. When he finally saw, he could only catch a glimpse of a pig's tail disappearing into the grass, scaring him half to death, thinking it was something else. However, this was good news. His luck seemed good. He thought about setting a trap nearby. He quickly covered the cave entrance, looked for traces of wild boars, and began digging. After sweating profusely, he finally set up the trap, thinking to himself that he hoped it wouldn't be in vain. After finishing everything, he took a break and took out the wild rabbit, tied it up with straw rope, placed it in his backpack, covered it with some wild grass, and began his descent. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, Chen Guodong saw a man in work clothes pushing a bicycle coming towards him with a basket on the back of the bicycle marked Hongxing Steel Mill. Chen Guodong's heart leaped with joy. This was clearly a buyer. Wouldn't that mean there was a market for his catch? Feigning calm, he walked over and greeted Comrade here to collect from the countryside. The man looked up, wiped his sweat, and smiled wryly. Yes, young comrade, I came here in vain. There are no mountain goods in Chenjiagu. Chen Guodong confirmed that the man was a buyer, glanced at the empty cloth bags in the basket, and his heart raced as he lifted the wild grass covering his backpack to reveal 3 wild rabbits. How about some game? The buyer Zhao Dehai brightened up with excitement and said, 3 wild rabbits, very good, I'll take them, comrade. Chen Guodong, hearing this, smiled and said, then how would you like to exchange, comrade? Zhao Dehai pondered for a moment and said, comrade, things are tough right now, so I want to ask for a discount. How about 6 yuan? Chen Guodong thought this was reasonable. Although he was excited and satisfied, he pretended to be calm and bargained, comrade, you see, these wild rabbits are truly caught from the mountains. I exerted great effort. 6 yuan is really a bit low. Can you add a little more? My hunting skills are a family tradition, and I will prioritize you for any good goods in the future. What do you say? Zhao Dehai laughed. Good lad, I didn't expect you to be so clever at such a young age, and you even know how to raise prices. I like your character, but are you sure you can hunt? It was clear he found it hard to believe that a 16-year-old boy could hunt. Chen Guodong smiled and pointed at the wild rabbits, saying, don't worry, I'm Chen Guodong from Chenjiagu. I promise I want to deceive you. Seeing that Chen Guodong had introduced himself, Zhao Dehai was not suspicious anymore and said readily, all right, comrade, since you are sincere, I won't be ambiguous either. I have an industrial coupon here, is that enough? 2 industrial coupons. Chen Guodong pressed down on his backpack firmly, his tone resolute. Zhao Dehai hesitated for a moment, but quickly nodded. Deal. He took out money and coupons along with his identification and handed them to Chen Guodong, saying, let me introduce myself. Oh, I am a buyer from the steel mill. I will be at the factory during the first half of every month, so you can come find me when you have prey. Chen Guodong took the identification, glanced at it, and saw it was marked buyer from Hongxing Steel Mill along with a photo of Zhao Dehai. Returning the identification to Zhao Dehai, he thought, Zhao Dehai is quite straightforward. I will see if I can trust him after a couple more trades. This time I was able to take advantage of him, so he must have valued my claim to being a hunter. As they parted ways, Chen Guodong suddenly grabbed the seat of the bicycle and asked uneasily, comrade, this doesn't count as speculation, does it? The factory's cafeteria purchases, it's all legitimate. After Zhao Dehai finished speaking, he pedaled away quickly, the bell on the bicycle ringing cheerfully along the mountain path. Chen Guodong looked at the 6 yuan and several coupons in his hand, and his mood lifted instantly. Finally, things were turning around. This was the first time he had money and coupons in this world, giving him a sense of security that he couldn't describe. Chen Guodong tightened his grip on the money and coupons, saying, good days are finally coming, haha. Suddenly a plan formed in his mind to return home and discuss it with his family. He hurried back home, barely able to contain his excitement. Chen Guodong hurried home with a heart full of joy, humming a tune that was out of tune all the way. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted loudly, "Father, mother, little sister, I'm back." He rushed into the inner room where his father was. He hurriedly placed the backpack on the ground and took out the wild rabbit he had caught the day before. The rabbit was still struggling weakly in his hands, trying to escape. Lin Yu quickly walked in from the kitchen. Seeing the wild rabbit in Chen Guodong's hands, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Oh my son is truly capable. Brother, you're amazing. What a big rabbit." Little sister walked over and began to pet the rabbit. Seeing that his little sister liked it, Chen Guodong handed the wild rabbit to her and started to tell a tall tale, saying, "Mother, I ran into that hunter again today. He taught me a lot of tricks for setting traps. Look, I just set a trap and caught another one. We can catch more in the future to help the family." Lin Yu was overjoyed. "That's wonderful. This will make life in the family much better." Chen Jianjun sat on the Kong looking at the wild rabbit. He was initially pleased, but then furrowed his brows, and after a moment of contemplation, said, "Guodong, we need to call your uncle and third uncle to discuss this matter. The mountains and forests belong to the public. If something goes wrong, we need the villagers to back us up." Hearing this, Chen Guodong felt a jolt in his heart, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He thought to himself that he had not considered this and was unaware of the rules of this era. "Wife, go and cook the rabbit meat," Lin Yu said as she hurried to the kitchen to prepare it. Once the rabbit meat was ready, Chen Guodong asked his little sister to invite Chen Jianfu and Chen Jianyong over. His little sister dashed out. In no time, she returned with the two men. As soon as they entered the door, Chen Guodong quickly shut it tight. Upon seeing the steaming, fragrant meat on the square table, Chen Jianfu and Chen Jianyong's eyes widened and their throats involuntarily swallowed. Chen Jianyong couldn't help but lean closer to the table and sniff deeply, anxiously, asking, "Brother, is this rabbit meat? What's going on? Where did this rabbit meat come from?" Chen Jianfu, being the village head, managed to remain calm, but his eyes were filled with confusion and desire. Chen Jianjun smiled and said, "Your nose is quite sharp. Sit down, sit down." Guodong ran into a hunter in the mountains who taught him how to hunt. He tried it out and unexpectedly caught a wild rabbit. "We are all family, so we naturally can't forget you when we have good things. We invited you over to taste it together." Chen Jianyong excitedly said, "Great. Guodong is truly promising. I've gone into the mountains several times and haven't caught a thing." However, Chen Jianfu looked at Chen Jianjun with interest and said, "Cousin, you called us over. Surely it's not just for the rabbit meat. Is there something else?" Chen Jianjun laughed heartily and said, "Haha, nothing escapes you. Here's the thing, this mountain is collective property. Our Guodong has learned to hunt thinking he could catch some game to help the family. If by chance the militia sees us, we hope the village can help cover for us. Of course, if we get something good, we won't forget the village." Chen Jianfu laughed heartily, saying, "I thought it was something major. It's just this little matter. Nowadays, when the commune sees us, they turn and run, fearing we might ask them for grain. They don't have time for us. Catching game in the mountains is a skill. Don't worry, I'll handle this matter. However, this can only happen in the village. If it goes to the black market or is sold privately, and we get caught for speculation, I, as the village head, can't help you. You must be cautious." After saying this, he turned to Chen Guodong and reminded him, "Guodong, be very careful when going into the mountains. Don't get into any danger." Chen Guodong quickly nodded and replied, "Uncle Fu, you can rest assured, I know what I'm doing." Just then Lin Yu walked out from the kitchen and said, "The rabbit meat is cooked. Let's not let it cool down. Everyone quickly grab your chopsticks and try it." Chen Jianfu waved his hand and said, "Sister-in-law, we can't eat such a good thing by ourselves. Bring a bowl, Jianyong, and I will split one bowl and take it back for our families to taste too." Everyone didn't insist, further took bowls to divide the rabbit meat and then returned home. After the two uncles left, Chen Guodong's family began to eat dinner. Chen Jianjun was curious about his son. "Guodong, you've learned how to hunt now. If you catch some game, how do you plan to deal with it? Will it be the black market?" Chen Guodong had seen a lot of information about the black market from this era in his past life and desired to go there. However, not wanting to worry his parents, he replied, "I will wait for the procurement agents from various factories to come collect the game I catch. This is more stable and hassle-free." Chen Jianjun nodded in satisfaction. "Your choice is correct. The black market is currently chaotic and dangerous. It's better to deal with procurement agents. Moreover, as it's slowly getting colder, the game will not spoil easily. I support this decision, son." Lin Yu said with relief, "Our son has grown up and understands how to help the family." Chen Guodong smugly said, "Of course, you all should see whose son I am." Chen Jingwo tapped Chen Guodong on the head. "All right, you just know how to show off. Still, you need to be more stable." Lin Yu defensively said, "Why does your father always hit our son? Guodong has done very well. The second boy in the village is still causing trouble everywhere, while our son can already help the family." Yes, you just keep protecting him." Chen Jianjun smiled helplessly. "Little sister, not to be outdone, said, 'Brother is the best. When I grow up, I'll be like brother and help the family too.'" Alright, little sister is the best too. Hurry up and eat. The rabbit meat is getting cold. Lin Yu laughed. Mother, the rabbit meat is really delicious, Chen Xiaomei said, her eyes narrowing with enjoyment. Chen Guodong laughed and said, if it's delicious, then eat more. Lin Yu also smiled and nodded. The family continued to eat the rabbit meat, but Chen Guodong found it a bit unappealing, mainly because it was too tough to chew and lacked flavor. The family was low on salt, and there was no oil. He needed to find a way to go to the city. He still had a wild boar in his space. While he was thinking, Lin Yu said, Guodong, do you still have that corn? The family is running low. It's too extravagant for everyone to eat one cob at a meal. How about we eat half a cob instead? Chen Guodong quickly said, Mother, don't worry about it. In the future, everyone can have one cob per meal. There's still a lot left. Forget it. Let's just share one cob each meal. You're too wasteful. Lin Yu quickly waved her hand to refuse. Women of this era are very good at managing household affairs. Seeing that he could not persuade her, Chen Guodong decided to go up the mountain tomorrow to harvest a mature one to ease Lin Yu's mind. After the family finished their meal, they rested. Chen Guodong thought about the traps he had set near the cave today, wondering whether they would be successful, feeling a mix of anticipation and excitement as he slowly drifted into dreams. In the early morning, before the sun had fully risen from behind the mountains and the sky merely displayed a hint of pale light, Chen Guodong could hardly contain his excitement and got out of bed. He had been thinking about what his mother said regarding the dwindling corn supply at home, and after hastily washing up, he hurried up the mountain. Along the way, Chen Guodong walked briskly, humming a little tune. As soon as he entered the mountains, the chill intensified, causing him to shiver. Mornings were indeed cold. If it weren't for his poverty, he wouldn't have gotten up so early. He really needed to find a chance to get a set of cotton clothes to replace the drafty ones he had. Before long, he arrived near the first trap. Filled with anticipation, Chen Guodong went to check the trap. At the first trap, he heard a flurry of flapping sounds, and as he approached, he was pleasantly surprised to find 2 wild chickens. Oh, not bad. I reckon each one must weigh around 2 pounds. Chen Guodong couldn't suppress the smile that spread across his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he quickly stored the wild chickens in his space. It was exhilarating. If only he could have such bountiful catches every day. He rubbed his hands together and quickly made his way to the second trap, but to his dismay, there was no movement at all when he neared it. Indeed, upon closer inspection, the trap was empty. Chen Guodong sighed, realizing that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he continued toward the third trap near the cave, only to find that unfortunately it too yielded nothing. It's alright, having these 2 wild chickens in this era is already quite good. Chen Guodong comforted himself. He had already made plans in his mind. He couldn't eat both chickens himself, but needed to take them to the county town to exchange for some urgently needed supplies. After gathering his spirits, he arrived at the cave and saw that the corn had already grown half a person high, thriving well. He used spring water to help another corn plant mature, and with 5 years of corn, he should be able to manage for now. Tomorrow, he would continue planting 5 more to increase the harvest through crop rotation. In the following days, Chen Guodong's luck was remarkably good. His traps had captured a total of 3 wild rabbits and 5 wild chickens, and after accounting for what he had eaten over the past few days, he already had a surplus of corn. Looking at the fruits of his labor from these days, Chen Guodong felt overjoyed. After spending so long in this era, he had finally achieved food independence. However, eating corn every day would surely raise suspicions from his parents about the source. He needed to find a way to convert corn into other grains to ensure material abundance, and the first step was to build a good relationship with the supply and marketing cooperative. One day during mealtime, Chen Guodong inquired with his father about whether there were any ox carts going to the city. Chen Jianjun put down his bowl and chopsticks, pondered for a moment, and said, Son, I heard that Uncle Guzi is going to drive an ox cart to Sijio City tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong felt a surge of joy, and that night found his uncle to ask for a letter of introduction. The next day before dawn, Chen Guodong got up and prepared himself. He packed 2 wild chickens into a bag, putting the remaining wild rabbits and chickens into his spatial storage. He didn't want to draw too much attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Arriving at the village entrance, Uncle Guzi's ox cart was already waiting there. Chen Guodong hurried over, smiling as he greeted Uncle Guzi. Good morning, Uncle Guzi. Uncle Guzi, seeing the bag in Chen Guodong's hand, curiously asked, Guodong, I heard from your father that you're going to the city. What do you have in that bag? Chen Guodong, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and explained, Uncle Guzi, these are 2 wild chickens. I'm planning to take them to the city supply and marketing cooperative to settle some debts for the village. Uncle Guzi, upon hearing this, showed a look of appreciation in his eyes and said, Guodong, you are a clever boy, thinking of earning money for your family and still remembering the village's debts. Along the way, while driving the ox cart, Uncle Guzi continued to praise Chen Guodong, saying, Guodong, last time we owed it to you for bringing the pig offal, allowing everyone to enjoy some meat. Our village hasn't been this lively in a long time, unlike my son, who only knows how to cause trouble. Chen Guodong, feeling a bit shy from the praise, scratched his head and smiled. Uncle Guzzi, you flatter me. I'm just lucky. He quickly changed the topic to inquire about matters in Suzhou City, to shift Uncle Guzzi's attention, how otherwise it would have been truly awkward. The ox cart swayed and jostled for quite a while, before finally arriving at Suzhou City. When they reached the city, Uncle Guzzi had errands to run, so Chen Guodong parted ways with him. In the afternoon, Uncle Guzzi had something to do, leaving Chen Guodong to walk back on his own. Following Uncle Guzzi's hints, he began searching for the supply and marketing cooperative in the city. The city was indeed different, the streets were bustling with crowds, and the spirit of the people here was different from that in Xinjiang. Here people exuded energy, walking with their heads held high. Chen Guodong curiously looked around at the surrounding architecture full of historical features, with red brick walls, gray tiles, and prominent slogans on the walls, feeling moved inside. This is the unique scenery of this era, he muttered to himself. Following Uncle Guzzi's description, he quickly found the supply and marketing cooperative, as it was simply too conspicuous. In this era, having meat made one feel important, so Chen Guodong found a corner to pack all the wild chickens and rabbits into his bag, lest others look down on him, and he wouldn't be able to build good relations with the cooperative personnel. To be honest, the supply and marketing cooperative had been portrayed negatively in novels from his previous life, and Chen Guodong felt anxious, unsure if he would encounter any aggressive customers. If things turned sour, he could just leave. Taking a deep breath, Chen Guodong entered the door with the bag. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed it was completely empty. Given the current food shortages, who would come to the cooperative to exchange for non-essential items if they could afford food? Looking up, he saw the large characters that read "Serving the People," which had a distinct charm. Behind the counter, a woman in her 20s dressed in blue work clothes was boredly knitting a sweater. Chen Guodong felt a bit envious. Sweaters were not something everyone could have in these times. Chen Guodong approached the counter and said to the saleswoman, "Hello, comrade. I have some mountain goods here. I wonder if you accept them." The saleswoman looked up, glanced at Chen Guodong's patched clothes, then at the bulging bag in his hand, thinking he was just another one trying to sell wild vegetables. She felt a bit disappointed and politely replied, "We accept agricultural byproducts here for mountain goods. You can go to the purchase station next door." Upon hearing the saleswoman's tone, Chen Guodong felt relieved. He realized he had been overly influenced by the novels from his past life, and he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. At that moment, the saleswoman asked with concern, "Comrade, what's wrong? Why are you laughing?" Chen Guodong immediately snapped back to reality, awkwardly smiling and saying, "I'm sorry, comrade. I just thought of something funny. By the way, I really do have wild chickens and rabbits. Are you sure you don't want to accept them?" Upon hearing this, the saleswoman stood up, dropping her knitting to the ground without a care, and rushed out from behind the counter, her face full of excitement, as she asked Chen Guodong, "Comrade, did you just say that the bag contains wild chickens?" Chen Guodong was taken aback by the saleswoman's reaction, completely confused. He simply nodded. In truth, he still hadn't fully grasped just how scarce meat was in this age. Seeing Chen Guodong's affirmative response, the saleswoman hurriedly shouted toward the back room, "Director Li, come out quickly. Something big has happened." Moments later, a middle-aged man with short, neat hair and dressed in a tunic suit came out, looking dissatisfied as he said, "Xiao Sun, you're already an adult. Why are you still so impulsive? What kind of big deal is worth your shouting?" The female salesperson Sun Meihua ignored the director's attitude and pulled Chen Guodong's bag, fearing he would run away, saying, "Hurry, Director Li, this young comrade has brought meat for us to purchase." Chen Guodong thought to himself that this should be the director of the supply and marketing cooperative. He didn't expect that even selling meat could attract the attention of the director, which was a good omen. Director Li walked while looking at the documents in his hand, saying, "So you brought meat, where is it? Where is the meat?" Sun Meihua covered her mouth, laughing, as if to say, "Why aren't you calm?" while pointing at Chen Guodong's bag with her other hand. Director Li immediately put away the documents, becoming unsteady, and asked with eager yet uncertain eyes, "Young comrade, did you say you brought meat for us to purchase?" Chen Guodong did not waste time and promptly opened the bag for the director and salesperson to see. The two were visibly thrilled when they saw the colorful wild chickens in the bag, their mouths curving into smiles. Director Li looked at Chen Guodong with satisfaction, saying, "Not bad, not bad. Come with me to the office to talk. Xiao Sun, go to the warehouse and call Xiao Wu to come to my office and weigh this catch." As he spoke, he placed his hand on Chen Guodong's shoulder and walked towards the office. Chen Guodong felt perplexed by their enthusiasm. Wasn't it just a few wild game? Was it really necessary to be this exaggerated? In truth, Chen Guodong simply wasn't used to his current status. If others found out, they would surely scold him for being a big shot. While pondering, Chen Guodong followed Director Li into the office. As soon as Director Li entered, he warmly invited Chen Guodong to sit down, and Chen Guodong only sat after he saw the director take his seat. Director Li nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Young comrade, what is your name and where are you from? Did you catch these game?" This director was clearly trying to ascertain his background. After all, those who could be cadres were not ordinary people. Fortunately, Chen Guodong was prepared and handed over his introduction letter confidently stating, "Hello, director. My name is Chen Guodong from Chenjiago. These game were caught by our village and they asked me to sell them to gain some experience." Director Li glanced at the introduction letter and returned it looking at Chen Guodong without a hint of fear, smiling. "Young comrade, very good. If you have more game in the future, send them to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. However, compared to that place, it will still be a bit less. But trading there is risky, don't you think?" Director Li was likely referring to the black market. Chen Guodong wisely nodded in agreement, stating, "Of course, I definitely trust the organization and won't trade there." Hearing Chen Guodong's words, Director Li let out a hearty laugh. At that moment, a spirited young man in his 20s entered. Another salesperson from the supply and marketing cooperative, Wu Yong, who excitedly came in holding a scale and said with a grin, "Director Li, I heard there is meat." Recognizing Wu Yong, Director Li immediately knew this kid was up to no good and scolded him with a laugh. "If it weren't for your brother-in-law asking me to take you in, I really wouldn't want you here. You don't do anything right all day. This young comrade brought me meat, come weigh it for me." Wu Yong paid no mind to the director's attitude and measured the game, saying, "Director, this wild game weighs 14.5 pounds. Chen Guodong thought that was about right. The cooperative didn't seem to be shortchanging him. Director Li nodded and said, "Good, shall you go ahead and get busy." Hearing there was this much, his attitude became warm again as he turned to Chen Guodong and said, "Guodong, look, this is a total of 14.5 pounds. You know the current price of meat, it changes daily." Chen Guodong nodded, though he actually knew nothing. This was his first time selling wild game in the city. The price given by the last buyer was certainly low because they had traveled a long way to purchase. They wouldn't neglect the price difference, right? That was absolutely impossible. It depended on whether this director was fair. Seeing Chen Guodong nod, Director Li continued, "At first the meat was 0.8 yuan per pound, but later on it became hard to get, and the meat processing plant has never been able to get any. The price there has already skyrocketed to 3 yuan. However, as an official unit, we can't set the price that high, so I can offer you 2 yuan. What do you think?" Chen Guodong was secretly shocked by such a high price. It seemed that the situation was indeed tense now. He still had wild boars in his space and needed to keep them. They would likely be very useful. Now that he saw the director's price was quite fair, Chen Guodong smiled and agreed. "That works, that's perfect. Thank you, Director. I'm very satisfied with this price." Seeing Chen Guodong so perceptive and understanding, Director Li grew fonder of this young man and said with appreciation in his eyes, "Guodong, if you're satisfied with this price, then send me any game you have in the future. If prices change, I will ensure you are satisfied. What do you think?" Oh, so he was waiting for this. In these times, there are indeed not many who can provide meat. Offering this price might be a way to establish a long-term collaboration with Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong was happy to have such a partnership. After all, he had just arrived in this world and had no connections yet. In these times, the system wasn't very complete. Without connections, it was truly difficult to get by. Chen Guodong cheerfully said, "That's great, Director Li. Then we've agreed. Oh, I will come to you whenever I have game in the future." "Haha, that's wonderful. Let's say it's settled then. Here, count this money for this time." Hearing Chen Guodong say this made Director Li even more satisfied. The more he looked at Chen Guodong, the more he found him pleasing. As he said this, he took out 29 yuan from the drawer and handed it to Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong took the money and stuffed it into his pocket without counting, causing Director Li to be momentarily stunned and say, "Guodong, how can you just put it in your pocket without counting? This is the monthly salary of an ordinary worker. Aren't you afraid I might have shortchanged you?" Chen Guodong chuckled and said, Director Li, I definitely trust you, no need to count it." Hearing this, Director Li felt a surge of generosity and said, "Good boy, I like your character. From now on you can call me Uncle Li. Oh, I recognize you as my nephew." Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong felt excited. In this era, recognizing a nephew was a true brotherhood, not just a polite formality. Having an uncle who was the director of the supply and marketing cooperative was quite a deal. Although there was a hint of wanting to sell more game to him, wasn't he also hoping for a supportive figure? Thinking of this, he immediately expressed his sincerity, stood up and bowed to Director Li, saying, "Hello, Uncle Li. You brat, we don't go in for such formalities," Uncle Li said, though he was quite pleased to accept Chen Guodong's bow. Thinking that this young man understood propriety, he felt he could achieve great things in the future, which made him even more satisfied. However, in Chen Guodong's eyes, he saw Uncle Li staring at him with wide eyes, making him feel a bit uneasy. What was going on? Did Uncle Li have some peculiar habit? While Chen Guodong was lost in thought, Uncle Li said, "What are you thinking about? Have you eaten yet?" Chen Guodong snapped back to reality when Uncle Li called him and replied, "Not yet. Well, since you recognized me as your uncle today, I can't be stingy. Here, take a pound of grain tickets to buy some food," Uncle Li said cheerfully. Chen Guodong didn't refuse. In these times, if someone could treat you to a meal, they were definitely on your side. Of course, he also thought that Uncle Li hoped he could bring him meat. In any society, only mutual benefit creates the most stable relationships. Otherwise, how could a director of a supply and marketing cooperative recognize you as a nephew? This was a way to establish relations, and he couldn't push away another's goodwill. He happily replied, "Thank you so much, Uncle Li. I was just worrying about where to eat. You are so kind. No need to be polite. I can't let you call me uncle for nothing. Go eat, or I still have to process the meat you brought, so I won't go with you. Remember to bring me some meat next time," Uncle Li said. "Understood, Uncle Li. You take care, and I'll head out to eat now," Chen Guodong said as he left the office. He guessed Uncle Li was going to use this meat for connections. It didn't matter to him as long as he got paid. Chen Guodong approached the front desk ready to buy something and greeted Sun Meihua saying, "Hello, comrade. I would like to purchase something." Sun Meihua, hearing her name called, looked up and immediately smiled warmly, saying, "There's no need for formalities, just call me Sister Sun. What's your name?" Chen Guodong, slightly taken aback by her enthusiasm, suddenly thought that it might be because he could procure meat, otherwise she wouldn't be so warm. Since they would likely interact regularly in the future, he smiled and replied, "Since Sister Sun has said, so I won't stand on ceremony. My name is Chen Guodong." Nearby Wu Yong also chimed in saying, "That's right, Guodong, no need to be so polite, just call me Brother Wu." Chen Guodong naturally called out, "Brother Wu, Sister Sun, hello." The three of them were all clever individuals who understood the situation without needing to speak about it. "Hey, you really know how to show respect, little brother. What did you say you wanted to buy?" Sister Sun asked. Chen Guodong, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Sister Sun, I only have 2 industrial vouchers. What do you think I can buy?" "Only 2 industrial vouchers. That's a bit difficult for me. Let me think." Sister Sun said, her brows slightly furrowed, clearly troubled by the situation. Chen Guodong didn't understand the local market. The original owner rarely ventured into the city and had no memory of such matters. He simply nodded, waiting for Sister Sun's response. After considering for a moment, Sister Sun said, "There are many items you can exchange for with 2 industrial vouchers. What specific category are you interested in? I can help you out." Chen Guodong, without thinking, said, "Daily necessities. Soap, toilet paper, handkerchiefs." "Take a look at what you need," Sister Sun answered professionally. "Soap and toilet paper, then," Chen Guodong replied after some thought. It had been far too long since he had bathed, and he was truly unaccustomed to using bamboo strips and leaves for the toilet, which was quite uncomfortable. "All right, that will be 1 yuan and 2 industrial vouchers," Sister Sun said with a smile. Chen Guodong counted out 1 yuan and 2 industrial vouchers and handed them over. Sister Sun checked them, found no issues, and promptly packaged the toilet paper and soap for Chen Guodong. Looking at the items in his hands, Chen Guodong sighed, thinking about how frustrating it was to have money but no receipts. Sister Sun noticed the change in his demeanor and asked, "Little brother, what's wrong? Why are you sighing? Sighing can make you poor for 3 years. You shouldn't do that." Chen Guodong chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Thank you, Sister Sun, but don't you think I look poor?" Sister Sun awkwardly laughed and replied, "Not poor at all. Look, one sale of wild game is worth more than a month's salary for others." "Sister Sun, you're joking. This is collective property from the village, not just mine alone. You shouldn't make such jokes," Chen Guodong said cautiously. Oh, you're right, Sister Sun. It is collective property." Sister Sun quickly rectified her statement. In truth, everyone knew that Chen Guodong was the sole seller, but who could refuse meat in this era? Brother Wu, astutely avoiding the topic, asked, "So Guodong, you just bought something, but why are you still sighing? Ya little brother, do you have any difficulties? Speak up and sister can offer some advice," Sister Sun inquired, now acting like a concerned older sister. Seeing that they were onto something, Chen Guodong pretended to be pitiful, saying, "Sigh, without vouchers I can't buy anything. The weather is getting colder and my parents are still wearing tattered clothes. It weighs heavily on my heart wanting to buy some fabric, but I have no vouchers. It's really tough." Upon hearing this, Sister Sun felt a pang of sympathy and exchanged glances with Brother Wu before addressing Chen Guodong, saying, "Little brother, although you don't have vouchers, if you guarantee that you'll bring meat to us next time, Sister Sun has a way to get you some fabric." "Really? Sister, you wouldn't be lying to me, would you?" Chen Guodong was surprised that his act of pity had actually worked, and he asked excitedly. Sister Sun smiled, saying, "It's true, but you still need to bring the wild game to us, and I'll help you out with that." Chen Guodong excitedly replied, "Sister, don't worry. When we hunt in the village, they'll definitely send it here first. I want to see you. If I do, just come to Chenjiagu to settle it with me." All right. Sister believes you," Sister Sun said, giving Brother Wu a knowing look. Seeing Sister Sun's knowing glance, Brother Wu smiled at Chen Guodong, saying, "Guodong, you really are lucky. Our supply and marketing cooperative just received a batch of defective fabric this morning, which we are preparing to use internally. However, we can spare a bit for you. How much fabric do you need? I don't really know how much I need, Chen Guodong replied, feeling a bit confused. My family has 4 members. Could you help me calculate it, Sister Sun? Sure, that's simple. For 4 people, you'll need about 37 feet of fabric, which will cost a total of 22 yuan, making that many clothes will still require needles and thread, right? Sister Sun continued. Thinking about it, it seems we don't have much needle and thread at home. Chen Guodong nodded in agreement. Sister Sun continued. Then just 1 yuan's worth will be enough for you. That makes a total of 23 yuan. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and remembered that in the novels he read fruit candies could be bought without vouchers, so he asked, Sister Sun, do you have any fruit candies that don't require vouchers? Yes, but the price has gone up now. It used to be 1 yuan per pound, but now it's 2 yuan per pound. However, they are in high demand. How many do you want, little brother? Chen Guodong thought for a moment about needing to buy steamed buns and also repay the village debts, and said, it'll take 2 pounds. He counted out 27 yuan to hand over, feeling a bit heartbroken that this hard-earned money was quickly dwindling. Sister Sun took the money, counted it, and quickly went to pack the items. Brother Wu also went to help Chen Guodong get the defective fabric. After a while, both of them finished packing and placed the items on the counter. Sister Sun smiled, saying, Little brother, everything you wanted is ready and the receipts are inside. Thank you, Sister Sun and Brother Wu. When our village gets game, I will bring it over. Chen Guodong smiled as well. He felt it necessary to mention the game as they were busy preparing for him to fulfill his promise. As someone who has lived 2 lives, Chen Guodong understood this well. Upon hearing Chen Guodong's assurance, the two exchanged glances and smiled, saying, Then we will wait for your good news. All right, it won't be long. Just wait for me, brother and sister. Chen Guodong assured them with a smile. After saying that, he picked up his items, waved goodbye to the two, and headed out. The two nodded as they watched Chen Guodong leave with Brother Wu, saying, Sister Sun, do you think this kid is reliable? After all, they had just given him so much defective fabric. Sister Sun replied with a smile, You don't know how accurate the director is at judging people. I just overheard their conversation. The director already acknowledged him as a nephew. We definitely need to return the favor, and I feel that this little brother is quite trustworthy. Brother Wu shrugged and smiled, saying, All right, if you all think he's reliable, then he is. Whether we can have meat in the future will depend on this kid. Life is getting harder and harder, sigh. Sister Sun sighed in agreement, saying, Who can say otherwise? We don't know when this life will come to an end. As Chen Guodong walked down the road, he sneezed several times, thinking that his little sister must be missing him. He smiled and headed towards the Statron Hotel. Chen Guodong stepped out of the supply and marketing cooperative and looked around the corner, ensuring no one was watching before quickly stashing the items he had bought into his space. This space was indeed convenient, he chuckled softly. After finishing, he headed towards the Statron restaurant, which was easy to find and not far from the supply and marketing cooperative. Chen Guodong arrived at the entrance of the Statron restaurant, observing its modest facade. The gray walls prominently displayed the slogan, Save Food. By the wall stood a grandfather and his granddaughter. The little girl stared longingly through the window at the steaming buns, saying, Grandpa, I want to eat a big white bun. Ooh, I'm so hungry. The old man helplessly patted his pocket, shaking his head, his face lined with age. No, we can't buy any. We need to save money for your grandmother's medical treatment, okay? The little girl nodded understandingly. All right, I also want grandma to get better soon. Nyo will be good and want to eat. The old man then took her outside while she occasionally turned back to look at the large steamer. Having come from modern times, Chen Guodong felt compelled to invite them in to buy something, but he suddenly halted and chuckled to himself. Who in this era wasn't struggling? Wasn't he himself hungry? Chen Guodong took a deep breath and walked into the restaurant, pushing open the pine door covered in iron sheets. A wave of warmth mixed with the scent of alkaline flour and steam greeting him. Inside the 40 square meter hall, 8 square tables with benches occupied most of the space, and a stack of steamers reached half a person's height in the corner. Apart from the slogan Hard Work and Struggle, the wall also displayed a health flag. A waitress in a blue apron was writing the day's supply information on a blackboard with chalk. 2 half flour buns available. Each bun requires 1 liang of grain coupons plus 5 cents. A worker who had just entered complained, Sigh, why are the buns getting more expensive? Just having something to eat is good enough. Stop complaining, another worker replied. Next, the round-faced girl behind the counter, her blue uniform washed pale, had a name tag reading Statron Restaurant No. 007. Flour was still stuck to her fingertips as she handed buns to the worker in front. Chen Guodong stared at the snow-white buns made from premium flour in the glass cabinet, swallowing hard. He never thought he would crave buns so much, especially since such fine products were usually only available at the special window for cadres. Once the two workers finished their purchases, Chen Guodong stepped forward. Although he had seen what was written on the blackboard, he still asked uncertainly, "Comrade, how many 2-half flour buns can I get for 1 gene of grain coupons?" 1 gene of grain coupons can be exchanged for 10 2-half flour buns, plus 5 jiao, she said, pulling out the grain coupons. Suddenly, the waitress fell silent. At that moment, a man in a Zhongshan suit squeezed through with 2 pins tucked into his chest pocket. "Waitress, reserve half a gene of meat buns for me. This is a notice from the commercial bureau." Chen Guodong ignored the man in the Zhongshan suit and said, "I want 10 2-half flour buns." Wait. The staff member suddenly pressed down on the grain coupons. Last month, someone was caught selling grain coupons at Silly Market. The police said there have been counterfeit coupons circulating recently. He pointed at the corner of the grain coupon. "Why is this coupon so new? Where did it come from?" The waitress, being kind, hurriedly explained, "Comrade Zhang, this villager's coupon looks genuine." Chen Guodong had never encountered such a situation and didn't know how to explain. Just then a voice interrupted, "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" Manager Liu of the Statron restaurant pulled aside the curtain and stepped out. Comrade Zhang immediately put on a smile. "Manager Liu, I was just helping you keep an eye on things." The manager nodded and glanced at the grain coupons, asking, "Young comrade, can you please explain how you got this grain coupon?" Chen Guodong was taken aback. Manager Liu seemed friendly, so he replied, "This was given to me by Director Li from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative." Comrade Zhang sneered, "Humph, Director Li from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. You a rural kid, what would Director Li give you grain coupons for? I suspect this coupon was obtained through illegal means. Don't underestimate this grain coupon. With food so scarce now, trading grain coupons is a serious speculative crime." His loud shout drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Chen Guodong was speechless. What a baseless accusation. This person must be sick. Let's see how I deal with you. Don't talk nonsense. I really helped Director Li, and that's why he gave me the grain coupon. Comrade Zhang, however, was relentless. "Help. You a little brat, what could you possibly help with? If you don't clarify this today, I will consider this grain coupon problematic. Why is this guy like a mad dog refusing to let go?" Suddenly Chen Guodong understood. There will always be people looking down on others in any era. Unhurriedly, he replied, "Why should I tell you?" Comrade Zhang arrogantly said, "Kid, are you itching for a fight? Hurry up and say it." Chen Guodong calmly replied with a hint of disdain, "I've already said it. If you don't believe me, then I can't help it. How about this? If what I said is true, you will compensate me with a gene of grain coupons. How does that sound?" Comrade Zhang, seeing Chen Guodong's confidence, was momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Manager Liu sized up Chen Guodong and felt he wouldn't lie. If it turned out to be slander, everyone would look bad. So he intervened, "Old Li and I are quite familiar. Besides, the Supply and Marketing Cooperative is nearby. I believe this young comrade wouldn't lie. How about this?" Comrade Zhang, however, was not letting it go. "Look at this poor kid. How could he possibly know Director Li? He must be lying. Kid, I challenge you. Manager Liu, you serve as a witness." He handed the grain coupon to Manager Liu. Manager Liu, feeling helpless, accepted it and said, "All right, shall he go to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and ask Director Li to come confirm this?" Waitress Xiao he agreed and went out. Before long, she returned with Director Li. As soon as Director Li entered, he jokingly scolded, "Old Liu, why did you call me? If there's nothing, you owe me a meal." Manager Liu immediately welcomed him. "Old Li, it's nothing serious. We just want you to confirm whether you gave this young comrade grain coupons. You know how strict they are about speculation now. This Comrade Zhang is suspicious of the coupon's origins." Director Li glanced at Comrade Zhang and then turned to Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong immediately greeted him, "Hello, Director Li." Director Li thought to himself, "This kid is perceptive. He didn't call me Uncle Li. He can be taught." He turned to Manager Liu and smiled, "Old Liu, I privately gave this young comrade grain coupons. As for the reason, I can't say." After finishing, he shot a glance at Comrade Zhang, which was essentially giving Chen Guodong support, while also being careful not to offend anyone. Chen Guodong understood the implication and felt quite satisfied. Manager Liu said to Comrade Zhang, "All right, it was all a misunderstanding. This grain coupon was indeed given to this child by Director Li." Comrade Zhang, upon hearing this, was taken aback. He never expected that this kid actually had backing and really knew Director Li. His previously arrogant demeanor vanished without a trace. He stammered, I was just trying to prevent speculative behavior. That's why I asked a few more questions." Chen Guodong glared at Comrade Zhang, saying, "You accused someone without any evidence. You nearly caused me to be unable to buy buns." Manager Liu smiled and mediated, all right. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared, let's not take it to heart. Young man, go get your buns." Chen Guodong still felt aggrieved and refused to let it go, saying, "So, does our bet still count?" The section head, with a somewhat pale face, glanced at Director Li, and Manager Liu gritted his teeth and said, "Fine." Manager Liu did not expect Chen Guodong to remember the bet. It seemed that this kid was either a reckless youth or a tough character. "So do you all agree that the young comrade still wants his food stamps exchanged for steamed buns?" Chen Guodong immediately changed to a smiling face and said, yes, yes, exchange everything for steamed buns. Our family hasn't seen steamed buns for a long time. Saying this, he handed the money and food stamps to the waiter. Only then did the waiter hand the steamed buns wrapped in newspaper to Chen Guodong. Gratefully, he glanced at Director Li and Manager Liu and said, thank you, Manager Liu and Director Li, for helping me clear up the misunderstanding, otherwise I would have been in trouble today. Manager Liu waved his hand with a smile and said, it's nothing. In the future, if you encounter such matters, don't rush, just clarify the situation. Director Li smiled and mediated, all right, it's good that the misunderstanding is cleared up. Comrade Zhang, you are also here to serve the people better. This young comrade is still young, so don't take it to heart. I will be leaving now. Although Comrade Zhang's face was unpleasant, he felt he could not refute Director Li's words since he had given him a way out. He could only smile and say, yes, yes, Director Li is right. I didn't take it to heart, it's a small matter. After seeing that the situation was resolved, Director Li took his leave and exited. Chen Guodong secretly thought that Director Li was quite slick in handling matters. Holding the steamed buns, he followed him outside and apologized, I'm sorry, Uncle Li, for causing you trouble. I initially wanted to let it go, but that person kept staring at me, and I couldn't hold back my anger. It felt uncomfortable. Director Li laughed heartily. If you hadn't come to explain, I would have underestimated you. It's normal for young people, but you should pay more attention to the situation in the future. There are many people I can't afford to offend, you understand? Chen Guodong nodded vigorously. Uncle Li, I understand. I will be more careful in the future. Director Li nodded in satisfaction and said, I have things to attend to, so I won't keep you. Remember to bring some meat when you can. With that, he left, hands behind his back. Chen Guodong watched Director Li leave, thinking to himself that he would remember this favor to repay it someday. Holding the large steamed bun in his hands, he wondered if it would taste good. He took a bite of a 2-grain steamed bun and exclaimed, so fragrant. He wasn't sure if it was due to his hunger or if it truly tasted good, but it had a rich wheat aroma, a flavor he hadn't tasted in his past life, though it was a bit hard to swallow. Chen Guodong was truly starving and had to eat too before feeling better. Although he still wanted to eat more, he held back, thinking of his family at home. He tidied his mood, found a secluded corner, hid the buns, and headed home. Just as he exited the city, he spotted the old man and the little girl he had encountered at the Station restaurant rummaging through a garbage pile. Was this fate? How could they meet again? While he was pondering, he heard the little girl happily exclaim, Grandpa, I found a chicken bone. We can make soup for Grandma tonight to help her health. Hearing the little girl's words felt like a cold wind piercing his heart, making him feel a chill inside. Damn. What kind of world is this? Isn't it too difficult? He thought he was having a rough start, but this little girl must be starting in hell. To be honest, Chen Guodong felt a pang of conscience indeed. Having received 9 years of compulsory education, Chen Guodong had a conscience and couldn't bear to see such a scene before him. He had just managed to hold back his emotions, but now seeing this, he couldn't hold back any longer. He took out 3 steamed buns and thought that since he had the space, he could definitely make more money. Plus, there was a wild boar he hadn't yet figured out how to sell for maximum profit. However, this grandfather and granddaughter were clearly in dire need. From their conversation, it seemed the old lady was sick. Gritting his teeth, he counted out the 7 yuan he needed to repay the village and put it into his space. He packed the remaining money along with 3 candies and oil paper and walked towards the grandfather and granddaughter. As Chen Guodong approached, the grandfather and granddaughter were delighted to find the chicken bone. However, upon noticing that Chen Guodong was also in ragged clothes, they assumed he was there to rob them of the chicken bone. The old man protectively shielded his granddaughter behind him, watching Chen Guodong warily, as if ready to retaliate at any moment. Chen Guodong displayed what he thought was a friendly smile and said, Old man, don't misunderstand. I mean no harm, I'm just passing by. The little girl clutched the chicken bone tightly in both hands, hiding behind her grandfather. The old man relaxed slightly, but still guarded against Chen Guodong, asking, What do you want, young man? It's nothing, I just want to give you some food, Chen Guodong said kindly. The old man immediately became tense and said hurriedly, My granddaughter is not for sale. You can leave now. Upon hearing her grandfather say this, the little girl immediately cried, Grandpa, don't sell me. I'll be good. I won't be greedy for food anymore. I'll work hard to find something to eat. Chen Guodong stood there in confusion, thinking, what's going on? Who am I? Where am I? What did I say? In fact, Chen Guodong didn't fully understand the current situation. Many people were starving and would sell themselves for a meal. The old man stroked the little girl's head, comforting her. Don't worry, Grandpa won't sell you. Young man, you should leave quickly. I won't sell it. Don't scare my granddaughter. Only then did Chen Guodong realize that such situations indeed existed nowadays. He smiled and said, Old man, you misunderstand. I'm not here to buy anything. I just feel that we are fated to meet again, so I want to help you a little. Young man, you want to help me? No. Times are tough for everyone. Look at you, you're not dressed well either. Just take good care of your parents. The old man was surprised, but still cautiously declined. Chen Guodong urged, "Don't worry, old man. I will definitely take good care of my parents. I heard you say at the Statron restaurant that the grandmother is sick. If I hadn't run into you, I might have let it go, but now that I have, I can't help but feel uneasy. Just accept these few steamed buns, even if it's not for yourself, consider it for the young and old. It's just a few steamed buns, ooh, please don't refuse." With that, Chen Guodong stuffed the oil paper bag into the old man's hands. The old man initially wanted to refuse, but he couldn't get the words out because Chen Guodong had hit the nail on the head. With red eyes, he choked up and said, "Thank you, young man. You are our benefactor." Nyonyo quickly thanked the big brother. Saying this, he pulled Nyonyo to bow to Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong immediately stopped him, saying, No, I want to live a few more years. Old man, this is revenge, not gratitude." The old man was about to express his gratitude, but Chen Guodong's words choked him up. "You young man, we will remember this. Nyonyo, remember this, big brother. He is our benefactor. Where are you from, young man?" Nyonyo stared at Chen Guodong with wide eyes, as if wanting to engrave his image in her heart. Chen Guodong shook his head. "Good deeds don't need names. If you can help others in the future, do it. I'm leaving now, take care, old man." With that, he walked away. The grandfather and granddaughter watched Chen Guodong walk far away before unwrapping the oil paper bag. What came into view were 3 steamed buns, candies, and money. The old man immediately panicked and quickly rewrapped the oil paper bag. Nyonyo's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, "Grandpa, I see money. Grandma can see the doctor now." The old man's eyes turned red again as he gratefully said, "Nyonyo, kneel down and thank our benefactor." Saying this, the old man pulled Nyonyo and bowed heavily in the direction Chen Guodong had left. Of course, Chen Guodong was completely unaware, otherwise he would have cursed, "This is going to shorten my lifespan." Now Chen Guodong was staggering home, feeling a bit dejected that the money he had worked hard to earn was now all gone. "Next time, I swear I won't do good deeds again. Damn it." Chen Guodong hurriedly arrived at the vicinity of Chinjigu just before nightfall. After some thought, Chen Guodong decided not to take too many candies, just half a kilogram would suffice. Taking more would be hard to explain, plus the family didn't even have a proper storage jar for candies. If he took too many and couldn't finish them, ants would be attracted to them, so it was better to take just enough and bring more later. He then took out the steamed buns and packed the defective cloth needle thread and paper he bought today into the cloth bag. He couldn't go back yet, he had to be cautious about carrying too many items. He waited near the village entrance until it was dark before heading home. By then, everyone in the village had rested, so he refrained from asking questions to conserve energy. As Chen Guodong approached his home, he saw Lin Yu waiting at the door, eagerly looking out. He felt a deep sense of gratitude. It was truly wonderful to have someone waiting and caring for him. Chen Guodong hurriedly went up to her and called out, "Mother, I'm back." Lin Yu's furrowed brow relaxed upon hearing Chen Guodong's call, and the weight in her heart lifted as she reproached him, "Why did you come back so late? I was worried and almost sent your Uncle San to look for you." Chen Guodong quickly reassured her, "Mother, it's fine. I'm grown up, now don't worry. Let's go inside, I brought back good things for you." With that, he took Lin Yu into the house. Lin Yu, a slightly puzzled, asked, "Son, what did you bring back? Why is the cloth bag so full?" Little sister, hearing the commotion at the door, also got up from the Kong, and seeing it was Chen Guodong, joyfully shouted, "Brother, you're back. I waited so long that I fell asleep. What's in the bag?" Curiously, she walked over. Chen Guodong smiled and said, "Little sister, this is a good thing." He then took out 2 pieces of candy, placing one in Lin Yu's palm and directly putting the other into little sister's mouth. When the little glutton sister realized it, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Guodong and exclaimed, "Brother, it's so sweet. Is this candy?" "Yes," Chen Guodong chuckled, ruffling her hair and giving her a few more pieces. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with joy, and she instinctively tried to save some in her pocket, estimating that she wouldn't want to eat it all. Chen Guodong immediately stopped her, saying, "Mother, hurry and eat. Don't hold back, there's plenty more here." As he spoke, he pulled out the half a kilogram of candy. "Brother, that's a lot of candy." Little sister exclaimed, her face filled with excitement. "Son, why did you buy so much candy?" Lin Yu said, though her eyes sparkled with joy, she felt a bit pained about the money spent. "This is too extravagant." "It's fine, mother. This candy is very cheap and it doesn't even require tickets. Hurry, it's really delicious," Chen Guodong urged. Lin Yu looked at her son helplessly, knowing she couldn't argue, and popped the candy into her mouth. Her eyes lit up as she remarked, "It has indeed been a long time since I had candy. It's so sweet, I'm truly enjoying the fruits of my son's labor. The good days are still ahead," Chen Guodong said proudly. By this time, he had already pulled Lin Yu into the inner room, and little sister followed closely, like a little shadow. Sitting on the Kong in the inner room, Qin Jianjun felt relieved to see his son back, and asked with concern, "Guodong, why are you back so late? Did something happen?" Chen Guodong laughed, and said, "It's nothing, I just walked slowly. I went to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell the game, and I got a very good price, which is why I brought back these things." At this moment, little sister took a piece of candy and directly fed it to Chen Jianjun, asking, "Dad, is this candy sweet?" Chen Jianjun was filled with appreciation and surprise as he tasted the candy. "Where did this candy come from?" "It's really sweet." Little sister giggled. "Brother bought it." Chen Jianjun looked at Chen Guodong in surprise. "Guodong, did you really buy candy?" He seemed skeptical. Chen Guodong smiled and said, "Not just candy, I also brought back many good things." With a hint of pride, he pulled out the soft steamed buns made from 2 parts flour. The little foodie sister immediately exclaimed in delight, "Brother, is this steamed bun? It's so soft." She reached out to touch it. Lin Yu's surprise turned to alarm upon seeing the 2-part flour buns. She quickly covered little sister's mouth and scolded, "Don't shout. I've told you so many times you never learn. What if someone hears? Would you give them some?" Little sister shook her head vigorously, and only then did Lin Yu let go, saying, "Remember this next time." Little sister nodded. Chen Jianjun's eyes were also filled with surprise, but he still expressed concern. "Guodong, how could you trade for so many buns and candy? The village's debts aren't settled yet, and we shouldn't eat, so well, this isn't right." Chen Guodong patted his chest and placed the money owed to the village on the Kong, saying, "Don't worry, Dad, I always handle things properly." Seeing the money on the Kong, Chen Jianjun's expression brightened. "Guodong, you did well. You've really grown up." Chen Guodong smiled and said, "Dad, mother, little sister, there's more to be surprised about." He then took out the paper and salt from the cloth bag. Lin Yu was happy seeing the items, but still remarked, "Son, this paper wasn't necessary. We could use leaves and bamboo strips instead. You're wasting money." Chen Guodong disdainfully shook his head and replied, "It's fine, mother. This doesn't cost much. If it runs out, I'll buy more." He pulled out the cloth. Once Chen Guodong took out all the cloth, he noticed everyone was silent. When he looked up, he found little sister and Lin Yu covering their mouths. Their eyes widened in disbelief at what he had brought out. Chen Jianjun was also a bit flustered and stammered, "Guodong, did you get all these things from hunting? You didn't do anything illegal, did you?" Lin Yu immediately started to cry, "Son, we may be poor, but we can manage, yet if you do something illegal, there would be no turning back." At this point, Chen Guodong realized that he had indeed brought back too much. In this era, one had to be cautious. "Dad, mother, don't worry. These were all traded at the supply and marketing cooperative. Here's the receipt. Look, this is defective cloth which doesn't require tickets and is very cheap. I've become quite skilled at hunting now." Chen Jianjun and Lin Yu finally noticed the receipt and the defective cloth as they listened to Chen Guodong. Lin Yu glared at Chen Jianjun and said, "Dear, why are you jumping to conclusions? You scared me. I told you my son could never be someone who breaks the law." Chen Jianjun awkwardly smiled and said, "I was just wondering how a few game animals could be traded for so many things." Chen Guodong interjected, "Dad, food is scarce now. Meat is even more precious. It's hard to find meat in the city, so that's why I could trade for so much. From now on, I'll hunt more in the mountains to lessen the burden on our family." Chen Jianjun was astonished. "Guodong, are you really telling the truth?" "Yes, it's true. When I traded the game for goods, you wouldn't believe how enthusiastic they were. The prices shocked me." Chen Guodong explained. Chen Jianjun expressed concern. "You were lucky to catch game this time. The forest is too dangerous. It's best not to go back. The debts have already been cleared, so don't take risks." A few days ago, Wang Lauer from the neighboring village went deep into the forest and never came back. Lin Yu also looked at Chen Guodong with worry, saying, "Yes, you should listen to your father. You're my only precious son. You can't get into trouble. We can endure being poor." Chen Guodong felt touched by their concern, but he thought their mindset was too conservative. He didn't want to suffer silently. So he replied, "Don't worry, Dad and Mom. I've learned a lot of skills from my master who has accepted me as his disciple. From now on, I'll often go into the mountains to hunt with him. This time I brought back so much thanks to my master." Upon hearing this, Chen Jianjun and Lin Yu smiled happily. "Then you must learn well from your master about hunting, but just one thing, be careful." Although Lin Yu was happy, she still cautioned him with concern. Chen Jianjun also earnestly advised Guodong, "Now that you've acknowledged your master, remember that once a teacher, always a father. You must learn the skills well and repay your master properly in the future." Initially, it was just a fabricated story, but now Chen Guodong didn't know how to respond. He could only nod. "I understand, Dad and Mom. I will study hard and ensure we live a good life in the future." At this moment, little sister happily said, "Then brother, can I eat meat every day in the future?" Chen Guodong gently flicked her nose and laughed, "Of course you can. But eat it every day and you'll become a big fatso." "Do you want to be a big fatso?" Little sister immediately shook her head. "No. I don't want to be a big fatso. That's ugly." It was surprising how such a young girl already had a sense of aesthetics. Her words made the entire family burst into laughter. "Lin, you said you want to eat meat every day? That's a beautiful dream. With buns to eat, I'd even dream about waking up laughing." Chen Guodong laughed. "Don't worry, mother. I'll definitely ensure our family has enough food in the future." Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. "I believe in you. It's been many years since I've seen so much new fabric. Now I don't have to worry about you getting cold in winter. I can make several pieces of clothing for both of you. As she spoke, she gently caressed the fabric. Chen Guodong felt moved. At this moment, he was only thinking about making clothes for his siblings and hadn't considered making any for himself. Mother, I bought this fabric to make clothes for all 4 of us. You should make one for each. Chen Jianjun quickly refused. Just make clothes for your siblings. We can manage with what we have. Lin Yu nodded. Your father is right. Just make clothes for you too. Chen Guodong couldn't agree. Dad and Mom, don't worry. I can still hunt and trade for cloth. Mother, just make 4 pieces. Listen to me, or I won't want anything. Little sister obediently said, Brother, I don't want anything either. Chen Jianjun and Lin Yu exchanged glances, and Jianjun said with relief, All right, then we'll follow Guodong's wishes and make 4 pieces. Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong sighed in relief, truly worried they wouldn't make clothes for themselves. At this moment, Chen Jianjun pondered and said, Son, with so many steamed buns, we can't eat them all ourselves. Let's send 2 to your Uncle San and cousin. Lin Yu smiled and said, There's no need to rush. Let's fill our stomachs first. We can't help others on an empty stomach. Right, I get it. My impatient nature always wants to repay kindness immediately. Let's eat first, and then talk. Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong immediately took a steamed bun and divided it among everyone, and they began to eat. Lin Yu looked at Chen Guodong with a satisfied and appreciative expression, saying, I haven't had anything this delicious in a long time. I'm truly enjoying the benefits of being a son. Mother, there's still more for you, Chen Guodong said as he handed Lin Yu another bun. Lin Yu quickly shook her head and said, No, I won't eat anymore. Save it for tomorrow. That will be enough for me. Chen Guodong could tell that this was not about being full. She was clearly afraid of being hungry. His heart ached at the thought of wanting to save food for tomorrow, and he vowed to ensure his family would live a better life in the future. Mother, please eat. I will definitely make sure everyone has enough in the future, Chen Guodong insisted, forcefully handing Lin Yu a bun, then turning to Chen Jianjun saying, Father, you should eat more. It will help you recover faster. Father, you don't need to eat so much. You haven't even moved around, so you're not hungry, Chen Jianjun said, hesitating. All right, Father, if I give you 5 more, you can eat them all. You need to get better. The family still needs you to support us. Chen Guodong spoke earnestly. The 2 exchanged glances, and seeing Chen Guodong's firm attitude, they could only remain silent and continue eating. Seeing that his parents were eating, Chen Guodong turned to his little sister, gently patting her on the head and smiling. Little sister, you should eat one more so you can grow up quickly. The little sister looked at her parents and then at the buns, seemingly hesitating. Chen Guodong added, Little sister, just eat. Brother can find plenty of food for you, so don't worry. Upon hearing Chen Guodong's reassurance, the little sister stopped hesitating and happily said, Okay, brother. I will grow up quickly and bring back plenty of food, just like you. Everyone burst into laughter at her earnest little adult demeanor. After finishing 2 steamed buns, everyone declared they wouldn't eat anymore. Chen Guodong had no choice but to take it slow. He carefully wrapped the buns in 2 clean pieces of cloth, holding them tightly against his chest, and stepped out of the house, heading towards his 3rd uncle's home. Upon arriving at his 3rd uncle's door, Chen Guodong gently knocked. Who is it? Came Chen Jianjun's voice from inside. It's me, Guodong, 3rd uncle. The door creaked open, and Chen Jianjun looked at Chen Guodong with a hint of surprise, saying, Guodong, what brings you here? Chen Guodong glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then smiled as he retrieved the cloth bundle from his pocket. 3rd uncle, my father asked me to bring you some food. Chen Jianjun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly welcomed Chen Guodong into the house. Inside, 3rd uncle's wife was sitting at the edge of the Kong. Chen Guodong greeted her, saying, Hello, 3rd aunt. Where are my cousins? They are sleeping in the back room. With food being so scarce now, I didn't dare let them move around. Guodong, please sit down quickly. Chen Guodong did not sit down, but opened the cloth bundle to reveal 2 steamed buns, handing them to Chen Jianjun. At this moment, 3rd aunt's eyes lit up at the sight of the buns, and she turned to look at 3rd uncle as if urging him to take them immediately. Chen Jianjun looked at the buns Chen Guodong offered and quickly waved his hand, saying, Guodong, we can't accept this. Food is so scarce right now, you should keep them for yourselves. Chen Guodong hurriedly replied, 3rd uncle, please don't refuse. My father said you've helped our family a lot in the past, so you must accept this little gesture of ours. If you don't accept it, my father will be upset. Chen Jianjun still hesitated, his eyes filled with conflict. On one hand, he felt sorry for Chen Guodong's family since they were his own brother, and he knew they were having a hard time. On the other hand, food was indeed tight at home, and these 2 buns were a significant temptation. Seeing this, Chen Guodong said again, 3rd uncle, if you don't accept this, it would seem like you look down on our family. Don't worry, we still have food at home. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianjun glanced at his wife, whose eyes were filled with longing, then looked at the sincere Chen Guodong, and finally sighed, taking the buns, saying, Guodong, I will accept this with a thick face. Thank your father for me when you go back. We are all family, so if you encounter any difficulties in the future, just let us know. Chen Guodong nodded with satisfaction and playfully said, sure, I will definitely think of third uncle when I need help, ha. Chen Jianjun chuckled, you little rascal. Chen Guodong smiled and said, then I'll be heading back now, third uncle. As Chen Guodong turned to leave, he heard Chen Jianjun call out, Guodong. Chen Guodong turned back puzzled and asked, what's up, third uncle? Chen Jianjun hesitated, then shook his head saying, it's nothing, just be careful on your way back when it gets dark. Is there something you wanted to say, third uncle? Chen Guodong asked. Chen Jianjun smiled. It's nothing, just be safe on your way back. There's nothing else. Chen Guodong nodded. Then I'll be heading back, third uncle. With that, he stepped out the door. As soon as Chen Guodong left, Chen Jianjun turned to third aunt and said, did you see that? This is what brotherhood means. When good things happen, they will think of each other. So don't say we won't help anymore. Third aunt, convinced, replied, all right, I'll say they have a good heart, I won't speak ill of them anymore. It was clear that third aunt had previously looked down on Chen Guodong's family. After all, they were indeed very poor, and it was tough during these times. By the way, dear, what did you want to say when you stopped Guodong just now? Third aunt asked, coming back to her senses. Chen Jianjun did not answer, saying, it's nothing. Today we had some wild vegetable soup. Since Guodong brought 2 buns, you can boil them into a porridge to fill up a bit and wake those 2 kids up to eat some. Sure enough, as soon as third aunt heard there was food, she immediately brightened up and responded eagerly, then went to busy herself. Chen Jianjun sighed. After bidding farewell to third uncle's home, he hurried to his cousin's house. Upon reaching his cousin's house, the same scene unfolded again. Chen Jinfu initially refused, saying, Guodong, take the buns back. You should eat them yourselves. We are all relatives, and helping each other is right, but we can't take your things. Chen Guodong patiently persuaded, cousin, please don't be so polite. My father said that we remember the kindness you've shown our family. Please accept these buns as a token of our appreciation. Third uncle's wife was standing by, and although she didn't speak, her eyes were fixed on the buns in Chen Guodong's hands, revealing her uncontainable anticipation. Chen Guodong continued, cousin, look at how life is right now. Oh, it's hard for everyone. But as long as we support each other as relatives, we will definitely get through this together. If you don't accept it, won't that put me in a difficult position? After pondering for a moment, Chen Jinfu finally took the buns and said gratefully, Guodong, please thank your father for me. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. All right, I understand, cousin. I will probably trouble you more in the future, so don't worry, Chen Guodong joked. Chen Jinfu laughed. No problem, but you must not violate the rules. Chen Guodong immediately assured, I definitely won't. By the way, cousin, here's the village debt. Please help pay it back to the villagers. As he spoke, he handed the debt repayment to Chen Jinfu. Chen Jinfu was a bit surprised as he took it, smiling. You gathered it so quickly. I was lucky and caught some game, then exchanged it in town. It felt uncomfortable to owe someone, so I paid off the debt first, and now I feel light all over, Chen Guodong said with a smile. You're quite capable, kid. All right, I'll pay everyone back tomorrow. After Chen Guodong finished his business, he said, then I'll take my leave, cousin. Okay, head back safely. As he spoke, he stepped out feeling lighthearted and joyful as he walked home, thinking about the situations of his third uncle and cousin, as well as his own family's life. Although food was still scarce, he felt that the bond of mutual care and support among relatives was more precious than anything else. Upon returning home, Chen Guodong recounted the process of delivering buns and settling debts to his father. Chen Jianjun listened, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face, saying, that's good. We should be like this. When others are good to us, we must remember it and not forget our roots. Chen Guodong nodded in agreement. From his father, he learned the principles of being a good person and understood how powerful familial love could be during these difficult times. One person's strength is always limited. If he wants to live better in this era, he will likely need to rely on familial bonds to develop his own strength. The next day, Chen Guodong woke up early, feeling pleased after tasting the sweetness of hunting. His younger sister was still asleep, drooling, probably dreaming of a big chicken leg. Chen Guodong muttered to himself, what a greedy cat, but in this era, who isn't tempted by food? Shaking his head, he put on his worn-out shoes and stepped outside. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Lin Yu busy in the kitchen. Chen Guodong walked over and asked, Mother, what are you busy with? Lin Yu turned her head upon hearing his voice and smiled. I'm boiling corn. By the way, Guodong, you should be running low on corn, right? Why don't we eat a little less? Eating 2 corns every day is too extravagant. Indeed, eating corn every day will raise suspicions. I need to think of a way to bring back some other food. It's almost gone, but don't worry, Mother, you just keep boiling it. Once I catch something, I'll go to the city to trade for some food. But, Lin Yu started to speak, but Chen Guodong interrupted. All right, Mother, just eat peacefully. I'll go check the traps in the mountains. Here, take this to eat on the way. Make sure to be safe, Lin Yu said as she stuffed the corn into Chen Guodong's hands. Got it, Mother, he replied, taking the corn and stepping out. The sun had just risen and the village was exceptionally quiet. Perhaps it was because everyone was really hungry, they avoided unnecessary movement. On the way up the mountain, it was particularly quiet. Chen Guodong truly enjoyed the peaceful feeling of the small mountain village, perhaps because in his past life, he had been too busy to truly savor life. As the past faded like the wind, Chen Guodong shook off these thoughts, secretly vowing to live a splendid life in this lifetime. The ideals were rich while reality was harsh. Upon reaching the first trap, he found nothing. Just when he was about to live splendidly, all he could hope for was a full meal. Chen Guodong chuckled at himself and proceeded to the next trap, hoping for a good catch. It better not be empty, otherwise there would really be no meat to eat. Sometimes he really wanted to take out that wild boar from his space, but it surely had its uses, so he held back. He walked expectantly toward the second trap, and indeed it did not disappoint him. Not far away, he heard rustling sounds causing his heart to tighten with excitement. As he got closer, he suddenly saw a small mouse eating the cornstalk. Perhaps it was too light, causing the trap to remain untriggered. A small mouse was better than nothing, but just as Chen Guodong was contemplating how to catch it, the mouse seemed to sense his presence and darted away in an instant. Chen Guodong was speechless. It was too small to trigger the trap, leaving him with no choice. Sighing, he headed toward the cave where there was another trap. Upon arriving, he saw that the corn was growing quite well. Checking on food during these tough times was a good way to soothe the soul. He planted 10 more corn seeds and watered them with spiritual spring water before leaving the cave, then headed towards the trap, hoping for a good catch. When he arrived near the trap, there was not a single sound. This was truly frustrating. What was going on? His luck today seemed to be incredibly poor. Chen Guodong sighed, comforting himself. Even though I used corn as bait, how can one expect to catch prey every day? If that were the case, wouldn't all the villagers be going up the mountain every day? With his mood tidied up, he prepared to head down. Just as he was about to exit the forest, he suddenly heard someone shouting, sounding quite anxious. Chen Guodong moved closer to the sound, quickly realizing it was a familiar voice, so he quickened his pace. The voice grew closer, and he finally heard clearly. Is anyone there? Help! What was going on? Chen Guodong's mind was filled with question marks. He ran over, and upon getting closer, discovered someone had fallen into a deep trap. The person inside was familiar to Chen Guodong. It was his second uncle's 2 sons, his 20-year-old cousin Chen Guoqiang and his 14-year-old younger cousin Chen Guogang. As soon as Chen Guoqiang heard someone approaching, he looked up and saw it was Chen Guodong. Overjoyed, he shouted, Guodong! Guodong! Thank goodness! Quick, find a vine and pull us up. At this moment, Chen Guogang also saw Chen Guodong. His eyes filled with surprise and immediately teared up, shouting, Brother Guodong, pull us up. Boo-hoo. Chen Guodong, seeing that the two seemed fine, felt relieved and asked with concern, Changgu, are you all right? How did you fall into this trap? We're fine. We slid down the edge. Guodong, don't ask now, but just pull us up first. Chen Guoqiang replied, somewhat speechless. Oh, okay, just wait a moment while I find a vine, Chen Guodong said, then searched around and found a sturdy one, breaking it with a stone before heading to the trap's edge. He lowered the vine and said, Changgu, you help Guogang up first. Later I'll pull you up with Gongzi. I can't pull you up alone. All right, Gongzi, you go up first. Okay, brother. Chen Guogang replied, taking hold of the vine. Chen Guoqiang below propped him up, and after much effort, they managed to pull Chen Guoqiang up. After pulling Chen Guoqiang up, the 3 of them collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Chen Guodong asked in confusion, by the way, Changgu, how did you fall into the trap? Chen Guoqiang's face turned red from the question, feeling a bit embarrassed. Didn't you give us those steamed buns made from 2 kinds of flour yesterday? With no work to earn points during the slack season, I thought I might try my luck in the mountains to see if I could catch some prey to help my family. Changgu, you should have told me. I could teach you how to set traps to catch prey. Oh, I know this forest well. It's dangerous to wander around like this. Chen Guodong acknowledged the reasoning behind his cousin's actions. Chen Guogang chimed in, Brother Guodong, my dad wanted to tell you last night, but he couldn't find the words, especially since it relates to cooking skills for food. What does that matter? We're family. Could I possibly watch you go hungry? We are relatives. Chen Guodong felt a bit emotional. People in these times were indeed straightforward, and traditional concepts were deeply ingrained. But this is the cooking skill your master taught you. Should you really teach it to us? Chen Guoqiang asked, feeling touched, yet hesitant. Chen Guodong shrugged off the concern, saying, What's the big deal? It's just digging a trap to catch some prey. It's nothing hard, it's all physical work. Really? Brother Guodong, you will really teach us how to catch prey. That's great. Now we can help bring food home. Chen Guogang was so excited he danced on the spot. Chen Guodong patted Chen Guogang's shoulder, smiling, Of course. We are brothers. Chen Guoqiang commented, Guodong, I've noticed you seem to have matured a lot. Haha, Changgu, people will naturally grow up. It's normal. Chen Guodong replied with a smile, secretly thinking to himself that of course he had matured, he had lived 2 lifetimes. Chen Guodong nodded in agreement, but still asked with concern, Guodong, are you sure it's okay for you to teach us? How will you explain it to your master? No worries, I'll handle things with my master. You just need to relax, Chen Guodong explained helplessly. In this era, indeed, a day as a teacher is like a lifetime as a father. His master treated him like a father, which made his cousin worry. At this moment, Chen Guodong mysteriously smiled and said, Brother Guodong, actually, there's a reason we fell into the trap. Oh, what is it, Gongzi, that seems so mysterious? Chen Guodong asked Chen Guodong with a puzzled expression. Chen Guodong triumphantly pulled out a small finger-sized sweet potato from his pocket, saying, Hee, it's a sweet potato. Chen Guodong immediately smacked him on the back of the head and chided, Isn't it because of you? You rushed up when you saw a sweet potato on the trap, and I couldn't stop you. Luckily Guodong was nearby, otherwise we might not have been able to climb back up ourselves. Chen Guodong, realizing the reason, couldn't help but smile wryly. Next time, really be careful. Where do you find pies falling from the sky? Only traps can fall. He suddenly thought this sweet potato is much more productive than corn and is also particularly filling. A pleasant surprise. Got it, Guodong ji, I'll be careful next time. Here, this is for you, Chen Guodong said without hesitation, handing the precious sweet potato to Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong was a bit taken aback, still pondering what to trade for the sweet potato. They fell into the trap for the sweet potato, but now they just gave it to him. It was clear that they were still very eager for food. To be honest, Chen Guodong felt really touched. This is what family is about, and it felt wonderful. You're really giving this sweet potato to me. Aren't you going to eat it? Chen Guodong joked. There's no way I would lie about it. Guodong ji, you need to fill your belly first. Chen Guodong pretended to act grown-up and replied solemnly. All right, I'll accept it. Let's head back first. Tomorrow we'll bring tools and go back to the mountain to dig the trap. He then put the small sweet potato into his pocket and stood up, heading home. On the way, Chen Guodong explained to the two how to set traps and find positions, but perhaps the two really lacked talent or their exposure was too limited. They seemed to struggle to understand. Finally, Chen Guodong gave up and said, All right, just follow my lead. The brothers clearly understood this as they nodded happily in unison. Thus they returned to Chenjiagu, and from a distance they saw their third uncle pacing back and forth at the village entrance. Upon hearing the noise, he looked up, and when he saw the three return together, his worried heart finally relaxed. As they approached, Chen Guodong greeted with a smile, Third uncle, what are you doing here? Chen Jianyong scolded with a laugh, Isn't it waiting for these two little rascals? I told them not to go up the mountain, but they didn't listen. If they didn't come back soon, I would have called someone to go find them. The brothers hung their heads in silence upon hearing this, and Chen Guodong quickly interjected to ease the awkwardness, saying, Third uncle, we just met them when they entered the mountain. I asked them to help with setting traps, which is why we returned late. Chen Jianyong shook his head. I know these two kids well, you don't need to cover for them. Thank you today, Guodong. We'll head back now. Your third and is worried sick. He turned to his cousin and younger cousin, scolding, Hurry up and come home. Your mother is worried to death. Oh, the two quickly responded, then followed behind Chen Jianyong back home. Chen Guodong shook his head and smiled as he also headed home. As he approached home, he took out 4 ears of corn from the space and placed them in his backpack before pushing the door open. Lin Yu and his little sister greeted him, and Lin Yu asked with concern, Did you encounter any danger while learning to hunt with your master? His little sister looked at her big brother with wide, concerned eyes. Chen Guodong smiled warmly, saying, What danger could there be? It was very safe. Mother, you can rest easy. Come, let me see what I brought back. He then put down the backpack, and his little sister's eyes lit up with excitement when she spotted the corn. Brother, you brought back corn again. That's so great. Oh, I love eating corn. Lin Yu also smiled upon seeing the corn, saying, Son, you're really amazing. You managed to bring back corn. I thought there was none left. Chen Guodong felt a tightness in his heart, realizing he couldn't bring corn next time. Fortunately, Gongzi had brought back a small sweet potato today, so they could switch up their diet tomorrow. He patted his little sister's head and said, Mother, there really won't be corn tomorrow. Well, I've finished all the corn I brought back. He hadn't finished speaking. Then what are we going to eat in the future? No, we can cook one today, but we have to save some. Sai, a few days ago I told you to save some, but you wouldn't listen. Now what do we do? Lin Yu said in a bit of a panic. Chen Guodong actually understood Lin Yu's feelings. Just when she had a bit of hope, it was snatched away. It was inevitable to feel this way, but he hadn't finished speaking yet. Mother, hold on, it's just that there's no corn. I can still hunt, and I can find food on the mountain. Oh, right, I'm so impatient. I was scared and panicked upon hearing there's none left, but we should still eat a little less of the mountain's game. It's not from our family. Lin Yu suddenly realized. Mother, cooking one is definitely not enough. Oh, let's cook 2 and have some steamed buns. I still need to go back up the mountain, and I need to eat something, otherwise I won't have the energy. Chen Guodong said helplessly. Lin Yu had originally been determined to cook one, but after hearing her son's words she agreed, without hesitation, to go cook. Chen Guodong walked into the inner room and greeted Chen Jianjun. Dad, are you feeling better today? Not much better now. It's not swollen anymore, I should be able to move around soon. You must be careful when you go up the mountain. Your uncle came to remind me today that he heard from another village that someone encountered a bear in the mountains recently. Chen Jianjun said with concern. Oh, that's fine. My master has a hunting rifle. He's an old hunter, so it's all right. Dad, don't worry. Chen Guodong reassured. Chen Jianjun felt much more at ease after hearing this. Still be careful and listen to your master more. Got it, Dad. Chen Guodong nodded in agreement. By the way, Dad, I ran into Changji and Gangzi on the mountain today. They also want to hunt to help their family, so I plan to teach them how to hunt and set traps. Otherwise, it's really dangerous for them without someone to guide them, plus, they are all my brothers. Chen Jianjun thought for a moment and agreed, saying, what you're doing is right, but one thing to note is that if there are really any game, it must be fair. Don't give them more or less. Brothers should keep accounts clear, understand? Chen Guodong suddenly realized, right, I was still thinking that if there was game I should give them more. It seems I still haven't adapted to this era. The principle of a grain of rice brings gratitude, a grain of millet brings enmity, must be kept in mind to avoid good intentions turning into bad outcomes. Understood, Dad, I'll remember that. Just remember that. I know you have a good heart, but some things need to be measured, Chen Jianjun advised. After chatting for a while, they ate corn and steamed buns, and then rested. Why did they rest so early? As Dad would say, if you're full, move less, you can save a meal. The next day, because he had to take his cousins up the mountain, Chen Guodong had prepared early. He thought he had gotten up very early, but when he went outside, he found that Chen Guoqiang and Chen Guogang were already waiting at the door. Chen Guodong turned around upon hearing a voice and saw a young man in his 20s rushing towards him. As he approached, Chen Guodong recognized him as his cousin Chen Guowei, the eldest son of his uncle Chen Jianfu. The three of them paused in confusion, turning to look at the newcomer. Chen Guowei smiled and greeted Guodong. I heard from my dad that you guys are going up the mountain to hunt. Can you take me with you? After saying that, he looked at Chen Guodong a bit nervously. I thought it was something serious. We grew up together, so why not? Of course you can come. Go grab a hoe, it'll take you hunting. Chen Guodong replied with a smile. Thinking to himself, one more person is the same as a whole group. They're all family. This cousin was quite decent, upright, and had finished junior high. Unfortunately, he hadn't found a job yet, and was currently working as an assistant to the village head Chen Jianfu. At this moment, the four of them set off, and as the experienced one, Chen Guodong handed the hoe he had brought to Chen Guowei. Chen Guowei took the hoe and laughed. You little rascal, all right, today you can be the master, and we will follow your lead. Haha, if you follow my lead, I guarantee everyone will have meat to eat, Chen Guodong said with a hint of arrogance. This made everyone burst into laughter. The four of them chatted and laughed as they walked into the mountains, and upon reaching the outskirts of the forest, they saw that Chen Guodong had no intention of stopping. As the oldest and most stable person, one of them asked uncertainly, Guodong, we are already near the edge of the forest, should we keep going? Chen Guodong had anticipated their question. Guowei, look around. Where do you see any signs of food or animal tracks? Fortune favors the bold. Besides, my master often brought me here, and it's very safe, so don't worry. Hearing Chen Guodong mention his master reassured the others, and they continued to follow him. Near a cave, Chen Guodong found several places with signs of animal activity and marked them before stopping. Everyone, we've marked the places where animals frequently appear. Later you go dig, and I'll go find my master for some bait. Chen Guodong instructed like a master. Chang and Wei nodded in agreement and got ready to dig traps at the marked locations, but only Gangzi, with a glint in his eyes, said, Brother Guodong, can I go with you? Chen Guodong immediately wanted to refuse, as he was going to the cave to gather corn, and if discovered, it would be problematic. He was about to speak when he suddenly saw Gangzi get a solid slap on the back of his head. Chen Guoqiang scolded, what do you want to go for? Just honestly follow me to dig traps. Guodong, Gangzi is young and doesn't know better. You go ahead while we dig traps. After scolding, he pulled Gangzi toward the marked spot. Chen Guowei followed. Once they were far away, Gangzi curiously asked, Brother, why did you hit me? Isn't it just to go with Brother Guodong to find his master? What's wrong? Is his master someone who doesn't want to be seen? Chen Guowei smiled and replied, your brother hitting you is right. This is a secret of your brother Guodong. How could you be allowed to know? Just being able to come up the mountain to hunt is already a great kindness. What more do you want? What if Brother Guodong's master doesn't like seeing strangers? Won't that ruin Brother Guodong's livelihood? Gangzi nodded, somewhat understanding. All right, you'll understand in the future. Now hurry up and dig the pits. If they aren't dug, well, go hungry tomorrow if there's no harvest. Chen Guoqiang urged. Naturally, Chen Guodong was unaware of their conversation, but Chen Guoqiang's intervention made Chen Guodong feel more at ease and reduced unnecessary troubles. In a good mood, he arrived at the cave and suddenly heard some movement inside. What was going on? There shouldn't be anyone discovering it, right? What to do? Animals were fine, but what if it was a person? After glancing around, he noticed many stones of various sizes. An idea struck Chen Guodong. He quickly collected the stones into his space as they could serve well for self-defense. After collecting the stones, he tiptoed to the cave entrance thinking that he could release the stones from his space at any time for defense, as being able to place the stones within a 5-meter range gave him a great sense of security. Upon entering the cave, Chen Guodong realized there was no one inside, and he let out a sigh of relief, but what was that noise he had just heard? Chen Guodong began searching around wondering what had caused the noise. He finally noticed that his planted corn had been nibbled away, realizing it must have been small animals like rabbits or mice. Sure enough, he spotted a rabbit's tail sticking out from behind the stone next to the corn. Chen Guodong thought to himself, so it was a rabbit. Haha, what luck. Since he saw the rabbit, he certainly couldn't let it go. He directly released a large stone from his space to block the cave entrance, setting a trap. Excited, Chen Guodong moved towards the rabbit, but the rabbit was extremely alert. Before he could get close, it started darting around, causing Chen Guodong to chase after it, getting covered in dirt without catching it. This rabbit was indeed the fastest. Originally, he wanted to play with the rabbit as a normal person, but since the rabbit was serious, he decided to reveal his true self. With a thought, a basket suddenly appeared above the rabbit's head. Before it could react, it was covered. Chen Guodong quickly stepped forward and pressed down, saying, "Ha, let's see where you can run down." He reached in to grab the rabbit and stored it in his space, clapping his hands in delight. Then he looked at the bitten corn stalk, feeling a bit regretful. However, it could still be used as bait for traps. He stored the bitten corn stalk in his space and found an empty spot to place the small sweet potato Gongzi had given him yesterday. He then took out some spiritual spring water from his space and directly watered it. He watched as the sweet potato visibly sprouted roots and buds. Although he had seen this many times, it always felt magical. Not long after, the sweet potato grew large and matured. There were so many sweet potato vines, this was much better than planting corn. The moment to witness a miracle had arrived, and Chen Guodong excitedly began to dig for sweet potatoes, wondering if the sweet potatoes watered with spiritual spring water would yield a high harvest. He grabbed a stick to dig, and as he turned over the soil, he saw a sweet potato the size of a corn cob appear. What was it really this big? Chen Guodong was thrilled and quickly dug out 2 or 3 more. 10 of them. Wow, this sweet potato is so high yielding. And there are so many sweet potato vines, this is too amazing. Now I won't lack food. I could even exchange them for supplies. If only my spiritual space could be used for planting, that would be wonderful. I'd have a constant supply of sweet potatoes, corn, and even more crops. But forget it, I shouldn't be too greedy. I should be content for now. After tidying up his mood, he exited the cave and placed a large stone to block the entrance to prevent any small animals from running in and ruining the corn inside. After all, this batch of corn should be ripening soon, and he could go to the city to exchange for some supplies. Once outside the cave, he sat down on the ground. He definitely wouldn't do the tiring work of digging pits. He could leave that to his cousins. Habitually, he patted his pockets and realized that he had crossed over without any cigarettes. It seemed he would need to go to the city to get some next time. Estimating that it was about time, Chen Guodong headed in the direction of his cousins, hoping they had finished digging. As Chen Guodong approached his cousins, he pulled out the corn stalks from his space to use as bait for the prey. When he got closer, he found them fervently swinging their hoes to dig holes. Chen Guodong felt a pang of sympathy for his cousins for a moment before smiling and greeting them. "Wow, you've almost dug a trap already. Your speed is impressive." The crafty younger cousin Gongzi laughed. "Not bad, but we haven't eaten enough, so we don't have much strength." "Hey Guodong, what do you have there? Is that corn stalks? Are you bringing it for us to eat?" Chen Guodong smacked the back of his head, causing Gongzi to grimace in pain. Turning to Chen Guodong, he smiled and said, "Gongzi doesn't know better. Those corn stalks should be used as bait, right?" Chen Guodong chuckled. "You saw right through it, Brother Chong. These are what my master gave us to use as bait. They've all been bitten by small animals and can't be eaten." Chen Guowei looked at the bitten corn stalks and said with a hint of regret, "Guodong, I see there are still many good pieces left. Why don't we use the bitten parts as bait and keep the rest for ourselves? You're wasting too much by using all of them as bait. We could have several meals from this." The other two nodded in agreement as they looked at Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong remained silent and instead lowered his backpack, pulling out 4 large sweet potatoes and placing them on the ground. His cousins were stunned, their mouths agape, unable to speak for a moment. Chen Guodong felt a bit smug inside and said, "What's wrong, guys? Are you all in shock? Come on, eat up. You need to fill your bellies to have strength." Gongzi, quick-witted as ever, immediately grabbed a sweet potato and said, "Bro, hit me to see if I'm dreaming. I've never seen such a big sweet potato in my life." Chen Guodong didn't hold back, and probably not believing it himself, gave him a smack. Gongzi didn't cry out in pain, but happily said, "Haha, I'm not dreaming, we have food now." Both cousins chimed in. "Ye Guodong, where did you get such large sweet potatoes?" Chen Guodong smiled mysteriously and said, "These are from my master." The two exchanged envious glances, silently agreeing not to ask further. Gongzi, not concerned with such thoughts, quickly wiped off some dirt with his clothes and took a big bite, chewing with a look of satisfaction. He exclaimed, "Bro, this is the best sweet potato I've ever eaten. It's incredibly delicious and sweet. You all should try it." After he spoke, as if fearing Chen Guodong and the others wouldn't believe him, he urged them on. Thus the three of them began to eat heartily, their eyes lighting up as they realized it was indeed very delicious, sweet, and juicy. The four of them quickly finished all 4 sweet potatoes. However, at this moment, the joy that Chen Guoqiang and Chen Guowei had just shown faded away. Chen Guodong, curious, asked, "Cousin, what's wrong? Weren't you all enjoying yourselves just a moment ago? Why do you look so glum now?" Chen Guoqiang spoke with a hint of regret. "We were too hungry and finished the sweet potatoes too quickly. I should have saved some for the family." He added, "Oh, what was I thinking? This is a small matter I've already prepared for you. Each family will get 1 sweet potato, who I'll call my master again to bring more next time." Chen Guodong shrugged it off and said, "It's no big deal." He then took out 2 more sweet potatoes from his backpack. Chen Guowei shook his head and said, "Guodong, with food so scarce now, you should keep these. We can only blame ourselves for not being able to control our appetites. We can't take any more from you. Keep them for Uncle, Aunt, and my little sister to eat." The other 2 nodded in agreement. In such difficult times, refusing food from relatives is truly a privilege worth cherishing. So he said firmly, "All right, we're all family. Are you going to let me eat meat while you just watch? I can't do that. Take them if you really feel uneasy, then dig a few more traps later." Seeing Chen Guodong so resolute, the 3 didn't press further, but they all silently took note. People in this era are indeed straightforward. The 3 of them immediately grabbed their hoes and began to dig at the next trap. Chen Guodong was bewildered. Initially feeling a bit guilty for wanting to help, he was instead rejected. This is being too straightforward. However, he was also glad to have a quiet moment. By noon, nearly all the traps were dug and the corn stalks were placed over them. Chen Guodong called everyone to head back and check for any catches tomorrow. Gongzi asked in confusion, "Guodong, why don't we check this afternoon? What if there's something?" Chen Guoqiang teased, "You think checking on it every few days is good enough? Do you think you put an elixir in the traps that would waft its scent for miles to attract prey? This is all about luck. It needs time and patience." Gongzi awkwardly nodded. "I thought that once the traps were dug, the prey would come right away." His comment made everyone burst into laughter. "Let's head back. Hopefully, just as Gongzi said, we'll have some catches tomorrow, ha." Chen Guodong chuckled. The 2 families worked hard for the whole morning, but didn't feel it was in vain. At least they had the sweet potatoes from Chen Guodong as a reward. As for Chen Guodong, he took it easy and managed to set many traps, saving a lot of effort. It was a win-win situation, and everyone parted on good terms. As soon as Chen Guodong entered the house, he joyfully shouted, "Mom, Dad, little sister, look what I brought back for you." He entered the inner room and set down his backpack. "Guodong, did you have a good catch today?" Chen Jianjun asked, slightly skeptical. Chen Guodong smiled mysteriously and replied, "Of course." Just then his little sister and Lin Yu walked in excitedly. Lin Yu asked with a smile, "Guodong, did you have a catch today? Why are you so happy?" Chen Guodong playfully teased his mother, saying, "I didn't catch anything." Lin Yu was taken aback by his words, exclaiming, "You child, why are you so happy and shouting so loudly? I thought you caught something." As she turned to leave to continue her work, Chen Guodong anxiously called out, "Wait, Mom, I haven't finished. Although I didn't catch anything, I have other rewards." Lin Yu stopped a bit expectant and said, "You child, why can't you just finish your sentence? I thought you were just excited for nothing. What other rewards do you have besides the prey?" "Exactly. Bro, what delicious things did you bring? Hurry and show us." His little sister chimed in. "Look at how anxious you are." Chen Guodong playfully pinched his little sister's nose and smiled. He then took out the sweet potatoes. When he revealed all the sweet potatoes, he noticed everyone staring at the corn-sized sweet potatoes, mouths agape in silence. Only his father Chen Jianjun was the first to react, uncertainly asking, "Guodong, did you bring out sweet potatoes?" His little sister, like a curious baby, watched him, seemingly waiting for Chen Guodong to confirm. "Yes, they are definitely sweet potatoes," Chen Guodong affirmed. At that moment, Lin Yu finally reacted, exclaiming, "My goodness! I've never seen such big corn in my life. Son, is it really sweet potatoes? Where did you get these from?" Chen Guodong replied, "These are indeed sweet potatoes. My master dug them up from deep in the mountains, a place only he knows. Perhaps the soil is fertile, or else they wouldn't have grown so large." Chen Guodong was just making things up again. After all, seeing is believing, and there was no way to verify it. However, the family did not doubt it. They were simply amazed. Chen Guodong directly took 2 sweet potatoes, broke them into 4 pieces, and shared them with everyone to eat. Come father, mother, little sister, quickly eat this sweet potato. Not only is it large, but it is also very delicious, Chen Guodong said as he distributed the sweet potatoes to them. Chen Jianjun, although not entirely convinced that sweet potatoes could be that delicious, smiled and said, Guodong, I believe that as long as there is food to fill our stomachs, it will taste good. Lin Yue, trusting her son's words, took a bite and exclaimed in surprise, Father, it really is delicious. Little sister, this little glutton had been wanting to eat it and immediately took a bite, as well, mumbling, Father, it really is delicious. Chen Jianjun, feeling hungry, took a hesitant bite and with wide eyes exclaimed, I never expected sweet potatoes could taste this good. Guodong, I've never had such delicious sweet potatoes. Chen Guodong, feeling proud, said, Father, how could I lie to you? I told you it was delicious and now you believe me, right? It really is delicious, Chen Jianjun affirmed. Little glutton Chen Xiaomei said with anticipation, it would be great if we could eat such sweet potatoes every day. Lin Yu teased, you little glutton, last time you said you wanted to eat meat every day and now you say you want sweet potatoes every day. Which one do you want more, meat or sweet potatoes? Xiaomei was momentarily stunned by the question and scratched her head vaguely, replying, Mother, can I choose both? Her response surprised everyone and they burst into laughter, calling her too clever. Xiaomei, you are so clever, truly a little glutton. However, we can't eat meat every day right now, but sweet potatoes are plentiful, Chen Guodong chuckled. Really? Xiaomei looked at Chen Guodong with anticipation. Indeed, my master once stumbled upon a hidden field of sweet potatoes deep in the forest. That place is quite secluded, or it must have been planted by someone long ago and now belongs to my master. Chen Guodong, with his eyes wide open, lied. My master said that if we want to eat, we can just ask him. After all, he can't finish it all, and it's a good deal for me as his only disciple. Hee. Son, your master is really nice. Does this mean our family won't go hungry anymore? I'm truly tired of living in uncertainty about food, Lin Yu exclaimed with joy. Indeed, Lin Yu said, surprised. Chen Jianjun, with a serious expression, said, Guodong, while it's okay this time, we can't rely on it all the time. Especially since everyone is struggling, even if it's your master, people might think you are greedy if it continues. Chen Guodong realized he had forgotten that his father was a straightforward person. Finding an excuse was truly difficult. Understood, father. Unless my master insists on giving it to me, I won't ask for it. Is that all right? Chen Jianjun nodded in satisfaction, saying, you should rely on yourself for everything. That's the hard truth. Your master treats you well, so you should also show him respect. Understood, father. I will respect him well, Chen Guodong replied seriously, though he thought to himself how exhausting it was to fabricate a lie. However, if he could resolve the source issue later, that would be a good thing. The next day, Chen Guodong was woken up early by Lin Yue, looking a bit dazed as he asked, Mother, what's wrong? It's not even dawn yet. Why are you waking me up? Is there something going on? It's nothing. I just woke up and saw a few people sitting at the door, which startled me. It turned out to be Guowei and the others waiting for you to go up the mountain to check the traps, Lin Yu said, feeling a bit speechless. So early. Chen Guodong finally lost his sleepiness. Lin Yu thought it was normal, saying, it's not early. Once we enter the mountains, it will be bright. Chen Guodong, realizing that the people of this era were truly hardworking, reluctantly got up and walked outside. Then, Mother, I'll go with them to see the traps. Wait, I divided 1 sweet potato into 4 portions. Take it with you to eat on the way, Lin Yu said, handing the sweet potato wrapped in cloth to Chen Guodong. Thanks, Mother, you're the best. I'm off now, Chen Guodong said with a smile as he took the sweet potato. Isn't that obvious? All right, be careful and come back early, Lin Yu said with a smile and a scold. Got it, Chen Guodong said as he stepped out. Upon exiting, he saw 3 brothers squatting in the empty space at the door and greeted them. Chang Guowei, Gugangzi, you all woke up quite early. Chen Guowei laughed, saying, Guodong, we didn't wake up early. We haven't slept since late last night. I thought I was the only one, but when I reached your doorstep, I found those 2 were also here. Chen Guoqiang smiled awkwardly. Chen Guodong couldn't help but laugh, saying, Hi, you guys are impressive. Aren't you sleepy? Gangzi excitedly said, I'm not sleepy. We slept yesterday afternoon, and now we feel so energetic. Guodong, let's hurry, and set off. After saying that, they all looked at Chen Guodong. What are you looking at me for? Let's go, Chen Guodong replied, exasperated. They all left the village and walked into the woods. When Chen Guodong saw that no one was around, he took out the sweet potatoes given by his mother to share with everyone. They were surprised by this treatment and quickly declined, but Chen Guodong said seriously, if you don't eat, you won't have the energy to catch prey. Eat up, or we're all friends, no need to be polite. The group entered the woods chatting and laughing as they made their way to the traps. As they neared the traps, everyone tacitly fell silent. Even the usually lively Gangzi was quiet at this moment. Fortunately, it was just dawn, otherwise they might not have found the traps. The group slowly approached. The initially excited group felt heavier as they got closer to the traps because there was no sign of collapse or movement. When they reached the edge of the traps, they exchanged glances and saw disappointment in each other's eyes. As the oldest Chen Guodong comforted them, saying not catching any prey is quite normal. This is all about luck. No worries, we have the next trap to check, let's move on to the next one. Chen Guodong, not feeling much disappointment since he had previous experience, also tried to cheer everyone up with a joke, saying indeed Wei Gu is right. It's quite normal, I often find empty traps. Don't be too disappointed. Who knows, maybe the next trap will catch 2 wild boars. Everyone burst into laughter at Chen Guodong's joke, and they cheerfully moved on to the next trap. Suddenly Gongzi, who was running ahead, shouted loudly, "We caught something. Everyone come over, the trap has collapsed." The group who had been moving leisurely behind excitedly ran forward upon hearing this. When they arrived at the trap, they were all stunned. There was nothing there. The group stood in front of the trap extremely disappointed and a bit dejected without saying a word. Chen Guodong looked at the trap and said, "It seems we triggered the trap. Everyone don't lose heart. This is a good sign that there are prey around. Next time we will definitely catch something. Let's dig the trap deeper and make it bigger." Hearing this, everyone agreed with the reasoning, regained their confidence, and started working hard again. After finishing this trap and setting it up, they went to check the last trap. A few people approached the trap with nervous hearts, and Gongzi was the first to reach the edge of the trap, exclaiming, "Brother, there's a wild rabbit. We really caught some prey." Upon hearing this, everyone rushed forward, and sure enough, a wild rabbit was hopping around unable to escape. Each face broke into a satisfied and relieved smile. Gongzi volunteered to catch the wild rabbit, and the others followed him as they were still young. After much effort, Gongzi finally managed to catch the rabbit, though it was quite a jumper. However, he didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he was very excited. "He Guodong ji, I caught a rabbit." Chen Guodong generously praised, "Impressive. I couldn't have done it myself." "That's the truth, the rabbit is too agile." They reset the trap, and Chen Guodong pondered for a moment before saying, "Guodong, we only caught 1 rabbit, so let's not split it. You take it back to supplement uncle." The other 2 nodded in agreement. Chen Guodong looked at Chen Guodong in surprise, not expecting everyone to have such an attitude. Wasn't it said that in this era people would fight over food? It seemed he had the wrong script, expecting them to kill the rabbit and split it evenly. Chen Guoqiang patted Chen Guodong on the shoulder. "Guodong, why are you in a daze?" Only after being patted did Chen Guodong come to his senses and say, No, we should kill the rabbit and share it. This is everyone's effort. We share blessings and hardships, no objections allowed. Or else I won't hunt with you next time." Seeing Chen Guodong's firm stance, everyone had nothing more to say. Chen Guodong said helplessly, "All right, then we'll leave this rough work to us." Chen Guodong had no objections and was quite pleased. "That's fine, you all handle it first. I'm going to find my master. Let's meet outside the forest later." "All right, you go ahead. We'll wait for you outside the forest." After saying that, Chen Guodong headed towards the cave, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then stored the large stone blocking the entrance in his space and slipped inside, sealing the stone behind him. Inside the cave, he looked at the almost ripe corn with satisfaction, estimating it would be ready tomorrow. He decided not to plant corn in the future, but sweet potatoes instead. With that thought, he took out sweet potato seedlings, divided them into 10 parts, and watered them with spiritual spring water. The sweet potato seedlings grew rapidly. It was truly miraculous, happening every time. Thinking about the bountiful harvest in 5 days, he felt delighted. Afterward, he went to check his traps. Unfortunately, luck was low, and he didn't catch anything. However, this time, he had placed some sweet potato vines and pieces, unwilling to part with the children to catch the wolf. Hopefully tomorrow would bring a reward. By the time Chen Guodong arrived outside the forest, the others were already waiting. Chen Guodong called out, "Guodong, we're done. I'll come see if this works." Chen Guodong walked over puzzled. "Why did you divide it into 3 portions? Aren't there 4 of us?" Chen Guoqiang laughed. "We thought it would be better to divide by family rather than by number of people." "But doesn't that mean your family is at a loss? You 2 put in the effort while Wei Ji and I only contributed as 1 person each," Chen Guodong asked, somewhat confused. Chen Guodong smiled. "All right, Guodong, we're all family. Being overly calculative makes it seem distant. Let's do it this way." Seeing the brothers so harmonious in the face of benefits, Chen Guodong felt a sense of appreciation and was even more determined to help them prosper in the future. "Okay, I'll go with your decision." Chen Guodong picked up his share and placed it in the basket. Seeing Chen Guodong agree, the others also placed their portions in the basket and cheerfully walked home. They agreed to meet tomorrow to go up the mountain, and then each headed home. Upon entering, Chen Guodong saw Chen Jianjun sitting at the door and asked in surprise, "Dad, you're feeling much better." Chen Jianjun smiled. "Of course I'm much better. How could I be sitting in the living room otherwise? I can move around a little without much problem now." Chen Guodong was happy to see his father improving. "That's good. Where's Mom? Where's my little sister? I haven't seen them." "Your mother and the 2 of them are in the back room, making clothes." Chen Jianjun pointed towards the inner room. At that moment, the curtain of the inner room was lifted and Lin Yu and his little sister came out. Mom, are the clothes ready? Chen Guodong asked with anticipation. Not so fast, it'll take a few more days, Lin Yu replied a bit helplessly. Brother, did you catch any prey today? His little sister bounced over to Chen Guodong, eager to check the basket. Chen Guodong teased his little sister with a smile. Guess what? You definitely have something right. His little sister looked at Chen Guodong with expectant eyes. Chen Guodong patted his little sister's head and praised, so smart. Today we were lucky and caught a rabbit with your cousins, and we shared some. As he spoke, he took out the rabbit meat. Mom, please cook this rabbit meat. Don't we still have some buns? Cook those too, I'm starving. Chen Guodong's stomach growled in hunger. Son, is this how you're living? Buns and meat again? I can't even imagine it to save some food. Lin Yu immediately refused. Mom, don't worry. Life will definitely get better. Look at how thin we all are. Dad needs to supplement too. Just cook it, all right. Chen Guodong coaxed like a child. Lin Yu had never seen her son act this way before, and her heart softened. All right, I'll go cook it now. Saying this, she walked away. Chen Jianjun seemed to be seeing his son for the first time. Guodong, you're amazing. How did you manage that? Your mother, who is so frugal, actually agreed with you. Haha, that's a secret, Chen Guodong replied with a proud laugh. Just joking, it was a skill to act cute, right? What mother could resist her son's appeal? He thought to himself, Dad, you could try acting cute too. But looking at his father's rugged farmer look, Chen Guodong shivered at the thought of his dad trying to act cute. It was a bit scary. Chen Jianjun asked curiously, Guodong, are you cold? Chen Guodong laughed. No, I'm just going to see the clothes Mom made. After saying that, he quickly ran off. Not long after Lin Yu finished cooking, the family enjoyed a hearty meal together, all wearing satisfied expressions. Chen Jianjun burped and exclaimed, I never imagined I'd actually get to eat buns and meat. Lin Yu said proudly, Yes, we are enjoying the blessings of our son. So, does that mean I'm enjoying my brother's blessings? His little sister asked curiously, which made everyone burst into laughter. Yes, little sister, just enjoy your blessings. Chen Guodong laughed until tears came out. After chatting for a while, everyone rested. Chen Guodong felt a bit speechless after eating and sleeping, but it seemed he was gradually getting used to it. With hopes of a surprise tomorrow, he went to bed early. The next day, Chen Guodong was once again awakened by Lin Yu. It was uncertain whether his brothers were genuinely in high spirits, or if they were just more eager because they had tasted some success. With sleepy eyes, Chen Guodong sluggishly got out of bed and greeted a few people. Hey guys, aren't you really feeling tired? To which Gongzi replied, leaving Chen Guodong both amused and exasperated. Brother Guodong, I'm just too hungry to sleep. All right, let's go then, Chen Guodong said a bit helplessly. The next few days proved fruitful. It was unclear whether it was due to Chen Guodong using sweet potato vines as bait or simply good fortune, but they managed to catch rabbits or wild chickens nearly every day, rarely returning empty-handed, and they even dug a few more traps. This must be the benefit of having more people around. Chen Guodong shared a good amount of the catch, as he definitely could not have managed so much alone, and his own traps yielded decent results. Today, after planting sweet potatoes on the mountain and returning from hunting, Chen Guodong checked his storage. The catch weighed about 30 jin, and the sweet potatoes surprisingly totaled 100 jin. These were indeed high yield. The corn weighed 30 jin, and their efforts over the past days were finally paying off. It was time to head into the city. Chen Guodong looked at his brothers, who no longer appeared emaciated. At least their complexions had improved, significantly indicating they were getting enough nutrition. He smiled and said, Guys, I'll be going into the city tomorrow. You all will check the traps in the mountains. Brother Guodong, you're going to the city. Take me with you, I want to go too, Gongzi said with some anticipation. Chen Guodong chuckled. Next time I'm going into the city to handle some matters this time. The others didn't press for details. They respected Chen Guodong, and after speaking they dispersed to return home. Upon returning home, Chen Guodong found Chen Jianjun. Dad, I plan to go into the city tomorrow. I'll trade some game I caught with my master for money or goods. Chen Jianjun had no objections and replied, All right, just be careful and don't come back too late. Sure, Dad. If there's anything needed at home, I'll buy some on my way back. Chen Guodong inquired. Before Chen Jianjun could respond, his younger sister immediately shouted, Brother, I want steamed buns. All right, I know you just want to eat. I'll bring some back for you. Chen Guodong said, patting Chen Xiaomei's head. Chen Jianjun thought for a moment and said, There's nothing much needed at home. Having food to eat is enough for now. Chen Guodong glanced around the house, noticing the dilapidated pots and pans, and nothing in the home was in good condition. He thought to himself that it wasn't that there was nothing needed, but rather that there were too many things needed. Okay, I'll head into the city early tomorrow and might not return until late at night, Chen Guodong replied, while considering what he needed to buy. By the way, on your way to the city, you'll pass by Lu family village. You should visit your great-aunt. She's always been strong-willed. The last time she came to borrow grain from us was quite rare, so she must be in genuine need now, otherwise she wouldn't lower her head like that. He gestured to Lin Yu. Lin Yu seemed a bit reluctant, but still took out 5 sweet potatoes from a corner and handed them to Chen Guodong, indicating they had likely discussed helping out his great-aunt. Chen Guodong looked at Lin Yu in surprise, as food was vital to her. He never expected she would give away so many sweet potatoes to her great-aunt. Nevertheless, he quickly accepted the sweet potatoes. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Why are you staring at me? Your great-aunt has helped us before. Your mother is not so unreasonable as to not understand gratitude." Chen Guodong immediately laughed and said, No, how could I think that of my mother? She is the best mother in the world." Lin Yu finally let him off and laughed, saying, "At least you know how to be smart. By the way, Dad, if I go to my great-aunt's place, it might take some time. I might not come back today and could stay over at my great-aunt's or at my master's place and return tomorrow," Chen Guodong contemplated. Lin Yu looked at her son with some concern. Chen Jianjun noticed his wife's worry and said, "It's fine, dear. The child is grown, and besides, he has his master with him. Go and prepare something to eat. After you eat, go find your cousin for a proof. Come back and rest early, so he can set off early tomorrow." Lin Yu went to prepare the food as Chen Jianjun instructed. After the family finished eating, Chen Guodong went to find his cousin for the proof and returned to rest early. At dawn, Chen Guodong really got up. Not because he was diligent, but because he had overslept and couldn't fall back asleep. He tidied up briefly and prepared to head out. Just as Chen Guodong stepped outside, Lin Yu, busy in the kitchen, called out to him, "Son, wait a moment. Here are some boiled sweet potatoes for you to take and eat on the way." "Thank you, Mom. I'm heading out now," Chen Guodong replied warmly. "Be safe," Lin Yu reminded him. Lin Yu only turned back inside to continue her work after watching Chen Guodong walk far away until he disappeared from view. Of course, in his rush to leave, Chen Guodong was unaware of this scene. He was thinking that he needed to get a bicycle in the future, otherwise traveling back and forth to the city was quite inconvenient. As he wandered through a myriad of thoughts, he finally arrived at Sijio City before noon. Chen Guodong found a secluded corner near the supply and marketing cooperative, took out a bag containing his game from his storage. Thanks to the characteristics of his storage, he had managed to stun the game beforehand, making them less conspicuous now. Then he glanced across from the cooperative and noticed there were still customers inside, so he waited for a bit. Once the customers left, Chen Guodong walked straight and safety first. Less people knowing was better. Upon entering the cooperative, he found Sister Sun still knitting, and when she heard the commotion, she looked up briefly before lowering her head to continue her work. Chen Guodong thought Sister Sun hadn't recognized him and was about to greet her, but unexpectedly Sister Sun suddenly looked up and stood up, enthusiastically greeting him. "Oh, little brother, you're finally here. I was just wondering if my eyes were playing tricks on me." Chen Guodong teased, "Sister Sun, isn't that a bit exaggerated? It's just been a week since I last came. I've been busy in the mountains, so I didn't feel right coming back empty-handed." As he spoke, he lifted the bag in his hand. Seeing the bag, Sister Sun became even more excited. "Let's go. We need to go to the director's office right away. The director instructed that when you arrive, he would take you directly to his office." Sister Sun knew that Chen Guodong's bag contained game. She walked with a spring in her step, swiftly leading Chen Guodong to the director's office. Excitedly, she knocked on the door. Director, hurry," and opened the door. "Look who I brought." "Who is it?" "I've told you many times, Xiao Sun, to stay calm in situations. If you keep acting so rashly, how will you ever get married later on?" The director's voice came from inside, filled with disappointment. Director Li had just opened the door when he saw Chen Guodong standing at the entrance with a cloth bag in hand. With a look of surprise, he cheerfully said, "Guodong, it's been a while since you last came. Come in and let's chat." Xiao Sun asked Xiao Wu to bring the scale over. "All right, Director, you take your time chatting," Sister Sun said, giving a subtle nod towards Chen Guodong's cloth bag. Director Li understood Sister Sun's hint and nodded. Chen Guodong noticed their silent exchange. It seemed they were suggesting that the director should save some for her. It appeared that Sister Sun was not an ordinary saleswoman. After all, in this era, anyone who could hold an important position must have a significant role or identity. Chen Guodong chuckled self-deprecatingly. He decided to put aside these useless thoughts and focus on satisfying his hunger first. Following Director Li, he entered the office. Director Li greeted enthusiastically Guodong. "It's been quite a while since you last came. I thought you had forgotten about your uncle. You're pulling on the emotional strings here." Chen Guodong joked, "Of course not, uncle. I've been thinking about you. I've just been busy hunting in the mountains, and I brought some for you." Director Li was pleased with Chen Guodong's response and laughed heartily. "I love hearing you talk. It seems you've brought back more than last time." "Yes, I was luckier this time and managed to catch a few more," Chen Guodong replied politely. At that moment, Uncle Wu walked in and greeted them. "Oh, Guodong, you finally made it today. You've brought back quite a catch." "Uncle Wu, it's been a while. I got lucky and brought back some," Chen Guodong replied modestly. "Xiao Wu, stop chatting and hurry up to weigh this catch," Director Li urged. "All right, Director," Uncle Wu said, picking up the cloth bag to weigh it. "Wow, this is quite heavy. Exactly 30 pounds. Chen Guodong wasn't surprised. His guess was pretty accurate. Not bad, not bad. Shall we? You can get back to your work. Director Li nodded in satisfaction. However, Uncle Wu didn't move. Director Li, feeling frustrated, said impatiently, all right, look at you. When have you ever had less? Understood, Director. They'll be on my way, Uncle Wu said with a grin. Get lost. Just seeing you annoys me, Director Li jokingly scolded. Chen Guodong felt that they all had a good relationship. Unlike a typical superior-subordinate dynamic, they seemed to be connected by familial ties. Director Li turned to Chen Guodong and smiled. Guodong, I apologize for the misunderstanding. This young man's brother-in-law is a good friend of mine. There's no other way. No need to say that, Uncle. You treat me like family. Chen Guodong expressed his gratitude. This explanation from Director Li clearly indicated that he regarded Chen Guodong as one of his own, perhaps because Chen Guodong consistently provided him with meat, or perhaps they simply clicked. Regardless of the reason, Chen Guodong was indifferent. As long as he could build connections, everything was fine. After all, sincerity begets sincerity. If you treat me well, I will treat you well in return. If you treat me poorly, then we can go our separate ways. Haha, as expected, you know how to talk. I love hearing you say that. Let's stick to the price from last time, shall we? Director Li laughed heartily. Sure, let's go with last time's price, Chen Guodong replied, satisfied with the deal. Seeing Chen Guodong agree, Director Li took out 60 bills from the drawer and handed them to him. Chen Guodong immediately accepted them with both hands and stashed them in his pocket. This action left Director Li momentarily stunned. You really trust me that much? This is double what you received last time. Aren't you going to check it? Uncle, you've counted it twice already. How could I not trust you? Chen Guodong laughed. Are you joking with me? Money can be a lot or a little. Director Li jested. Hey, don't worry, Uncle. I've never counted the money you give me. Ooh, I always count the others several times. You really are clever for your age. If only my child had a mind like yours, Director Li said with a hint of nostalgia. Chen Guodong found himself at a loss for words. Director Li realized he had said too much. All right, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Hey, race a grain ticket. Go eat something. Chen Guodong, with a flattering expression, said, all right, thank you, Uncle. He'll go get something to eat now. No need for thanks. Oh, just remember to bring some meat to me, Director Li reminded him. Got it, Uncle. You have your work, Chen Guodong said, and exited the office. Feeling delighted, Chen Guodong had managed to obtain a grain ticket again. It felt good to have an uncle at the supply and marketing cooperative. Arriving at the front desk, there weren't many people around. It was noon, so they probably went home for lunch. Sister son Uncle Wu is busy, Chen Guodong greeted as he saw the two chatting, his eyes wandering to see if there was anything suitable to buy without a ticket. Little brother, are you done with your work? Have you eaten? Sister son greeted him warmly with a smile. Not yet. I'm planning to buy a few steamed buns at the Statron restaurant soon. Oh, I see, Chen Guodong replied naturally. What, little brother, do you look like you want to buy something? Uncle Wu asked with a smile. Chen Guodong, curious, asked, Uncle Wu, how did you guess I wanted to buy something? Do you have mind-reading skills? Sister son laughed heartily. You're talking to us and looking around. Even a blind person could see that. Is it that obvious? Chen Guodong scratched his head awkwardly. Of course. This time, little brother, what do you want to buy? Sister will help you out. Sister son asked like a caring older sister. Chen Guodong sighed, not having said anything yet. Hey, Guodong, you mustn't sigh. Didn't Sister son tell you last time? You're a wealthy man now, don't sigh about being poor. Uncle Wu quickly chimed in. This Uncle Wu was indeed sharp. He knew what Chen Guodong wanted just from his sigh. Chen Guodong had hoped to sigh like last time to get some inferior cloth, but it seemed that tactic wouldn't work this time. Perhaps it was due to the tight supply of tickets, and he was worried that he couldn't meet Chen Guodong's request, leading to awkwardness. Chen Guodong felt helpless. What to do if there were no tickets? He reluctantly said, Sister son, can you see what can be bought without tickets? Just let me know and I'll buy some. Sister son found Chen Guodong's expression amusing. A 16-year-old's expression of helplessness resembled that of a 30-year-old. She smiled and said, I can give you 5 pounds of salt, matches, and kerosene, as well as enamel jars, enamel basins, and grass paper. Chen Guodong thought for a moment, and then said, Sister son, I feel that everything you mentioned, that doesn't require a ticket I need. Really, you need all that? Sister son and Uncle Wu were both stunned. Yes, there's nothing at home. Uncle Wu, Sister son, please get me a bit of each. They should all have limited purchases, right? Chen Guodong scratched his head awkwardly. It's fine, little brother. Since you call me sister, I will give you the maximum of everything, said Sister son with a bold demeanor. Exactly, we can't let you call me brother for nothing. Guodong, wait for us a moment. We will arrange everything for you without tickets. Of course, they must be necessities, or we won't bother with anything useless. Wu Go added. All right then, I really appreciate you, Wu Go and Sister son, Chen Guodong said gratefully. Indeed, having connections makes a difference. Without them, many things would probably be limited or require tickets. The step was the right one. Not long after, the two packed everything up, even using 2 cloth bags. Chen Guodong knew that actually one cloth bag would suffice, but using 2 meant they were showing kindness, which he must remember. All right, Guodong, we've packed everything useful for you. It should last for quite a while, Wu Gu said, clapping his hands. Okay, I will remember your kindness, Wu Gu and Sister Sun. Chen Guodong felt touched. No need to be polite, it's just 20 yuan. Sister Sun laughed. Sister Sun, I thought you meant not to be polite as in no charge, but you still want money. Chen Guodong teased. All right, sister, will cover this for you, Sister Sun said with a playful look. Never mind, sister, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Chen Guodong hurriedly stopped. If it was a joke and Sister Sun really paid, that relationship would be ruined. They weren't that familiar yet. Wu Gu said with a disdainful smile. Guodong, look, it's you who made Sister Sun pay. Now that she is paying, you are not happy. If it were me, I would agree to let Sister Sun pay. All right, Wu Gu. You shot yourself in the foot, you were a bit naive. All right, Wu Gu, Sister Sun, I was wrong, you are tough ones. Chen Guodong had no choice but to surrender. Wu Gu and Sister Sun saw Chen Guodong's awkward expression and laughed heartily. All right, enough joking. Little brother, see if there's anything else you need to buy. You still have to hurry back, don't return too late. Sister Sun said, trying to ease the atmosphere. Chen Guodong knew everyone was joking and didn't mind, but he still had to act poor. Just as he finished saying that the crying child gets the milk, he said, nothing else. It's a pity there's no ticket, it's really tough. As he spoke, he handed 20 yuan to Sister Sun. Finally, just to act poor again, what if there's something else that doesn't require a ticket? Sister Sun, seeing Chen Guodong like this, said helplessly, there really isn't any today. Just as Chen Guodong resigned himself to his fate, Wu Gu suddenly said, let's go, take your things to the door. Chen Guodong, puzzled, followed Wu Gu out of the supply and marketing cooperative. Sister Sun stayed at the counter watching them leave, seemingly guessing Wu Gu's intention, shook her head, and continued to knit. Chen Guodong followed Wu Gu out and asked curiously, Wu Gu, why did we have to come out to talk? Wu Gu smiled and said, I don't know if this is good or bad for you. Normally you wouldn't get tickets, but there's a place where you can. Oh, are you talking about the black market? Chen Guodong questioned. Yes, it seems you know, but it's not a secret. However, there are risks in the black market. What I need to tell you is that if you go to the black market and someone comes to inspect, you should go towards the edge of the black market. You will see a big stone, and next to it there's a small stone with a wooden board underneath. Open it, and it will lead you to a small forest 5 meters away. How can you tell me this secret? You should keep it for yourself. Chen Guodong felt a bit moved. It's nothing, I won't be going to the black market lately. I can't even see any meat, but I must tell you not to use it recklessly, only use it when there's an inspection. Wu Gu said nonchalantly. Understood, thank you, Wu Gu. I don't even know how to repay you. Chen Guodong felt moved. This favor is quite significant. Speculation and profiteering are serious crimes in this era. With this assurance, going to the black market will be stable in the future. Just call me brother, how could I treat you poorly? Just bring us some meat whenever you have it. No need to be so polite, it makes us feel distant. Wu Gu patted Chen Guodong's shoulder and said, all right then, I won't be polite with you. I will definitely bring good things here in the future. Chen Guodong also said readily, and the two exchanged smiles. Then I will head back. Wu Gu, you keep busy. Chen Guodong lifted the 2 cloth bags and turned to leave. Wu Gu also turned around and entered the supply and marketing cooperative. Sister Sun curiously asked, Old Wu, did you tell him about that tunnel? Yes, I just feel like this little brother has great abilities. I can't explain it, but I want to create a good connection with him, Wu Gu said thoughtfully. I feel the same way. I hope our intuition is correct, otherwise who knows how long it will be before we can eat meat again. I don't know when this life will see an end. Sister Sun said a bit sadly. Yes, the situation outside is getting tighter. We haven't been able to buy meat from the meat processing plant for a long time, and the meat tickets are useless now. Wu Gu sighed. Sister Sun suddenly perked up. Let's go see the director and check how much meat we can get. Hearing this, Wu Gu also perked up, and the two hurried towards the office. Of course, Chen Guodong, walking on the road, had no idea they were talking about him. Otherwise, he might have said something dramatic like, could it be that you too can see I have the demeanor of a great emperor? Chen Guodong reached a deserted corner and stored everything in his space, clapping his hands, feeling much lighter. Having space is indeed convenient. What should I do now? There's still money and food, but something feels off about just going back like this. How about going to the black market tonight to take a look? To see what this black market, which has been mystified in novels, is really like. Once the thought of going to the black market appeared, Chen Guodong couldn't suppress it any longer, and since he had already told his family he wouldn't return today, he decided to pay a visit to the black market. Lost in such thoughts, his stomach grumbled uncontrollably. Chen Guodong smiled. The black market opens at night, but his hunger must be dealt with now. He headed directly towards the Statron restaurant. Upon arriving at the familiar environment, he stepped inside. and was greeted by the familiar aroma of steamed buns, which smelled particularly good probably because he was hungry. Even now, many people were still lining up to buy buns. They were now in limited supply, and the queue was especially long. Chen Guodong thought there won't be any scalpers, right? Lost in thought, he finally reached the front, and it was still the same server Xiaohe. Chen Guodong smiled and called out, "Hello, comrade, I would like 10 steamed buns made from mixed flour," as he handed over the money and ticket. Xiaohe noticed it was Chen Guodong and smiled. "It's you, little comrade. Please wait a moment." Chen Guodong replied, "All right, comrade." Xiaohe quickly prepared the buns for Chen Guodong, saying, "Little comrade, our manager said to let you know that he seems to have something to discuss with you. Please wait here for a moment." Chen Guodong nodded, a bit confused. "All right, I will wait here then." He thought to himself, it shouldn't be about the last incident, right? What could it be? Chen Guodong stood in a corner, trying not to be in the way by not buying anything. Soon Manager Lu approached him enthusiastically, saying, "Comrade, I finally found you. I thought you wouldn't come to buy steamed buns." Manager Liu's enthusiastic attitude left Chen Guodong puzzled as he asked, "Hello, Manager Lu. I remember the issue was resolved last time, right? Why do you seem to be looking for me? Is there something wrong?" Manager Lu smiled and said, "It's not about the last issue, comrade. Let's step aside and talk in my office." Chen Guodong thought hard, but couldn't figure out what the matter was, so he decided to follow Manager Lu to his office to see what was going on. "Please sit down, comrade. Don't be shy. Here's the thing, I heard you have meat to trade." Manager Lu asked cautiously. "I don't have any. How can a young man like me have meat to trade?" Chen Guodong broke out in a cold sweat. "What on earth? Who leaked this information? Being targeted is not a good thing." Manager Lu laughed and said, "Don't misunderstand, comrade. I heard it from old Li accidentally." "Oh, Director Li said that." Chen Guodong was a bit incredulous, his mind filled with question marks. Was I betrayed by Uncle Li? Seeing that the situation seemed different from what he thought, Manager Lu decided to lay it all out. "After the last incident, old Li treated me to a meal and unexpectedly pulled out some meat. I asked for ages, but he wouldn't say a word. I had to get him drunk to find out it was provided by you, comrade. Don't misunderstand, it's not old Li's fault. I'm really worried. The meat processing plant hasn't provided any meat lately, and the leaders want to entertain guests, which leaves me with no choice. Don't worry, only old Li and I know about this. I guarantee no one else is aware. Old Li and I are comrades and close friends." Upon hearing Manager Lu's assurance, Chen Guodong finally felt relieved. He had thought Uncle Li had betrayed him. Since that's the case, having an additional channel to sell game is a good thing. After all, it's all legitimate and very beneficial for him. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, "Since you're Uncle Li's comrade, I won't hide it from you. It's indeed me who provided the meat. It's from the mountains our village hunted." Hearing Chen Guodong finally open up, Manager Lu felt reassured. He was worried that this young man might be stubborn. He smiled and said, "Yes, I've heard about that. I hope that if you have any game, you can bring some to me. What do you think?" "That's no problem. If I have any game, I will definitely bring it to you," Chen Guodong agreed. Manager Lu rubbed his hands together and said, "If it's a large game like a silly roe deer or wild boar, there are leaders coming this month, and I have nothing to entertain them with. It's driving me crazy." "Oh, that's not ordinary game. We need to discuss this carefully. If I really get a wild boar, it's not just an ordinary wild chicken. What's the price then?" Chen Guodong said, his eyes reflecting his shrewdness. Manager Lu looked at the change in Chen Guodong's expression and smiled. "You young man, I didn't expect you to be good at business at such a young age." Chen Guodong humbly replied, "Not at all. I learned it all from the elders in the village." Manager Lu thought for a moment and said, "If it's a wild boar or such large game, I'll give you 3 pieces. How does that sound?" "This is a big deal. Oh, I need to discuss it with the villagers. What if they don't agree?" Manager Lu gritted his teeth and said, "If you can get 200 pounds of meat, I have a work quota that I can directly exchange for it. How about that?" "Really?" Chen Guodong immediately stood up, unable to contain his excitement, his heart racing. "This is a work quota, a guaranteed job. I old Lu keep my word. But this is only valid for this month. After that, I won't exchange it. A few of my old leaders are coming at the end of this month, and they are really keen on this." Manager Lu confirmed. "All right, then you wait for my good news," Chen Guodong readily agreed. "You're quite confident, huh?" Manager Lu asked skeptically, "Are you really that sure?" Chen Guodong replied, "Manager Lu, you can rest easy. Is there anything else? If not, I need to inform the villagers about this news soon." After saying this, Chen Guodong prepared to leave. "That's all. What's up to you now?" Manager Lu waved his hand. Chen Guodong nodded and left the office, finding a secluded corner outside the restaurant. Unable to suppress his excitement any longer, he shouted, "Yay, yay, yay," while pumping his fists in the air. Suddenly, an ant behind him asked, "Young man, are you all right?" "I'm fine, I'm just practicing my punches." Chen Guodong immediately stopped laughing awkwardly. It was so embarrassing he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Seeing that he was truly fine, the ant praised, Youth is great. You have such energy. Chen Guodong didn't know how to respond, just awkwardly smiling. Who would have thought the aunt turned to leave and muttered, "This kid must be a bit silly, he can't even fill his stomach, yet he's practicing punches. What a poor thing." Chen Guodong really wanted to jump up and ask, "Are you polite? Can you keep your voice down when you mumble?" But he thought better of it. His mood was good today, so he decided not to argue with her. Once the person walked far away, he sat down on a stone step, took out a steamed bun, and started munching on it, while calculating that the wild boar in the space was probably around 100 pounds. The reason Chen Guodong could readily agree to Manager Lu's request was because he had previously seen a wild boar in front of a cave and believed that it wouldn't be a problem to find one if he deliberately looked for it. Now there was another question: what to do if he got the job? Work himself? Forget it, he already had a golden finger. Who would still want to work? Then who should he give it to? It definitely had to be for his own people, his cousins. Aunt, older sister, second sister. After thinking it over, he couldn't come up with a reason, so he decided to handle it. When the time came, it was too early to discuss it now. After finishing his meal, Chen Guodong wandered around the city for the whole afternoon and also found out the location of the black market. By evening, Chen Guodong ate a few more steamed buns and shouldered an old tool backpack as he headed toward the black market. Along the way, he noticed many people heading in the same direction as him, and as they neared the black market, many covered their faces with headscarves. Chen Guodong was a bit confused as to why they were covering their faces, but then he thought it must be to avoid encountering someone they knew or to prevent being recognized and reported, which would be troublesome. He followed suit and covered his face as well. Upon arriving, he saw people queuing up. They were selling tickets for 5 cents and buying them for 10 cents. Chen Guodong paid 5 cents and followed the crowd inside. Chen Guodong followed the person in front of him into the black market and soon realized that it was like an open square bustling with people and lined with stalls. Although there were many people browsing, they all spoke in hushed tones with no one raising their voice. Chen Guodong felt a bit excited and curious. It was his first time visiting the black market, and he was eager to explore. As he glanced left and right, he couldn't help but admire the diversity of goods in the black market. There were all sorts of items for sale, and it truly opened Chen Guodong's eyes. After walking halfway around, Chen Guodong noticed that there was no food being exchanged. During such times, people could barely afford to eat, let alone trade. Just as he thought there was no food available for trade, he spotted what seemed to be rice at a stall not far away. Was it real? This was too unexpected. Rubbing his eyes and walking closer, he confirmed that it was indeed rice. Chen Guodong felt a rush of excitement. Finally, he could have rice to eat. He was determined to acquire some. Fortunately, a handkerchief covered Chen Guodong's expression, or else the stall owner would surely raise the price. He calmed himself and asked in a bland tone, "Hello, comrade, how do you trade for this rice?" The stall owner, with a hint of arrogance and indifference, replied, "I only trade rice, I don't sell it. 1 pound of rice can be exchanged for 3 pounds of coarse grains." After saying that, the stall owner ignored Chen Guodong, likely because too many people had asked without expecting to trade, especially since food was so scarce. But Chen Guodong was not lacking coarse grains. It was just that as a modern person transported to this era, eating coarse grains daily was quite unbearable. It seemed there was no room for negotiation on the price, so he calmly said, "How many pounds do you have? I'll take it." The stall owner seemed taken aback and covered his mouth, raising his head in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. With a pretentious air, Chen Guodong put his hands in his pockets and nodded, "Yes, I want as much as you have." "Great. I have 10 pounds. What about your coarse grains?" The stall owner didn't pay attention to Chen Guodong's pretentiousness and hurriedly asked, "All right, let's go. Follow me. I didn't bring them with me. By the way, are sweet potatoes considered coarse grains?" Chen Guodong inquired. Yes, they are." "You lead the way, comrade," the stall owner urged, appearing even more anxious than Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong remembered there was a corner nearby that was empty, so he walked over there. In the corner, he used his spatial abilities to take out 30 pounds of sweet potatoes and put them into his backpack. As he turned around, the stall owner happened to walk over and asked, "Are you trading here, comrade?" "Yes," Chen Guodong replied as he set down his backpack. The stall owner also put down his bag, and they began checking each other's goods. Chen Guodong carefully reached into the bottom of the rice bag and shook it, nodding no problem. The rice was genuinely good. This person must be knowledgeable to have such clean rice. The stall owner, visibly surprised, said, "Comrade, your sweet potatoes are quite impressive. Each one is so big." He even scratched the skin of a sweet potato with his fingernail to confirm. "Yes, they are all good grains. Now weigh them and pack them," Chen Guodong said, trying to act mature. Okay, the stall owner was well prepared and even brought a scale. After some busy work, they finally completed the transaction to both their satisfaction. Once the deal was done, the stall owner seemed happier and chatted more, saying, "You don't know, comrade, this is my 4th day here, and everyone just asks without trading. I was about to go crazy and my family's food won't last until next month. Luckily you came, or I wouldn't know when I could trade. It's alright, I happen to need rice too, Chen Guodong replied calmly, but inside he was excited at the thought of finally being able to eat rice. Oh comrade, do you need a lot of rice? The stall owner suddenly asked. Hearing this, Chen Guodong perked up. Does that mean you have more? The stall owner shook his head. Chen Guodong felt a bit speechless. Why ask if you don't have any? He walked away feeling a bit down. Hey comrade, slow down, I haven't finished speaking. Although I don't have any, my friend does. If I bring it, will you still trade at this price? The stall owner said eagerly. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? No problem, I'll trade at this price, but I might come back later. How does that sound? Chen Guodong thought for a moment and replied. How long will that take? Do you have a specific time? The stall owner appeared anxious, clearly eager to finalize the deal. Are you trying to profit from the difference? Chen Guodong asked, noticing the stall owner's urgency. The stall owner smiled. Times are tough. It's a win-win situation. Chen Guodong considered this. He had initially thought to negotiate the price, but realized that as a time traveler he could afford the slight difference. With space in hand, he felt invincible. Alright, how about this? 10 days from now if I come back, I'll mark this spot. If you see it, we'll trade the next day. How does that sound? After some deliberation, Chen Guodong said. The stall owner instantly brightened up, excitedly saying, that's wonderful. I should be able to get 20 pounds of rice. Alright, no problem. We'll talk then. Goodbye. With everything settled, Chen Guodong left. After the exchange, he felt good and continued to stroll through the black market. Suddenly something caught his attention, a jade pendant. Although the light was dim, the moonlight illuminated its smooth luster. Chen Guodong was immediately taken with it. The stall owner was an elderly woman holding a child. Seeing Chen Guodong crouch to look, her eyes sparkled. Comrade, do you like this jade pendant? After asking, she cautiously watched Chen Guodong, her expression fearful that he might just walk away. Feeling a bit uneasy, Chen Guodong coughed to appear calm. How do you trade for this jade pendant? Money or food? Chen Guodong asked, holding the pendant and inspecting it. Based on his past experience, it seemed genuine. Excitedly, the elderly woman replied, I'll trade it for food. Just 10 pounds of grain will do. Oh. Chen Guodong was taken aback. 10 pounds of grain for a jade pendant. Was it real or fake? Could it be a fake jade pendant? What to do? Chen Guodong felt trapped. The elderly woman seemed to sense his doubt and explained, right now, even money can't buy food. This is all we have of value, and we just want to trade it for some food to last a few more days. Comrade, please help us out. Chen Guodong glanced at the emaciated child, realizing people can lie, but bodies can't. They both looked so thin, their eyes were sunken. If he got scammed, so be it. Just as Chen Guodong made up his mind to buy it, a voice suddenly came from behind. Wait. Chen Guodong turned around upon hearing the voice, displeased at the interruption of his good fortune, and said, Is there something you need? A middle-aged man politely replied, Comrade, could you kindly part with this jade pendant and let me have it? Chen Guodong immediately refused, saying no. The middle-aged man urged, Please don't be in a hurry, I really like this jade pendant. I feel a connection with it. The middle-aged man spoke anxiously. No, how did you determine that you have a connection with it? I clearly laid claim to it first, and I had already negotiated a price before you barged in. How does that count as fate? Chen Guodong said, a hint of anger in his voice. Seeing that Chen Guodong was not understanding, the middle-aged man turned to the elderly woman and said, Comrade, how about I give you 20 caddies of grain in exchange? Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. The middle-aged man, noticing her uncertainty, added fuel to the fire, saying, How about 25 caddies? The elderly woman stared wide-eyed at the middle-aged man in disbelief. Chen Guodong hadn't insisted on trading for the jade pendant, he had merely taken a liking to it. Suddenly, the elderly woman gritted her teeth and made the best decision of her life. No one must be honest. Since this young comrade won't part with it, I cannot go back on my word. The elderly woman's stance infuriated the middle-aged man, causing him to storm off in anger. Fortunately, in the black market there are rules, otherwise he might have resorted to a more aggressive approach. Chen Guodong admired the elderly woman's principles and joked, I thought you were going to give it to him. The elderly woman replied, Even though I am poor and hungry, one must maintain integrity. If I lose my credibility, I am not worthy of being human. This is a bottom line I hold. Hearing her words, Chen Guodong sincerely admired her and said, All right, for your integrity, come with me, and we will trade over there. Food cannot be revealed too easily, or else one might attract unwanted attention. Chen Guodong walked ahead with the elderly woman following, leading them to their usual trading spot. Chen Guodong set down his basket with a smile, saying, Comrade, here are 30 caddies of sweet potatoes. Please pack them well. The elderly woman was startled. What? 30 caddies of sweet potatoes? That's far too many. Didn't we agree on 10 caddies? It's tough for young people, you should keep it. I can manage with just 10 caddies. Upon hearing the elderly woman's refusal, Chen Guodong knew he hadn't helped the wrong person and said, The man earlier was willing to offer 25 caddies, so this jade pendant must be worth more than that. I'm actually making a profit here. The elderly woman was very tempted, but still refused. Chen Guodong said earnestly, no need to argue, just take it. Even if you don't eat, the little one must eat. I have plenty at home, so don't worry. The elderly woman, hearing Chen Guodong's words and looking at the child, felt tears flowing down her face as she gratefully said, thank you, young comrade. I will shamelessly accept it. Xiao Cao quickly thanked the big brother. Xiao Cao, understanding the situation, bowed to Chen Guodong and said, thank you, big brother. Chen Guodong quickly helped her up, saying, no need for that, no need for that. Pack up and head home early. All right. With that, Chen Guodong helped her pack the sweet potatoes into the cloth bag she had brought. As Chen Guodong helped pack, he secretly slipped in 2 ears of corn. He couldn't help but feel pity for the thin Xiao Cao. Once they left, Chen Guodong lost interest in wandering the black market. He had already exchanged quite a bit of grain, although there were many other items he wanted to buy. Everything here required grain for trade. He never imagined that one day food would be the real currency. Fortunately, he had space available, though otherwise he wouldn't know how to survive. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts, he stored the jade pendant in his space and headed toward the ticket seller. While browsing, Chen Guodong noticed a ticket seller. How did he know this person was a ticket seller? Because there was a sign before him with just one word, tickets. It must be said that such a blatant display likely indicated a strong connection with those in power, otherwise he would have been caught long ago. After the previous person finished trading, Chen Guodong stepped forward and asked, hello comrade, how does the ticket exchange work? The ticket seller looked up at Chen Guodong and replied nonchalantly, money is exchanged at a higher rate, grain at a lower rate. The specifics depend on what tickets you want. Oh, and we also accept grain items. You accept grain too? Chen Guodong asked in surprise. Of course, grain is better than money right now. Oh, we definitely accept it. Young comrade, do you have grain? The ticket seller said matter-of-factly. Chen Guodong smiled and replied, not at the moment. Oh, when you do, remember to come find me. My prices are definitely fair. The ticket seller's interest piqued, and he started looking at Chen Guodong with more enthusiasm. Indeed, having grain is king. Chen Guodong also grew curious and asked, what prices do you offer? If you have coarse grain over 100 caddies, they'll give you 2 yuan per caddy. If you have less than that, it's 1 yuan per caddy, the ticket seller said after a moment of thought. At this point, Chen Guodong was nearly dropping his jaw. That price is ridiculously high. You outside, it's only a few dimes, but here it's multiplied several times. However, outside prices are low because there's nothing available. He was truly gaining knowledge. All right, when I have it, how do I find you? What's your name? Chen Guodong managed to calm himself and asked. I'm older than you, so they'll take advantage of you. Just call me Brother Hey. No need to search for me. I'm always right here, rain or shine. What should I call you, little brother? Brother Hey spoke with a hint of arrogance. Let him be arrogant, he had the capital. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, you can call me Xiao Chun. By the way, Brother Hey, do you have any cigarette tickets or oil tickets today? Absolutely. What type of cigarette tickets do you want? Upon hearing there was business, Brother Hey immediately perked up and smiled. Brother Hey, are there different kinds of cigarette tickets? Chen Guodong hadn't heard of this before. He just knew that everything required tickets, and he wanted to get some cigarettes to smoke. Of course, grade A cigarette tickets can be used to buy xuanhuan 0.5 yuan each. Grade B tickets can buy dakiamin for 0.2 yuan each, and grade C tickets can buy fima for 0.1 yuan each, Brother Hey explained professionally. The prices of these cigarette tickets are already on par with the price of the cigarettes themselves. Chen Guodong recalled the prices he had seen at the supply and marketing cooperative. Brother Hey laughed, saying, of course, you should consider the current situation. If it weren't for some means, your Brother Hey wouldn't even be able to get these cigarette tickets. Don't complain about the prices, little brother. All right, then I'll take 10 grade B cigarette tickets. What about the oil tickets? Chen Guodong asked again. Oil tickets are 1 yuan each, Xiao Chun. Don't complain about the price, although outside the rapeseed oil is 0.8 yuan a caddy. It's scarce and hard to come by. It's a ticket that's difficult to obtain. All right, it seems that until we become more familiar, no prices can be negotiated down. Chen Guodong simply said. Then Brother Hey, please also get me 4 shoe tickets, 5 caddies of oil tickets, and 10 caddies of cotton tickets. I won't bargain with you, just give me the best price. Upon hearing that Chen Guodong wanted to buy tickets, Hey-Guess eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, Xiao Chun, do you really need this many? Chen Guodong patted his pocket, implying, without words, that he had money. Understanding Chen Guodong's gesture, Hey, no longer concerned about money, changed his address to brother. All right, little brother, I will give you the best price. However, the items you want are in high demand. I only have 3 pounds of cotton, and I'll give it to you for 20 yuan flat. That's the maximum discount I can offer. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and nodded, saying, all right, I will definitely come here often. I hope Hey Gu is really offering the best price. Hearing Chen Guodong say that, "Hey Gu," feeling generous, added, "Of course, it's the best price. Hey, race a sugar ticket for you. Consider it a good deal." Chen Guodong did not expect to receive another sugar ticket from a single remark, and happily said, "Thank you so much, Hey Gu. I will definitely come back often." He handed the money over to Hey Gu. With the deal struck, Hey Gu happily said, "Good, the money and goods are settled. Little brother, come often in the future." Chen Guodong nodded and left. As Hey Gu watched Chen Guodong's departing figure, he muttered to himself, "I really have never encountered such a young person with so much money. He must be the child of some leader. I need to build a good relationship with him." Unbeknownst to Chen Guodong, who was blissfully walking toward the outskirts of the black market, he suddenly thought, "Where am I going to stay tonight? I still need to buy tickets from the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow." Looking up at the sky, Chen Guodong realized it was still early. He thought, "If I go to my aunt's house, it's only an hour's walk. I can return to the city tomorrow after buying things." Without hesitation, he set off towards Liu family village where his aunt lived. However, just as he left the black market, Chen Guodong faintly sensed that someone was following him, feeling that something was amiss. As he walked into a less populated area, someone suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Chen Guodong, who was already a bit scared of walking at night, was startled and thought, "It can't be a ghost, right?" He quickened his pace, thinking, "If I stop, I would be an idiot." "Stop right there!" the person shouted more urgently. Suddenly, Chen Guodong stopped because someone blocked his path. He smugly said to the middle-aged man chasing behind him, "I told you I'd catch you here, yet you didn't believe me." The person behind was out of breath, but ignored the one blocking the way. Instead, he complained to Chen Guodong, saying, "Why are you running even more when I shout at you?" Chen Guodong turned around and recognized the middle-aged man who wanted to buy the jade pendant. He impatiently scolded, "It's late at night. Aren't you scared of being shouted at? If you have something to say, just say it. Young man, don't be so impatient. I really like that jade pendant and can offer you 5 times the price. How about that?" The middle-aged man said. 5 times? No, I also really like it, and I've already sent it back to my father. The jade pendant is no longer with me. Chen Guodong replied calmly. It seemed the jade pendant was indeed something special, as he was being intercepted on the way. "I don't believe you. Young man, stop lying. We've been watching you. How could you have given it to someone else?" The middle-aged man said. "Believe what you want, I really did give it to someone else," Chen Guodong replied calmly. The blocker impatiently said, "Stop wasting time with him. Oh, just search him. We couldn't do anything in the black market, but now that we're outside, we won't let you go." "What the hell? Am I being robbed?" Chen Guodong's heart raced violently. How unlucky was he to encounter this on just his 3rd day here? Yet he still composed himself, saying, "What you're doing is illegal. Aren't you afraid of being caught?" "Haha, are you joking, kid?" Without wanting to waste more words, the middle-aged man said, "Quickly take out the jade pendant." He slowly moved closer. "Young man, just hand it over. My brother here isn't as easy to talk to as I am." The middle-aged man and the blocker worked in sync. Chen Guodong didn't want to talk to them anymore and prepared to run, but the blocker pulled out a gun. "Kid, don't think about running. I can't guarantee that my gun won't misfire." Chen Guodong had never seen such a scene. Pulling out a gun over a disagreement scared him greatly. This is cheating. In reality, Chen Guodong didn't understand that in this era, carrying a gun was common, especially during times of famine. What to do? What to do? Chen Guodong was now sweating profusely. As the two approached step by step, Chen Guodong was flustered. Since the jade pendant was already placed in his space, no one could find it. He prepared to let them search him, saying, "I really don't have it. You can search me." The two exchanged glances and began searching him. After a long search, they found nothing, and both felt a bit deflated. The middle-aged man still unwillingly asked, "When did you give it to someone else?" "We didn't see it. Just after the transaction, I went to the ticket seller Hey Gu to ask him to help me take it out." Chen Guodong lied. Chen Guodong was no fool. It was evident that they had a grudge against him. They would definitely not let him go easily, so he had to bluff a bit, or he would be in real trouble. The two looked at each other in surprise, and the blocker shook his head. "Oh, I see. It seems the jade pendant really isn't with you. Remember to keep today's incident to yourself. You can go now?" The middle-aged man said, looking disappointed. The blocker also tucked the gun into his waistband. It seemed he had made the right bet. Hey Gu indeed had some background. Chen Guodong calmly nodded and pretended to be composed as he walked out. After Chen Guodong left, the two exchanged glances. The middle-aged man said, "What a pity about that jade pendant. It was a good item worth a lot of money." The blocker said with some worry, "Right now the jade pendant is a small matter. If that kid has any connections with Hey Gu from the black market, will we get into trouble by letting him go like this?" The middle-aged man shook his head, saying, "We didn't do anything. We just scared him a bit. Besides, we're both wearing masks and have altered our voices. That kid won't recognize us. Don't worry." They both sighed and left. Chen Guodong, having walked a short distance and turned a corner, finally dared to stop and look back, finding no one behind him. His heart raced, and he was panting heavily. "Damn, that scared me. Thankfully, I was smart enough to find Hey Gu as a shield. Otherwise, I would have had to use the rocks from my space to fight them." The rocks in my space aren't big if I release them and didn't kill them in one blow. Getting shot wouldn't be a joke. I wouldn't even know if I could return to my previous life. I couldn't take that risk, otherwise I would have dealt with them from the start. Just thinking about it was a bit frustrating. I would eventually have to get back at them. I need to save some money to buy a gun and gather some large rocks in the mountains, putting anything that could save my life into my space. Otherwise it's too dangerous. These thoughts of Chen Guodong would eventually lead to a legend in the black market. Of course, that is a story for another time. After calming himself, he continued on toward Lu family village. By the time Chen Guodong arrived at Lu family village, it was estimated to be around 9 o'clock. The village was shrouded in darkness, enveloped in silence, with even the dogs not barking. People were barely able to feed themselves, let alone keep dogs. Walking along the path, he could only hear his own footsteps, which made Chen Guodong feel uneasy. He hurried toward his aunt's house, relying on his memory. Why is the kerosene lamp still lit? What's going on? Did they not run out of food? Shouldn't they be sleeping early to conserve energy? Curiously, Chen Guodong walked into the yard and approached the window without calling out, knowing that staying up late was surely a problem. As he drew closer, he heard his aunt Xuanhuan say, "What should we do? We only have food for tomorrow left. We can't even dig up wild vegetables anymore." Dawei is struggling at his in-laws' place, and not long ago, he sent word saying that food is tight and he won't be visiting for now. Airwise just started as an apprentice in the city and won't get paid for a while, so he can't bring food either. Lu Laoshi, his uncle, sighed helplessly and said, "Alas, let the remaining food at home be saved for xuanhuan then. I heard that guanyin soil can stave off hunger. If it comes to that, well, just eat some guanyin soil." Xuanhuan surprisingly nodded in agreement, saying, "That's the only option left. He'll go ask Lu KZ at the village head tomorrow about getting this guanyin soil." Lu Laoshi said helplessly, "What a situation, they're going to eat guanyin soil. It's a good thing I came today, otherwise it would have been a hassle." Though Chen Guodong wanted to knock on the door immediately, he held back. What he needed to consider now was how to help his aunt in the most reasonable way. Based on their conversation, Chen Guodong thought for a moment that his aunt's difficulties were probably temporary, since his cousin Lu Yang had become an apprentice and should be able to support himself by next month. Only his cousin Lu Yu and his aunt were left at home. How much food should he give them? He still had 30 jin of corn, 40 jin of sweet potatoes, and some sweet potato leaves in his storage. The corn was quite eye-catching, but the sweet potatoes seemed more reasonable to claim as having been found in the mountains. Yes, that's what he would do, give the sweet potatoes to his aunt, since she often helped his family when his elder sisters were unmarried. Oh right, since his aunt was in such difficulty, what about his elder sisters? He needed to find time to check on them. He placed 40 jin of sweet potatoes and sweet potato vines into a cloth bag and packed it into his backpack. It was more reasonable this way. Carrying a basket of sweet potatoes around carelessly would be asking for trouble. This was all he could do for now. After tidying up, he knocked on the door. The two people inside were startled, and Lu Laoshi tentatively asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, Guodong." Chen Guodong called out. Hearing Chen Guodong's voice, Chen Hao happily responded, "Guodong, wait a moment. I'm opening the door for you now." Chen Hao opened the door for Chen Guodong and smiled. "Guodong, why did you come so late? Come in quickly." Chen Guodong also greeted them with a smile. "Uncle, aunt." Lu Laoshi grinned innocently and said, "Guodong, it's been a while since I've seen you. It seems you've grown taller." Chen Guodong smiled. "I have indeed grown a bit taller recently." Chen Hao asked with concern, "Guodong, why did you come to your aunt so late? Did something happen at home?" Chen Guodong chuckled. "Aunt, there's nothing wrong. A few days ago, I found a small patch of sweet potatoes while looking for food in the mountains. We dug them all up, kept half for ourselves, and my father said to bring the rest to you." "What? Guodong, are you saying that this entire basket is filled with sweet potatoes?" His aunt looked at Chen Guodong in shock, as if to say, "Don't deceive me, I don't read much." Lu Laoshi was even more excited, having dropped the bowl he was preparing for Chen Guodong, without realizing it, just staring wide-eyed at him. Fortunately, the ground was made of dirt, otherwise it would have been a shame to waste a bowl. Chen Guodong nodded and smiled. "Aunt, uncle, please don't be too excited, it's true." "Guodong, what are you saying? Can you not be excited about such a large amount of food? Come, put down the backpack first. I thought it was just wild vegetable stems. How heavy could this be?" Chen Hao helped to place the backpack on the ground. "It's not too heavy, aunt. Look, how could I possibly deceive you?" As Chen Guodong spoke, he opened the mouth of the cloth bag, revealing the sweet potatoes and sweet potato leaves. "Is this a sweet potato of such size?" His aunt looked at the sweet potatoes in disbelief. Lu Laoshi picked up a sweet potato and lamented, "I've been farming my whole life, and this is the first time I've seen such large sweet potatoes. Maybe the soil in the mountains has never been farmed, it's fertile," Chen Guodong joked. "It could be. You've worked hard, child. How could your father let you, a child, deliver food? You could have just sent someone to notify me. You didn't have to come yourself." "But Guodong, this is too much. It takes some back, and can't eat so much," Chen Hao said with concern for Chen Guodong. After speaking, the usually inexpressive Chen Hao had reddened eyes, not knowing whether it was from being touched or from worrying about Chen Guodong. Lu Laoshi hastily advised, "Yes, Guodong, there are only 3 of us at home. We don't need so much." Chen Guodong thought to himself, "Don't need so much. 2 more baskets might not be enough." This would barely keep 3 people from starving, but he had no choice. He could only do this for now and find a chance to bring more later. "Aunt, uncle, this is what my father instructed. You know how stubborn he is. If you want me to take it back, you're just asking for me to get beaten." Seeing that they were unwilling to accept it, Chen Guodong had no choice but to mention his father. At this point, if they still refused food, it truly would be family. Chen Hao and Lu Laoshi exchanged glances, and Chen Hao said, "All right then, Aunt will accept it. Please thank your father for me. Is there anything left at Jin Yong's place?" To be honest, Aunt is quite good. When there wasn't a famine, she often helped her 2 younger brothers. Uncle is not bad either, otherwise Aunt wouldn't be able to help. "And don't worry, I and Uncle Sen live next door. We won't go hungry," Chen Guodong said confidently. Uncle Sen shouldn't be given too much at once. Being so close, he could always bring more. Besides, there are always prey every day, but giving too much at once isn't good. A favor granted in rice can become an enmity over a grain. Hearing this, Chen Hao felt relieved and said, "That's good. Guodong hasn't eaten yet, right? He'll go boil some sweet potatoes for you." Lu Laoshi hurriedly picked up the fallen bowl, quickly wiping it on his clothes, which were covered in dust, and poured water for Chen Guodong, placing it in front of him. Chen Guodong's throat tightened. He ultimately didn't dare to pick up the bowl. Suddenly, he felt not so thirsty anymore, and quickly changed the subject, saying, "Aunt, don't worry about it. I already ate before coming here. I'll sleep here for a night and head back tomorrow." "Oh, you're leaving so soon. Can't you stay a few more days?" Chen Hao said a bit reluctantly. "No, there are many things waiting for me to do at home." Chen Guodong refused. Seeing that he was so determined, Chen Hao didn't insist, saying, "All right, your cousin's room is empty. You can sleep there, it's clean." When Chen Guodong returned to the house, Lu Laoshi sighed, "We must have accumulated virtue in our past lives. At the most difficult time, your brother actually lent a helping hand." Chen Hao with red eyes choked, "What virtue? Stop talking nonsense. It's clear that my brother cares for us. Look at your brothers, they wouldn't even look at you. The last time I borrowed grain, they kicked me out." Lu Laoshi sighed helplessly. "They must be having a hard time too." "Hard time? I saw them drinking heavily last time. They won't even lend me a little grain." Chen Hao began to complain. Lu Laoshi, knowing the character of his brothers, didn't explain. "Now that Guodong has given us so many sweet potatoes, can we sell some to get money for xuanhuan to continue studying?" Chen Hao sighed, "I want to, but who knows how long this famine will last. Even eating is a problem. What use is studying?" Then, Lu Laoshi hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Chen Hao. "Forget it, let's eat first, and then talk. Let's hurry to bed, or we'll be hungry again soon." The 2 of them turned off the light and went to sleep. Of course, Chen Guodong in the next room had no idea what they were saying. He was just really tired. After experiencing that robbery and walking such a long distance, he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. The next day, Chen Guodong woke up late. As soon as he stepped out, he encountered his 14-year-old cousin Lu Yu. Lu Yu exclaimed happily, "Cousin, you're awake. I heard from my mother that you came and brought a lot of sweet potatoes. Thank you so much, cousin. Otherwise, our family would have a tough time. Children will always speak their minds." Chen Guodong smiled, "I just woke up. I was too tired last night and overslept. Where are Aunt and the others?" Lu Yu pouted at this. "They said they were going to see if there's any food left. It's not good to just stay at home. By the way, my mother has made sweet potato soup. Come in and sit, or I'll bring it to you. Having such a cousin is quite nice." Chen Guodong did not refuse, nodded, and went inside to wait. Soon Lu Yu brought in a bowl of steaming sweet potato soup and placed it on the table. Ouch! It was so hot that Lu Yu quickly pinched her earlobes to cool down. Chen Guodong laughed heartily at the sight. "You silly cousin, I get burned, and you still laugh." Lu Yu stomped her foot and turned her head away. "All right, I won't laugh anymore. Have you eaten? Want to have some together?" Chen Guodong asked with concern. "No, today is the fullest I've been in a while. I'm stuffed." "You eat, cousin." Lu Yu's face lit up with joy at the mention of food. "Then fine, I won't hold back." Chen Guodong began to slurp it up. To be honest, this simple sweet potato soup was quite sweet and delicious. Halfway through, Chen Guodong suddenly remembered to ask, "By the way, don't you have school today? Why are you still at home so late? Aren't you afraid the teacher will punish you?" Lu Yu's mood immediately fell, losing all her previous vitality. "No money, no grain. I haven't gone to school this semester." "What? Why didn't you say this earlier?" Chen Guodong asked in surprise. "Saying it earlier wouldn't have helped. The last time my mom went to your house, your family was also struggling," Lu Yu replied sadly. "Oh, so that's why Aunt went to borrow grain, and no wonder she who values her pride so much would go to borrow. Aunt really cares for the kids in the family." Chen Guodong thought for a moment and realized he could help Lu Yu. Education has great prospects. She must study. According to his memory, this cousin was the top student in her class. It would be a pity if she didn't continue. Chen Guodong prepared to test the waters. Yeah, if you had the money to study, do you think you could get into high school? Even go to college in the future? Upon hearing this, Lu Yu perked up, her confidence shining through as she said, that's for sure. I can't promise anything else, but I guarantee I'll always be first in my studies. Chen Guodong listened and seemed to see the birth of a top student. Other things can be fabricated, but this confidence and determination cannot be faked. He decided to take a gamble. Chen Guodong suddenly said, seriously, this is what you said. Cousin has decided to support your studies, but you must not forget your roots. Filial piety comes first in all virtues. Really? Lu Yu jumped up excitedly, looking at Chen Guodong, as if to say, don't trick me just because I'm not well read. How much is your tuition for a semester? Chen Guodong asked. It used to be 5 yuan, but during this special period 3 yuan is enough. I come home every day, so I don't need dormitory fees. Lu Yu thought seriously. Chen Guodong directly counted out 10 yuan and slapped it on the table, saying grandly, all right, here's 10 yuan. Consider it for 2 semesters of tuition and you can arrange the rest yourself. Wow, cousin, you really gave this much money. I've never seen so much money in my life. Cousin, pinch me. I feel like I'm dreaming. Lu Yu's eyes turned red as she picked up the money, her hands trembling in disbelief. Such good fortune. Chen Guodong wasn't polite. He thought it was better to help now than later when she could no longer rely on him. He directly pinched her cheek hard. Ouch. It hurts, cousin, it hurts. Stop it. Lu Yu quickly pleaded for mercy. Chen Guodong finally let go. He joked, now you know it's real, right? In the future, if I don't send money for your studies in time, you come find me, understood? I understand, cousin. You're so good to me. I'll definitely repay you well when I finish my studies, Lu Yu said gratefully. Chen Guodong waved his hand dismissively, we're family. Just remember that filial piety comes first in all virtues. That's the root and the essence. I got it, cousin, Lu Yu nodded earnestly. Seeing that everything was settled, Chen Guodong finished his sweet potato soup and said, yeah, when your parents come back, tell them I'm leaving first. If there's anything, just come find me. We're family, no need to be polite. Okay, but cousin, aren't you going to stay a few more days? Lu Yu urged. No, there are still many things at home. By the way, tell your mother I only gave you 6 yuan. Otherwise, she will definitely want to take it back. You need some emergency money for school, Chen Guodong instructed. Okay, I'll listen to you. You're so considerate, cousin, Lu Yu said happily. All right, I'll be going. Just make sure to spend the money wisely. As Chen Guodong said this, he shouldered his backpack and left the house. Lu Yu reluctantly sent him to the door, watching him slowly disappear from her sight. Lu Yu suddenly came to her senses and excitedly said, cousin has gone back. Chen Hao, feeling a bit reluctant, responded, oh, why did he leave so quickly without saying goodbyes? Cousin said there are many things at home, so he couldn't wait for you, Lu Yu explained. Chen Hao nodded in the direction where Chen Guodong had left. By the way, Dad and Mom, I can go to school tomorrow, Lu Yu said happily. Lu Laosher sighed helplessly. We have no money, how can you go to school? I have money, cousin just gave me 6 yuan for 2 semesters tuition, Lu Yu said, pulling out the money. The two were dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock at the sight of the money in Lu Yu's hand. Are you saying Guodong gave you 6 yuan for tuition? Chen Hao confirmed again. Yes, Mom, I have money now, and I can go to school tomorrow, Lu Yu said joyfully. Chen Hao suddenly couldn't hold back her tears and choked out. Guodong is such a good child. You must remember his kindness. Senyata, do you understand? Lu Laosher with red-rimmed eyes also sighed. This child is really wonderful. We must repay him when we have the chance. Of course, Chen Guodong, who was on his way, had no idea about their conversation, merely sneezing several times. He wondered if his little sister missed him and quickened his pace. Suddenly, Chen Guodong stopped. Having given his cousin 10 yuan, he only had 10 left, which was certainly not enough to buy things. Damn. Getting poorer, what to do? I guess I'll change next time I go to town. Oh, I've already acquired quite a bit this time, and taking too much isn't good. With that thought, he turned around and headed home. He finally stopped near Qinjiago before dark, finding a deserted spot to wait for nightfall. He was utterly exhausted. He must buy a bicycle. This was the second time the thought occurred to Chen Guodong. Suddenly, Chen Guodong slapped his thigh, regretting wasting the spiritual spring water yesterday. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, he couldn't waste the spiritual spring water, so he directly watered a sweet potato, which instantly grew larger. It was still so magical, and he happily stored the sweet potato in his space. When it was completely dark, Chen Guodong stealthily entered the village. At the entrance of his home, he dumped all the items he had bought into the backpack, glancing around like a thief before knocking on the door. Lin Yu heard the commotion and immediately rushed to open the door. Seeing her son standing at the door, she excitedly pulled Chen Guodong inside, saying, Guodong, my son, you are finally back. Indeed, it was true what they said, a mother worries when her child travels thousands of miles. Chen Jianjun saw his son return safely and felt relieved, saying, Guodong, how was it? Did you encounter any problems? Chen Guodong thought to himself that he had indeed encountered trouble and nearly had to fight, But he didn't say it out loud. He was definitely going to report good news, not bad. Dad, it's fine. I was with my master. He took great care of me and taught me many things so you and Mom can rest easy. Then why didn't you invite your master over for a meal so we can properly thank him? Lin Yu said. Mom, my master doesn't like crowds. He's used to being alone. Don't worry, I will definitely honor him well in the future, Chen Guodong promised. This lie about his master would probably last a lifetime, but it was indeed quite useful. Lin Yu and Chen Jianjun said nothing further. Hearing the noise, his little sister also got up, running in front of Chen Guodong excitedly, saying, "Brother, you're finally back. I missed you so much." "I missed you all too," Chen Guodong laughed. Children are just children. One moment they say they miss you, and the next they curiously ask, "Brother, what's in that full backpack?" Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong became animated. "These are all good things, he said, putting down the backpack and uncovering the cloth that concealed its contents to show everyone. His little sister was the most eager, directly reaching in to take things out one by one. However, the more she took, the more her mood sank, and soon she stopped taking anything. Chen Guodong, confused, asked, "Little sister, what's wrong? Why aren't you taking any more? Weren't you just happy a moment ago?" His little sister, feeling a bit down, said, "Brother, why didn't you buy any food?" Her actions made everyone burst into laughter. Children are just children, only thinking about food. Lin Yu, frustrated, poked her little sister with her finger and scolded with a smile, "Silly girl, all you think about is eating. Don't you know that everything your brother brought back is precious and necessary for life?" Saying this, she began to examine the items Chen Guodong brought back with delight, but still worried about the expense. She said, "Guodong, why did you exchange for so much? That must have cost a lot of money." "It's nothing, Mom. These were exchanged in the city after hunting with my master. Money is useless. You can earn it back after spending it, he. Looking at the many items his son brought back, Chen Jianjun suddenly felt that his son had grown up. With a serious tone, he said, "Guodong, I know you're growing up. Many things you need to judge for yourself. Just have your own measure." "Yes, Dad, I will be careful. You all can rest assured. By the way, I also went to see Auntie." Chen Guodong nodded and said, "Oh, when did you go? How is Auntie doing now?" Chen Jianjun asked anxiously. "It's fine, Dad. Don't worry. Everyone is doing well. I brought some food so she won't go hungry." Chen Guodong said, pretending to be relaxed, thinking to himself that it would have been troublesome if he had gone a little later. Chen Jianjun let out a long breath. That's good, that's good. By the way, today, I also bought some delicious food to bring back," Chen Guodong said, pulling out the grass paper from the backpack to reveal the rice, directly lifting it out. Upon hearing there was food, his little sister immediately perked up, leaning over to see, "Brother, what delicious food is this?" It's rice," Chen Guodong said, placing it on the table. "Our rice." Lin Yu immediately tore open the bag, looking at the white rice excitedly as she grasped it in her palm and even smelled it. "It's really rice that smells so good. Son, you are truly amazing. You managed to bring back rice." "I don't have that ability. It was brought back by my master, who said to let us try it." Chen Guodong began to shift the blame to his master. "I really want to thank your master. It's a pity he doesn't like crowds," Lin Yu lamented. Chen Guodong thought to himself that he hadn't even met him. It's been many years since I've seen rice," Chen Jianjun said, looking at the rice with some sentimentality. His little sister curiously asked, "Is rice delicious?" "Of course it's delicious. Today I'll show you my cooking skills," Chen Guodong said, confidently taking the rice to the kitchen. Lin Yu followed in concern, saying, "Son, let me come out. Let's make rice porridge." Chen Guodong directly pushed Lin Yu out. "Mom, just wait to eat. You don't need to worry about it." "You child, take it easy." Lin Yu had no choice but to remind Chen Guodong. "All right, got it, Mom." Chen Guodong shut the door behind him. Chen Guodong began to light the fire to cook rice, but suddenly thought what to do if there's rice, but no vegetables. Wouldn't that be a waste of the rice? What to do now? Chen Guodong pondered for a moment and had a brilliant idea. He still had a wild boar in his space which he had intended to use for work exchange, but a little extra meat wouldn't hurt. For his first meal of rice in this era, he wanted it to be special. Without hesitation, he cut a piece of pork belly from the space and held it in his hand, feeling quite satisfied. Although it wasn't much fat, it would suffice for a fried rice. Chen Guodong looked around and found a decent garlic bulb. What luck! He decided to make garlic pork belly fried rice. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. He sliced the pork, crushed the garlic, and awaited the rice to finish cooking. After half an hour, the rice was finally done. Without an electric rice cooker, it was quite a hassle. Cooking rice felt like a battle, adding and reducing firewood intermittently. He scooped the rice out, cleaned the pot, then heated the iron pan. Chen Guodong noticed there was a little oil left in the can, so he shook it vigorously until some finally came out, then added the pork belly to render out the fat. The pork belly sizzled in the pan and the savory aroma wafted out. His little sister, with a keen sense of smell, immediately caught a whiff and eagerly asked, "Wow, it smells so good. What delicious food are you cooking, brother?" "I don't know, it doesn't smell like rice." That kid won't let me in, Lin Yu said, also noticing the enticing aroma. Chen Jianjun remained calm and replied, it should be the smell of meat. Let's just wait, it won't take long. Seeing the pork belly turn golden brown, Chen Guodong promptly added the garlic to release its fragrance, then poured in the rice, quickly stir-frying it, adding salt, and completing the dish. Chen Guodong took a deep breath, exclaiming, oh my, it smells amazing. Unable to resist, he tasted a bite, and thought, this is the feeling, this is the flavor, delightful. He was utterly satisfied. He served a large bowl of rice for each person, and it looked so appetizing. Dinner time, Chen Guodong announced as he stepped out of the hall with 2 big bowls. The others were amazed when they saw the fried rice Chen Guodong brought. Brother, what did you use to make this fried rice? It smells incredible. His little foodie sister asked curiously. Mom and Dad, come taste my cooking. Little sister, this is garlic pork belly fried rice. Our portions are still in the kitchen. Hurry and get them, it's so fragrant. Chen Guodong placed the 2 bowls in front of his parents. Upon hearing him, his little sister dashed off to fetch the rice. Chen Jianjun asked in confusion, it smells so good, but where did Guodong get the meat? I didn't see you bring any back. Hee, I put the pork in my pocket to surprise you all, Chen Guodong explained with a smile. Lin Yue, eyeing the fragrant fried rice, swallowed hard and lamented, it's more of a shock. With so much rice and meat, we could stretch it to feed the whole family for several days. Mom, just eat freely. I'm learning to hunt for my master now. There will be plenty of good days ahead, Chen Guodong reassured her. Wife, just listen to Guodong. He's grown up, we can enjoy our lives, Chen Jianjun advised. But, Lin Yu wanted to say more, but Chen Guodong interrupted. Mom, no buts. If you don't eat now, it will get cold. Trust me, and enjoy your meal. At that moment, his little sister walked in carrying 2 bowls of rice and placed them on the table. Brother, you eat too, but smells delicious. Chen Guodong just wanted to relish this hard-earned meal, saying all right. He immediately entered eating mode and began devouring his food. Seeing everyone enjoying their meal, Lin Yu decided to join in and ate heartily as well. It was truly satisfying. This was the best meal he had eaten since arriving in this world. He thought to himself, if he was the most unfortunate traveler, others had rice on their first day, rode bicycles, while he had to wait so long for his first rice meal. It was truly tough. Chen Jianjun finishing the fastest sighed with satisfaction. Guodong, how come we never knew you had such culinary skills? It's been years since I've eaten such delicious food. Oh, I remember my mother made me a bowl when I was young. He spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Chen Guodong smiled. Dad, my master taught me this. If you want to eat it, I'll cook it for you every day. Chen Jianjun waved his hands repeatedly. No, I feel uneasy eating this meal. Although it's delicious, we can't eat like this every day. That would spoil us. Besides, what kind of family eats like this every day? Lin Yu chimed in. Exactly, son. After this meal, don't waste so much next time, you're too extravagant. But Mom, I want to eat this every day, his little sister said excitedly. Lin Yu gave her a smack on the arm, exasperated. What do you mean, eat every day? Just having a meal like this is a luxury. Do you think your brother will be lucky enough to catch prey every day? Even if he could, we need to save up. Who knows how long this famine will last? You need to learn how to live. Chen Guodong observed the attitudes of Lin Yu and Chen Jianjun and realized that it would take some time to change their mindset about saving. For now, at least, they had accepted the fact that he brought back so much food today and their reactions weren't as intense. He hoped they would get used to it over time. Lin Yu suddenly felt downcast. While we are eating well, I wonder how your 2 sisters are doing. They haven't visited this year, even though they came last year. Chen Jianjun comforted her, saying, Wife, don't worry too much. If they were in trouble, they would have come. They should be able to hold on. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and suggested, Dad, Mom, how about in a few days if I catch something we can go to the city to trade for some grain and check on my sisters? Lin Yu looked at Chen Guodong with appreciation. Son, you've truly grown up. You care about your sisters. Her eyes turned red as she spoke. Of course I care. They are my sisters who took care of me when I was young. Now that I have the ability, I must treat them well, Chen Guodong affirmed. I'm very happy to hear you say that, Guodong, Chen Jianjun said, patting his shoulder with pride. Hee, of course. Chen Guodong smiled. Since we ate so much today, let's all go to bed early. We can skip cooking breakfast tomorrow. Lin Yu said, everyone can sleep a little longer today. Chen Guodong's first thought was sleep again. But then he realized that today was normal, after all, it was dark out, so he didn't argue. Everyone went to bed early. Chen Guodong fell asleep quickly, perhaps because he was tired from the journey. However, someone nearby couldn't sleep. That was the neighboring Sen Shu's son Gongzi, who shook Chen Guoqiang beside him and said, Brother, whose house is cooking meat? It smells so good, can you smell it? Chen Guoqiang, having expended all his energy after a day of climbing mountains, impatiently replied, You're dreaming. Go to sleep, we have to go up the mountain tomorrow. Brother, really, it smells so good. Is it from Guodong's house? Gongzi was convinced he wasn't dreaming. Enough, stop the noise and go to sleep, or I won't take you up the mountain tomorrow. Chen Guoqiang said impatiently. Upon hearing that he wouldn't be taken to the mountain, Gongzi quickly ceased his antics and turned to drift into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, Chen Guodong was once again awakened by Lin Yue, who informed him that his 3 cousins were waiting at the door, having somehow learned of his return. Chen Guodong reluctantly got out of bed and greeted his brothers at the door. "Good morning, everyone." "Guodong, it's not morning for us. We've been up for a while." Gongzi chuckled. Chen Guodong, curious, asked, "How did you know I was back?" "My dad saw you return last night," Chen Guowei explained. "Oh, I see. Let's go then," he said, shouldering his backpack and heading towards the mountain. Lin Yu shouted from behind, "Guodong, you haven't eaten yet." "I've already taken something." Chen Guodong did not turn back, but waved his hand, and the brothers followed the mountain path into the woods. As they walked and chatted towards the trap site, Chen Guowei said, "Guodong, on the day you left, we caught a wild chicken and divided it among your family. But we didn't catch anything yesterday. By the way, the bait is gone. Can you get more?" After saying that, they looked at Chen Guodong, afraid he would say there was no bait left since they hadn't caught anything yesterday. The bait had been consumed by small animals. "I can definitely get some. You guys go check the traps. I'll ask my master for some bait," Chen Guodong said cheerfully. Upon hearing his words, they all sighed in relief. "All right, you go ahead, I will check the traps." Chen Guowei agreed. "Okay, I'll head to my trap first," Chen Guodong said, before making his way to the trap he had dug. Having not checked his trap for several days, he hoped there would be a reward waiting for him. As he walked, he collected useful large stones and timber, gathering various items into his storage space for future needs, as Chen Guodong hadn't forgotten the lessons from that night. He slowed his pace as he approached the first trap, hoping for a successful catch. From a distance, he saw that the trap had collapsed. Excited, he ran over, only to find 2 chicken feathers remaining. What happened? Did the prey escape? Or did someone take it? Looking around, it seemed no one had been there, and he felt a bit disappointed, thinking there would be a catch after 2 days. He reset the trap. After tidying up his mood, he walked to the next trap, which he had high hopes for due to its favorable location and the presence of animal tracks nearby. However, upon reaching the trap, he was greatly disappointed to see the bait still sitting on top, somewhat dried out. Chen Guodong replaced it with sweet potato leaves and corn stalks as bait, refusing to give up hope, and sighed as he headed towards the cave. At the cave entrance, he stored the stones blocking the entrance into his space, then re-emerged to replace the stones to seal the cave. Inside the cave, seeing the mature sweet potatoes, Chen Guodong's previously poor mood from not catching anything finally eased, and he happily collected all the sweet potatoes into his storage. He planted 10 more sweet potatoes and watered them with spring water, feeling accomplished. Looking at the storage filled with sweet potatoes, he estimated there were about 100 pounds and couldn't help but feel joyous. "Wait, something's off. Ooh, where's the jade pendant I traded for? What's going on? It can't just be gone. Oh, I never took it out. Where did it go?" Chen Guodong anxiously checked everywhere inside and out. It was indeed missing. Chen Guodong fell into deep thought. The only explanation for this situation was that it had been absorbed by the space. It was a certainty, because the space had previously indicated it could be upgraded, but did not specify the conditions. The jade was likely one of the upgrade requirements. Chen Guodong quickly checked for any changes in the space, but after a long time nothing had changed. However, he finally understood how the space upgraded, feeling excited about what it would become. Would it be particularly powerful? Chen Guodong was now incredibly excited. He spun around in place, thrilled that he had discovered the upgrade condition. What a delight. Wait, did I celebrate too soon? The jade pendant was absorbed, and there's been no change. It can't require a lot of jade, right? Oh no, I was careless. It probably requires a lot of such jades. This is troublesome. I can only try my luck in the black market. What a roller coaster of emotions. But thankfully, I finally have a direction. Now I just need to plant more and hunt more. The rest can be left to time. It's not a big problem. After calming himself, Chen Guodong used stones to block the cave entrance and headed to the last trap nearby. Although he had little hope, he still wanted to check. After all, as the saying goes, since he was already there, he might as well. When Chen Guodong reached the vicinity of the trap, he was surprised to see the trap had collapsed. Could it have worked? He hurried forward to look into the trap and exclaimed, "Haha, life is full of surprises," as he spotted 2 rabbits. Chen Guodong rubbed his hands together with joy and found a bamboo pole to lower himself into the trap. Such cute little rabbits, they should taste wonderful when braised. Haha, he neatly stored them away and reset the trap. He wondered if his cousins had made any catches, hoping some foolish prey had wandered into their traps. Chen Guodong swayed his way towards the traps dug by his cousins to meet up with them, only to encounter them halfway, sitting dejectedly under a large tree. What happened, everyone? Chen Guodong guessed the situation. "We didn't catch a single hair in the traps," Gongzi said with a downcast mood. "Come on, it's not a big deal. Isn't it normal not to catch anything?" Chen Guodong said nonchalantly. "But without prey, what are we supposed to eat?" Gongzi lamented. "Eat this," Chen Guodong said as he distributed a sweet potato among them. Guodong, is that alright? Food is scarce, so we should save some. Chen Guowei swallowed hard and said, Eat up, I've got plenty. How can we run in the mountains if we're not full? Chen Guodong said generously. Upon hearing this, they had nothing more to say as they were indeed starving. The past 2 days without Chen Guodong had left them hungry for quite some time, and they began to devour the sweet potatoes. However, after eating half they stopped. Chen Guodong asked in confusion, Why aren't you eating anymore? Guodong, we're full, let's leave some for our family. Chen Guowei said awkwardly, You guys are full. Don't worry, I'll save some for you. Let's skip the pleasantries, we're all family here. Chen Guodong's straightforward response silenced them. Nevertheless, it was nice that they had such a family-oriented mindset. Upon hearing this, they felt relieved and happily continued eating. Chen Guodong watched them eat the sweet potatoes, not minding the dirt at all, as they enjoyed every bite, seemingly starved. After they finished eating, they placed bait in the traps and headed home. On the way back, Chen Guodong gave each of them 2 sweet potatoes for their families. The next day, as usual, they entered the mountains and arrived near the traps, when suddenly they heard huff huff, the sound of heavy breathing. Upon hearing this, the group immediately stopped in their tracks, exchanging glances of surprise, with Gongzi being the most excited, rushing forward first. Haha, it's a wild boar, it's a wild boar. Everyone come quickly and take a look, Gongzi shouted excitedly. Hearing this, the others rushed forward as well, and indeed it was a wild boar, though it was a bit small, weighing no more than 30 pounds, with its thigh pierced by a bamboo thorn and struggling desperately. Chen Guowei laughed excitedly, saying, Haha, I didn't expect to actually catch a wild boar. I didn't believe the old folks when they said traps could catch wild boars. Chen Guodong, looking at the small wild boar in the trap, was not particularly happy. Although we caught it, it's a bit too small. Chen Guoqiang patted Chen Guodong on the shoulder and jokingly scolded Guodong, It's great that we caught a wild boar, you should be satisfied. You don't know that just a few days ago we ran around for days without even a trace. Chen Guodong thought about it and realized that his expectations were indeed too high, so he smiled and said, You're right, this is already quite good. So what do we do now? How do we get it up? Gongzi was the most anxious, not caring whether the wild boar was big or small. Chen Guowei chuckled, That's simple, as long as we have food it will be easy. Just watch me. Saying this, he found a bamboo pole and went down. Chen Guowei used a machete to strike the small wild boar firmly, causing it to struggle even harder, thrashing its legs wildly. However, Chen Guowei struck a few more times, and finally the wild boar went still. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Chen Guowei gasped, It's done. Great job, Weigo, Gongzi said in admiration. Chen Guoqiang also praised, It's all thanks to you, Weigo. Chen Guodong also admired Chen Guowei's bravery, not fearing that the small wild boar would break free and bite him. Having space makes me fearless, you're really something, cousin. Weigo is mighty, Chen Guodong said sincerely. Alright, these are all small matters, it's not that exaggerated, let's work together to get the wild boar up. Chen Guowei humbly said. The group tied up the wild boar with vines and pulled it up, sitting on the ground joyfully, watching the small wild boar. Chen Guowei broke the silence and tentatively asked, What should we do with this wild boar? Should we take it back to the big cafeteria and let everyone taste the meat? I'll give it to the village, Gongzi said with obvious reluctance. I have no objections on how to distribute it, Guodong, what do you think? Chen Guoqiang asked. This question left Chen Guodong dumbfounded. Give it to the village. There was already one instance last time, and now another. What about next time? It felt like trouble was brewing. Weigo, what reason do you give for sending it to the cafeteria? I'd like to hear, Chen Guodong pondered and asked. Without thinking, Chen Guowei replied, The children in the village, those skinny ones, I just can't stand it. This statement from Chen Guowei held significant weight, as even the most boisterous Gongzi nodded in agreement. Chen Guodong glanced at the others, thinking that if it weren't for him, they would probably be malnourished too. After thinking for a moment, he said, That's fine, but don't include me in this. Just say it was you 3 who caught the wild boar. Chen Guoqiang asked in confusion, Why not include you? This is our collective achievement. Chen Guodong smiled, saying, Chong, good, don't rush, let me finish. You see, it was me last time, and it's me again this time. What if I don't contribute next time? What will happen then? Chen Guowei, being educated, immediately said, A favor for a favor, a grudge for a grudge. Guodong, are you afraid of this? Chen Guodong gave Chen Guowei a thumbs up. Exactly. It was me last time, it's you this time. Perhaps next time someone else will bring food and share some with the village. This way it can create a positive cycle. If I'm included every time, I'm afraid some will feel unbalanced. Gongzi asked in confusion, Shouldn't it be that way? We're all related. Chen Guoqiang slapped Gongzi's head and said, You're still young. Just watch and listen more and you'll understand in the future. Alright then, Gongzi replied, somewhat understanding. Chen Guowei was instead a bit curious, looking at Chen Guodong and asking, Guodong, you've really matured a lot. How do you understand such convoluted reasoning? I don't know, my dad taught me these things, Chen Guodong humbly replied. No wonder my dad often teaches me these too, Chen Guowei said. Then it's settled. You three can head back first, and remember, don't mention that I had a part in this. I'll go find my master and learn how to hunt. Chen Guodong advised. Alright, don't worry, we'll head back first, and remember to come back for wild boar soup tonight, Chen Guodong said. The group then parted ways. Chen Guodong went to other traps, but found nothing, feeling a bit disappointed as he returned to the cave to continue diligently planting sweet potatoes. After planting another batch of sweet potatoes, Chen Guodong exited the cave and walked towards the last trap. Upon reaching the trap, he discovered that the bait was still there, leaving him even more disappointed. While Chen Guodong stood next to the trap staring blankly at the bait, he suddenly heard a grunting sound behind him. Chen Guodong slowly turned his head and saw a wild boar looking at him from a distance. While this wild boar is huge, at least 200 pounds, it must be the king of pigs. What's going on? Is it going to attack me? Chen Guodong glanced at the large wild boar and then at the trap, suddenly getting an idea. He picked up a fist-sized rock and threw it, but it missed due to the distance. That's right, Chen Guodong was provoking the wild boar, but it was too far to do anything. To his surprise, the wild boar just stared at him, not moving an inch. Undeterred, he threw a few more rocks, but unfortunately none hit the wild boar, which remained still. Chen Guodong suddenly felt like a clown. It seemed that the trap was useless. He decided to take a gamble. Chen Guodong slowly approached, and the wild boar still didn't move, making him feel like the wild boar was almost sentient, as if it were saying, "What are you doing?" Chen Guodong provocatively began to mimic a tiger, growling roar, 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 trying to challenge it. This time the wild boar seemed to understand, thinking Chen Guodong was trying to invade its territory, and suddenly charged towards him. The wild boar's sudden movement startled Chen Guodong, but he quickly calmed down. Calm down, calm down. Watching as the wild boar rushed towards him, 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters. Now is the time a huge rock suddenly appeared before Chen Guodong. With a loud thud, the sound was deep and resonant. The wild boar crashed hard into the rock, never expecting that this human would cheat. Chen Guodong didn't know how the wild boar was doing and cautiously circled around the large rock to check. Heart racing, he darted around the large rock and saw the wild boar lying on the ground, panting heavily. Seizing the moment before the boar could recover, he rushed forward to touch it and collect it. Finally accomplished, it was exhilarating. If he had been even a moment slower, it would have been troublesome. Chen Guodong lay on the ground, panting heavily and laughing heartily. That was exhilarating, so thrilling. After calming himself, he contemplated how to deal with this wild boar. Should he give it to the village? Chen Guodong wasn't foolish. He knew there should be limits to helping others. He decided to prioritize his own needs first, and the boar would just about suffice as a trade for work. At least the meat for his work quota was sorted out, which eased his mind considerably. Having made up his mind, Chen Guodong got up and walked home. As he approached the village entrance, he heard an uproar. It was evident that news of the meat had spread. On his way home, he ran into Uncle Guzzi, who greeted him with a beaming smile. "Uncle Guzzi, what's got you so happy?" Chen Guodong asked knowingly. "Jianfu and Jianyong, those two lads, caught a wild boar from the mountains and are treating everyone today. Guodong, you really set a good example. It's been years since the village has been this lively and united." Uncle Guzzi expressed his admiration for Chen Guodong. It's nothing special. We're all related. Helping each other in tough times is only natural," Chen Guodong humbly replied. "You've indeed grown up. Your father is fortunate. Unlike my son, if you ever need help, don't hesitate to send him my way," Uncle Guzzi laughed. "Sure, if there's anything, I'll definitely call on Brother Guohua," Chen Guodong promised. "That's good, then I'll go help out now. Remember to come eat tonight," Uncle Guzzi said as he headed to the village office. "Okay," Chen Guodong said, continuing on his way home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Chen Jianjun sitting in the hall and greeting him. "Dad, you seem much better now." "Yes, the medicine from old Li at the health clinic is indeed effective. I can move without issue now, but I still can't do heavy work," Chen Jianjun said happily. "That's good." Chen Guodong felt happy seeing Chen Jianjun recover. "Son, you're back. By the way, did you hear that Guoqiang and the others caught a wild boar and are treating the whole village?" Lin Yu came in from outside and asked. "Mom, I know," Chen Guodong replied. "I thought you didn't know. They've been keeping it from you. Why didn't they say you'd get a share?" Lin Yu questioned. "Oh, you don't know your son, do you? He's very clever. He must have arranged it himself," Chen Jianjun replied, as if he had known all along. "Oh, that's quite impressive. Why not let people know?" Lin Yu asked. "Fame brings trouble, you understand," Chen Jianjun explained. "Well, whatever you all can do as you wish. I don't understand your ways," Lin Yu said, giving up. Chen Guodong smiled. "Mom, where's my little sister? I haven't seen her around. A bunch of kids are playing at the village office. They dared to play together today because there's pork to eat. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't even venture out to save some energy. Now they're all going wild with fun." Lin Yu sighed. "Oh, then I'll go join them and see what's going on," Chen Guodong said as he stepped outside. When he arrived at the village office, he saw his little sister and a group of children playing in the mud, chatting and laughing. The adults were also quite happy gossiping about this and that, sharing laughter over each other's embarrassing moments. Seeing this scene was quite comforting, almost dreamlike. At that moment, Chen Jianfu walked over saying, "Guodong, what you did today was right. In the future, it will still rely on you young people." Chen Guodong wasn't surprised that Chen Jianfu knew about this and smiled. "It's only natural. If I can contribute, I will. Unity is strength. When we work together, there's no doubt we can manage it." "Good, Guodong, you've really grown up." "Well said," Chen Jianfu said, feeling quite pleased. "By the way, some villagers have come to me asking if they can take their kids up the mountain too. What do you think?" "I'll use my eyes to see," Chen Guodong joked. Chen Jianfu chuckled. "Ha, you kid, how do you manage to say such things? You're quite serious, yet you make it sound amusing." "Not really. Oh, fewer people means fewer troubles, and more people means more troubles. I don't have such capability. I must clarify beforehand that the mountain is very dangerous. I just encountered the wild boar king, which brushed past me. If my master hadn't been with me, I think I would have had a hard time." Chen Guodong decisively refused, trying to sound intimidating. "It is indeed dangerous. Oh, just a few days ago, someone from the neighboring village didn't return. So let's put this matter aside for now. I have to get busy." Chen Jianfu nodded. "Okay." Chen Guodong watched the lively scene with interest. Amusingly, the three boys were being excessively praised, their faces flushed, which made Chen Guodong laugh heartily. Soon the meat was cooked, and each person was served a bowl with more meat for the children and elderly, as they were indeed too thin to look at. Chen Guowai's decision for the village was indeed the right one. The next day, they went up the mountain as usual. Zizi was the most excited, saying, "Brother Guodong, it's a pity you didn't let us say you had a share. You have no idea how grateful the villagers are when they look at us." Chen Guodong smiled and didn't discourage him, saying, "Remember their gratitude, and when you have the means, help them more, but only if you ensure you're doing well yourself." "Guodong makes a good point," Chen Guoqiang agreed. The group checked the traps and continued their luck from yesterday, capturing a wild chicken today, which was quite good. The group then descended the mountain, and Chen Guodong expressed his desire to continue learning from his master and go back up the mountain. Upon reaching the cave, he resumed planting, feeling that this progress was too slow. Only 100 pounds of sweet potatoes after 5 days. When would this end? If others found out, they would surely scold him for being ungrateful. Still not satisfied. After finishing planting, he went to check the traps, but it seemed luck had run out and none of the traps had been triggered. Days passed, and on the 6th day, Chen Guodong harvested 2 batches of sweet potatoes, accumulating 300 pounds in the space. As for prey, there was none. Indeed none, and Chen Guodong questioned his life. That night back home, Chen Guodong really couldn't relax about his elder sister and second sister, so he told Chen Jianjun, "Dad, I want to go see my elder sister and second sister." "All right, actually, your mother and I have always been worried, but it's just that we don't have extra rations at home," Chen Jianjun said. In truth, Chen Guodong didn't dare take too much food. Being honest farmers, he feared they would worry. "It's fine on my master, and I have been doing well with hunting lately. I'll head to the city first to trade for some food before going to my elder sister and second sister's house," Chen Guodong explained. Lin Yu's eyes reddened upon hearing this. "It's because your father and I are incapable that we've made it tough for you kids." "Mom, don't talk nonsense. You treat us the best. You're the best parents in the world," Chen Guodong flattered. "You mischievous child, where did you learn to flatter people like this?" Lin Yu scolded with a smile. "With Guodong being so articulate, you don't have to worry about him finding a wife," Chen Jianjun joked. "That's true." The couple bantered back and forth. Chen Guodong was speechless. After all, he was only 16. How could he dare think about such things? Chen Guodong stumbled into the city around noon. This time he decided not to head to the supply and marketing cooperative first, but rather to the Statron restaurant to finalize his work, otherwise he wouldn't feel at ease. Having devised a strategy, Chen Guodong pushed open the door of the Statron restaurant and walked in. Approaching the front desk, he sweetly said to Sister, "Could you please call Manager Lu for me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Sister, he laughed and said, "Comrade, your words are so sweet. No need to say more." The manager said you can go directly to his office. "All right, just call me Guodong, Sister." He'll head in now. Chen Guodong introduced himself briefly before going to find Manager Lu. Sister, he nodded, not watching Chen Guodong leave because she was simply too busy. Next, she called out. Chen Guodong arrived at the office door and noticed it was open, so he knocked lightly. Manager Lu looked up and upon seeing Chen Guodong immediately smiled joyfully, saying, "Guodong, you're here. Did you bring me good news?" With a hint of anticipation, he looked at Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong, not teasing him, smiled and replied, "It's definitely good news, otherwise I wouldn't dare come to see you." Manager Lu became excited upon hearing this and laughed. "Really? How much do we have?" Lucky for us, someone in the village went into the mountains yesterday and caught a wild boar weighing around 200 pounds. Chen Guodong dared not say that he needed someone to back him up. "Oh, that's great. Where's the wild boar?" Manager Lu said, while looking behind Chen Guodong. Manager Lu, with such a big pig, how could I boldly bring it in? I had the villagers find a secluded spot to wait for my news. Chen Guodong chuckled. Oh, I was so anxious that I forgot. There's a tricycle at the restaurant entrance. You can take it to bring the wild boar to the backyard. Manager Lu thought for a moment and said. Chen Guodong joked, Manager Lu, are you not afraid that I might take the tricycle and not come back? Tricycles are worth a lot these days. Not afraid. I find you quite trustworthy, and besides, Old Li wouldn't trust someone unworthy. Manager Lu said confidently. Chen Guodong replied helplessly, all right, you guys are really something. I'll go get the wild boar back first. Manager Lu smugly smiled. Here's the key. Hurry back. Oh, I'll wait for you at the back door. He took the key from the drawer and handed it to Chen Guodong. Sure, I'll be quick. Chen Guodong took the key and exited. Chen Guodong unlocked the tricycle feeling a bit excited. He hadn't ridden a bike in many years. Although it was a tricycle, it was still a bike, and it was quite impressive in this era. With both hands on the handlebars, he pushed down with one foot and kicked off with the other, smoothly taking off with a strong push. Let's go. After riding for a while, he found a deserted spot to stop. Looking around to confirm no one was watching, he released the wild boar, noticing it was still alive. It was even better that it was alive. Fresh meat is more advantageous, so he quickly used his space ability to knock it out. He covered it with a burlap sack from the tricycle and rode to the back door of the Statron restaurant. Manager Lu waited patiently, glancing left and right, and just when he was about to lose patience, he finally saw Chen Guodong riding and feeling relieved. He rushed over happily, saying, Guodong, why did you take so long? Chen Guodong felt a bit embarrassed. Having not ridden a bike in a while, he had played around a bit, smiling. The distance was a bit far, so I arrived late. The wild boar is still alive. We just knocked it out. Manager Lu exclaimed in surprise. Oh, it's still alive. That's fantastic. Now it's even more perfect. We can have a pig slaughtering feast to treat my old leader. Thank you so much, Guodong. After saying this, he excitedly rubbed his hands together. Chen Guodong didn't pry about whether the leader had arrived or whether they should keep the wild boar for a while. It was none of his business. No worries as long as I can help you, they said, while pushing the tricycle into the yard. Chen Guodong perceptively closed the door and approached the tricycle to remove the burlap sack, revealing the wild boar. Manager Lu looked at the wild boar in astonishment, saying, I didn't expect your village to be so capable, managing to capture such a large wild boar. I'm really impressed. It's just luck, Chen Guodong humbly replied. Do you think it looks good? I guarantee it weighs at least 200 pounds. No need to weigh it, that's too troublesome. Haha, you're too generous. There's no way it only weighs 200 pounds, it must weigh more. I can't take advantage of you, Manager Lu laughed. How about this? You take care of the people who come to work, and we won't weigh it, Chen Guodong suggested after thinking. Ha, you're quite the negotiator. I haven't met someone so interesting in a long time. I heard Old Li considers you his nephew now. Manager Lu chuckled. Chen Guodong knew that their bond was forged in blood and nodded without hesitation, yes. In that case, I'll consider you my nephew too. Your personality suits me just fine. What do you think? Manager Lu said seriously. Who would have thought that Chen Guodong, without any hesitation, performed a deep 90-degree bow and loudly proclaimed, hello, Uncle Lu. Even Manager Lu, who had seen much in life, was a bit stunned. Was he really getting a nephew this easily? Chen Guodong noticed that Uncle Lu was staring blankly, so he waved his hand and called out Uncle Lu. Uncle Lu snapped back to reality and playfully scolded, you little rascal, you've really confused me. Didn't you hesitate at all? Chen Guodong chuckled, is there any need to hesitate? I didn't know. Should I redo it? Get lost. You little rascal, taking advantage and then pretending to be innocent. Here's your introduction letter. Take good care of it. If you lose it, it's on you, Uncle Lu said with mock annoyance. Then Uncle Lu, about the people coming to work. Chen Guodong said, taking the introduction letter and probing. All right, you've acknowledged me as your uncle. I won't let anyone bully you, just be honest and straightforward, Uncle Lu said impatiently. Sure, with Uncle Lu saying that I'm at ease, Chen Guodong replied happily. Well, you can go back now if you have nothing else. Remember to let Uncle Lu know if there's meat, all right? Uncle Lu reminded him. Of course. By the way, Uncle Lu, I haven't eaten yet, and am a bit hungry, Chen Guodong said with a shameless smile. You little rascal, I really don't know if it's right or wrong to take you as my nephew. Here's a food coupon for a pound of grain. Go buy some steamed buns to eat, Uncle Lu said, smiling wryly. Don't worry, Uncle Lu, I guarantee this is the best choice you've made in your life. Thank you, Uncle Lu, I'm off now. Chen Guodong took the food coupon and waved goodbye, leaving without a trace. Arriving at the front desk, there were not many people left. He called out, Sister, could I have 10 steamed buns made from 2 flour types, please? Sister, he looked up at Chen Guodong and smiled, sure, I'll pick the biggest ones for you. Chen Guodong walked to the supply and marketing cooperative with a good mood, thinking of taking out a few pounds of corn from his space and putting them in his backpack. Fresh corn is probably a rare item now, and having 30 pounds to give away is just perfect. With that thought, he walked into the cooperative and saw Wu Gu and Sister Sun chatting. He greeted them, saying, Sister Sun, Wu Gu, have you eaten yet? Sister Sun and Wu Gu immediately stood up in surprise when they saw Chen Guodong. Sister Sun also greeted him saying, "We just ate. You've come back so soon, little brother." "Yes, I missed you, so I came to see you." Chen Guodong sweetly replied. "Why is it that I never find anyone here when I come?" Wu Gu laughed and said, "You always come at noon. Who doesn't eat lunch?" "Oh, I thought it was like this all the time. By the way, I brought some fresh corn for you to try. It's not much, so don't mind it," Chen Guodong said as he took out 4 ears of corn from his backpack, distributing 2 to each. Wu Gu and Sister Sun were stunned to see such fresh corn. Wu Gu took the corn in disbelief and asked, "Little brother, it's already winter. Where did you get such fresh corn?" Just as Chen Guodong was about to make up a story, Sister Sun immediately interrupted Wu Gu, saying, "Where did he get it? You want to go find out? You can't keep your mouth shut when there's food, really." She then turned to Chen Guodong and smiled, "Thank you, little brother. I haven't eaten corn in a long time and I've been craving it, so I shamelessly accepted it." No need to be polite, a little brother is just showing respect to his older brother and sister, so just enjoy it, Chen Guodong said generously. "Haha, just for this sentence from little brother, if you need anything, just ask me. It'll help if I can," Wu Gu said generously. Sister Sun nodded. "They'll remember that." I'm off to find the director, now," Chen Guodong said with a smile. "Go ahead," the two said, understanding not to ask more. Chen Guodong went directly to the director's office. The door was open, and after knocking lightly, he walked in. Uncle Lee smiled when he saw him, saying, "You brat, you came quickly this time. Did you have some gains?" "Uncle Lee, what are you talking about? Can't I come see you without any gains?" Chen Guodong teased. "Haha, of course you can. You're just good at sweet talking. So what brings you here this time?" Uncle Lee didn't beat around the bush. "What else could it be? I'm here to show respect to you so you can see how good your nephew is," Chen Guodong said, as he took out 5 ears of corn from his backpack and placed them on the table. Uncle Lee looked surprised. "Wow, this corn is fresh, just picked right. You have a good eye," haha, Chen Guodong replied. "You kid really have a good heart. He'll accept it. I haven't eaten corn in a long time either," Uncle Lee said with satisfaction, not asking about the source. "By the way, Uncle, there's something I need to tell you about." Chen Guodong thought for a moment and asked. "Uncle Lee and Uncle Lu are war buddies. What if they chat and he mentions giving Uncle Lu pork, but not Uncle Lee? That would be awkward, right? You brat, are you waiting here? Just tell me what you need. Ooh, I will definitely help you with it," Director Lee said with a knowing expression. "Uncle, you've misunderstood. I'm not what you think. Hey, race the thing." Chen Guodong explained the situation regarding recognizing Uncle Lu and the wild boar work quota. "Oh, so Uncle Lu was the first to get to it. That's fortunate for him. You were just worried I would misunderstand, right? Never mind, your uncle isn't that stingy, and besides, there's a work quota. If I were in your shoes, I'd do the same. But you telling me this shows your heart," Uncle Lee said, feeling relieved. "As long as you understand, Uncle, Chen Guodong explained the matter clearly and was relieved to see that Uncle Lee was not angry. "You really underestimate me, don't you? Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to go over to Old Liu's and catch the autumn breeze," Uncle Lee said slyly. Uncle Lee, what autumn breeze? What if I say I have a wild boar? I wonder if you'd want it," Chen Guodong said boastfully. "What? You have one? Guodong, did you dig up a wild boar's nest?" Uncle Lee immediately stood up excited. "Not big, just 100 pounds. What do you think, Uncle? Is it to your liking?" Chen Guodong said proudly. "You little brat, what are you talking about? 100 pounds? I haven't seen that much meat in a long time. I was just thinking of going to Old Liu's to get a few pounds," Uncle Lee said, both amused and angry. "All right, Uncle, I'm not boasting anymore. Since I have meat, I was definitely thinking of you. Just tell me how to get it to you. The villagers are waiting for me at the agreed spot," Chen Guodong said seriously. Uncle Lee patted Chen Guodong's shoulder appreciatively, saying, "Good kid, let Xiao Wu take you on the tricycle to fetch it. Just bring it to the back." "All right, I'll go fetch it then," Chen Guodong said before walking out. Chen Guodong told Wu Gu and directly led him to the back door of the cooperative, handing Chen Guodong the tricycle key without asking anything and just reminding him to be careful. Chen Guodong rode the tricycle to a deserted corner and put the wild boar inside, covering it with a sack before returning to the back door of the cooperative. He knocked on the door, which opened to reveal Wu Gu, who smiled and said, "The director sent me to pick you up and weigh it. He didn't tell me what you brought, so he asked me to guess." "Then guess," Chen Guodong joked. "Guess? Come on, just open it and see," Wu Gu replied, speechless as he lifted the sack. Wu Gu was stunned and then quickly reacted, hurriedly closing the door. "Guodong, you scared me. That's so much meat. I didn't even close the door. What if someone sees it? The director would kill me." "Is it that exaggerated?" Chen Guodong laughed. "It is. My brother-in-law might even scold me," Wu Gu said, still in shock. Uncle Lee appeared from behind the two, grinning. "Xiao Wu, you're exaggerating. It makes me seem hard to get along with." No, you're very easy to get along with." "He'll go get the scale," Wu Gu said, embarrassed after being caught talking badly about someone. "This kid still dares to say I'm the one being difficult. Come on, Guodong, let's go to the office." "Just let him weigh it himself," Uncle Lee said. Chen Guodong felt a bit awkward and responded okay as they both went into the office. Guodong, the price is still the same, Uncle Li said. All right, I'll follow Uncle's words, Chen Guodong replied readily. Just then Wu Ge walked in and said the wild boar is exactly 100 pounds. Good. You can go back to your work, Uncle Li instructed. Uncle Li then counted out 200 yuan from the drawer and handed it to Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong happily accepted the money, putting it straight into his pocket without even looking at it. You little brat, do you know that's 200? A few dozen yuan I can let slide, but this is 200? You didn't even look. Uncle Li said, both angry and amused. Uncle, what's wrong? Chen Guodong looked back at Uncle Li with confusion. It's nothing. These days having money doesn't guarantee you can get food. If you ever find yourself short on food, come to me, and I'll help you figure something out, Uncle Li replied. Go ahead, Uncle Li waved his hand. Chen Guodong approached the front desk, but before he could say anything, Sister Sun excitedly exclaimed, Little brother, I heard you brought back 100 pounds of meat. That's impressive. It's not my skill, it's the village's old hunter who is amazing. I'm just running errands, Chen Guodong quickly deflected. Right, Sister Sun, do you need anything today? Sister Sun changed the subject. I do actually need something, Chen Guodong said as he pulled out all the tickets he had exchanged from the ticket scalper last time. Sister Sun, being one of the 8 key members, was not overly surprised and just admired, saying, Little brother, can you really exchange so many tickets? Yes, please help me take a look at the total. Oh, I need 3 pairs of adult shoes and 1 pair for a 10-year-old child, Chen Guodong instructed. All right, just wait here a moment. I'll pack them up for you right away, Sister Sun replied as she went off to get busy. Sister Sun packed quickly and neatly, and soon she curiously asked, Little brother, this tobacco isn't for you, is it? Chen Guodong lied, saying, I definitely don't smoke, it's for the villagers. Sister Sun, like a caring older sister, said, You're still young, it don't pick up this habit. It's not good. Got it, thank you, Sister, Chen Guodong said gratefully. By the way, Guodong, I have some extra candies that are not ticketed. Do you want them? We're preparing to consume them internally, Sister Sun asked. Knowing that Sister Sun asking this indicated their rarity, he immediately replied, Yes, I definitely want them. Okay, I can give you a maximum of 5 pounds, Sister Sun considered before saying. That's fine, that's enough, Chen Guodong replied happily. Sister Sun packed the candies and said, That'll be 35 yuan. All right, Chen Guodong agreed and handed the money to Sister Sun. The count is correct. Do you want me to call Wu Ge to help you carry this out? Sister Sun inquired. No need, with just this little I can carry it myself. While Sister am leaving now, Chen Guodong said as he picked up the 2 cloth bags and headed out. In reality, there wasn't that much. Sister Sun had given him an extra bag as a favor. After Chen Guodong left, Wu Ge, who had just finished his work, came to the front desk and said to Sister Sun, This little brother is really impressive. He managed to bring back meat so quickly. We'll really have to rely on him in the future. Sister Sun immediately interjected, Be careful with your words in the future. It's the villagers who are impressive. Otherwise, you might end up causing trouble without knowing it. Wu Ge awkwardly nodded, saying, Got it. Chen Guodong found a secluded corner nearby and stored everything away. If it weren't for the space, he wouldn't know how to carry it back or explain these items. The space was truly convenient. Having stored his belongings, Chen Guodong exited the city and pulled out a box of dakium and cigarettes. He tapped it in his hand to compact the tobacco, tore open a small opening, and skillfully shook out a cigarette. Placing it in his mouth, he struck a match, and with a flick the flame ignited. He took a deep puff, exhaled, and felt a rush of satisfaction. It felt just right, everything was back. After such a long time, it was quite painful for a modern-day heavy smoker. It was tough. He managed to smoke 2 cigarettes before stopping, finally satisfying his craving. Chen Guodong thought of his sister and decided not to go to the black market first. He wanted to check on his sister. His older sister lived near the city, which still required over an hour's walk. At this time, it would probably be dark by the time he got there, so he had to hurry. After rushing, he finally arrived at Zhao's village before it got dark, recalling the way to his sister Chen Damia's home. In fact, his sister's marriage could be considered an upward move. Her in-laws were relatively well off, but during this famine, it was still hard to ensure there was enough food. Upon reaching the door, he contemplated for a moment and made a bold decision to bring no gifts, just 2 sweet potatoes for dinner and breakfast, as Chen Guodong wanted to know how his sister was doing in her in-laws' home. He knocked on the door, and soon footsteps were heard from the courtyard. The one who opened the door was his brother-in-law Zhao Taizhu. Hello, brother-in-law. Chen Guodong immediately recognized him and greeted. Seeing it was Chen Guodong, Zhao Taizhu smiled and said, Oh, it's Guodong. What brings you here? Is there something at home that needs your help? Nothing, just came to check on my sister. Chen Guodong thought to himself that there must be a reason if he came without a reason. This brother-in-law was good in many ways, but had a blunt tongue that scared his mother. Taizhu, who is it? Why are you outside for so long? A voice came from inside belonging to his sister-in-law Wang Xiaozui. Mom, it's the little brother Guodong, who's come to see his sister. Zhao Taizhu said, welcoming Chen Guodong inside. Come on, Guodong, come in and have a seat. You came just in time, we were just about to eat. Chen Guodong followed Zhao Taizhu into the house and saw some pickles and porridge on the table, which was not too watery. It seemed they were doing all right, and Chen Guodong felt a little relieved. Zhao Taizhu called a 5-year-old girl saying, "Come here, Nyonyo, greet your uncle." "Hello, uncle." Nyonyo greeted sweetly. She was quite polite. Chen Guodong felt happy hearing this, squatted down, took out a candy from his pocket, and handed it over saying, "Hey, you are so well behaved, here, uncle treats you to some candy." Little Nyonyo accepted the candy without hesitation and began to eat. Chen Guodong smiled, stood up, and greeted, "Hello, aunt." Wang Xiaocui said with a hint of disdain, "Not bad. You came just in time, and we were just about to eat." Hearing the disdain, it was understandable. After all, their family was doing all right, so they probably looked down on poor relatives. Chen Guodong ignored it and smiled, saying, "Yes, I came just in time. I even brought some food." As he spoke, he took out the 2 sweet potatoes. Zhao Taizhu warmly said, "Guodong, since you've come, why did you bring food? Are you afraid your brother-in-law won't feed you?" "Not at all, it's just that it's a special time, and it's not easy for anyone. By the way, where is my sister? Why haven't I seen her for so long?" Chen Guodong asked, puzzled. Wang Xiaocui, seeing that Chen Guodong brought food, felt unable to say anything further. "Why don't you call your wife out for dinner? It's always like this, missing one meal is unacceptable, and she gives birth to nothing but a burden. She really shouldn't have agreed to this marriage in the first place." "Mom, stop talking," Zhao Taizhu interrupted. Chen Guodong's face was not looking good either. "What? Can't I say anything?" Wang Xiaocui persisted. Zhao Taizhu let out a heavy sigh. Chen Guodong, unaware of the background, had to suppress his temper and said, "Aunt, what you said isn't right. My sister is a very diligent person at home, managing everything meticulously. Why has she changed after getting married?" Wang Xiaocui snorted coldly. "It was fine at first, but after giving birth to this burden, she can't even skip a meal. If she doesn't eat, she faints. I suspect she's doing it on purpose." Just as Chen Guodong was about to clarify, his elder sister emerged from the inner room, supporting herself against the wall. He rushed over to help her, saying, "Sister, what's wrong? They'll take you to see a doctor." His sister forced a smile and said, "I'm fine, little brother. I'm just hungry. After I eat and rest, I'll be okay." Chen Guodong firmly believed. How can hunger cause someone to faint like this? Zhao Taizhu stepped in to explain, "Guodong, it's true. I don't know what's going on. When there was no famine and we could eat 3 meals a day, she was fine. Now with the famine and food being tight, even our family can't withstand it. Just skipping 1 meal caused your sister to faint, feel anxious, but after eating she's okay again. The health clinic said there's nothing wrong." Chen Guodong began to feel that it sounded more like low blood sugar. Wang Xiaocui disdainfully remarked, "I say it's a case of a rich life. Either that or she's just pretending and doesn't want to work." Hearing Wang Xiaoqui's words, the elder sister couldn't hold back her tears, saying, "And I'm not pretending. I want to work too. I just don't know why this is happening. Look at the neighbor Aunt Lee's family. Her daughter-in-law is so capable, earning so many work points. And you, after doing a little work, faint, feel hungry and anxious, and want to go home to lie down waiting for a meal. You've embarrassed me so much." Wang Xiaocui continued to criticize. "Mother, can you please stop? The eldest sister is fine, we just don't know why she has this issue." Zhao Taizhu, though afraid of his mother, fiercely defended his wife. Chen Guodong couldn't hold back anymore. Seeing how his sister was being bullied, he slammed the table and shouted, "Enough! Is it really necessary to speak about my sister like this over such a trivial matter? Can't you see how much my sister is suffering? Do you think she wants to be criticized every day? Show a little decency, we're all women, why make it hard for each other?" Wang Xiaocui retorted, her neck stiffening, and spat out, "It's easy for you to say. What do you think life can be lived without consequences? Are you going to take care of the food for your elder sister going forward?" Chen Guodong replied firmly, "If I need to, I will. What's the big deal?" Wang Xiaocui rolled her eyes dismissively, saying, "What capabilities do you even have? You can't even take care of your own life, yet you come here with 2 sweet potatoes." Chen Guodong responded with equal disdain. Zhao Taizhu saw things escalating and advised, "Guodong, don't take it to heart. My mother just has a big mouth, don't argue with her." Chen Guodong pulled Zhao Taizhu aside, saying, "This is none of your business today, I want her to be reasonable." The elder sister tried to say something through her tears. Chen Guodong smiled reassuringly at his sister, saying, "It's all right, elder sister, he'll take care of the rest. I will handle it well." He turned and pulled out an envelope from his clothing, slamming it down on the table, his expression turning cold as he said, "Look at this. You should recognize the words, so open your eyes and see clearly." Wang Xiaocui disdainfully glanced at the envelope on the table, suddenly widening her eyes and stuttering, "This is the work allocation from the state-run restaurant. Of course, do you not recognize characters? Don't you see the official seal?" Chen Guodong replied disdainfully. Wang Xiaocui looked at it several times, still in disbelief, asking, "Are you saying this job is for your sister?" "Exactly, it's definitely for my sister. Let me tell you, my sister is going to have a job now. If I find out you treat her poorly again, don't blame me for being ungracious." Chen Guodong warned. Wang Xiaoqi's face instantly brightened, her smile blooming like a chrysanthemum, rubbing her hands together as she leaned and sang, "Oh, Guodong, you're really capable. In the future, I will surely treat your sister like my own daughter." The elder sister didn't know when her tears had stopped, staring wide-eyed at Chen Guodong, as if she no longer recognized this brother. "Sister, you are now going to have a job," Chen Guodong said to his sister with a cheerful smile. The elder sister slapped Chen Guodong's shoulder, scolding, "Little brother, are you foolish? You need this job more than I do. You haven't even married yet, and you are the only child in the family. Besides, jobs are hard to find, and it definitely comes at a cost. I don't want it." Wang Xiaozue became anxious, saying, "You already said it's for your sister. You can't go back on your word." "Don't worry, I definitely won't go back on my word." The elder sister anxiously tried to say something. Chen Guodong interrupted, saying, "Elder sister, a job can be found again, but there's only one elder sister. As a younger brother, how could I not want my sister to live well? You took care of me all those years when I was young, and now I want to provide a good life for you." The elder sister looked at Chen Guodong, feeling deeply moved, and said, "Little brother, you have truly grown up, but with my current issue, I can't go to work." "Sister, this is a minor issue, just low blood sugar. Simply put, it's hunger. As long as you eat regularly, and don't let yourself get hungry, you'll be fine. If you really can't eat on time, just have a piece of candy," Chen Guodong explained. "Is that true, Guodong?" Zhao Taizhu asked excitedly, grabbing Chen Guodong's shoulder. Wow, he must really care for his elder sister. "It's true. I've heard about it from others. Just wait and see. Elder sister, here, eat this." Chen Guodong took a handful of candy from his pocket and handed it to his elder sister. The elder sister had many questions, but held back from asking. She took the candy and ate 2 pieces. After 10 minutes, she excitedly discovered that she really felt fine, happily exclaiming, "Zhao Tiezhu, it's true. I'm really okay now. Younger sister, that's wonderful. You're finally okay. You scared me, I thought you had some illness." The two excitedly held hands. While in the end Chen Guodong bore all the burden, he had to admit that this was really sweet. Even Wang Xiaozue turned away, unable to watch. Chen Guodong coughed and said, "All right, everyone is here. Elder sister, since you are fine, let's go to work tomorrow. I've already talked to the manager." "Little brother, thank you so much. I don't know what to say," the elder sister said, her eyes reddening. "It's just a small matter, we're family. Remember to visit our parents when you have time." "What's up, Guodong? Why are you carrying a backpack? What are you up to?" the elder sister asked, puzzled. Chen Guodong smiled as he closed the kitchen door. "Oh, why are you leaving so soon? You've finally come to visit, why not stay a few more days?" the elder sister urged. Feeling quite reluctant inside, he replied, "It's fine. They'll come back often in the future, and besides, you'll be going back too. No need to act like we won't see each other again, all right?" Chen Guodong joked. "Little brother, are you looking for a beating? You dare to make jokes at your sister's expense," she said, pulling on Chen Guodong's ear as if ready to fight. Chen Guodong hurriedly begged for mercy. "Sister, I'm sorry. It hurts, let go, let go." The elder sister showed a victorious expression. Let's see if you dare to joke with me again. By the way, I didn't ask last night, because there were so many people. Where did you get this job? Did it come at a great cost? Otherwise, you should go back." Chen Guodong explained, "Sister, let me be honest with you. I've recently followed a master who is really good at hunting. The job is obtained by trading the prey, and now our family doesn't have to worry about food and drink. Just focus on your work." The elder sister said, "Oh, that's great. I was worried that our parents and you wouldn't have enough to eat. But my mother-in-law here is not willing to give me anything. Sigh. It's all in the past now. You have a job, so she shouldn't treat you the same as before. You need to be strong and not let anyone bully you, or otherwise the work I got you would be for nothing," Chen Guodong cautioned with concern. "I understand. Little brother, you've really grown up. You act like a little adult. Thanks to you, I wouldn't know what to do otherwise," the elder sister said, patting Chen Guodong's shoulder and smiling. "We're family, so no need for formalities. By the way, hey, raise 50 yuan for you. Keep it for emergencies." Chen Guodong directly pulled out 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to his sister. Seeing the money Chen Guodong offered, the elder sister widened her eyes and hesitated to take it. "Little brother, honestly tell me, did you do something against the rules? Otherwise, why is there both a job and money? Don't scare me." Chen Guodong helplessly smiled. "Sister, don't worry. I didn't do anything like that. It's just that due to the famine, the prey has become valuable. I'm not foolish enough to get caught." The elder sister, seeing that Chen Guodong didn't seem to be lying, felt relieved and refused. "I've already accepted your work. How can I take your money? Especially such a large amount. I won't take it. You should save it for when you marry a wife." Chen Guodong helplessly said, "Sister, how many times have you mentioned marrying a wife? I'm only 16 years old. It's not like I'm rushing into it, all right?" The elder sister stubbornly replied, "Save it for now. Even if you don't marry now, you'll need it later. Keep it." Chen Guodong said nothing more and directly took out the rest of the money to show his sister. Suddenly, the kitchen fell silent with only the sound of the fire crackling. Chen Guodong broke the silence and said, "Sister, can I go ahead and take it?" "All right, since you have so much already, I won't be polite. They'll help you keep it safe. If you need money someday, just come find me." The elder sister cheerfully accepted the money. Knowing that his sister would genuinely take care of him, Chen Guodong thought for a moment, then took out 3 jean of sugar from the backpack and said, "Sister, keep this sugar to eat. You'll probably need it often. Sugar is still quite scarce, and having money doesn't guarantee you can buy it. Keep it safe, and if it's gone, just let me know." "Wow, that's so much," the elder sister exclaimed. "Not too much, you can take your time to eat it. You will need it," Chen Guodong encouraged. Chen Guodong, still feeling uneasy, said, "You should tidy up a bit. I should take you to the station restaurant to avoid any issues." The elder sister, upon hearing about going to work, became unsure and asked, "Guodong, can I really do it?" "You can, don't worry. I've already checked. It's just some manual work," Chen Guodong explained. The elder sister said, "Oh, that's good. Please wait for me for a moment." She hurriedly wiped her hands, went out to give a brief explanation, and then found Chen Guodong to go out together. Chen Guodong took his sister to the station restaurant. Seeing sister he didn't disturb her and went directly to Uncle Liu's office door. The door was slightly ajar, so he knocked and called out, "Uncle Liu, are you busy?" Uncle Liu was calculating accounts in the office. When he saw Chen Guodong bringing a woman in, he curiously asked, "Guodong, you came back so quickly. Are you afraid someone will take your job?" "Uncle Liu, that's not it. This is my sister Chen Damei. Coincidentally, she needs this job, so I brought her along. Sister, this is Manager Liu from the restaurant." Chen Guodong introduced the two. "Hello, Manager Liu," the elder sister said somewhat shyly. "Oh, so it's your sister. No wonder she looks a bit like you. Don't be so formal. You can call me Uncle Liu, just like this kid does." Uncle Liu smiled. The elder sister, following suit, greeted, "Hello, Uncle Liu." "Ah, good. You're much better than your brother." "This kid is not honest," Uncle Liu teased. "Uncle Liu, don't slander me. I'm very honest," Chen Guodong retorted. All right, you're honest. You're the most honest. By the way, let me explain the job situation to both of you." Uncle Liu stopped arguing with Chen Guodong. Both of them nodded seriously. This is actually an apprentice position, but it definitely can be converted to a regular position later. The salary is 18 AU and meals are provided during work. Once converted, you can get a city household registration and the salary will be 25. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Uncle Liu smiled. The elder sister excitedly replied, "I'm very satisfied. Thank you, Uncle Liu." Uncle Liu waved his hand. "No need to thank me, you just work hard. Come on, I'll take you to the kitchen to meet some people." Chen Guodong, seeing that he had nothing to do, said, "Uncle Liu, I'm leaving my sister in your hands now. Sister, just listen to Uncle Liu's arrangements. I'm off now." Uncle Liu didn't try to keep him and said, "Do as you please. Just remember to bring me some good stuff when you can." He then led Chen Damei out. After Chen Guodong saw them leave, he thought for a moment and placed 5 coins directly on the desk, then also went out. The elder sister was having such a hard time, he needed to check on his second sister to feel at ease, otherwise he would always be restless. Thinking about this, he headed to his second sister's house. The second sister married for love. It's quite a coincidence that a few years ago her husband came to visit relatives in Chinjigu, and they fell for each other. The second sister insisted on marrying him, and he insisted on marrying her. The families had no choice but to agree. After Uncle Liu introduced the elder sister, he returned to his office. Seeing several coins suddenly appear on the desk, he thought for a moment that it was probably left by that kid Guodong, and he chuckled. This kid knows the ways of the world at such a young age. He will be remarkable in the future. At this moment, Chen Guodong thought about needing to get a bicycle. Traveling was too exhausting. Chen Guodong walked intermittently towards his second sister Chen Ermia's village when he suddenly noticed an elderly woman lying by the roadside. Despite the many passers-by, no one stopped to take a look. Indeed, in this era when food is scarce, who would bother with others' affairs? Chen Guodong thought the same and walked past the old woman without stopping. As he passed by, the old woman called out, "Young man, please help me. I haven't eaten in 3 days." Her voice was hoarse, and Chen Guodong felt a pang of discomfort. Chen Guodong hesitated for a moment, but continued walking forward, only to hear behind him, young man. The voice grew fainter. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. How could he let himself be caught in this situation? He still couldn't get over his conscience and turned back. Chen Guodong approached the old woman again. Upon seeing him, the elderly woman's eyes lit up with hope as she pleaded, "Please help me, young man." Chen Guodong squatted down, looking at the old woman's cracked lips, feeling a pang of sympathy. He looked around and saw no one, so he pretended to take a sweet potato from his backpack and handed it to her, saying, "Here, take this, Annie." The old woman, seeing the sweet potato, didn't care about its cleanliness and grabbed it, eagerly devouring it, as if it had been 3 days since her last meal. Watching this, Chen Guodong felt a deep sense of pity. After consuming half of the sweet potato, the old woman regained some strength and said, "Thank you, young man. You are truly a good person. Chen Guodong was about to leave when the old woman said, "What is your name, young man? Please tell me so I can repay you later." Chen Guodong declined, saying, "Auntie, there's no need. It was just a small favor." "No, young man, I must repay your kindness. Please tell me," she insisted. The old woman's insistence made Chen Guodong feel that his help wasn't in vain, as she was so grateful. "Really, it's fine, Auntie. I have to go. I still have a long way to travel." As Chen Guodong spoke, he pretended to leave. The old woman suddenly cried out, "Young man, how can you take my food and claim it as yours? That is my lifeline. What the hell is going on? Who am I? Where am I? Is this a dream?" Chen Guodong was completely stunned, his mind buzzing as he stood there in shock. "What did you say?" "I didn't catch that," Chen Guodong asked in disbelief. "Everyone come judge. This young man has no conscience, stealing from an old woman." The old woman cried out again, her voice so sorrowful that it brought tears to the eyes of those who heard it. It was truly theatrical. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Chen Guodong seemed to understand. No wonder she insisted on thanking him. It turned out she wanted to frame him as someone who stole from her, and now that she had the strength from eating his sweet potato, she wanted more. "Damn it. I saw you were about to starve, so I gave you a sweet potato, and now you bite back at me. Are you a dog? No, even dogs have more conscience than you." Chen Guodong exploded, jumping up to scold her. "Young man, how can you steal my food and then slander me? Everyone come judge. I can't go on living like this." The old woman cried, her sorrow palpable. A few passers-by stopped to watch, but they only wanted to see the drama unfold, not wanting to get involved. "Annie, don't you have any conscience doing this? Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Chen Guodong asked through gritted teeth. "You're the one who will face retribution. You have no conscience, even stealing from an old woman." The old woman shamelessly replied. Chen Guodong was so angered he laughed. "All right, you're great. You're the most shameless person I've ever met. I won't stoop to your level." Just as he turned to leave, suddenly a few people blocked his path. A middle-aged man said, "Young man, it's wrong to steal from others. We live in a society governed by law. You can't just walk away." The others with him echoed, "Right, you're bullying the elderly." The group started to surround Chen Guodong, pointing fingers at him. This time Chen Guodong calmed down. If they wanted to play, he would humor them, hoping they could handle what was coming. Chen Guodong pretended to realize his mistake and said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll return the food to her now." The others nodded in satisfaction. The old woman's face showed a fleeting expression of triumph, which she quickly masked. She continued to feign pity, saying, "It's all right, young man. It's good that you can admit your mistakes." Chen Guodong sneered, Yes, you're absolutely right." As he pretended to dump the sweet potatoes from his backpack, he tipped out 10 of them onto the ground. "Everyone look. I've returned everything. Can I leave now?" Chen Guodong showed the empty backpack to everyone, who nodded in agreement. Without looking back, Chen Guodong swiftly left, finding a corner in the grass to crouch down. He peered through the gaps to watch the old woman, because he knew that a good show was about to unfold. What kind of good show? Human nature is the weakest when faced with self-interest, especially in this year of famine. Chen Guodong dared to leave the sweet potatoes, and at the moment he dumped them out, he clearly saw the others' throats bobbing. The old woman sighed in relief when she saw Chen Guodong leave, truly fearing he would change his mind. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly and felt delighted at the thought of not having to go hungry for the next few days. Seeing Chen Guodong's absence, the group moved closer to the old woman. The middle-aged man from earlier said, "Annie, look, we've helped you get back your sweet potatoes. You can't possibly eat them all. Oh, why not share some with us?" "Why would I share with you? They're mine. You better leave now, or I'll call for help," the old woman said in a panic, realizing that she was dealing with several middle-aged men rather than a mere young boy. "Why are you being so ungrateful? We just helped you," the middle-aged man continued. The old woman was scared and hurriedly picked up the sweet potatoes to leave. Another middle-aged man said, "Does the old hag really think we're helping her? What a joke. Stop wasting time with her. If someone comes, it'll be too late. Just take it by force." As soon as they heard this, someone rushed forward to snatch the sweet potatoes. The old woman clung tightly to them, but it was to no avail. One of them kicked her hard, causing her to cry out in pain. As the chaos erupted, screams filled the air. Chen Guodong had lost interest in watching and stood up to leave. "You want to play mind games with me? I've lived 2 lifetimes, all right. If you can't appreciate a sweet potato, you're asking for trouble." He cursed under his breath, "Damn it." After gathering his thoughts, he continued on to his sister's house. Having been delayed, it was already dark by the time he arrived at Chun Ermius village. Chen Guodong stealthily entered the village, arriving at his second sister's doorstep. Her husband's family had not split up, they still ate and lived together. Chen Guodong pondered for a moment about what would be suitable to bring for his second sister. Forget it, he'll just bring 2 sweet potatoes. Generally, when visiting poor relatives, one can see the most genuine circumstances. With that decision made, he took out 2 sweet potatoes and knocked on the gate. Before long, a voice called out, "Who is it?" Upon hearing it, Chen Guodong recognized it was his second sister's voice and shouted, "It's me, Guodong." His second sister, surprised, quickly opened the door and saw Chen Guodong. Her eyes instantly turned red. Little brother, how come you're here? It's been so long since we last met, you've grown taller. Chen Guodong looked at his second sister's red-rimmed eyes and her thin, sallow face, feeling heartbroken. I came to see you. Second sister, you've lost weight. Why are you crying? You should be happy, shouldn't you? His second sister wiped her tears and forced a smile. Yes, look at me. Come inside and talk. Have you eaten? I'll get you something to eat. Suddenly realizing something, his second sister didn't continue. Chen Guodong sensed something was off and took out the 2 sweet potatoes to ease the awkwardness, saying, It's fine, there's no need to trouble yourself at this hour. I'm fine with just a sweet potato. That's good, his second sister said, feeling a bit down as she led Chen Guodong into the main room. Everyone in the room looked up at Chen Guodong, and his second sister smiled, saying, This is my brother. He came to visit me today. The room was quite full. Chen Guodong took the initiative to greet everyone, saying, Hello everyone. You're all still awake. At that moment, his second sister's mother-in-law Chen Guodong also greeted him, saying, Oh, it's Guodong. Come in and stay a few days if you can. Chen Guodong wouldn't dare to stay too long considering the current situation. This was an era where one needed to bring food when visiting. Being polite, he smiled at Chen Guodong and said, No, Annie, I just came to see my second sister. I have things to do tomorrow. Upon hearing that he would leave tomorrow, Chen Guodong seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. In that case, I won't keep you. You and your sister should catch up. The second family's matters are your concern. I will go rest for now. All right, then you go rest, Mom, his second sister replied. With Chen Guodong's cue, the eldest brother also said, Brother, sister-in-law, we will go rest too, you two chat. Saying this, he took his wife and left. Son Dali smiled and said, Okay, big brother. Guodong, my boy, it's been a long time since we last met. I almost didn't recognize you. His brother-in-law Son Dali enthusiastically patted Chen Guodong on the shoulder. Brother-in-law, you exaggerate, Chen Guodong replied with a smile. Guodong, you two haven't seen each other for so long, there must be a lot to talk about. I won't interrupt you. I will go check on Yaya next door. Son Dali said, and as he left, Chen Guodong was just about to speak his mind to his second sister. Guodong, are you tired? Did you travel for a long time? His second sister brought a bowl of water to him. Chen Guodong was indeed thirsty and immediately picked up the water, gulping it down before stopping to smile. Second sister, I am indeed thirsty. I just came from the eldest sister's place. His second sister's eyes lit up as she anxiously asked, How is the eldest sister doing? She's fine, life is manageable, Chen Guodong replied. Chen Guodong concealed the matter regarding the eldest sister. If he mentioned that she had found work, it would only create more conflict. Once she had a job, he would also need to arrange something for his second sister. Hearing this, his second sister felt relieved. That's good. Is everyone at home doing well? Don't worry, second sister, everyone is fine. What about you? Chen Guodong asked the question that was on his mind. Hearing this, his second sister hesitated for a moment, but Chen Guodong caught it. She forced a smile and said, It's all right, Dali treats me well. Dali treats you well, what about his family? How do they treat you? Chen Guodong continued to ask, his eyes fixed on his second sister. His second sister, not noticing Chen Guodong's gaze, said, They are all quite good. All right, Guodong, you've traveled all day, let me take you to rest. His second sister deliberately changed the subject. Chen Guodong knew that he probably wouldn't get any answers and guessed that there must be issues regarding this. He would observe tomorrow to see what the situation was, wondering why his straightforward second sister was avoiding the topic. Chen Guodong was arranged to rest in a guest room next to his second sister. Initially, he thought it was quite good, hoping to overhear some conversation next door. However, he ended up hearing nothing and fell asleep unknowingly. The next day, Chen Guodong was awakened from a muddled sleep by a loud commotion. What was happening? He quickly got out of bed to check, moving to the door and peering through the crack. He saw his second sister's in-laws arguing in the yard. Not wanting to step outside just yet, he leaned closer to the door to listen intently. The eldest brother's wife shouted loudly, We must split the family. I can't stand living like this any longer. Eldest brother's family, how can you not manage? Things seem to be going quite well. Chen Guodong asked. Well, what's good about it? I don't see it. I have to go back to my parents' home for grain every few days. The grain we borrowed is shared among everyone. What about you? Have you borrowed any grain? The eldest brother's wife questioned. Sister-in-law, we've borrowed some too, Son Dali replied. Borrowed? Just that 3 gene of wheat bran. How many meals is that? Each of you relies on me to borrow grain. How can I possibly borrow that much? The eldest brother's wife complained. Sister-in-law, times are tough, but if we work together as a family, we will get through this, his second sister said. Work together? I haven't mentioned you. I go back to my parents' home for grain, why don't you? Can't you go back to borrow? You just come over to eat and drink every day, the eldest brother's wife retorted. His second sister immediately started to cry. My family is too poor, we have no grain. Son Dali immediately comforted his second sister and looked up at the eldest brother's wife, saying, "Sister-in-law, you are being too unreasonable. We are family, and there's no need to be so divided." Dali, it's not that sister-in-law is speaking harshly, but it's the truth. Yesterday, your younger brother came clearly to borrow grain, and the grain I borrowed is barely enough for our family. Now you're bringing in another one, the family must split up. Mother is asking if you agree or not, the eldest brother's wife asserted. Chen Guodong, who had been silent, sighed. How did such a good family fall apart? Is there really no room for discussion? Mother, my wife is right. If that's the case, let's just split up, the eldest brother said. What? Chen Guodong was at a loss for words. Mother, don't say we are unfilial. If you live with us after the division, I guarantee you won't go hungry. But if you don't divide, you will have to rely on Dali for support, and I won't provide any food. You choose, the eldest daughter-in-law threw out her bargaining chip again. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, son Dali called out to his elder brother. All right, Dali, no need to say more. The division of the family is settled. You choose. Mother. Son Dali did not expect the family to really be divided. No need to say more. The main house and the current residence belong to the eldest, while the house you live in and the adjacent guest room will be yours. The belongings will be split in half. Is everyone okay with that? Chen Guodong said. I have no objections. Mother, you can stay with us in the future. Dali, don't blame your sister-in-law, who I have no choice. It's tough for a large family. You all figure out how to live your lives. The eldest daughter-in-law said. Son Dali and the second sister were both stunned by the sudden news and nodded dumbly. Chen Guodong did not expect to encounter such explosive news at the second sister's home. They were actually dividing the family. Of course, it was clear that this division was not because of Chen Guodong's arrival. Chen Guodong and the eldest family were obviously in the know, while the second sister's family was unaware. Otherwise, how could the family assets be so clearly divided at once? Moreover, even the strong eldest daughter-in-law had no objections, which surely meant it had been discussed in advance. No wonder he felt something was off about their family last night. So this is how it is. Chen Guodong had just wanted to go out and criticize them, but he felt powerless. Could he blame others? Is it wrong for them to fight for survival? It is hard to discern right from wrong. However, it truly confirms the saying that in times of great disaster, each one flies away. After a few people finished talking, they all returned to their rooms. Chen Guodong thought that the second sister and her husband would argue or plead a little, but the two just stood there in a daze. Indeed, they are a natural pair. Their reactions are so similar that no wonder they fell in love at first sight. Chen Guodong could no longer bear to watch and opened the door, calling out, "Second sister, second brother-in-law, what are you doing?" They only then came back to their senses. It's nothing. Guodong, you are up. Why didn't you sleep a bit longer? The second sister thought Chen Guodong was still unaware. All right, sister, I already know. You all were so loud. Second sister and second brother-in-law, why don't you go to your room to talk? Chen Guodong waved his hand. At this moment, the one most heartbroken was probably second brother-in-law Son Dali, who followed Chen Guodong and his sister into the room with red eyes, looking dejected. As soon as they entered the room, they saw a 5-year-old girl sitting on the Kong playing with a thread. The second sister calmed herself and said, "Yiya, quickly greet your uncle." Yiya raised her head and called uncle. Chen Guodong went over to pat her head and smiled. "Hey, Yiya is really good." Saying that, he took out a piece of candy from his pocket and gave it to her. The little girl glanced at the candy and then at the second sister. The second sister said with a smile, "Go ahead and eat. It's from your uncle." "Oh, it's fine." The little girl then put it in her mouth and squinted her eyes, saying, "Uncle is really sweet." "Uncle is not sweet, the candy is sweet, silly." Chen Guodong teased Yiya. Yiya looked at Chen Guodong with a cute expression as if she did not understand what he was saying. "So cute. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Here, play by yourself." Chen Guodong gave her a few more pieces of candy. "Little brother, don't give her so much candy." The second sister stopped him. "It's fine, sister. Now that the family is divided, what do you plan to do?" Chen Guodong asked. The second sister looked at her husband without saying anything, probably because she did not know what to do either and could only rely on her man. The second brother-in-law, seeing that both of them were looking at him, smiled bitterly and said, "What else can we do? I see they are determined to divide the family. If it's divided, then let it be. First, we need to solve the food problem. I will go up the mountain tomorrow to see if I can get some food," the second brother-in-law said with determination. Chen Guodong looked at this brother-in-law with admiration. He still took responsibility in times of trouble. But the second sister immediately stopped him, saying, "No, dog almost didn't return from the mountain a few days ago. His leg was broken. There are wild boars which are fierce." She was about to cry. The second brother-in-law comforted her, saying, "It's all right, I'll be careful." Chen Guodong interrupted, saying, "No need to go up the mountain. I have a way to solve your food problem." "Ah," the two exclaimed in surprise at the same time. "Second sister, second brother-in-law, don't be so loud." Chen Guodong immediately stopped them. I have placed 100 gene of sweet potatoes in the room where I stayed last night. The two were astonished and were about to shout, but immediately covered their mouths. Chen Guodong continued, I know you haven't divided the family, so I hid it outside and prepared to ask you how to divide the sweet potatoes. I moved them in at midnight. Now it's all yours. The two exchanged glances and the second sister asked, Guodong, where did you get so much food? How did you carry it over from so far away? I'm not that foolish who I hired an ox cart. These sweet potatoes were found in the mountains. I saved some for you and eldest sister to divide. Chen Guodong said casually. The second sister was moved to tears again, saying, Father is really good. Seeing the atmosphere getting a bit heavy, Chen Guodong said, Then am I not good? Shh. Your good little brother is also good. The second sister smiled through her tears. The second brother-in-law said, Should we give some to my mother? He was clearly a filial son. The second sister immediately retorted, No need to give. The eldest daughter-in-law's family still has some savings, and mother won't go hungry with them, so don't worry. The food has been given, so Chen Guodong didn't want to interfere with how it was distributed. This 100 gene could barely last for a while. All right, if there really is a difficulty, I will help again. The second brother-in-law was still worried about his mother. The second sister nodded in agreement, saying, All right. Guodong, if it weren't for you sending food this time, we wouldn't know what to do. Thank you so much, this was so timely. The second brother-in-law sincerely thanked him. No need to be so polite. We are family, and there's no need for such formalities. Just treat my sister well, that's all I ask. Chen Guodong said. Yes, definitely. After a while we will go back, the second brother-in-law replied. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, I might stay here for a few days. The second sister asked in surprise, Really? That's great. The second brother-in-law also happily said, Yes, your sister is always thinking of you. It's good for you to stay a few more days to accompany her. Okay, sounds good. Chen Guodong did not tell them why he stayed, but started to feel excited inside. Having sorted everything out, Chen Guodong returned to his room and directly took out 100 gene of food from his space. He initially wanted to give more, but giving too much wouldn't be good. This family was already not united and conflicts were bound to arise. It was better to be cautious and come often in the future. That night, Chen Guodong went to bed early because he had important matters to attend to the next day. The next day, Chen Guodong got up early. He had already hinted at the general location of the wild boar yesterday. The reason he wanted to stay here for a few days was for the wild boar, which was a valuable resource. Others feared it while he was greedy. After a few of them closed the door and had sweet potato for breakfast, Chen Guodong said, Sister, I'm going to take a stroll nearby and see if there's anything to eat that hasn't been discovered by others. In this era, it was common to go out looking for food, so Chen Guodong's request did not raise suspicion from the two. His second sister nodded and said, Should your brother-in-law go with you? He's also looking for food. We can't rely solely on what you bring back, or else we will run out quickly. Chen Guodong felt pleased with his second sister and brother-in-law's thoughts. No need, it's more likely to find something if we split up. All right, but Guodong, you must not go into the mountains, it's dangerous, his brother-in-law expressed concern. Okay, understood. I'm heading out now, said Chen Guodong, and with that he left and headed up the mountain. He thought to himself, the danger is what makes it exciting. Chen Guodong found a small path and climbed up the mountain. It was similar to Chen family gully filled with pits dug by those looking for food. It seemed the terrain was the same, and he gradually ventured deeper into the mountains. After more than an hour, he began to hear birds chirping and faint sounds in the distance. Indeed, danger and opportunity coexisted. This time Chen Guodong had no time to dig traps. He directly sought the wild boar, preparing to use space to harvest it just like last time. He chuckled, Here I come, wild boar. I hope it won't be a wasted trip. Suddenly something darted past him. It seemed to be a wild hare, startled by Chen Guodong's footsteps. Excitedly, he chased after it, thinking, Here I come, wild hare. Finally, in an open area, he spotted the wild hare, which had stopped, probably searching for food. Without hesitation, Chen Guodong quietly approached. When he was about 5 meters away, he dashed forward, and with a thought, a basket appeared above the hare, covering it. Chen Guodong quickly pressed down the basket. Haha, this is exhilarating. He stored it in his space. A good omen, this was much quicker than digging traps. Feeling pleased after packing up, he continued walking deeper into the mountain. It was close to noon, but he had yet to spot a wild boar. Was his luck fleeting? This was too difficult. Where were the wild boars? Where was the danger? Was this all there was? Frustrated, Chen Guodong found himself hungry. Forget it, he decided to prepare something to eat. He found an open space, placed 2 large stones on either side to create a simple stove, and lit some dry twigs, which soon burned down to embers. Chen Guodong took out 2 ears of corn from his space, skewered them with a bamboo stick, and placed it over the stones to roast. The sweet potatoes were simpler. He just placed them directly in the embers, covered them, and let them cook slowly. Next, he just had to wait quietly. Before long, the aroma of roasted corn wafted through the air. Chen Guodong swallowed hard. It smelled so good. Surely, it was a luxury in this era. Unable to contain himself, he picked up the bamboo stick with the corn blue on it and took a bite. The deliciousness he had imagined was nowhere to be found, and he quickly spat it out. Oh man, it was scalding hot. Indeed, one cannot rush into eating hot corn. He was simply too hungry. After blowing on it a few more times, he finally started eating. It was truly delicious. He thought he could roast corn whenever he craved a snack. He had more experience with the sweet potatoes. He blew on them to cool them down before eating. The sweet potatoes seemed to taste even better than the corn. They were more fragrant. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a shadow suddenly dashed toward Chen Guodong. What was happening? It looked like a wild boar, and it seemed quite large, probably around 100 pounds. What to do? What to do? No, I came here to find wild boars. Oh, what should I do now? This was clearly a gift right at my doorstep. This luck was incredible. As Chen Guodong saw the wild boar getting closer, he excitedly rubbed his hands together, standing still and waiting for it to charge at him. It was coming. It was coming. It charged at him angrily. At a distance of 3 meters, Chen Guodong instantly used space to summon a large stone in front of him, and with a loud bang, the wild boar went silent. With his previous experience, Chen Guodong boldly went around the stone. Sure enough, the wild boar was lying down, gasping for breath. Awesome! Awesome! Just as Chen Guodong was about to collect the wild boar, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching quickly. Over there! Don't let it escape, hurry! Following closely behind was the figure of a man. Looking up, he saw 2 people with hunting rifles hurriedly approaching. Great! Now it was definitely impossible to take it. The secret of space could not be discovered. Given the situation, it seemed the wild boar was discovered by them and was being chased. This was troublesome. He would have to observe further. The newcomers were 2 men. The younger one looked at the wild boar with a grin and said, "Haha, master, I didn't expect this wild boar to be so foolish. After being chased for so long, it actually ran into a stone and knocked itself out. This is my first time seeing this." The middle-aged man laughed and said, "It's my first time too," then looked at Chen Guodong politely and said, "Young man, the wild boar didn't scare you, did it? What are you doing all alone in the mountains? It's so dangerous. What would you do if the wild boar had knocked you over?" These 2 were acting strangely. It seemed they had already claimed the wild boar as theirs. What to do? "No, I came with a few people. They went over there. It's nothing." Chen Guodong started to fabricate. He falsely claimed that he was with a few people trying to see how they would respond. "Oh, that's good then. I thought you were all alone. Take your time eating. We'll just take the wild boar and leave so as not to scare you," the middle-aged man said dismissively. Indeed, it was like this. Chen Guodong furrowed his brow. This isn't right. That wild boar almost knocked me out just now. I barely dodged it, and it ended up knocking itself out on the stone. You want to take it away? The young man looked impatient. "You kid, don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for us chasing it, how could this wild boar have ended up here? Hurry up and leave." Chen Guodong replied angrily. "This wild boar is mine since I dodged it, and it knocked itself out. Besides, this forest isn't yours. How can you claim that the wild boar belongs to you?" The middle-aged man looked at Chen Guodong with interest, surprised by his boldness, and asked, "What do you want then?" Chen Guodong thought that claiming the whole wild boar was probably unrealistic, so he pondered for a moment and softened his tone. "Comrades, it's not easy for everyone to come out and make a living in the forest. Since the wild boar is already unconscious, why don't we split it evenly? It would be a win-win. You've chased it for so long, and if I hadn't stopped it, it wouldn't have run into the stone. We all have a part to play. What do you think? Split it evenly. You're dreaming. We went through all this trouble, and you want to enjoy the spoils without any effort." "Not a chance," the young man scoffed. Chen Guodong took a deep breath, feeling a bit of a dilemma. He patiently said, "Comrade, one cannot say it like that. Whatever is encountered in these mountains belongs to whoever finds it. There are no rules stating that hunting wild boars is exclusive to you. Sharing and winning together is quite good, isn't it?" The middle-aged man raised his hunting rifle and laughed. "What if we don't want to share?" This man was clearly threatening. Chen Guodong smiled and said, "You are bullying me. I have companions too." The middle-aged man suddenly burst into laughter. "You have companions? Am I a fool? I've already looked around. You think you can deceive a 20-year veteran hunter like me? Is there really no room for negotiation? Do we have to do it this way?" Chen Guodong asked unwillingly. "If we don't do it this way, then how else can we proceed? I have my family waiting for us to bring back the game." The middle-aged man pretended to be helpless and said. Chen Guodong looked at his hypocritical expression and was truly speechless. Fine, fine, take it. You are ruthless. Kid, you can only blame your bad luck. Apprentice, go find a bamboo pole for us to carry back," the middle-aged man ordered. "Master, I'm tired. I just fell, so you should send this kid to help us." The young lad complained. "You are just too lazy. Fine, kid, go help us get a bamboo pole. We'll wait for you here." The middle-aged man scolded his apprentice, but still instructed. Chen Guodong looked at the master and apprentice in disbelief. "What are you looking at? Didn't you hear my master say to go help us chop bamboo? The young man said, displeased. Chen Guodong was truly exasperated by the kind of people he encountered and replied, "You are bullying people too much. On what basis?" The middle-aged man shook the hunting rifle in his hand. "Is this enough reason?" Fine. That's too much. You are really going overboard." Chen Guodong was on the brink of exploding. "Time and again you threaten me with a gun, huh?" Suddenly he said calmly, "What if I refuse to go?" "Oh, refuse. Are you sure? Aren't you making it difficult for us?" The young man began to chamber a bullet. Chen Guodong could tell they would really kill him at any moment. The look in their eyes was not deceiving. Then he had nothing to worry about. "If it's difficult, then don't do it at all," Chen Guodong said coldly. "Kid, are you looking for death?" The young man said as he raised his gun. Chen Guodong would not give them the chance. A huge stone suddenly appeared above their heads and fell instantly. The two men only had time to let out a brief "ah" followed by a bang before falling silent. Chen Guodong's heart raced as he collapsed to the ground. A stone taller than a person had appeared before him, released at the same time as the one that fell on their heads, fearing they might still shoot. That would be disastrous. Chen Guodong did not check the situation. He nervously pulled out a cigarette, striking matches repeatedly without success. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down slightly, lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled to feel a bit better. He stood up and slowly walked over. The area where the two men had been crushed was now obscured by stones. Nearby lay a gun and a cloth bag likely belonging to the middle-aged man. Chen Guodong checked the cloth bag and found it was not bad. It contained bullets. He thought about practicing shooting when he had time, as hunting within a 5-meter range was too limiting. Chen Guodong looked at the large stone and shook his head. "Why bother? Isn't it better to simply share half a wild boar? You had to threaten me with a gun. Ever since I was threatened by someone with a gun last time, I vowed never to let anyone threaten me again. You brought this upon yourselves, and don't blame me." After saying that, he stored the wild boar into his space and used it to pile stones here to avoid detection, also collecting many stones and usable items nearby. Cursing under his breath, "Damn it," he left feeling disheartened about hunting. He decided to return to Chenjigu tomorrow. As evening approached, when he reached his second sister's house, Chen Guodong took out a backpack and stuffed a wild rabbit inside, then carried it back to his sister's home. As soon as Chen Guodong entered, his second sister smiled and said, "Guodong, where have you been? Are you hungry? You must be exhausted." The second sister's husband chuckled. "Second sister, why can't you let Guodong rest a bit before asking? He just got home." "Humph, he's my brother. I can ask however I want," the second sister replied with a snort. Her husband shook his head with a wry smile. Chen Guodong, warmed by his sister's barrage of questions, smiled and said, "Sister, I just wandered around nearby. I had a sweet potato for lunch, so I'm not hungry. Why don't you ask me if I brought back anything?" Yaya immediately chimed in, shouting, "Did Uncle bring back anything?" This made everyone in the room burst into laughter. Chen Guodong smiled. "Yaya is the best. Let's see what Uncle brought back," he said as he set down the backpack and took out the wild rabbit. Yaya was thrilled upon seeing the rabbit and rushed to grab it, while the other two looked at Chen Guodong in shock. "Guodong, where did you get this?" the second sister asked eagerly. Chen Guodong smiled. "Where else could I get it? I was lucky to spot it at the foot of the mountain after much effort. Tonight we eat meat." The second sister's husband marveled. "Guodong, your luck is incredible. I've been nearby countless times and never encountered one. It seems today is our lucky day." The second sister also happily said, "I don't even remember the last time we had meat. Today we really benefit from my brother's luck. Why be so formal with family?" Chen Guodong waved his hand dismissively. The second sister's husband took the rabbit outside to process it, but the second sister immediately stopped him, saying, "Dolly, have you forgotten that we've separated from your mother? If you take it outside like this, will you even come back?" "Oh, I almost forgot. They'll go to the kitchen to prepare. Let me bring the stuff over to do it inside," son Dolly said, slapping his forehead. "Dolly, if you don't give your mother some meat, you won't think I'm being unreasonable, will you?" the second sister asked. "No, we live separately. They made their choices, and there's nothing more to say. We just need to live our own lives," the second sister's husband replied. "That's good." The second sister felt relieved upon hearing her husband's response. Chen Guodong was quite satisfied with his brother-in-law's attitude. He feared indecisiveness would mean he wouldn't be able to keep the sweet potatoes given to him. Before long, the second sister's husband returned with the necessary items and began processing the rabbit. I must say he was truly skilled, swiftly and cleanly handling the rabbit. Chen Guodong and his brother-in-law's family happily enjoyed rabbit meat, and Chen Guodong felt it tasted much better than what he had at home. Next door, the eldest son's wife was also having a meal, but it was just wild vegetable soup. Zhang Guifang suddenly said, "Eldest brother, why do I smell meat?" The eldest brother laughed. "Where would the meat come from? Just enjoy your wild vegetable soup. Eat up, mother. After eating, go to sleep." Luckily, Chen Guodong noticed a window had opened and quickly closed it, otherwise it would have been troublesome if discovered. After they finished eating, everyone rested. The next day, the second sister reluctantly saw Chen Guodong off at the village entrance. Chen Guodong smiled. Sister, go back. I will come to visit you often. Forget it, I won't go to the black market. It's been so long since I returned home, my parents must be worried by now. With that thought, I turned around and headed home. As I walked slowly, finally arriving home, just as night fell, I felt a sense of nostalgia when I saw Chenjiagu and quickened my pace. Approaching the front door, Chen Guodong thought for a moment, took out a backpack and filled it with shoes, cotton, cooking oil, and a pound of sugar. Done. I wonder if they will be surprised or scared when they see me. I knocked on the door with a bit of anticipation. Who is it? Lin Yu's voice came from inside. Chen Guodong held back, not saying a word, hiding beside the door ready to surprise Lin Yu. Lin Yu thought who would knock at this hour and walked up to open the door directly. Chen Guodong jumped out preparing to shout Tada. But before he could, Lin Yu slapped him across the face. Chen Guodong was stunned, receiving a loud and crisp slap. With a loud smack, the scene fell into silence. 2 seconds later, Chen Guodong said, "Ouch, Mom, why did you hit me so hard?" Lin Yu also realized she had hit her precious son, and feeling sorry touched Chen Guodong's face, saying, "Son, does it hurt? Why did you sneak up on me like that? I thought you were a bad person." Chen Guodong felt a bit awkward. Such jokes were not suitable in this era. "It's fine, Mom. I just wanted to joke with you. Let's go inside." "Oh, don't joke like that next time. Come on, your dad will definitely be happy to know you're back." Lin Yu awkwardly followed him inside. "Dad, little sister, I'm back," Chen Guodong happily called as he entered. Hearing Chen Guodong was back, the two immediately came out from inside. Chen Jianjun saw his son and joyfully said, "Son, you're back. Did you encounter any trouble on the way?" "No, everything was fine. It's a lawful society, it's very safe now." Chen Guodong smiled. Not just trouble, he would have been gone if it weren't for the space, but he couldn't say that. "Brother, you're finally back. I couldn't sleep while you were gone," his little sister pouted as she grabbed Chen Guodong's arm. Chen Guodong ruffled his little sister's hair and laughed. "How old are you? If you couldn't sleep, you must have been snoring like a dead pig." Lin Yu immediately exposed him. "You're right, son. Every time I get up at night, I can hear her snoring." "Mom, I won't talk to you anymore," his little sister stammered in anger after being exposed. The people in the room burst into laughter. Okay, I know you missed your brother. Here, have some sugar," Chen Guodong teased. Sure enough, as a foodie, she was immediately delighted to take the sugar and put it in her mouth. "Thank you, brother, it's really sweet." "Guodong, why did you spend so much on these?" Lin Yu said, feeling sorry about the money. "The kids have grown up, just let them be. By the way, did you visit your sister?" Chen Jianjun, whether numb or accepting, was no longer surprised by what Chen Guodong brought out. Chen Guodong smiled. "Both sisters are doing well and don't lack food. Those 2 little girls, they don't even check in with us. It makes us worry so much." Lin Yu exploded in anger. Though her words were filled with anger, she secretly felt relieved. Typical of a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Chen Guodong said with a smile, "Mom, don't be angry. I brought them some food, so they are fine." He didn't explain too much, because if she found out he had given the job to his eldest sister, Lin Yu would definitely go mad. "It seems I need to find a job in the city soon, otherwise when my eldest sister comes home, it will definitely expose me. If I still don't have a job," Lin Yu would be so loving that she would immediately want my eldest sister to take care of me. Just thinking about it creates a vivid image. "Oh, is that so? That's good. I thought they were ungrateful," Lin Yu said, losing her anger. "Let's not talk about that. Look at what I brought back for you." As Chen Guodong spoke, he opened the fabric of the backpack. His little sister perked up and asked, "What is it, brother? Did you bring us something delicious again?" Lin Yu smacked her little sister lightly. "You only think about eating all day?" The little sister covered her head, looking pitiful, and did not dare to speak. "There is indeed something to eat. This is a pound of sugar." Chen Guodong directly pulled out the sugar from the backpack. Only his little sister's eyes lit up, while Lin Yu and Chen Jianjun seemed to think just this. "All right, you all are used to it, right?" Then he directly took out a tightly packed cloth bag. Everyone looked curiously at the cloth bag that Chen Guodong was pulling out. Lin Yu curiously asked, "What is this?" "Guodong." Chen Guodong smiled mysteriously. "Cotton." "What?" both exclaimed simultaneously. Lin Yu stammered and asked, "Is this cotton?" Chen Guodong nodded proudly. Cotton was indeed a rare commodity these days. He remembered how many people froze to death during the famine years because there was no cotton to keep warm. "Guodong, this is no joke. I heard from your uncle the other day that the commune director only got 2 pounds. You must have at least 3 pounds, right?" Chen Jianjun asked incredulously. Weren't you just calm? Why are you panicking now? It's really refreshing to play a little act. No wonder people like to pretend, it turns out it can be addictive." "Yes, this is what my master gave to our family. He doesn't need that much." Chen Guodong used his master as a shield again. Chen Jianjun tacitly did not ask where it came from. "We can't take this. It's too precious." "It's fine, my master has more. By the way, I also brought liberation shoes." Chen Guodong took out the shoes. "We need to change our shoes too." Looking at their patched up shoes, they didn't refuse this time. They probably felt refusing was useless. Chen Jianjun said your master gave too much. You need to repay him well. You could never repay this kindness in a lifetime. I know, Dad, Chen Guodong replied. His little sister was the happiest. Wow, I have new shoes too, that's great. Don't just look, try them on. Forget it, let's save them for the new year. It would be a waste to wear them now, Lin Yu said reluctantly. Oh, let's wear them now. Oh, I can hunt, and I'm the only disciple of my master. If the money runs out, I can earn more, Chen Guodong said with a wave of his hand. Seeing that they couldn't argue with Chen Guodong, they tried them on, and they all fit well. Chen Guodong could see their delight. They were just afraid of being poor. Once everyone had tried them on, Chen Guodong brought out the last item. Mom, this is cooking oil. Use a little when you cook. If it runs out, I'll buy more. You spendthrift child, what do you mean by buying more if it runs out? This is something rare. You need to use it sparingly. Lin Yu cherished it as she took it to the kitchen. Chen Jianjun sighed, son, you've really grown up. This family will rely on you in the future. I'm still young, why still rely on Dad? I've just learned a bit of skill and many things still depend on you. Chen Guodong spoke frankly. Lin Yu suddenly rushed out and asked, son, have you eaten? I'll cook for you. I just remembered, I had a steamed bun on the way. Let's cook tomorrow, Chen Guodong said with a smile. Then let's go to sleep, otherwise you'll be hungry again later. Chen Jianjun said. Chen Guodong nodded. He was tired and went to sleep. Chen Guodong was really tired, and the next day at noon he was woken up by the loud noise. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Chen Guodong quickly got out of bed, for such a commotion at the door must mean something serious had happened. Could it be his father again? He dared not think further and hurriedly dressed before approaching the door. Just as he was about to open the door, he heard a voice say, you explain to me where your little sister's new shoes came from and where the candy came from. You can't even afford food, yet you have these. What is this if not speculation and profiteering? What's going on? Not rushing out just yet, Chen Guodong crouched by the crack in the door to see what was happening outside. Lin Yu shielded her little sister behind her, while Chen Jianjun and Chen Jianyong blocked the front. Chen Jianjun shouted, why should I explain to you? Who do you think you are? If you have the ability, go get your own, and stop shouting here if you're incapable. Chen Jianyong added, Chen Matzi, you scoundrel, have you forgotten who fed you pig offal that day? Ungrateful wretch, you can't stand to see others do well, can you? What is conscience anyway? I did eat the pig offal that day, but was I forced to eat it? He invited me, and that was perfectly reasonable. Chen Matzi scoffed. Hearing this, Chen Jianjun and Chen Jianyong felt their blood boil, and they wanted to rush over and hit him. At that moment, Chen Jinfu rushed over and blocked the two. That bastard has already reported this to the commune. The commune will send someone over soon, so don't act out, or you'll regret it. At this point, Chen Guodong finally understood. He had thought that a family would be united, yet it seemed that every village had its share of lowlifes. Perhaps it was a good thing that the matter wasn't too serious. Resolving the village's troublemaker was beneficial. Chen Guodong immediately began to store away all the items he had brought back in recent days. As he was busy, more and more people gathered outside. Uncle Dogzi angrily shouted, Chen Matzi, your family left early, but you grew up eating from others' tables. How can you do this? Is this how you treat your own family? Chen Matzi blushed momentarily but quickly regained composure and said, now we must respond to the call of the organization, report speculation and profiteering and progress together. Hearing this, Chen Jinfu became furious. Chen Matzi, others may not know, but I do. The commune has issued a document stating that reporting speculation and profiteering is commendable, and you think you qualify. Take a look in the mirror. A traitor. Chen Matzi arrogantly crossed his arms and said, this is none of your concern. Step aside quickly, the commune's people are coming. I need to enter and confirm things. What if you secretly move things? As he spoke, he tried to make a move. The villagers couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, ungrateful traitor, worse than a pig or dog. After finishing storing his things, Chen Guodong watched the villagers scolding Chen Matzi and felt a sense of relief. Indeed, there were still many good people. This time he had to get rid of him, or it would only lead to more troubles in the future. Chen Matzi, unfazed by the villagers' insults, directly retorted, stop with the nonsense, let me in right now. Chen Jianjun also hardened his resolve, knowing they had many things at home that were hard to explain, which could implicate his son and his master. He directly brandished a hoe and glared at Chen Matzi, saying, you try going in. Chen Jianyong imitated him and said, yes, give it a try and see if you can bully us two brothers. Chen Matzi was taken aback, stepping back and defiantly saying, I am doing this for the organization. Don't act recklessly and cooperate with the work. Chen Jinfu could no longer hold back and slapped him across the face. This slap is for your father. Do you submit? If not, hit back. Don't push your luck. Let's wait for the commune people to arrive and discuss it then. Don't act like you're important. If it weren't for us feeding you, could you survive? Chen Matzi, feeling aggrieved but unable to retaliate, spat out a harsh remark, fine, just you wait. Before long, the commune's people arrived. From a distance, two people on bicycles entered the village. Seeing his backup arrive, Chen Matsi immediately went over with a fawning attitude, leading them to Chen Guodong's doorstep. Chen Matsi approached the newcomers and ingratiatingly said, "Captain Li, this is the house." Captain Li nodded and turned to Chen Jianfu, saying, "Jianfu, how did speculation and profiteering show up in your village? Your management is lacking." Chen Guodong sensed a familiarity in their tone, but it was possible they had interacted frequently in the commune. Chen Jianfu smiled politely and said, "That's not true, but it's just that someone couldn't stand seeing others live better and reported recklessly. Whether it's a reckless report or not remains to be seen. However, since it has been reported, we must come and take a look. If it's true, we certainly won't ignore someone who is detrimental to unity." Captain Li stated seriously. "Understood." Chen Jianfu knew there was no way out and could only nod. Jun Gu Xiaoyong, step aside. Let the commune people inspect. Just clarify the source. As Chen Jianfu spoke, he shot a glance at Chen Jianjun, emphasizing the word source. Chen Jianjun seemed to understand and nodded, pulling Chen Jianyong aside. At that moment, "Lin, you suddenly blocked the way. I won't let you. Chen Matsi, I'll fight you." She brandished a kitchen knife, ready to confront Chen Matsi. Chen Matsi had never encountered such a situation and was truly scared, retreating behind Captain Li, trembling with fear. "Sister-in-law, please calm down." Chen Jianfu stood in front of Captain Li and said, "Sister, calm down. Jianfu, let me chop that bastard Chen Matsi. Do you think I'm easy to bully?" As she tried to go around, Chen Guodong thought, "Oh no." His mother was truly fearless. She was genuinely ready to fight, fiercely protective of her child. It was the first time he had seen his mother in such a rage, and it scared Chen Guodong. If she really did chop someone, it would be a disaster, likely due to fear of the truth being exposed and unable to explain the source. Unable to watch any longer, Chen Guodong hurriedly opened the door and rushed out to snatch the kitchen knife, comforting her mother, "Please don't act on impulse. It's okay, don't worry. Son, give me the knife. I will chop that traitor." "Lin," you shouted angrily. "That's enough, child's mother." Chen Jianjun shouted. "Finally, Lin, you calm down." Captain Li, unfazed because it wasn't him being threatened, cleared his throat and said, "I said there's no need for such anger. We just need to check if everything is fine. We won't slander you. You have to trust the organization." Chen Guodong, genuinely frightened, quickly persuaded, "Yes, mother, let them check. We haven't done anything wrong. We can't be disciplined just for having candy or new shoes. The organization surely wants to see us prosper." Captain Li turned to Chen Guodong, looking approvingly. "Young comrade, your awareness is high." Chen Guodong humbly smiled, saying, "No, it's all thanks to the leadership of the organization." "Haha, young comrade, you are quite something. Shall we go check your home now? You won't mind, will you?" Captain Li laughed heartily. Chen Guodong replied boldly, "You can check as you please. Whatever you find, I will accept the punishment." Though Chen Guodong spoke confidently, Chen Jianjun and the others were terrified, anxiously watching him. "All right, everyone should learn from the young comrade. Oh, let's go," Captain Li said, oblivious to the change in expressions of Chen Jianjun and the others as he entered Chen Guodong's home. Chen Guodong shook his head at them, signaling that they need not worry, it was all fine. Only then did they feel relieved and followed him inside. Upon entering, they saw a table and then realized the house was bare and empty. Another comrade who came along began searching around. Chen Matsi also walked in, wanting to rummage through things, but Chen Guodong immediately said, "Hold on. I used to call you Uncle Chen, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. What's your status now? Why should you search? Can you give me a reason? If anything goes missing, will you compensate?" "Well," Chen Matsi stammered, looking at Chen Guodong and then at Captain Li, hoping for support, but Captain Li didn't even glance at him. In this awkward moment, Chen Matsi hesitantly extended his hand, then slowly retracted it. Shortly after, the comrade who went into search returned and said, "Captain Li, we didn't find anything valuable. It's all just everyday items." Chen Jianjun and the others relaxed, but they were also curious about where the items had gone, as they were clearly there that morning. They couldn't figure it out. "It's impossible. They must have hidden them. I kept watch all night. They must still be in the house. If we search again, we will definitely find something," Chen Matsi said incredulously. "Are you sure?" the comrade asked, displeased at being suspected of incompetence. "I'm sure, really," Chen Matsi replied, not noticing the tone of the comrade. The comrade glanced at Captain Li, who nodded. Reluctantly, the comrade went to search again. The result was still the same. They found nothing. "Captain, still nothing. I've searched everywhere." Chen Matsi, didn't you say they had a lot of money and bought many new things? You even wrote a guarantee. If you are slandering a good comrade, you will be detained by us," Captain Li said solemnly. Chen Matsi immediately panicked, his eyes darting to the dishes on the table, saying, "Captain Li, look at these enamel bowls. They are all new." Chen Guodong sternly asked, "Is it illegal for my family to get some new pots and pans? The old ones broke. What was I supposed to do? Should I grab with my hands? This was money saved through frugality. Is it a crime?" Chen Matsi was momentarily intimidated by Chen Guodong's imposing presence and didn't know what to say. Young comrade, don't get agitated, it's not a crime. The organization surely wants the people to live better. It seems to be a misunderstanding, Captain Li said with a smile. Captain, what about Chen Matsi? Another comrade asked. Chen Matsi, you will have to come back with me to explain your slander against a comrade, Captain Li said sternly. No, I want go to the detention center, their family really hid something. Chen Matsi exclaimed, agitated and unwilling to go with Captain Li. Should we force you? Captain Li said sharply, glaring at Chen Matsi. No, I'll go with you. Chen Matsi was intimidated by Captain Li's glare and quickly nodded in agreement. Jianfu, we have no choice. We received a report and had to verify it. Since it's a misunderstanding, we'll be leaving now. We'll take this slanderer Chen Matsi with us, Captain Li said with a smile. It's all right. Cooperating with the organization is the right thing to do. Please take care on your way, Chen Jianfu smiled. Just as they were about to leave, Chen Guodong pulled Chen Jianfu aside and said, Uncle, this person cannot stay in our village, otherwise we won't know whose family will suffer next time. Let me think, Chen Jianfu said. Captain Li, can you wait at the village entrance? I'll send Chen Matsi there shortly, we need to talk to him about something. All right, Captain Li nodded without asking further. Don't take too long, we have other matters to attend to. After Captain Li left, Chen Jianfu called out to everyone. Chen Matsi, today, I'm going to remove you from the family tree. This traitor who eats from within won't be welcomed back in Chenjigu after coming out of detention. Our village doesn't want you. On what grounds? This is my home, I can come back whenever I want. Chen Matsi retorted defiantly. Ask the villagers if they agree. Chen Jianfu said. The villagers all nodded in agreement. We agree, village head. They truly didn't know when such things might happen to them. Chen Matsi looked at everyone, his eyes filled with unrepentant hatred, and said fiercely, Fine, if you are so heartless, then we are severing ties completely. But what greeted him was the villagers' disdain. Hurry up and get lost, traitorous scum. All right, let's go, Chen Jianfu pushed Chen Matsi. No need to push, I will leave. Just remember this, all of you. Chen Matsi said coldly. Chen Guodong truly looked down on him and scolded, Have you lost your mind? You reported me and failed, but now feel entitled to something from us. Are you out of your mind? Chen Guodong, you definitely hid the things, be careful in the future, Chen Matsi said. What a lunatic this person is. Chen Jianfu directly pulled Chen Matsi toward the village entrance, too lazy to even look back. After handing him over to Captain Li, they returned to Chen Guodong's home. Chen Guodong, somewhat puzzled, asked, Uncle, is Chen Matsi sick? Why does it feel like he's targeting our family? Chen Jianfu sighed and said, He's not targeting you, he's targeting the entire village. Last year his family lacked grain and asked the village for help. You know there's hardly any surplus grain. They were practically eating dirt, so they didn't lend him any. As a result, several from his family starved and left, and he held a grudge against the village. But several from the village also left. It was unavoidable. It's a matter of capability, not unwillingness to help, but he just thinks it's our fault. Oh, so that's how it is. I was wondering why he reported us. He must feel safe when he's not around people, Chen Guodong said, enlightened. Chen Jianjun also sighed and said, Yes, later on his family starved until only he was left. Sometimes the villagers would give him some, but I never expected him to be an ingrate. At this point, Chen Guodong didn't know what else to say. By the way, Guodong, where did you hide the things? They were still here in the morning, and now they're gone. I put them outside the window. They were so busy searching the house that they didn't check behind the house, Chen Guodong chuckled. So it was outside the window. That's too risky. What if they went to check behind the house? Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. Well, there was no other way. I had to gamble on my luck, Chen Guodong shrugged. Chen Jianfu laughed and said, Guodong, you're clever, otherwise it would have been troublesome this time. By the way, Uncle, why do I feel like Captain Li is quite familiar with you? Chen Guodong asked out of curiosity. Chen Jianfu smiled and said, You know him, he grew up with nothing in the neighboring Li family village. Later he went to the city to develop his career. I kept my promise to my parents and didn't go. I didn't expect that when we met again he had become a leader of the commune. Oh, no wonder. I always felt that you knew each other. So that's how it is, Chen Guodong understood. It seems that his uncle also has his own stories. All right, the matter is settled. I'm heading back now. You guys clean up a bit, everything's in disarray, Chen Jianfu said as he walked out. Not long after Chen Jianfu left, several of his cousins rushed and sweating profusely. Guodong, I heard from the villagers that someone reported you for profiteering. Where is he? We just came down the mountain and rushed over as soon as we heard. Is everything all right? Yes, where is he? We won't let him off easily, Chen Guowei said anxiously. Chen Guodong saw his brothers flustered and sweating, feeling warm inside. It's fine. It's just Chen Matsi from the village, but he has already been taken away for detention. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Chen Guowei angrily cursed. I knew he was a scoundrel, but I didn't expect him to be this despicable. While they were chatting, a shout came from outside. Guodong, Guodong, go to the village office. Someone is looking for you. Oh, I'm coming right now. Chen Guodong replied. He turned to Chen Guowei and the others saying, "You guys wait for me at home, I'll be right back." "Guodong, do you want us to go with you?" "No need. If Uncle Guzzi is here to call me, it must be nothing serious. I'm off then," Chen Guodong said as he shouldered his backpack and headed out. Carrying a backpack felt more secure, it was convenient to take anything. Now going out without a backpack felt like something was missing. Arriving at the village office, he saw a bicycle that looked familiar. Just as he was looking at it, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from inside the office. "Guodong, I've finally found you." Chen Guodong turned back in confusion to see Zhao Dahai from the steel plant. "Uncle Zhao, you were looking for me." "Yes, I was looking for you. A few days ago I came to find you, but the village chief said you were away. I planned to come back in a few days to see if you were here, and I didn't expect to really run into you today," Zhao Dahai explained. Chen Guodong asked curiously, "Uncle Zhao, what brings you back and forth?" "Ha, didn't you say you could hunt? I came to see if you have any game to exchange." "Is it really necessary to rush like this? Is there something you haven't told me?" Chen Guodong's words hinted at his cleverness. "Guodong, you're still young, but you're quite sharp. Hey Race, the factory is ramping up production and needs a large amount of meat to replenish the workers' energy. We in procurement have run ourselves ragged and barely managed to get any meat. You know how it is these days, villagers will trade any meat they have for grain or keep it for themselves. There's hardly any left." Zhao Dahai said helplessly. "Oh, I also need to trade my meat for grain and keep some for myself." Chen Guodong shook his head, not wanting to sell it to him, because Uncle Li and Uncle Lu in the city also needed it. Zhao Dahai rubbed his hands, an urgent look in his eyes. "Guodong, hey Race, the deal. The leadership has announced that 50 jin of meat will get you an apprentice position in procurement with a salary of 18 yuan per month. 100 jin will get you a permanent position with 30 yuan. But, before Zhao Dahai could finish, Chen Guodong exclaimed, "What? There's such a good deal." His heart raced. This was a job opportunity that had fallen right into his lap, and he must seize it. Zhao Dahai lowered his voice again. "Guodong, don't get too excited. There are requirements. You must deliver 50 jin of meat and 100 jin of mountain goods every month. If you don't meet the quota for 3 consecutive months, you're out. The factory is under tight pressure to meet targets, and this is a last resort, but it's still quite challenging." Chen Guodong suppressed the anxious excitement within him and thought about it. It was indeed quite difficult, but that was for others. He had space. He could easily get sweet potatoes as a side product, and he could hunt for meat. With a gun still available, it wouldn't be a problem at all. This job was tailor-made for him. Chen Guodong asked, "Do procurement workers have to go to the factory every day?" He felt foolish for asking as soon as the question left his mouth. "Procurement workers go to work every day? Who will go to the countryside to collect? You just go once at the beginning of each month to collect your tasks. The rest of the time you're basically in the countryside. Once you collect, you just go back and hand in the tasks," Zhao Dahai retorted. "Oh, I see. That's all right." Chen Guodong thought for a moment. "This is quite good. Should I go for an apprentice position or a permanent one?" "Oh, Guodong, do you mean you can get meat? If you can hurry up, because the quota is limited." Li Sheng from the neighboring procurement team is eyeing this position too, Zhao Dahai asked eagerly. Chen Guodong nodded, knowing that it's hard to find work these days, and said, "I definitely don't have any right now, but I can probably get 100 jin of wild boar tomorrow. How does that sound? Will it work?" 100 jin of wild boar, really? That sounds great. But let's be clear, this is for a job exchange, and there won't be any money for you. Also, your household registration can only be processed when you're performing well, Zhao Dahai said excitedly. Chen Guodong thought about it, and understood that this job was created out of necessity to deal with the special situation. It surely wouldn't follow the normal procedures, but that was okay. Having a job would provide a cover for his income, the rest would be easy to handle. So he readily said, "All right then, how will I give it to you tomorrow?" "How about this? They'll wait for you here tomorrow," Zhao Dahai suggested. "Why don't we meet at the foot of the mountain by the roadside? I need to get it down. This place is still a bit far, and there are too many people passing by. What do you think?" Chen Guodong thought for a moment, and said, "Sure, I'll be waiting for you there tomorrow morning. They'll just rest here at your village office overnight." "All right, I'll head back now. See you tomorrow," Chen Guodong said as he bade farewell. Securing a job so easily made him laugh. Could it be that he was destined for greatness? As he got close to home, he saw a few brothers approaching and greeting him. "Didn't we tell you to wait for us at home? Why are you here?" Chen Guowei smiled. Chen Guodong felt very touched and said, "It's nothing serious, just someone looking for me for game." "Oh, that's good then," Chen Guowei nodded. "By the way, have you guys had any luck lately?" Chen Guodong asked. Hearing this, the others looked dejected. Gongzi said gloomily, "In the many days you were gone, we only caught 1 wild chicken, and that's it." "Oh, that's so little. The nearby wild chickens must have all been caught. This won't do. You guys shouldn't go up the mountain for now. I'll go ask my master." Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, "All right, going up the mountain every day is too exhausting, but it's not worth it," Chen Guowei said helplessly. Chen Guodong secretly placed some sweet potatoes into his backpack, then opened the cloth covering it, and distributed a few sweet potatoes to each person. The others knew Chen Guodong's temperament and did not refuse. Guodong, we won't stand on ceremony with you. Just let us know if you need anything from us brothers, and we'll head back now. Chen Guowei said seriously. That's right. We're all brothers here. Go on, and if anything comes up, they'll definitely call you, Chen Guodong said happily. After watching them leave, Chen Guodong thought for a moment and decided to go up the mountain to take a look. Who knows, maybe there would be a harvest after all. Wouldn't that be a boost? Following the mountain path, he walked up the mountain, finding the traps empty, casually tossing a few sweet potatoes as bait. Damn it, 2 in a row have been empty and my luck is really bad. Chen Guodong cursed as he turned to the cave, moved the stone blocking the entrance, and walked inside. Wow, the sweet potato field was lush and green with the vines almost reaching the cave entrance. Chen Guodong excitedly rubbed his hands together, dug up a sweet potato, rubbed it on his clothes, and bit into it with a crunch. So sweet and crispy. What a thrill. After working hard for a while, he finally finished harvesting and replanted 10 sweet potatoes, watering them with spring water, all set. This harvest was estimated to be around 500 pounds. Looking at the space, besides today's harvest, there were also the ones ripening daily, probably around 1,000 pounds now. Haha, while others nibble on wild vegetables and stockpiling food, it's truly delightful. With so much food now, it seems necessary to get the work in order, otherwise it would be hard to explain the source and not good to take it out to eat. He really didn't want to be reported a second time. Also, it was a hassle to go up the mountain every time. If only he could plan in the space, he must hurry to upgrade it once the work was settled. Chen Guodong already had a rough plan. In a good mood, he walked towards the last trap. As he approached, Chen Guodong's eyes suddenly brightened. Had the trap collapsed? Getting closer, he exclaimed, "There's something here. This is what you call a surprise." A gray rabbit was enough for a pot of stew. What a stroke of luck. Chen Guodong quickly grabbed a bamboo pole to collect the wild rabbit, feeling very pleased. It was still early, oh why not practice shooting? He hadn't practiced since he got the gun. What if he encountered danger and couldn't use it? Without hesitation, he grabbed a stone as a target and began to practice. Chen Guodong carefully examined the gun, finding it somewhat familiar. Where had he seen it? Oh, wasn't this the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle? No wonder it looked familiar. He had seen it in videos. Let's try it out. This is the dream of many men. Remembering the steps, he loaded the bullet, pulled back the bolt, switched off the safety, aimed, and squeezed the trigger. In that moment, Chen Guodong felt his entire body tense up. Bang! The bullet skimmed past the stone, sending a shower of sparks from the rock face. A crack appeared on the stone's surface. Chen Guodong's pupils contracted sharply, gripping the gun tightly. What the hell? Is this the power of a rifle? The Type 56 can serve as a sniper rifle in my hands. With each shot, he grew more adept, lifting the muzzle confidently. What they say about being a reincarnated sharpshooter is exactly about me. In the future, anyone who dares to oppose me should first ask about my gun. He cheekily blew on the muzzle. Looking up at the sky, it was time to head back. In a good mood, he walked home feeling as if he was floating. As soon as he got home, Lin Yu asked, "Guodong, what's up? You seem pretty happy. What can you tell?" "I'm indeed quite happy. I caught a wild rabbit." Chen Guodong concealed the work-related matters since it was still not settled. What if there were changes? That would be a big joke. As he spoke, he set down the basket, removed the covering wild grass, and directly pulled out a wild rabbit. Lin Yu was startled and immediately closed the door, patting her chest as she scolded, "Could you not have mentioned it earlier? You pulled it out just like that. Did you forget you were reported this morning?" Chen Guodong felt a bit awkward, realizing he had forgotten. "Got it, Mom. I'll be more careful next time." "Wow, brother, you were so awesome. You caught a wild rabbit while Tang and the others didn't catch anything." His little sister hopped over joyfully. "Of course your brother has a master. They don't, so they can't compare to your brother," Chen Jianjun chuckled. "Let's eat rabbit meat today," suggested Chen Guodong. "They'll do it. I'm all healed up." Chen Jianjun rubbed his hands, eager to take over. "Go away. Sit still." Lin Yu slapped his hand away. "Let the bones harden first." "Alright, I guess I'll just wait to enjoy my fortune for a while." Chen Jianjun chuckled. Not long after, Lin Yu brought out a big pot of rabbit meat. She had simply boiled it until cooked, but it was unavoidable. If she made it too fragrant, what would the villagers think? Everyone ate heartily, especially Chen Jianjun, who left no small bones behind. Chen Guodong felt inferior. The people in this era really had strong teeth. After the meal, Lin Yu called everyone into the inner room and handed Chen Guodong a set of clothes. "Try these. They're filled with cotton and warm. You all try them too, but don't wear them outside. The heat is on." "Okay, got it, Mom." Chen Guodong nodded. He definitely wouldn't wear them in the village, but would wear them outside. Oh, otherwise why buy the fabric? Chen Guodong tried them on and was very satisfied. Finally, he was wearing new clothes, which wasn't easy. He sighed, "Mom, they fit perfectly and are warm." His little sister happily said, Mom, I want to wear this every day. Can I not go out? No, wear it during the new year. Lin Yu refused. His little sister pouted. This damn world. Chen Guodong cursed inwardly. With food to eat in secret and new clothes that he couldn't wear, it was frustrating. By the way, Mom and Dad, I'm going to the city tomorrow. If all goes well, I'll be back tomorrow night, if not the day after, Chen Guodong said after a moment. Why are you running off again? Didn't you just come back yesterday? Lin Yu said reluctantly. Son is growing up, having his own matters is a good thing. Chun Jianjun understood. Mom, I'm just going to the city with my master to handle some business. I'll be back soon, it's no big deal, Chen Guodong reassured her. Okay, your dad said so, but you must pay attention to your safety. Lin Yu warned with concern. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. You two can rest assured, Chen Guodong promised. What about me? What about me? Let me be at ease too, brother, his little sister said playfully, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Seeing everyone so happy, Chen Guodong felt it was all worth it and said indulgently, All right, little sister, you can be at ease too. The next day, Chen Guodong got up early, found his cousin to obtain a certificate, and went to the foot of the mountain, spotting Zhao Dahai smoking and waiting for him from a distance. Finding a secluded place, he released the wild boar, which was already cold, and shouted, Uncle Zhao, over here. I can't move it. Upon hearing it was Chen Guodong, Zhao Dahai immediately extinguished his cigarette and put it in his pocket, rushing over with a smile on his face. Guodong, you finally came. I thought you weren't coming. I was about to go to your house to find you. How could that be? Just look at this wild boar. Chen Guodong pointed to the wild boar in the bushes. My goodness, it must weigh over 100 pounds. Let's lift it onto the truck. I'll take you to the city to handle the paperwork. Zhao Dahai exclaimed excitedly. The two of them worked together to place the wild boar in the side frame of the truck, then covered it with wild grass and securely wrapped it in cloth. Only then did Zhao Dahai say, Let's go, get in the car, I'll take you. Chen Guodong didn't move. Uncle Zhao, are you sure you can pull me and the wild boar? Nonsense. This truck can handle 400 pounds easily, besides, how much do we weigh? Let's go, Zhao Dahai said confidently. Chen Guodong, though half convinced, climbed into the truck. Zhao Dahai instructed, Hold on tight, here we go. All right, Chen Guodong felt excited about the work in the city and the development there. Now that he had a job, it felt like the beginning of a new chapter in life. The two rode towards the city, stopping and going intermittently. Finally, they arrived in the city at noon. Zhao Dahai, covered in sweat, but happy, said, We've finally arrived. Once I hand in the task, this month will be easy. They arrived at the steel rolling mill, and Chen Guodong looked around, truly amazed at the grandeur. Is this really a steel rolling mill? Zhao Dahai led Chen Guodong into the procurement department. Guodong, wait here for a moment while I go hand over the task. Chen Guodong waited in place. After half an hour, Zhao Dahai returned with a beaming smile, saying, Guodong, I've already reported the situation to the leader. Let's go, I'll take you to meet him now. Okay, Chen Guodong followed Zhao Dahai to the leader's office. They knocked on the door and entered. Director Ho, I brought him. This is Chen Guodong. Guodong, this is Director Ho. Zhao Dahai introduced them. Hello, Director Ho. Chen Guodong greeted politely. Not bad, young comrade. You managed to bring in this much meat. Keep up the good work and bring in even more for our workers so they can eat without worries. Director Ho spoke generously. Chen Guodong pretended to be serious and assured, I promise to complete the tasks assigned by the organization. Ha, good. Old Zhao, this young comrade, will be in your group from now on. Just guide him. I have other matters to attend to, so you two can head out, Director Ho instructed with a smile. All right then. Director, you keep busy, we'll head out now, Zhao Dahai said as he took Chen Guodong out towards the personnel department. By the time the paperwork was finished, an hour had passed. Chen Guodong held his work permit and 2 sets of work clothes, feeling a bit dazed. I actually have a job now. I didn't expect to have to work in this era, but at least it's not as hard as being a laborer. It's good to have a job, as it means I won't have to hide for food and clothing, and it makes things much easier. Guodong, what's wrong? Why are you dazed? From now on we'll be co-workers, Zhao Dahai asked when he saw Chen Guodong lost in thought. Nothing. Uncle Zhao, please guide me more in the future. I'm still young and don't understand many things. That's all minor stuff. I believe you can accomplish it well. Considering you can hunt, I might end up relying on you in the future, Zhao Dahai joked. No problem, I'll do my best, Chen Guodong responded confidently, knowing that building good relationships now would help avoid troubles later, especially since he had been around for a long time and was well aware of many matters. Then I won't be polite. Let's go take a look at your bicycle, Zhao Dahai said, leading Chen Guodong to the bicycle shed. Take a look at this one, Zhao Dahai introduced. Chen Guodong looked at the old bicycle, which was well maintained and had 2 large baskets. He touched the bicycle, thinking, from now on I'm part of the bicycle community. He nodded in satisfaction and said, This is quite nice. Good, as long as you're satisfied. The procurement staff doesn't have much to do, just finish your tasks by the end of the month. If there are minor issues, you can find me. For major issues, consult the director, Zhao Dahai said with a smile. All right, Uncle Zhao, you keep busy. I'll head back now, Chen Guodong said, seeing there was nothing more to discuss. Go on. Zhao Dehai waved his hand. Chen Guodong excitedly exited the factory gate, pedaled hard, and zoomed down the road, letting loose with a loud shout of woohoo. While others envied those who had bicycles, they no longer felt that way now, watching Chen Guodong race by with expressions of disbelief. Chen Guodong didn't care about others' opinions. After playing for a while, he got tired and found a quiet corner to rest. He adjusted his basket and directly rode to the supply and marketing cooperative, ringing the bell a few times with a playful jingle. Wow, who is this? Oh, it's Guodong. This is incredible. Is this your bicycle? Wu Gu ran out, looking at Chen Guodong in disbelief. He keeping a low profile, just basic operations, Chen Guodong said, with a smug tone. Oh, this bicycle is from the steel rolling mill. You've become a procurement staff member there. Sister Sun wasn't as shocked. Haha, Sister Sun is impressive, you recognized it at a glance. Yes, I just started at the steel rolling mill today as a procurement staff member. Chen Guodong, you've really done well. You're only 16, and you already have a job. Soon matchmakers will be knocking on your door, Wu Gu teased. Wu Gu, don't say that. I'm only 16, still young. I'm not thinking about that. Chen Guodong's face turned bright red. All right, stop teasing the kid. You didn't come here just to show off, did you? Let's go inside and talk, Sister Sun intervened. Sister Sun is the best. Chen Guodong gave Sister Sun a thumbs up. As they entered the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Guodong saw that no one was around and took out 4 sweet potatoes from his basket, saying, these are sweet potatoes from the mountains. You guys take some to try? The two received the sweet potatoes with delight. Little brother, you're too polite. You come here and always bring something. Oh, it makes us feel embarrassed to take them. Sister Sun was saying this, but accepted them quickly. Sister Sun, if you don't want them, you can give them to me. I'm not modest. Do I have thick skin? Wu Gu joked. Get lost. This is a gift from the little brother to me. Why should I give it to you? Thank you, little brother. Sister Sun put them away carefully. By the way, is the director here? Chen Guodong asked. The director isn't here today. You came at the wrong time. He went out on business, Sister Sun replied. Then these two can wait for him to return. Sister Sun, please help me give them to him. Chen Guodong said, taking out 2 more sweet potatoes to hand over. Sure, no problem. Did you come here to buy anything today? Sister Sun asked, receiving the sweet potatoes. Yes, I do need some things. Nails, a hammer, a saw. By the way, do you have any candy that doesn't require tickets? Chen Guodong thought for a moment and asked. We only have 5 pounds left. Do you want it? Sister Sun asked. Give me 5 pounds of nails and 3 hammers and saws. Also, let me know how much 5 pounds of candy costs. Chen Guodong asked. That will be a total of 20 yuan, a Sister Sun replied as she went to weigh the items. Before long, it was ready. Chen Guodong handed Sister Sun the money and said, all right, Sister Sun, let's settle the payment. Oh, I'll take off now. I'll come back next time if I have good stuff. You're now a working person, so get busy. Come visit when you have time, Sister Sun said with concern. Go on. Wu Gu waved him off. Chen Guodong placed his items in the large basket and pedaled away. This little brother is really impressive. He went straight to work, Wu Gu admired. I felt he was extraordinary when I first saw him. Just wait and see, he's definitely not an ordinary character, Sister Sun said meaningfully. Having a bicycle is exhilarating. After longing for it for so long, it is finally in my hands. Although it isn't mine, it feels no different. I found a secluded spot and changed into my work clothes. It's a feeling in this era. Working isn't like being a beast of burden. It's like being a respected worker. Quite impressive. I leisurely rode towards Chenjigo. Having a bicycle means speed. I returned to Chenjigo before dark. At the village entrance, a few old men were chatting and several children were playing in the mud. They looked at Chen Guodong with astonishment. Guodong, where did you get this bicycle? An old lady asked. Yeah, and where did you get those clothes? You look quite spirited, an old man remarked. Haha, I also feel quite sprightly. Uncle Ant, this outfit. I say the factory gave it to me, do you believe it? Who do you think you're fooling, little Guodong? Why would the factory give you anything? You're just bragging. Aunt chuckled as she scolded. I wouldn't dare to fool Uncle, and Aunt, I'm afraid my dad would beat me. It's true. Chen Guodong pretended to be frightened. Then tell us how you got it. You didn't just pick it up on the road, did you? An uncle asked. Chen Guodong found it amusing to tease these uncles and aunts, so he revealed, I won't keep you in suspense. I found a job in the city, a purchasing agent at a steel mill, a legitimate job. I just started today. Really? Little Guodong, you had such a hard time getting to the city, and now you're already working. An uncle widened his eyes in disbelief. Exactly, you said you wouldn't tease us, but aren't you teasing us now? We're not curious anymore. You can stay away if you want. We're chatting, Aunt scolded with a laugh. Got it. To tell the truth, no one believed him. He was only 16 and already had a job. It was likely that it was a privilege reserved for city folks. It seemed hard to believe. Guodong, really? You made me open a proof just for this job. Good lad, you really surprised me. We finally have a worker in our village. Chen Jinfu's surprised voice came from behind. Uncle, now, even when I tell the truth, no one believes me. Just now they all told me to go play. Chen Guodong pretended to be helpless. You just keep bragging, you must be teasing your uncles and aunts, otherwise why wouldn't they believe you? Chen Jinfu saw through him in a glance. Haha, you really are my uncle, you figured it out already? Chen Guodong laughed awkwardly. Wait, you all wait. Jinfu, did you just say that Guodong really has a job? Aunt asked in disbelief. With Chen Jianfu's word, they began to believe him a little. Chen Guodong stopped pretending and directly pulled out his work certificate to show. Is there any doubt? You should know this, uncle, it's a work certificate. Uncle looked at the words on the work certificate and read aloud, Chen Guodong, purchasing agent at the steel mill, with an official seal. There's no mistaking it, and there's this outfit too. Oh, Chenjiagu has finally produced a worker. This is a true blessing from our ancestors, Aunt said excitedly. Yes, finally someone has made something of themselves. How many years has it been? Other uncles sighed. Is it really that exaggerated? It's just a job. Chen Guodong felt a bit at a loss. Wasn't there a Captain Li from the neighboring village? There's also someone from the front village working in the city. It's just our village that hasn't had anyone. Since we're all part of the same commune, it's hard to hold our heads high. Uncle explained. Oh, I see. Since everyone is so happy today, I'll share some candy with everyone, Chen Guodong said, feeling the need to express himself as everyone was talking about it. Saying this, he took out the 5 pounds of candy he had just bought from the basket. Guodong, are you really going to share candy with the whole village? Uncle asked, a bit uncertain. Yes, come and have a sweet treat. As he said this, he grabbed a handful and distributed a few to each person. Guodong, you're really thoughtful, but you're losing out this way. Aunt refused with gratitude. No worries, just take it. Uncle, please distribute it to everyone. If the candy runs out, I can buy more. Today is a happy day. Chen Guodong said generously. He really wanted to say, tonight's candy is on me, eat as much as you want, but unfortunately there wasn't enough candy. Just wait, one day I'll say this line. Great, great. We have candy. Several children nearby became excited upon hearing about the candy. Alright, it's been a long time since our village had any happy events. Let's celebrate. Tian Yu and the others go inform the villagers to come to the village office to get their candy. Chen Jinfu told a few children. Upon hearing the village head say this, the children immediately scattered with joy, shouting, Guodong brother is giving out candy. Guodong brother is giving out candy. Chen Guodong, hearing the children's shouts, helplessly said, Uncle, am I being too high profile? What's wrong with that? Having a job is a tremendous joy. Who says you can only distribute candies when you get married or have children? You have the ability, we're happy for you. Chen Jinfu laughed. Exactly. Little Guodong, it's been a long time since our village had any happy events. Recently, it was only you young folks who brought in meat to make things lively. It's really time to celebrate. An uncle laughed. Seeing that everyone was saying this, Chen Guodong relaxed and decided to just listen to the arrangements. Guodong, later you can distribute the candy. Oh, I'll be next to you to keep track of the numbers, Uncle said. I have to keep track? Chen Guodong asked, surprised. Of course. It's all about relationships. You need to remember, count the contributions, and it can also help with any discrepancies, Uncle said seriously. Isn't that unnecessary? Just listen to me. There's no mistake in that, Chen Jinfu said as he moved a table over and took out a notebook to prepare for registration. Chen Guodong stood by his bicycle holding the candy, waiting for the villagers. Before long, the village entrance was filled with people. Uncle shouted, everyone quiet down. Today is Guodong's first day working in the city. He thoughtfully bought candy to bring everyone some joy. Each person gets 1 piece, not much, so don't complain about it being few. The crowd immediately erupted in excitement, chattering away and looking at Chen Guodong with envious eyes. All right, quiet down, line up properly, and let's start distributing candy. Chen Jinfu shouted. Uncle still held a position of respect, and immediately everyone quieted down and lined up for candy. The first one was actually Uncle Guzi. Guodong, you've made it. You've started working quietly, that's impressive. I'm happy for you. Thank you, Uncle, here's a sweet treat. Chen Guodong happily handed candy to Uncle Guzi. Guodong, I've seen you achieve great things since you were young, an aunt said. Guodong brother, you're really amazing. Gongzi shouted. Everyone who received candy praised Chen Guodong, leaving him dizzy and blushing terribly, but this feeling was intoxicating. It was truly wonderful. Chen Guodong decided that in the future, when conditions permit, he would distribute candy every day. Oh, it was too much fun. As Chen Guodong finished distributing, he found there was still some candy left. He looked at Uncle. What should we do? Just take it back and eat it. Everyone has received their share, Uncle said. No, I've brought it all out. It has to be shared among everyone. Uncle, think of a way to distribute it, please. In that case, let's divide the rest among the elderly and the children, Chen Jinfu suggested after a moment of thought. All right, let's do that. He'll head back now. You handle it, Uncle. No, it's a token of respect for you. My father and third uncle don't smoke, so I specially bought this for you, Chen Guodong said with a grin. You rascal, then I'll accept it. No need to be polite. I once smoked one that Captain Li gave me during a meeting at the commune. Chen Jinfu chuckled, fidgeting with the cigarette he liked. Then smoke it, don't hold back. Once you're done, I'll buy you another pack. Chen Guodong said generously. No thanks, I'll save it for showing off, Chen Jinfu replied as he pocketed it. Chen Guodong couldn't help but feel that life was indeed tough, hesitating over a single cigarette for so long. He directly pulled out a pack of cigarettes, handed one to his uncle, and said, then smoke mine. You rascal, fine, I won't feel bad about smoking yours. As he spoke, he took the cigarette and placed it in his mouth. Chen Guodong eagerly lit it for his uncle. His uncle took a deep breath, savoring it. Good tobacco is indeed different. If you like it, smoke it. If you run out, let me know, Chen Guodong said generously. All right, you little rascal, you have a good heart, Chen Jinfu replied with satisfaction. Then uncle, you take care of the rest. I won't stay any longer. My father probably expects me at home, so we'll head back to check on them. As Chen Guodong spoke, he mounted his bike and rode home. That kid. Chen Jinfu chuckled and shook his head. As he approached home, he saw his father, mother, and younger sister waiting at the door. Chen Guodong rode up and laughed. Dad, Mom, little sister, why didn't you go get the candy? Your dad said not to cause you trouble. They said you got a job, is that true? Is this bicycle provided by the factory? It's really impressive. Lin Yu excitedly came forward to confirm, fearing it might be fake as she kept feeling the bicycle. Little sister immediately approached. Bro, is this really a bicycle? Yes, Mom, little sister, I got a job and the factory provided this bicycle. Pretty cool, right? Chen Guodong boasted. With her son's confirmation, Lin Yu was so happy that tears streamed down her face as she praised, amazing son, you've made it, you've got a job now. All right, son, it's good to have a job, but don't cry easily. Guodong, did your master help you find this job? Chen Jianjun said. Chen Guodong wanted to make an excuse, and the opportunity came. Yes, my master helped me. At my age, how could I find a job by myself? Now that you have a job, your father is happy. Just remember this for life, always be good to the elderly, Chen Jianjun said earnestly. Got it, Dad. Chen Guodong nodded in agreement. Mom is also happy, but you gave too much candy to the village, Lin Yu said with concern. Mom, this is a celebration. If you want candy in the future, I'll buy it for you. Now your son is a working man, so there's no need to worry about not having candy to eat. I'm just afraid you'll say you've had enough, Chen Guodong bragged. Now that he had a job, many things could be explained, and he no longer worried about issues. Look at you, so capable now that you have a job. Chen Jianjun interrupted. By the way, son, didn't the factory allocate a house to you? Lin Yu asked. Housing is so tight, there definitely isn't one for now. If my performance at work is good, there might be one later. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and replied. Child's mother, you're too ambitious. In these times, having a job is already good enough, you want a house too. Chen Jianjun said helplessly. Bro, now that you have a job, will you often not be at home? Little sister asked the question that concerned her. Probably because as a purchaser I have to go out often to buy supplies, so I'll definitely spend less time at home. Chen Guodong nodded. Then what will we do if we miss you? Little sister frowned and said, don't worry, I'll bring you delicious food every time I come back. How does that sound? Chen Guodong tempted. Oh, that's great. It's settled then. You have to bring good food every time or I won't let you off. Little sister immediately forgot everything upon hearing about food. Lin Yu expressed her concern, saying, son, you must pay attention to safety. Don't worry, Mom, I will, Chen Guodong assured her. Guodong, you're grown up now. Your father is just a farmer and doesn't understand many things, but safety must be your top priority. Your parents don't have many wishes, we just hope you stay safe. Chen Jianjun said. Chen Guodong nodded with emotion. Okay. That night, they had sweet potatoes for dinner and went to bed. The next morning, Chen Guodong got up early because he had to go up the mountain to prepare some things. As soon as he stepped out, he saw several brothers waiting and greeted. Morning. Have you been waiting long? Why didn't Gongzi come with you? Gongzi said there were no prey, so he didn't want to waste energy. We just arrived not long ago. Guodong, you can keep working without a peeper. I thought I was dreaming at that time. Chen Guowei said. Exactly, Chen Guoqiang echoed. Oh, it's nothing. My master helped me find it. Chen Guodong humbly waved his hand. Everyone was extremely envious. By the way, do we have any carpenters in our village? Chen Guodong asked. I'm a carpenter with your brother Guoqiang. We learned a bit a few years ago, but then the famine hit, and we stopped learning. Why, Guodong, do you need to find a carpenter? Chen Guowei asked in surprise. You two are carpenters. That's great. I wanted to hire one. Come on, let's go up the mountain and talk more. Chen Guodong excitedly shouldered his backpack and led the two up the mountain. He brought them to a place with plenty of bamboo and trees and said, this is it. What do you mean this is it? Chen Guowei asked, puzzled. Chen Guodong smiled and pulled out a cigarette, asking, do you guys smoke? Sure, Guodong, the officials have brought cigarettes. Of course we smoke. How could we not smoke such good cigarettes? When we went to learn carpentry, we even smoked wood shavings. Chen Guoqiang stared at the cigarette in Chen Guodong's hand. All right, one pack for each of you. I won't give you more. Chen Guodong took out 2 packs of cigarettes and handed them to the brothers. No, this is too much. Just one each to satisfy our cravings will do. Don't waste it, you'll need cigarettes for work. As the saying goes, cigarettes open roads, wine builds bridges. You keep it. Don't be so polite. Oh, I still have a few packs. Don't worry, take it. We're brothers, so don't hesitate. I need your help with something, Chen Guodong said with a smile. All right, thanks to you we can indulge a bit and smoke some good cigarettes this time, Chen Guodong said with a smile as he accepted the cigarette. The three of them began to puff away. After finishing the cigarettes, Chen Guowei asked Guodong, what do you need help with? Just say it, simple things are definitely not a problem for us. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, I would like you to help me build a sturdy wooden house as well as a large wooden frame or a bamboo basket if that's okay with you. Oh, I thought you wanted to make some exquisite furniture. What you mentioned is simple and poses no problem at all. You can trust us. How big do you want it? Chen Guowei asked confidently. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and replied, the wooden house should just be a 3 by 3 meter square, but it can be a bit larger. The main thing is that it needs to be thick and sturdy. Chen Guodong nodded. That's no problem. There are plenty of trees in the mountains. What about the baskets? The frame should be about 2 meters in size, he replied. All right, it will take some time, but we don't have the tools, Chen Guowei said. Haha, I've been prepared for this. Come see if this tool is sufficient, Chen Guodong said, lifting the cover of the backpack to reveal the tools. Chen Guowei stepped forward to inspect the tools and nodded with satisfaction. This is good enough for our needs. I was wondering why you were covering your backpack with cloth. Turns out it was filled with so many tools. Haha, it's for safety reasons, Chen Guodong laughed. Guodong, are you planning to live in the mountains with such a large wooden house? Chen Guodong couldn't help but ask. Guodong. Before he could finish, Chen Guowei reprimanded him. Chen Guodong awkwardly smiled. It's fine, Wei Gu is one of us, no need to be so formal. It's just that my master asked me to do this. Once it's done, he will have someone take it away. I don't know what he wants to do, but I guess he just wants to live in the mountains. Only the three of us need to know about this. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Chen Guodong tried to lighten the mood. In truth, Chen Guodong's purpose for building the wooden house was to hunt for a work task. There were not many prey left in the outskirts, and he needed to go deeper into the mountains for that. However, the distance was too far to return in one day, so he needed a safe shelter. Therefore, he wanted to build a wooden house, but he certainly couldn't tell them. All right, don't worry, we won't say anything, Chen Guowei promised. The two nodded and did not continue the topic, starting to divide the tools instead. Chen Guowei said, Guodong will take care of this. We'll get it done for you as soon as possible. You can go about your business. All right, here are 2 steamed buns for each of you. You need to eat well to have strength for work. Chen Guodong thought that they probably hadn't eaten breakfast, and since he had a few buns left, he distributed 2 to each of them. Steamed buns. These are rare goods. If I eat them, it would be a waste. Guodong, you should keep them for yourself. Chen Guowei swallowed and refused. If you don't eat well, you won't have the strength to work. Take them and eat. I have work now. Oh, we should share the blessings together, Chen Guodong said with empathy. Okay, then we won't be polite. The 2 happily took the buns and started munching. Chen Guodong said, all right, I'll go find my master now. You take your time eating. After saying that, he left. The 2 nodded as they ate their buns. Chen Guodong arrived at the cave and continued his diligent labor, planting sweet potatoes and watering them with spiritual spring water. He was pleased to see the healthy growth of the sweet potatoes. After lighting a cigarette, he noticed he would have to wait a few more days. The growth was too slow, and running around the mountains every day was too troublesome. It seemed he needed to go to the black market to look for a jade pendant. After finishing his cigarette, he blocked the cave entrance and went to check the traps. Each time he checked the traps, he felt like a gambler silently praying, come on, this time I must catch something. When he reached the trap, he found it empty, just as he had guessed. He shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that this area was too difficult to catch prey, and he would really have to go deeper into the mountains. Once his cousins finished the wooden house, they could implement their hunting plan. Looking at the sky, it seemed to be noon. He decided to find his cousins. Arriving at the place where they were working, he saw them busy and lively. The neatly cut wood was spread all over the ground, and he felt quite satisfied. They truly deserved their reputation as carpenters. This progress seemed to require a few more days. He planned to make a trip to the city to visit the black market in exchange for some supplies. Wei Guchong, you've worked hard. Come have some sweet potatoes, Chen Guodong called out as he approached. He gave each of them 20 jin of sweet potatoes as payment, not wanting to give too much to avoid complications. Guodong, isn't this a bit too much? You don't need to give so much, keep some for yourself, Chen Guowei said, a bit excited. Exactly, why so much? Chen Guochang added. Seeing these 2 brothers absolutely refuse, he realized they were truly good friends. Calm down, let me explain. Tomorrow I need to go to the city, and I might be gone for a few days. You just manage with these sweet potatoes for now. When I come back, I'll make sure to get you meat buns to enjoy plenty of them. Chen Guodong said. Guodong, having sweet potatoes to eat is already great. There's no need for meat buns. We still need tickets and money. Chen Guowei shook his head. No worries, I have a job now. Earning money means spending it. Treating my brothers is worth it, Chen Guodong said boldly. Guodong, let's skip the formalities. If you need help in the future, just let me know, Chen Guodong said, touched. That's the spirit. No need to be polite, we're brothers, haha. By the way, with so much work, is there anything I can help with while I'm here? Chen Guodong laughed. Leave the heavy work to us brothers. You don't need to worry. You can head back, we'll return in the afternoon, Chen Guodong said with a smile. Alright then, I won't be pushy. You two should also pay attention to safety in the mountains, Chen Guodong reminded. Chen Guodong waved his hand. Chen Guodong smiled and walked home. After dinner that night, he said to Chen Jianjun, Dad, I'm going to the city tomorrow. I might be gone for a few days. Okay, you have work now. Just be careful and think things through and don't act impulsively, Chen Jianjun advised. Your father is right, I don't expect you to become rich, just stay safe, Lin Yu said with concern. Got it, Dad and Mom, Chen Guodong nodded in agreement. The next day, he slept until noon or greeted his family, and then slowly made his way to the city. This time he planned to go to the black market to exchange for food tickets and meat tickets, preparing for his hunting endeavors. It must be said that having a bicycle was fast. He arrived near the black market before it got dark. He stored the bicycle in his space, smoked 2 cigarettes, covered his face with a black cloth, and put on his backpack before heading towards the black market. He paid 5 cents and followed the crowd into the black market. The square was bustling with people, but it was still eerily quiet. To be honest, Chen Guodong quite liked this atmosphere. It was mysterious and thrilling. Hey kid, get out of the way, came a rough voice. Chen Guodong was stunned for a moment, preparing to retort, when he turned to find a tall man scolding a 7-year-old boy. Damn, I was all geared up for a fight. I thought something was about to go down. Chen Guodong shook his head and chuckled at how startled he was by the atmosphere in the black market, preparing to wander around. Then that voice came again. Hey kid, why are you shaking your head? Oh no, this time it was definitely directed at him. Chen Guodong turned back to look at the tall man. Chen Guodong turned to look at the tall guy unfazed and said, Am I breaking the law by shaking my head? Is it wrong for my neck to be sore? After speaking, he turned around and continued to browse. The tall guy, flustered, said, You little rascal. At that moment, a staff member approached and asked, What's going on? Are you trying to cause trouble? The tall guy quickly smiled ingratiatingly and said, No, it's nothing. I was just joking. The staff member replied sternly, I don't care if you're joking or not. Once you're in the black market, you must follow the rules here. If you cause trouble, we will not hold back. Don't blame us for being rude then. No, I won't. I will definitely follow the rules, the tall guy said, bowing his head submissively. That's good, the staff member said, patting him on the shoulder before leaving. Once the staff member walked away, the tall guy spat and cursed, Damn it. Chen Guodong paid no mind to what had just happened. Calculating the time, it had been nearly 10 days since he agreed with the vendor who sold rice, so he went to the agreed spot and surprisingly found a mark. Chen Guodong also marked it and continued browsing. As he walked, Chen Guodong suddenly spotted something: eggs. These were a rare item. He had to get some. Pretending to be calm, he walked up to the female vendor and asked, Comrade, how much are these eggs? The vendor, seeing someone approach, happily replied, Comrade, these eggs are very fresh. I only exchange them, not sell them. 3 pounds of coarse grain for 1 pound of eggs, and I have 2 pounds here. Chen Guodong thought for a moment that it was reasonable. He squatted down, picked up an egg, and held it up to the moonlight. After shaking it, he found it was quite good, but he knew that nothing belonged to him without a price, so he asked, Can it be a bit less? Comrade, I really can't afford to keep my pot full at home, so I'm selling these. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to part with them. The vendor said pitifully. Before she could finish, Chen Guodong interrupted. All right, stop. I'll trade 3 pounds it is. The female vendor was a bit excited. Chen Guodong took out 6 sweet potatoes from his backpack, each weighing over a pound, and said, You weigh them and see if it's enough. If you don't believe me, you can find a scale to weigh them. The female vendor took the sweet potatoes, weighed them, and happily said, That's enough. It must be enough. No need to weigh them, thank you so much. A good person will have peace throughout their life. After saying that, the female vendor carefully handed the remaining eggs to Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong weighed the eggs, nodded, and said, Let's settle this with clear money and goods. If I find more next time, I'll come back to buy from you. Okay, I'll come here every few days, the female vendor said, feeling much better after the transaction. All right then, see you next time. I'm off now, Chen Guodong said as he put the eggs into his backpack and got up to continue browsing, feeling quite good after getting the eggs, looking forward to finding more good items later. As he walked, someone suddenly patted Chen Guodong on the shoulder from behind, startling him. He quickly turned around to see who it was. Little brother, I finally found you, a man said. Who are you? I don't know you. Why did you pat me? Chen Guodong frowned, looking at the man, and after a moment, he couldn't recall. He asked in an unfriendly tone, as anyone would be in a bad mood after being approached like that in the middle of the night. Seeing that Chen Guodong was angry, the man hurriedly explained, I was the one who traded rice with you last time. I left a mark a few days ago, and when I didn't see you come, I came here every day to wait for you. Just now I saw that you left a mark and hurried to find you. Hearing the man's explanation, Chen Guodong suddenly realized. Oh, it's you. You changed your appearance and I didn't recognize you. Next time, please don't pat people on the shoulder. It's really scary. The man felt a bit embarrassed and said, I was just excited to see you. Please forgive me. Chen Guodong replied, It's fine, just be careful next time. By the way, how many pounds of rice did you bring? Chen Guodong, not wanting to waste time, asked directly. 20 pounds. Are we still using the same price as last time? The man asked eagerly. No problem, let's go over there to trade, Chen Guodong replied. Chen Guodong led the man to the spot they had traded last time. He directly put down the basket and asked, Did you bring a cloth bag? The man replied, Yes, here is the 20 pounds of rice, as he set down the rice bag and took out a large bag. You pack it yourself, but it's a little over a pound, not less, Chen Guodong said lazily, opening it up for the man to pack. He then began inspecting the rice, which looked clean and seemed to have been selected well. The man, hearing this, smiled broadly and said, Little brother, you're generous. I won't hold back then. While packing the sweet potatoes, he counted them 3 times before stopping. Chen Guodong, lighting a cigarette, asked him after he finished counting, The quantity is correct, right? The man replied, Little brother, please don't mind. I just want to make a little profit. I have to be careful, otherwise it would be a hassle if I lose money. The man explained. Chen Guodong said, I understand, let's settle this with clear money and goods, as he shouldered his backpack and prepared to leave. The man eagerly asked, Hey little brother, next time I can bring 50 pounds, do you want it? The man asked anxiously, 50 pounds? Are you sure you can get 50 pounds? Chen Guodong asked with confusion, not inquiring about the source, just wanting to confirm, as 50 pounds was quite a lot. Definitely. When would be convenient for you to trade? The man assured. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, As usual, I will definitely come by within 10 days. Good, it's settled then. They'll wait for you, the man said cheerfully. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Chen Guodong said as he left with his backpack. The man glanced at Chen Guodong, paused for a moment, and then left as well. Chen Guodong continued to browse, and from a distance he saw a few people at a stall examining something with flashlights. Curiously, he walked over to take a look. Hey, isn't this the jade pendant I've been longing for? Truly, heaven does not forsake those who are earnest. I finally see the jade pendant I've been yearning for again. Chen Guodong said, looking a bit excited. He moved closer to check the price, and if it wasn't too high, he would definitely take it. He heard someone say, Comrade, this jade pendant isn't in good condition, I'll lower the price a bit. It was clearly a tactic to drive the price down. Chen Guodong looked up and saw that the vendor had a scholarly demeanor. He had seen the world and said, 50 pounds of grain I want, sell for less. This is a family heirloom. I wouldn't sell it unless absolutely necessary. Now that I feel guilty towards my ancestors, and you want to lower the price. You can't even afford to eat, so what's wrong with lowering the price a bit? At least you won't starve, right? Lower it a bit, and he'll buy it. How about 30 pounds? I can't go any higher. The man said patiently. Impossible. You should look for another vendor. I can't sell it for less, the vendor insisted stubbornly. How about 35 pounds? The man continued to raise the price. The vendor shook his head and said, If you can't come up with 50, then go to another place. Don't waste your breath. The man sighed helplessly. Forget it. Given the tight situation with food, your prices are simply too high. This isn't right. They'll look elsewhere. After saying that, he reluctantly got up and walked away. Seeing that there was no excitement left, others also left, leaving only Chen Guodong, who remained carefully examining the jade pendant. Chen Guodong nodded in satisfaction, thinking it must be real. Only then did the vendor notice there was still someone left, and curiously asked, Young comrade, are you interested in buying? Chen Guodong nodded. Comrade, is this item guaranteed to be genuine? Still feeling uneasy, he asked again, watching the vendor's expression for any signs of change. To his surprise, the vendor, without blinking, confidently and somewhat angrily said, You can insult me, but you cannot insult my elders. If you're not buying, then just leave and go to another shop. Chen Guodong awkwardly chuckled. After all, he wasn't an expert and just wanted to ascertain the authenticity through the vendor's expression. Judging by the man's demeanor, it seemed genuine. Comrade, please don't take offense. After all, such a significant transaction requires some inquiry. Don't be angry, I want to buy it. Can I trade with sweet potatoes? The vendor perked up at this, saying, Sure, as long as it's something edible. It's only those without food who come to sell jade pendants. Do you have any? I do, but it's not convenient to trade here. Let's go over there. Do you have a scale? Chen Guodong asked. No, but I can borrow one, the vendor replied immediately. No need, just take a look if this weighs more than a pound, Chen Guodong said, directly pulling out a sweet potato to show the vendor. The vendor happily accepted the sweet potato and weighed it seriously, saying, Indeed. So how do we proceed? I usually have this size. Just come with me, and I'll give you 45 of them. Does that work? You will definitely make a profit, Chen Guodong remarked. He wouldn't be so kind as to let someone take advantage of him if they weren't familiar. The vendor thought for a moment, weighed the sweet potato, and agreed. The two went to the place where Chen Guodong traded rice, setting down their baskets and allowing the other to fill them. The vendor didn't hesitate and directly pulled out a sack to start filling it. Chen Guodong lit a cigarette, watching as he counted. When he reached 45, the vendor surprisingly wanted to keep filling. "Comrade, what are you doing? We agreed on 45, that's already enough." "Continuing to fill is not fair," Chen Guodong said irritably. The vendor laughed awkwardly, saying, "No, I might have miscounted. Since you say it's right, then it is. Sorry about that, young comrade." Saying this, he tied up the cloth bag. "You're a piece of work. Forget it, a one-time transaction," Chen Guodong said as he shouldered his basket and walked away without looking back. The vendor also quickly left with the sweet potatoes. Chen Guodong toyed with the jade pendant in his hand, feeling pleased as he approached the ticket vendor He Go. Seeing others were still exchanging tickets, he waited for a while. When the crowd dispersed, he stepped forward and greeted, "He Go, busy as ever." Seeing Chen Guodong approach, He Go recognized him as a big customer and warmly greeted, "Oh, isn't this my little brother Chen? Welcome, welcome. Are you here to exchange tickets today?" "Of course I'm here to exchange tickets. Do you think I'm here just to see you?" Chen Guodong joked. He Go, being thick-skinned from his street dealings, laughed and replied, "Well, it wouldn't be impossible to come see me." After a hearty laugh, Chen Guodong handed a cigarette to He Go and asked seriously, "On a serious note, do you still have any cotton tickets?" He Go took the cigarette with a smile and said, Thanks. Unfortunately, I really don't have any cotton tickets left, but I do have a quilt. Do you want it?" "An old one?" Chen Guodong asked curiously. "No, it's new. A friend of mine made it for winter, but since there's no food, he brought it to trade for something to eat." "Do you want it?" He Go explained. "I definitely want a new one. How much is it?" "I won't take it if it's too expensive," Chen Guodong insisted on haggling. "I'll give you a friendly price. How about 30 yuan? That's cheap, right?" He Go acted as if Chen Guodong was getting a bargain. "That's a bit too expensive, isn't it? Lower the price a bit, and he'll take it." Chen Guodong pushed for a better deal. "Brother, with the current situation, cotton is quite scarce. How about this? 30 yuan is the lowest I can go, but I can give you a few level B cigarette tickets as well," He Go suggested after thinking. Seeing the situation, Chen Guodong realized he couldn't press for a lower price and smiled, saying, "That's more like it. Deal. By the way, how much meat and grain tickets do you have? These are also scarce goods. Little brother, you're quite discerning. I don't have much left, 20 jin of meat tickets and 50 jin of grain tickets. What's up? Are you planning to take them all?" He Go joked. Chen Guodong replied, "Congratulations, you got it right, but there are no prizes." He Go looked at Chen Guodong's joking demeanor and asked uncertainly, "Forget about prizes, little brother, are you really taking them all?" "This is no joke. I'm not joking, just give them all to me and let me know how much it costs," Chen Guodong replied seriously. It seemed that in this era one truly couldn't joke around. It wasn't funny at all and was rather awkward. He Go widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "You really want them? Let me think. No one has ever wanted this much. Let me consider it for a moment." After thinking for a moment, he said, "How about I give you everything for 1 yuan each? That's really a good deal. I've already offered you the best price." "What? Is that what you call a good deal?" Chen Guodong scoffed. "Little brother, listen to me. It's really cheap. Just look at the current tight situation outside, and you'll know. I spent a lot to get these and had to pull some strings to obtain them. So please understand my situation," He Go said helplessly. Chen Guodong, seeing that He Go was genuinely struggling, replied, "All right, let's go with that price." "All right, is there anything else you need?" He Go asked. "Do you have any sugar tickets or cloth tickets?" Chen Guodong inquired. "None left, no cloth tickets. Right now there are plenty of industrial tickets. Do you want some?" He Go asked hopefully. Chen Guodong made a gesture resembling a gun. "Do you have this?" "Are you sure?" He Go asked. Chen Guodong nodded and asked, "How much for the gun? How much for the bullets?" "The gun is 120, no bargaining. Bullets are 10 yuan for 100 rounds," He Go replied. "How many do you need?" Chen Guodong nodded, thinking the price was reasonable. "1 handgun, 2 Type 56 rifles, and I want 1,000 rounds of bullets." This time He Go didn't ask any further questions and wasn't surprised by the quantity. He said seriously, "Brother, if you trust me, wait for me near the small woods outside the black market. It's not convenient to trade here for this." "All right, I trust you. He'll go wait in the small woods for you. Just hurry and don't let me fall asleep waiting," Chen Guodong said, feeling bold in this space and not afraid at all. Chen Guodong, having concluded the trade, prepared to leave. He wandered around the black market, but found nothing of interest, eventually meandering out and waiting at the edge of the agreed-upon woods. Chen Guodong lit a cigarette, contemplating the trustworthiness of He Go. He decided it was best to remain cautious. He loaded a gun with bullets from his space and stored it away for later use. Today, Chen Guodong planned to sell sweet potatoes with exactly 500 pounds ready for exchange. He was truly tired of eating them and hid the sweet potatoes behind some grass. It wasn't long before he saw a few figures approaching, likely He Gu, as he could hear the sound of their conversation. Chen Guodong was ready to use his gun. This was not the black market and safety was paramount. As the group came closer, He Gu smiled and said, "Brother Chen, sorry to keep you waiting. This is not something that can be brought to light. These two are my friends and don't mind them. Safety first." Chen Guodong remained vigilant and asked, "No problem, I understand. Did you bring the goods, He Gu?" "I did." "Go ahead and check," He Gu said, gesturing for someone beside him to place a bag in front of Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong glanced at He Gu and then at the bag, hesitating. He reached in without looking and pulled out a handgun. Inspecting it, he couldn't discern anything unusual and racked the slide. He Gu smiled and said, "This is a fine item, a Browning pistol." Hearing this, Chen Guodong's interest was piqued. He had seen it in videos before, a man's dream. Luck was on his side. Curiously handling the pistol, he couldn't help but ask, "Can I try the gun?" He Gu, startled, quickly replied, "No, brother, you can't do that. What if the police show up? We're still near the black market." Chen Guodong awkwardly chuckled. "He Gu, don't be nervous. I was just asking," as he glanced at the other two guns and the ammunition. He Gu rubbed his hands and smiled. "So are you satisfied?" "Very satisfied," Chen Guodong nodded. Then, He Gu's eyes blinked. "Haha, right, let's settle the bill. Can you take sweet potatoes?" Chen Guodong understood what He Gu meant and smiled. "What? Sweet potatoes? Are you serious? You're going to use that for payment?" He Gu asked incredulously. "Yes, is that a problem?" Chen Guodong questioned. "No, it's absolutely fine. Brother, you were just in time." He Gu replied excitedly. "As long as it's usable, it's behind the grass. Go weigh it. My people have already placed the sweet potatoes there." Chen Guodong sighed in relief, thinking it might not work. All right. To his surprise, He Gu was reliable, even bringing a scale. The group excitedly went to weigh the sweet potatoes, and Chen Guodong finished a cigarette just as they were done. One of He Gu's companions said, "He Gu, no problem, 500 pounds. Upon hearing this, He Gu beamed, "Brother, let's calculate. The total is 560 yuan with some extra. Here's the money and the tickets along with the quilt." As he spoke, he handed the quilt and cash to Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, thank you, He Gu. Brother, if you need anything next time, come to me. I have everything and I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the prices." He Gu patted his chest confidently. "All right, I'll find you next time. You all can leave now, or I'll wait for my people to arrive," Chen Guodong said with a smile. Realizing it was time for them to go, He Gu didn't linger and led his companions carrying the sweet potatoes away. Hey, Gu," Chen Guodong suddenly called out. He Gu and the others turned slowly, startled. They thought Chen Guodong was about to pull a fast one, instinctively reaching for their backs. Seeing the situation, Chen Guodong quickly said, "Hey Gu, don't be nervous. I just want that flashlight you have. It's dark and I'm scared." Hearing this, they relaxed. He Gu laughed and scolded, "Brother, do you know that shouting at night can scare people to death? Here, you should have said so earlier. It's a small matter." He handed over the flashlight and left without looking back. Once He Gu and his group were far away, Chen Guodong finally relaxed. "Damn, that scared me. What a thrill." He sat on the ground, lit another cigarette, and took a deep puff. After finishing a cigarette and calming down, he packed everything away, still holding the handgun. Not bad, he thought, especially liking it. In a good mood, he went into the woods to relieve himself. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone talking. A man's voice said, "Haha, today we ran into a fool. These sweet potatoes will last us a long time." Exactly. What a fool. If only we could find a few more like him, we'd never worry about food again, another man excitedly remarked. "You're dreaming. How could there be so many fools? Even with one, we'd have enough food for a long time. Just be content," a third man replied. Chen Guodong realized the voice was familiar. Wasn't it the stall owner who sold the jade pendant? Had he been cheated? Was the jade pendant also fake? He hurriedly placed the pendant into his space. Sure enough, it was fake. It made no noise when stored away. Damn it, this scammer was too convincing. Indeed, scammers exist in every era. Next time, he needed to be more discerning. If it were in the future, he definitely wouldn't have been fooled. Damn scammer. Chen Guodong could no longer hold back and rushed out, shouting, "You people are so wicked, cheating the common folk out of their food. Hurry and give me back my sweet potatoes and I'll return your fake jade pendant." The group was startled by Chen Guodong's sudden appearance. The stall owner was the first to react, saying, "You brat, don't speak nonsense. Who said what I sold you was fake? Do you have evidence? Are you sure this jade pendant is mine? How do we know you didn't switch it? You really have no shame. You were just talking about me. Don't quibble. Just return my stuff and I'll act like this never happened," Chen Guodong said angrily. The stall owner tore off the pretense and disdainfully said, "Kid, do you even realize where this is? This isn't the black market. It's you against three of us. What if we just don't return it?" "Exactly, you call yourself a fool, but you still dare to confront us. Aren't you asking for a beating?" Another man mocked. "Are you going to return it?" "This is the last time I'm asking you," Chen Guodong said with a fierce glare. Oh, your glare is quite scary. I'm so afraid, one man scoffed. Fool, another man sneered. All right, fine. You forced my hand, Chen Guodong said, drawing his gun and aiming it at the three men. The three immediately panicked. Comrade, don't get excited. Let's talk this over calmly. Yes, we're just trying to earn a living. We've never harmed anyone. Please don't shoot. The other two pleaded for mercy. It was clear that only by showing the truth could they negotiate properly. Hurry and put down the sweet potatoes, leave anything valuable on you, and get lost. All right, just don't shoot, the stall owner said. The group began to search their belongings and place them on the ground. One man with a glint in his eye said, we've put down our things, can we leave now? Indeed, Chen Guodong had sensed something was off and immediately pointed his gun at him, saying, everything, I mean everything, put it on the ground. Are you trying to force me to shoot? Wait, I'll give it back, okay? The man pulled a jade pendant from the sole of his shoe and placed it on the ground. That's it, I swear, that's all I have. The others exchanged glances. Get lost. I frequent the black market. You'd better not let me catch you cheating again, Chen Guodong scolded. All right, we're leaving. The group fled as if granted a reprieve. After they left, Chen Guodong approached and stored the sweet potatoes in his space, inspecting the spoils: a short knife, some coins, and a jade pendant. They really were poor. I wonder if this jade pendant is real. Chen Guodong carefully examined the pendant left by the man. It seemed to be the same old jade pendant that the elderly woman had sold previously. This time it should be real, as a scammer wouldn't hand over anything without being threatened with a gun. They'll find out by testing it. He placed the jade pendant directly into the space, observing intently. This time he needed to see exactly how the pendant vanished. As it entered the space, it slowly melted away. It was indeed real, so this was how the pendant disappeared. Within seconds it had melted. Suddenly, the spring water area in the space began to tremble. The spring collapsed downwards and then leveled out, revealing half an acre of land. Chen Guodong watched the astonishing transformation, his heart racing. Could this mean an upgrade? Now he could farm. He rushed over to plant the sweet potatoes in the ground to test it out. Suddenly, an information popped into his mind. Space upgrade completed. You can now control items within the space with your thoughts without needing to take them out. Half an acre of land can be cultivated and crops will mature in 5 days. Oh, this is amazing. Although it doesn't have an instant maturation function, crops can mature in 5 days on half an acre. What a concept. Plus, I can farm without having to go up the mountain anymore. This is so convenient. And even better, I can process things in the space now. This is so advanced and delightful. Excitedly, Chen Guodong focused his thoughts to load bullets into all the guns, marveling as the bullets slid into the magazine on their own. It was so magical. Then he peeled the sweet potato, and it was done in an instant. In his hand, he held a peeled sweet potato. Taking a bite, it was truly delicious. Wow, this is so satisfying. It was about time I upgraded the space. I wonder what functions the next upgrade will bring you. I can't wait. It shouldn't be just 2 jade pendants to upgrade. It feels like it will require a lot. Chen Guodong had a hunch, but for now he was just thrilled. Using his thoughts, Chen Guodong filled half an acre of land with sweet potatoes. It was incredibly convenient. He no longer had to dig for them, which had always been exhausting. After playing for a while, he suddenly thought, where would he sleep tonight? He decided to just find a random place to make do for the night. Finding a secluded spot, he surrounded himself with some large stones, placing a flatter stone in the middle as a bed, putting a blanket on it, and simply going to sleep. The next morning, as soon as dawn broke, Chen Guodong could no longer stay still. He hardly slept at all during the night, as there were constant rustling sounds. It was impossible to sleep in the forest outside. He needed to build a wooden house for safety. Chen Guodong went directly to the state-run restaurant in the city. There weren't many people there, or perhaps it was too early. He saw Sister He and greeted her, saying, "Good morning, Sister He." "Good morning. Guodong, are you here to see your sister?" she replied warmly. "She's in the kitchen. Let me call her out." "No problem, you're here at the right time. It will probably get busy soon, just wait here," Sister He said as she headed to the kitchen. Not long after, the elder sister came out and invited Chen Guodong out of the state-run restaurant happily, saying, "Guodong, you're here." Yes. How's it going here? Are you getting used to it?" Chen Guodong asked with concern. "Everyone is really nice to me. I'm helping out in the kitchen now." "How are mom and dad?" the elder sister replied happily. "That's good to hear. Everyone at home is doing well. By the way, sister, I'm working as a buyer at the steel mill now. Isn't that impressive?" Chen Guodong boasted. The elder sister's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? How come your job seems as easy as eating and drinking? I thought you would have to work really hard for that job. I didn't expect you to have a job already." "Oh, little brother, you're really amazing." "Of course. Here's a little food ticket and meat ticket for you. You see your blood sugar is low. You need to eat more to replenish." Chen Guodong took out 10 pounds of tickets for his sister. No. Little brother, you now have many places to use these. Keep them for yourself. I get free meals here, so I won't go hungry," the elder sister refused. "Don't worry, I have plenty more. Just take them," Chen Guodong persuaded. Just then he heard someone in the kitchen shout, "Sister, come help. It's about to get busy." "Then I'll keep this ticket for now. Let's talk later. I have some things to take care of." "I'll go help out first," the elder sister said anxiously. "Okay, go ahead. You get busy." Chen Guodong waved his hand. The elder sister went in to help, and Chen Guodong approached Sister He with a smile, saying, "Sister He, do you have any meat buns today?" "We do, but you need meat tickets and grain tickets." "The price is the same," Sister He replied. "All right, just exchange all of them for me," Chen Guodong said, pulling out all the remaining money and tickets. Sister He was astonished. "Wow, that's so much. You want to exchange all of this?" Chen Guodong laughed. "Yes, it's for my workplace, not just for myself." As he said this, he took out his work ID. Sister He looked at it and exclaimed, "You've become a buyer at such a young age. That's impressive. All right, wait a moment, I'll pack it up for you right away." "Guodong, you rascal. How did you end up at the steel mill? I was going to see if there were any openings to get you a spot." Suddenly, Uncle Lu's voice came from behind. "Haha, Uncle Lu, your voice from behind is quite frightening." Chen Guodong pretended to be scared, patting his chest. "Stop pretending. Come on, let's go to my office. Little He will bring the packed food to the office later," Uncle Lu instructed. "All right, Director," Sister He responded. Chen Guodong followed Uncle Lu into the office. Uncle Lu smiled. "You just left your sister here and didn't care for her, huh? It's been so long since you dropped by to see her. Hey, are you just leaving like this?" Uncle Lu asked, speechless. "Yeah, work is important. Next time I come, I'll bring you some meat," Chen Guodong said with a grin as he walked out. "You better keep your word, I'm waiting for it," Uncle Lu said expectantly. Of course, Chen Guodong arrived at the Statron restaurant's hall and said to Sister He, "Sister He, is the takeout ready? No need to bring it in, I'll take it myself." "It's ready right here," Sister He pointed to a pile of buns. "All right, I'll take it myself, you stay busy," Chen Guodong said as he took out his backpack to pack it up. After packing, he said to Sister He, "Sister He, I'm heading back now, no need to wait for my sister. When she comes out, just tell her I'm gone." "Okay, you go ahead," Sister He waved her hand. Chen Guodong stepped out and found a deserted corner to stash all the buns before heading to the supply and marketing cooperative. Chen Guodong entered the supply and marketing cooperative and greeted Sister Sun, Brother Wu. "A little brother is here. What are you here to buy today?" Sister Sun asked warmly. "I want to buy a few packs of cigarettes. Is the director in?" Chen Guodong said, taking out the cigarette vouchers and money. "The director went out to handle something, he's not here." "Wait a moment, I'll get the cigarettes for you." Sister Sun went to get the cigarettes. Brother Wu approached and asked, "Guodong, you're here so early, it's not like you. Come on, tell me, what are you really here for?" Chen Guodong thought for a moment. Since Brother Wu has connections and is likely well-informed, he asked, "I heard the director has work quotas." Guodong, how did you know?" "You came too late, someone else already got to it last night and took it away," Brother Wu said in surprise. "Oh, I see. That's too bad. I was just doing some errands in the city. Uncle Lu from the Statron restaurant told me, but I ended up being late." Chen Guodong explained. "Well, there's nothing we can do about it. However, there might be more opportunities next month. If there's another chance, I'll send someone to Chenjiagu to let you know." "How does that sound?" Brother Wu said seriously. "Really? Thank you so much, Brother Wu." Chen Guodong felt a bit touched. "Really, but I can't say much yet, it's not confirmed. No need to be polite, just remember us if you get meat," Brother Wu said casually. "Sure, I'll make sure to bring it," Chen Guodong promised. "What were you two chatting about? Have you got your cigarettes?" Sister Sun asked. "It's nothing." "Well, Brother Wu, Sister Sun, am heading out now," Chen Guodong said as he left the supply and marketing cooperative. This kid Guodong is something else. He actually knows about the director's work and even calls the manager of the Statron restaurant Uncle Lu. Brother Wu remarked, a bit puzzled by Chen Guodong. "His news is so fast, it seems we really need to rely on this little brother in the future," Sister Sun sighed. Once Chen Guodong left the city, he couldn't wait to take a bite of a meat bun. He was really starving, but discovered there was no meat inside. A lot of question marks appeared in his mind. After biting again, still no meat. Did they pack it wrong? Not believing in evil, Chen Guodong took another bite and finally found a bit of meat that was really hard to come by. During this period, where could he find a juicy meat bun? Shaking his head, he finished one and rode towards Chenjiagu. By noon, he returned to Chenjiagu. As soon as he pushed his bicycle through the door, his little sister happily shouted, "Brother, you're back. Did you bring food?" Chen Jianjun lightly tapped his little sister's head and scolded with a smile, "What kind of sister asks for food as soon as someone walks in?" "Dad, it's fine. Brother brought meat buns for you," Chen Guodong said indulgently. He then took out a dozen meat buns from his backpack and placed them on the table. "Wow, so much food. Brother, you're amazing. These buns smell so good," his little sister exclaimed in delight and immediately grabbed one to eat. "You little girl, you can't even close your mouth while eating. Guodong, why did you spend so much money on all these buns? Your salary will be gone in no time." Lin Yu said, a bit pained about the money. "It's fine, Mom. Money is meant to be spent, or just eat as you like," Chen Guodong laughed. "Eat up, kids are growing up, we just need to enjoy ourselves. It's been a long time since we had meat buns. I'll have one too, Chen Guodong said with a smile. Feeling relaxed. I must say the buns in the city are indeed delicious. I went there a few years ago, but now it seems they have less meat than before. Lin Yu said as she also relaxed and began to eat, praising. At least we have something to eat. A look at the current situation. Chen Guodong laughed. By the way, I'm going to take some to your third uncle later, Lin Yu suddenly said while eating. It's broad daylight. Let's wait until evening. It would be uncomfortable if someone sees us, Chen Guodong replied. All right, well, go in the evening, Lin Yu nodded. Mom and Dad, no need to see me off. I'm going up the mountain to check on my cousins and bring some for them, Chen Guodong said, shouldering his backpack as he headed out. Eat a bit more before you go, Lin Yu called after him. Chen Guodong waved his hand. No need, I still have food in my backpack for the mountain. I'm off now. On the way up the mountain, Chen Guodong arrived at the construction site and saw his two cousins standing a distance away. Puzzled, he asked, Wait, good Chen Guo, why are you standing so far away? Guodong, you're back. You'll know in a moment, Chen Guowei said awkwardly. Yeah, just wait a moment, and you'll find out, Chen Guoqiang said with a mysterious smile. Before they could finish talking, puff, puff, Chen Guodong instantly understood it was sweet potato, and the three burst into laughter. Chen Guodong remembered how the two had been laughing so hard while passing gas these past few days. All right, Guodong, stop laughing. You came back so quickly, or I thought it would take you a few days, Chen Guowei asked. No, I finished my errands and came back. The progress should be almost complete now. Chen Guodong looked at the wooden house, which was nearly finished. Just missing a door. Once it's nailed on, it's done, Chen Guoqiang laughed. All right, once you nail that, we can wrap up. He'll go find my master to move it away later. Chen Guodong nodded. Okay. The few of them worked together quickly and finished it. At this moment, Chen Guodong took out 20 buns from his backpack, giving 10 to each of them, saying, These are the buns I promised he. Guodong, you're something else, you really brought them. But it's too many, Chen Guoqiang said. All right, as brothers, it's from the heart. Chen Guodong said boldly. The two were deeply moved. Yes, as brothers, it's in the heart. Then Chen Guodong let them head down the mountain first. Once they left, he directly packed up the wooden house. That night, he told Chen Guodong that he needed to go into the mountains with his master for a few days. Chen Guodong reminded him to pay attention to safety, but didn't say much more. Although Lin Yu didn't say anything, Chen Guodong could tell she was worried. The one who was most reluctant was his little sister, as the next morning, she grabbed the corner of Chen Guodong's clothes. Chen Guodong carefully pried her off before getting up to head out. Following the small path deeper into the mountains, he gazed at the just risen sun and couldn't help but exclaim, What a beautiful mountain view. My cultural knowledge is too low to say anything, but wow, how beautiful. Once he entered the mountains, it was very quiet, but the deeper he went, the colder it felt. He couldn't tell if it was an illusion or if it was genuinely cold. Thankfully, wearing new clothes kept him warm. By noon, it was a bit better with the sunlight. He found a spot to eat roasted sweet potatoes and corn. Although it was fragrant, he felt a bit less satisfied thinking about how others had plenty of fish and meat. I need to have fish and meat too. Turning my grief into strength, I continued deeper into the mountains. It was strange that I didn't encounter a single animal along the way. Slowly it got dark. I found a relatively discreet and flat area to set up the wooden house. Chen Guodong walked inside and closed the door. The wooden house door had a large wooden bolt inside, making it impossible to open from the outside. Only then did Chen Guodong feel a sense of security. To be honest, being alone in the deep mountains was a bit scary. However, it couldn't be helped. Even someone like Zhao Dehai, an experienced buyer, couldn't bring back meat. Without prey, he couldn't complete his tasks and his job would be in jeopardy. Having a space should be safe. That night, while sleeping, he heard the sounds of large animals moving around. He woke up early the next day grinning. Hey, prey, here I come. Chen Guodong put away the wooden hut. It was early morning, and a big meat bun would surely help calm his nerves. With a bun in hand and a 56-style, semi-automatic rifle slung over his shoulder, he felt like a true hunter. Filled with excitement, Chen Guodong thought he would catch some large game this morning. However, by noon, he hadn't seen any signs of animals. He did find some traces and followed them for a long time, but without success, as he wasn't a professional hunter. He sighed, found a flat spot, lit a cigarette, and started a fire to roast some corn, trying to comfort his fragile little heart. What was going on? Were these animals only active at night? Chen Guodong began to doubt the wisdom of hunting in the deep mountains. Now, with empty hands, he couldn't help but question himself. Originally, eating roasted corn would be flavorful, but now it felt like chewing wax. Since I'm already here, I might as well keep looking, he thought as he packed up his things and continued walking listlessly. Suddenly, a heavy grunt echoed nearby, startling Chen Guodong. Out of the thicket appeared two large wild boars. It was a stroke of luck. His heart raced with excitement. They say a year without opening one's account can lead to 3 years of abundance. Chen Guodong took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. What should he do? Should he use the gun or the wooden frame? He felt tense. It was a bit far, if he got too close would he scare them away. It was hard-earned, and he wouldn't be able to catch up if they ran. With a gun he might not even hit one. What to do? Was this a happy dilemma? First he decided to get closer, and if necessary he would risk it. Chen Guodong moved closer with the slightest of motions, inching forward. When he was about 6 meters away his heart raced like a drum. Suddenly the two wild boars turned and locked eyes with Chen Guodong. It was abrupt. No branches snapped, no twigs caught, and no sound was made. The 6 eyes met unexpectedly. What was the feeling at that moment? Oh my, he was terrified. But it was just a fleeting instant, and then Chen Guodong dashed forward in a frenzy. The wild boars began to run. Chen Guodong was faster, quickly using a spatial technique to drop the wooden frame over them. He successfully trapped both wild boars, but just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, one wooden frame was flipped over and a boar escaped. Quick as lightning, Chen Guodong dropped a stone, causing the boar to crash into it, dazed and unable to move. Chen Guodong rushed up to capture it, laughing, "Haha, where do you think you're going? Don't you know I'm cheating?" The other boar still tried to escape. Sure enough, one should never be too complacent. The second wild boar pushed the wooden frame aside and dashed away. Seeing the distance, which was already over 5 meters, Chen Guodong decisively drew his gun. He fired, bang, and hit it. "Haha, I got it. Right in a vital spot." But the wild boar didn't stop running even after being shot. Chen Guodong continued to fire, but all his shots missed the boar, making him doubt whether he was blocking its escape route. His shooting skills were clearly too poor. Chen Guodong would not let the wild boar get away. He ran after it knowing it was injured and couldn't run too far. As a result, Chen Guodong followed the blood trail of the wild boar for a long time, feeling exhausted and wanting to curse. What kind of creature was this, able to run so fast, even when injured? Fortunately, it finally stopped due to exhaustion, lying on the ground, panting heavily, giving up the struggle. Chen Guodong, seeing this, felt no rush and took a sip of water, lighting a cigarette as he approached slowly. Just as he was about to get close, a large dark shadow suddenly rushed out. Chen Guodong had no time to react as it lunged at him. Chen Guodong instinctively sidestepped, watching helplessly as the cigarette, but in his mouth, was snuffed out by a sharp claw. What the hell was that? Whose fierce subordinate is this? My cigarette. Chen Guodong's first thought was quite strange. Once the shadow passed, Chen Guodong finally saw what it was. Damn, is this bear really that ferocious? The bear, having failed its first strike, gathered itself and charged at Chen Guodong again. At that moment, Chen Guodong's adrenaline surged as he shouted, "Damn it, let's settle this." Who's afraid of whom? Come on, onion. The bear, unable to comprehend Chen Guodong's words, charged at him in response to his provocation. Chen Guodong's heart raced as he waited for the bear to come closer. Just as the bear lunged with its paw, almost touching him, Chen Guodong slapped it down, shouting, "Capture." Due to the bear's weight and momentum, Chen Guodong was knocked to the ground by his own slap, unable to get up as he burst into laughter. "Ha, you think you can fight me? I'm cheating. What do you have to fight me with? Yesterday, I was fighting tigers. Today, it's me, Chen Guodong, slapping bears." He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. What a thrill. This is exhilarating, but I was too reckless. I really didn't need to do that. But that bear was just too detestable. Today felt like a roller coaster ride, so thrilling, with surprises coming one after another. But the deep mountains were indeed dangerous. Even though he had space, he could still die. Safety first. He approached the wild boar, unsure whether to thank it or not, and captured it. His mood began to brighten, the fear and excitement from earlier dissipating, replaced by an indescribable joy. He had heard that bear paws were delicious, and that bear bile could be used to make liquor. Chen Guodong started fantasizing about how to cook this bear, having never eaten bear meat before. Just as Chen Guodong was lost in thought about how to prepare the bear, he suddenly heard chaotic footsteps approaching, sounding like several people. Chen Guodong immediately hid, thinking, what's going on? How could there be people in such a deep mountain? That I heard sounds coming from over there. I also heard the wild boar's cries earlier. A man's voice came. I heard it too, Dad. Shanzi is right, a woman's voice replied. Ernie, you go check that way, said a middle-aged man's voice. Chen Guodong tried to hide as discreetly as possible, not wanting to provoke any conflict with these people. Dad, look, there are bloodstains here. It must be from the wild boar, but it's gone now, said the man named Shanzi. From a distance, Chen Guodong saw several people examining the spot where the wild boar had fallen. The middle-aged man looked around and suddenly shouted, "Who's there sneaking around? Come out, otherwise I'll shoot." Saying this, they pointed their guns at Chen Guodong's hiding spot. Chen Guodong was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. How did they know I was here? It's too eerie who I had hidden so well. No, he must not have discovered me. He is definitely trying to bluff. Sure enough, after calling out a few times, the middle-aged man stopped, just as Chen Guodong had guessed. Lindsay curiously asked, "Dad, why are you shouting at empty space? I thought you saw someone." "Silly boy, you need to learn more. This is called shaking the mountain to scare the tiger. What if there really is someone? It's better to be safe, one must always be wary of others while harboring no malicious intent. Do you understand? The middle-aged man said earnestly. The two nodded in response. Got it, Dad. You two should check around for any traces. Either they were taken away or they are nearby. Then the few of them began to search. Chen Guodong understood from their conversation that it should be a family of three out hunting. They didn't seem like bad people, but he couldn't guarantee they were good either. Never mind, better not to engage. Chen Guodong quietly left, and only after getting far away did he breathe a sigh of relief, swaying back to his original campsite. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it, thinking this time the harvest was so great it was really unexpected and delightful, but it was also too dangerous. That bear had nearly taken him out today, and to be honest, he was a bit scared. What if he encountered a snake bite next time? Does he have to go into the mountains alone, every time, without anyone to look out for him? If something went wrong, wouldn't he become the most unfortunate traveler? There was no need to take risks for a bit of game. His decision to venture into the mountains alone was indeed a bit impulsive. Having thought this through, Chen Guodong had already begun to waver. He directly set up the wooden cabin, planning to return home after tonight. This place was no longer suitable for him. His life was more important. That night, Chen Guodong slept uneasily because he heard gunshots. It seemed that there were many unknown dangers, and he probably had just been lucky before. The next morning, he got up early, packed up the wooden cabin, and began to head towards Chenjigo. The more he thought about going home, the faster his steps became. Around noon, Chen Guodong found an open area to roast corn, thinking that he should be home in a little over half a day. Before long, the corn was ready. Just as Chen Guodong was about to eat, a voice suddenly came from nearby. Young man, your corn smells wonderful. This unexpected voice in the deep woods startled Chen Guodong, and he immediately grabbed the gun beside him, aiming it in the direction of the sound. A hurried voice called out, Don't. Young man, we mean no harm. You shouldn't shout out in the woods like that. Oh, what if someone reacts quickly and shoots? Chen Guodong looked towards the source of the voice, and several people slowly emerged from behind the trees. It turned out to be the family he had encountered yesterday, but he did not lower his guard and still held up the gun. Young man, don't be agitated. We are just passing by. My son here was craving some food and wanted to come ask for a bite, the middle-aged man said with a smile. That's right, that's what my dad meant, Lindsay said with an awkward smile. As a result, the middle-aged man gave him a light smack on the head, scolding, How many times have I told you not to call me dad in the mountains? You have no sense of safety at all. Lindsay said aggrievely. Got it, Dad. You really make me angry, the middle-aged man replied angrily. Dad, don't be mad, Mom said. My brother Lindsay is just innocent and well-meaning, Ernyo comforted. Seeing this, Chen Guodong couldn't help but smile and began to sympathize with the middle-aged man. He truly feared having a teammate as foolish as a pig, yet he had no choice but to deal with it. The middle-aged man said helplessly, Young man, sorry for making you laugh. We really mean no harm. Could you spare a bit of that corn for them? We can trade you some wild chicken. Chen Guodong looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. Wild chicken for 2 cobs of corn. He then looked down at the 2 roasted corn cobs as if asking, Are you joking? Young man, you don't need to doubt. It's truly a trade for corn, the middle-aged man assured. Chen Guodong was no longer suspicious of their intentions and smiled. What's the point of trading? It's fate that we met. Just take it and eat. No way, my mom said. We can't take things from others for free. Oh, we must face some loss, Lindsay said wisely. Chen Guodong was taken aback for a moment. Damn, what you said makes a lot of sense. Oh, I can't find a rebuttal. A good person, even better than himself, a pure-hearted good person. The middle-aged man seemed to sense the awkward atmosphere and said, Young man, please don't mind them. They spend all their time hunting in the mountains and rarely interact with outsiders. Chen Guodong suddenly understood. No wonder they had been so quiet when approaching. They relied on this to make a living, so it made sense. It's fine, uncle. What Annie said makes a lot of sense, Chen Guodong said with a smile. Sigh, what kind of reasoning can an ignorant housewife have? The middle-aged man sighed, clearly worried about his son and daughter-in-law's future. No parent is without concern for their children. Chen Guodong smiled. Enough of that, let's eat together. Saying this, he broke the 2 cobs of corn in half and shared them with the 3. The young couple did not take them, but looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled. Go ahead, take it. Young man can't take advantage of you. This wild chicken isn't big, so well trade. As he said this, he placed the wild chicken he had strapped to his waist in front of Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong knew he had to accept it, otherwise they might not eat, and smiled. All right, then I got a good deal. He directly placed the wild chicken in his backpack. The few of them then happily began to eat. Dad, this corn is really fragrant. I haven't eaten corn in a long time, Lindsay said with a goofy smile. Exactly why is this corn so sweet? Young man, do you have any more? We can trade you for some game, Ernyo asked shrewdly. Chen Guodong began to feel curious. Although corn was rare, wasn't meat even rarer? Why were they always thinking about corn? So he asked, Don't you think meat is delicious? Why do you keep thinking about corn? No matter how fragrant the meat is, it can't compare to grain. We eat it every day and are tired of it. A couple of years ago, we could still trade for some grain, but last year we couldn't get any. Now we can trade money for grain, but there's none available, the middle-aged man explained. This was a bit of a flex, eating meat every day. What kind of family was that? Oh wait, the old hunter really did eat meat every day? Exactly, even talking leaves a bad taste in the mouth. There are no fruits in the mountains, and occasionally finding a little is considered good luck, Ernyo said. Suddenly Chen Guodong had an idea and asked, do you often manage to hunt game? Of course. We spend every day in the mountains and have hunted all kinds of game. My dad has even hunted bears before, Lindsay boasted. Chen Guodong looked seriously at the middle-aged man and smiled. If I can exchange food for you, a long-term arrangement, what do you think, uncle? The middle-aged man, being looked at seriously by a young guy, asked shrewdly, how can I trust you? Chen Guodong leisurely took out a cigarette from his pocket and said, uncle, smoke this. This is to show you that we have strength. Wow, young man, this is a cadre's cigarette. It's been a long time since I've smoked one, the uncle said, putting down his old pipe and enjoying a puff. Dad, can I have a puff too? Lindsay eagerly asked. Ernyo directly pulled his ear and scolded, your mother won't let you smoke. I'm watching you, don't learn bad habits from your dad. The uncle's face reddened slightly as he awkwardly smiled. Young man, this alone doesn't prove anything. Do you have anything else? Chen Guodong, knowing it wasn't that simple, smiled and said, what about this? He then took out his work ID. The uncle finally looked at Chen Guodong seriously. Are you a purchaser? Dad, he really is the person who came to our village to collect things before. Had this too, Lindsay said, feeling quite knowledgeable. Don't talk, oh, I already know. You don't need to tell me, the uncle said, tapping Lindsay's head in exasperation. So uncle, can this prove my ability to exchange goods? Chen Guodong asked. The uncle nodded seriously. Yes, so how do we trade? Although Chen Guodong trusted these people, he was also unwilling to reveal his family's location. After thinking for a moment, he said, at this time, every month we meet here. If there are many prey and we can't wait a month, just circle this big tree, and when I see it, I will do the same and trade the next day. How does that sound? The uncle thought for a moment and said, okay, let's do it this way. Let's formally introduce ourselves. You can call me Uncle Lin. Since your work ID says Chen Guodong, I'll just call you Guodong. All right, Uncle Lin, you are a straightforward person. Then it's settled. How do you want to exchange the food? Chen Guodong asked. What do you think? Uncle Lin retorted. Chen Guodong was taken aback. He thought, I think it would be best if it didn't require money, but you probably don't think so. You asked me, and am just as confused. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and tested. How about you give me a number, and I'll see if I can accept it. You little rascal, fine, I won't take advantage of you. How about 1 pound for 1 pound? Uncle Lin said after thinking. Chen Guodong felt a surge of excitement. It was unbelievable. He might not have channels, but he did, haha. No, I can't get carried away. He suppressed his excitement and said as calmly as possible, are you sure 1 pound for 1 pound? You don't agree? Uncle Lin asked in confusion. I agree, definitely agree, I'm just confirming. By the way, if you want money, is it also 1 piece? Chen Guodong immediately agreed and asked. Yes, other purchasers are at this price, Uncle Lin nodded. Besides food, do you need anything else? Chen Guodong asked. Oh, Guodong, are you saying you can get other items for exchange besides food and money? Uncle Lin asked suspiciously. Although I need receipts, I can usually get common items, Chen Guodong modestly replied. Can you get this cigarette? The uncle said excitedly, get me 5 packs. Indeed, cigarettes were vital for old hunters because hunting required a lot of patience. That's why he always carried his old pipe. And me, I want meat buns. Lindsay exclaimed. And me, my mom said she hasn't had candy in a long time. Can I exchange for 1 pound? Ernyo said with filial piety. Chen Guodong smiled and said, if there are prey, there will be no problem. I guarantee to get them for you. All right, little boy, just remember to bring these back next time. By the way, can we do the transaction earlier? We have some stock on hand, Uncle Lin asked. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, sure, how much meat do you have on hand? There should be about 50 pounds of cured meat, 20 pounds of wild chicken, and about 30 pounds of wild rabbit. Uncle Lin thought for a moment and said, wow, that's quite a bit. Tomorrow we'll bring the things you need and meet here probably around noon. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, then it's settled. We'll head back first. Uncle Lin also agreed and stood up to walk into the woods. The two followed Uncle Lin into the woods with some reluctance. Remember to bring the meat buns. Lindsay reminded anxiously as he watched his dad disappear into the trees. Chen Guodong smiled, shook his head, and walked home. By the time he got home, it was already evening, and he knocked on the door. The door was opened by Lin Yu. When Lin Yu saw it was Chen Guodong, the smile on her face was evident. Son, you're back. Come in quickly, are you tired? Have you eaten? Chen Guodong felt warm in his heart at Lin Yu's gentle inquiries. Perhaps this was what he desired, and the reason he worked hard to protect and cherish. He smiled and said, Mom, I'm not tired, I've already eaten. As they spoke, they entered the house. The little sister, hearing her brother's voice, immediately perked up and shouted, "Brother, you're back." "Yes, I'm back. I brought you something delicious," Chen Guodong said as he took out a candy for his little sister. "Yay? Mom hasn't let me eat candy lately. Thank you, brother." "Guodong, don't give her too much candy. It will spoil her appetite," Lin Yu said. "By the way, where's Dad? I haven't seen him." "He's over at the village, checking the small reservoir. Recently, other villages want to steal our water, so someone has to guard it at night, counting work points," Lin Yu explained. "Mom, are you saying someone wants to steal our village's water?" Chen Guodong asked. "Yes, isn't there still water in the small reservoir your great-grandfather dug? Although it's not much recently, it's been discovered that the water has been decreasing, and it turns out someone has secretly dug a ditch to divert a lot of it to the neighboring village. Without evidence, we have to guard it, or it will become a problem for us to even drink water," Lin Yu explained. Chen Guodong then remembered that there indeed was this small reservoir, and all the water for daily use came from there. Now the well has run dry, truly the former planted trees for future generations to enjoy. Actually, if they came openly to borrow water, we would still share some, but sneaking around is just not right. Chen Guodong nodded. That indeed needs to be looked into, isn't it? We use water sparingly while they directly open a ditch to their ditch at midnight, not even knowing how much water is wasted, Lin Yu said, becoming angrier. "All right, Mom, don't get angry, but it's not worth it," Chen Guodong comforted. "Mom, I'm tired. I'll talk after I wake up." Chen Guodong really was sleepy and added. "Okay, rest well," Lin Yu said lovingly. The next morning, Chen Guodong woke up to find the house unusually quiet. Something was off. He searched inside and outside, but couldn't find his parents or younger sister. What was going on? Had they gone to look for wild vegetables? It shouldn't be the case. He had brought so much food with him. Chen Guodong didn't think much of it, assuming they had gone out to find something to eat. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered an 11-year-old boy hurrying out with a kitchen knife. The boy, whom Chen Guodong recognized, shouted, "Tiedon, why are you rushing out with a kitchen knife?" "Brother Guodong, my dad was bullied. I'm going to chop that bastard." "This is serious," Chen Guodong thought. He couldn't delay. Grabbing Tiedon, he asked, "What do you mean your dad was bullied? You're going to chop him with that kitchen knife? What happened?" To be honest, Chen Guodong was shocked. Were children these days so fierce? "My dad went to guard the reservoir this morning, but a few people from the Wang family came over wanting to steal water. They ended up beating my dad. Now people from both villages are arguing by the reservoir," Tidan said angrily. Then follow me. I need to check it out." Chen Guodong immediately became frantic. His parents were there, and he had heard stories of villages fighting over water, sometimes even resulting in deaths. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, sprinting towards the small reservoir. Out of breath, he arrived to find two groups confronting each other, some wielding hose, others carrying wooden poles. It felt like a gang fight. "Captain Wang, what's going on in your village? Do you think ours is easy to bully? First you secretly dug a water channel, and now you're beating people. If we don't get an explanation today, that won't do," Uncle Chen Jianfu said sternly. "Captain Chen, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by secretly digging a water channel? Is this reservoir yours? Now it's collective property, and your awareness isn't very high?" Captain Wang retorted. "This small reservoir was dug by our Chen family, and everyone knows that. Don't tell me about collective ownership. If you have the ability, go dig one yourself. Stealing water is stealing water, and don't change the subject. How will you account for beating someone in your village?" Chen Jianfu pressed, not letting him off the hook. "We're all farmers here. It's normal to get a bit heated. It's not a big deal. No one was seriously injured." He fought back too. "There's no need for such a big scene, right?" "Oh, so you mean it's only acceptable if someone gets seriously hurt? Come on, you bastard, there's a reason to hit someone. I'll fight you right now, how about that?" Chen Jianfu was so angry he laughed. A bruised man from Wang family shouted, "Come on, who's afraid? You're stingy with water and still being petty. Who said you can't use it? Can't you use buckets to fetch water? Why dig a water channel? What a waste. Don't you see how dry it is now? If you have the energy to dig a water channel, why not dig a reservoir for yourselves?" Chen Jianjun immediately scolded. The man on the opposite side grew arrogant. "I dug it, so what? If you're a cripple, come fight me. Can I endure this? Damn, is this what you're asking for?" Chen Guodong rushed in without a second thought, slapped the man, and sneered. "Everyone saw it. He asked me to hit him. It's none of my business. This is the first time I've met someone asking to be hit." Chen Guodong's action left everyone stunned, and for a moment it was eerily silent. The man who got slapped visibly turned furious and shouted, "Who the hell are you to hit me? You're asking for death." Saying this, he was about to fight back. Both sides were already on edge, and Chen Guodong knew that if he didn't do something, neither side would end well. He directly said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll fulfill your request and hit you." "Wait, is that an apology?" Everyone was momentarily confused. When the man reacted, he immediately cursed, "You dare to play me? What do you mean play you?" Chen Guodong's eyes turned cold. How dare he insult his father? The man could no longer hold back and threw a punch. Many people closed their eyes at this scene, and Chen Guodong's father and uncle were about to rush forward. But just before the punch landed on Chen Guodong, it suddenly stopped. Because Chen Guodong had drawn out a gun, pointing the dark muzzle at the man. Still want to hit me? Do you believe I'll shoot? Can't we talk this out? Why do I have to pull out a gun? The man was undeterred. Come on, if you have the guts, shoot. You haven't even grown a full beard, and you're trying to use a gun. Chen Guodong didn't waste words and shot a bullet into the sky with a bang, then coldly asked the man, want to try? Do you think I wouldn't dare? The man, seeing the look in Chen Guodong's eyes, began to retreat in fear. Captain Wang had originally thought to have this man lead the charge for the water rights, but seeing the other side take out a gun, he realized things couldn't go on like this. He smiled and said, Captain Chen, you need to manage this. A child like this shouldn't be playing with guns. What if someone gets hurt? Young comrade quickly put the gun away. The gun is mine. Oh, what's wrong? Do you think our village is easy to bully? I'll tell you, you can fetch water, but don't say we're unreasonable or don't give you a way out. We're all part of the same commune. With that, Chen Jinfu said, let's just let this matter go. Everyone disperse. He then pulled Chen Guodong toward the village office. Seeing that nothing was wrong, everyone dispersed. Captain Wang felt unwilling but had no choice but to sigh as he walked back to his village. Back at the village office, Chen Jinfu said, Guodong, you were too impulsive. What if you hurt someone? It's fine, I know how to measure it. Thank you, uncle, for handling the matter today. Chen Guodong expressed his gratitude. Well, I called you here to tell you this. If anyone asks about the gun, just say I gave it to you. Never admit it's yours. Chen Jinfu instructed. Understood, uncle, let's have a smoke. Chen Guodong smiled, taking out a pack of cigarettes, pulling out 2 and leaving the rest on the table. The 2 uncles and nephews began to smoke. But you performed well today. You've got guts, which is in our Chen family's blood. I bet they won't cause trouble over water again. Chen Jinfu praised after taking a puff. Not at all. Oh, I can't just sit by while my dad is insulted. That's a normal reaction, Chen Guodong humbly replied. Stop being humble. By the way, that gun of yours looks great. Where did you get such a good gun? Chen Jinfu asked. Chen Guodong smiled. My master gave it to me. You're really fortunate to have found a good master. I wish I could find one like that. Then life in the village wouldn't be so hard, Chen Jinfu enviously remarked. You brats, stop pretending. I mean a gun. If there were guns in the village, we could hunt some game instead of running to the mountains every day looking for wild vegetables. Chen Jinfu joked. Huh, isn't that exactly what I was thinking? I bought guns on the black market to help the village hunt and get through the winter. I had thought about giving the villagers some sweet potatoes to last through the winter, but I was afraid to gamble on human nature. If they had guns, they could fend for themselves, and I could stay out of it. It would be a win-win situation. Hey Guodong, what are you daydreaming about? After Chen Jinfu finished speaking, he realized that the lad hadn't responded for a while and called out. Oh, uncle, that's easy. I have a plan, Chen Guodong replied with a smile. Oh, what good idea do you have? Tell me, I'm all ears, Chen Jinfu asked with great interest. Do the villagers know how to use guns? Chen Guodong asked first. Otherwise, if they don't know how to use guns, it would be pointless. Of course, you might not know, but most of the men in our village can use guns. They fought against the Japanese and were militia members, Chen Jinfu said with a hint of pride. How come I didn't know that? Why haven't I heard of it before? Chen Guodong questioned. What do you know? You were still young back then. Chen Jinfu said with a smile. Oh, then it's simple. My master has 3 guns left, and I can get 800 rounds of ammunition at most to lend to the village. What do you think, uncle? Chen Guodong said after thinking for a moment. Chen Jinfu immediately became agitated, not even noticing that he dropped his cigarette, grabbing Chen Guodong's shoulder with excitement. Guodong, are you serious? Don't joke with me, this isn't a game. Uncle, please let go. Chen Guodong exclaimed, feeling the pain from Chen Jianfu's grip, starting to suspect that Chen Jinfu might know martial arts, otherwise how could he be so strong? Chen Jinfu then realized he was being too forceful and feeling too excited laughed. Haha, uncle got carried away. This is about the well-being of the entire clan. Chen Guodong rubbed his sore shoulder and nodded. I understand, uncle. What I said is true. It's not convenient now, but I'll bring it to you tonight. Just wait for me at the village office. That's great. Guodong, thank you on behalf of the entire clan. You're such a good kid, Chen Jinfu gratefully said. Uncle, why are we being so polite? I'm also a part of the village. It's only right to help out when I can, Chen Guodong said humbly. This kid, I've always seen potential in you since you were little, Chen Jinfu subtly praised Chen Guodong. Haha, uncle, you really know how to flatter. By the way, the mountains to the south have already been nearly cleared by my master and me, so you can only hunt in the north now. Chen Guodong said after thinking. It's fine, we live here, so we know where the game is plentiful. It's just that without guns we can't do much. Just wait, this year we will definitely have a bountiful harvest. Chen Jinfu said confidently. That's good. By the way, uncle, I've already thought it through for you. Any game you can't finish eating, just give it to me, and I'll exchange it for supplies like rice, flour, and oil. Chen Guodong expressed his thoughts. Oh right, I forgot you're the procurement officer. I was so focused on getting meat that I didn't think about what to do with the leftovers. You really have foresight, let's settle on that, and you can get all the excess goods. The more Chen Jinfu thought about it, the more hopeful he became. I'll write a loan note for your master right now, Chen Jinfu said as he started writing a note. Chen Guodong smiled. No need, we're not outsiders. You brat, what you give is what you give, but if it's a loan it should look like a loan. There's an old saying that goes, even among brothers' accounts should be clearly settled, this way there won't be unnecessary troubles. Chen Jinfu said seriously. Chen Guodong didn't mind, but if a written document was needed that was fine too. By the way uncle, you must keep this a secret. I don't want too many people to know the guns are from me. Chen Guodong said. No problem, I'll handle this. Don't worry, hurry home, your parents must be worried about you. Chen Jinfu patted his chest as he spoke. Understood, then I'll head back now. Chen Guodong nodded and got up to leave. After Chen Guodong left, Chen Jinfu noticed a pack of cigarettes on the table and smiled. This kid has really grown up. Chen Guodong walked home, and everyone he met praised him. Guodong, you're amazing. Guodong, teach me how to use a gun, you're awesome. Guodong, you are the pride of our village. Hearing this made Chen Guodong feel good. As soon as he got home, Lin Yu rushed over with worry, saying, Son, you worried me to death today, or I thought you were going to kill someone. Chen Guodong reassured her. It's fine, Mom, I know what I'm doing. My master often teaches me how to shoot, don't worry. Guodong, you've really grown up. If it weren't for you today, our two villages might have fought, Chen Jianjun said with relief. Whether or not a fight would happen, I don't know, but if he dares to insult you, I can't tolerate it, Chen Guodong said with a smile. Good boy, keep it up, Lin Yu also said with satisfaction. After chatting for a while, Chen Guodong suddenly remembered something. By the way, Mom and Dad, I need to go up the mountain for a bit. I have an appointment with my master, Chen Guodong said. Go ahead, just be safe, Chen Jianjun waved his hand and said. Chen Guodong hurriedly shouldered his backpack and went out, otherwise he wouldn't make it to the appointment on time. He first went to the cave to collect all the sweet potatoes, or he wouldn't have enough corn for trade later. After collecting about 200 pounds of sweet potatoes, feeling satisfied, he clapped his hands and looked at this familiar land of prosperity with some emotion before walking out of the cave without looking back. He hurriedly arrived at the appointed place, looked around to see no one, and sighed in relief. Fortunately, he came early, otherwise it would have been troublesome to miss the first transaction. He decided he needed to buy a watch, otherwise it would be too troublesome to check the time. Just as he sat down, several people came out of the woods. When Chen Guodong took a closer look, it turned out to be Uncle Lin and a few others. Chen Guodong smiled. You guys arrived just in time, I just got here. Guodong, it's not a coincidence, we've been waiting for you for half a day, Uncle Lin laughed. Oh, you guys have been here for a while. Sorry I got delayed by some things. Chen Guodong said awkwardly with a smile. It's fine, let's trade. We still need to hurry back, Uncle Lin said a bit anxiously. Alright, let me see what you brought, Chen Guodong said without further delay. Everything is here. This bag is alive, and this bag is cured meat, Uncle Lin said as he placed 2 bags and a scale on the ground. Alright, let me check. Chen Guodong opened the bag and inspected it. Not to mention this cured meat looked professionally made and must be very fragrant, or just thinking about it made him salivate as he hadn't eaten it in years. This cured meat is made using my father's ancestral technique. It's very fragrant, Lin said proudly. It really is fragrant. This wild rabbit and wild chicken are also good, Chen Guodong said as he looked at the wild chicken and rabbit, tied up the bag, and clapped his hands. Chen Guodong opened his backpack and took out 5 packs of cigarettes, 1 pound of sugar, and 10 meat buns. The others immediately rushed to grab them, and Lin even directly ate a meat bun, saying, Delicious, so good. Dad, Ernyo, you should try this too. Dad, this sugar is also sweet, you all should try it, Ernyo said. Everyone started eating, and Chen Guodong didn't disturb them. After they finished eating, Chen Guodong calculated, Uncle Lin, this is how it goes. Your stuff is priced at the original price of 1 yuan per pound, so that's 100 yuan, right? Yes, that's right. Uncle Lin nodded, enjoying his smoke calmly. Alright, meat buns are typically 1 dime each in the city, but charging 3 dimes each for tickets shouldn't be too unreasonable, Chen Guodong asked again. That seems reasonable, Uncle Lin continued to nod. Sugar is 5 yuan and cigarettes are 2 yuan a pack, so that totals 18 yuan, but you still owe me 82 yuan. I don't have enough corn, how about sweet potatoes? Alright, Chen Guodong calculated. As long as it's food, it's fine, Uncle Lin affirmed. Okay, just wait for me behind this tree. Chen Guodong stealthily took out 85 jin of sweet potatoes from his space behind a large tree and placed them directly in front of several people. You can weigh it, Chen Guodong said. After weighing, Uncle Lin said, Guodong has 85 jin here, just take the extra few jin back with you. In truth, Chen Guodong just wanted to test Uncle Lin and the others' trustworthiness, and he was quite satisfied as he said, No need, I have more, consider this a gift for you to eat. That won't do. My mother said we shouldn't take advantage of others, or we might suffer great losses, Lindsay wisely replied. Brother Lindsay, what Annie said is right, but we are already partners, so it doesn't count as taking advantage. Chen Guodong advised. All right, Lindsay listened to Guodong. Accept it. Guodong will settle the payment, and I will notify you when I have the goods. Uncle Lin said decisively. Okay, is there anything else you need, Uncle Lin? Chen Guodong asked further. It would be best if there's flour. Uncle Lin pondered for a moment and replied that might be a bit difficult, but I'll try. Chen Guodong said. Let's go. Uncle Lin took the two and soon disappeared into the forest. Chen Guodong didn't leave or take anything, but smoked a cigarette instead. The space was a secret. He hadn't realized they had come earlier and didn't dare to believe it. After finishing 2 cigarettes and ensuring no one was around, he put the items back into the space. By the time he got home, it was already evening. Chen Guodong took out a piece of cured meat, put it in his backpack, and entered the house. Mom, Dad, little sister, I'm back. Have you started cooking? Son, you're back. We haven't started cooking yet. We were waiting to see what you wanted to eat, Lin Yu said with concern. All right, everyone is in for a treat tonight. My master brought back a piece of cured meat for us to try, Chen Guodong said, as he took out the cured meat from his backpack. Yay, we have meat to eat. Little sister was extremely happy. Guodong, I feel like I've gained weight during this time, Chen Jianjun said with a smile. Gaining weight is good. You were too thin, Chen Guodong said, looking at everyone. Wait here, I'll go cook. Chen Guodong walked into the kitchen. Seeing that there wasn't much rice left in the rice jar, he looked around to ensure no one had followed him in and added the 20 jin of rice he traded last time into the jar along with 10 jin of cured meat. He started washing rice and steaming it, sliced the cured meat, and when the rice was almost done, he added the sliced cured meat into the pot to cook. Although there were no condiments, it smelled really good. He directly placed a pot on the table. Chen Jianjun couldn't help but ask Guodong, are you making cured meat rice? This is so fragrant. How come I never noticed your cooking skills were this good before? Yes, I learned it from my master. Come and taste it, it's really fragrant, Chen Guodong said boastfully. One person scooped a bowl of rice and the family began to eat joyfully. So delicious, brother, this is the best rice I've ever eaten, little sister said with her mouth full. You little girl, you can't stop talking even while eating. Of course it's delicious. Your brother probably put in a pound of meat. If you cooked, it would also taste good. Lin Yu teased with a smile. Son, I feel like our family's life is getting better and better. What if our taste buds get spoiled? Lin Yu said with a bit of worry. Having been poor for so long, it felt strange to suddenly be well off. Chen Guodong understood this feeling. Mom, you'll get used to it slowly. There will be even better days ahead. Let's enjoy life. The kids are growing up, Chen Jianjun said lazily. Chen Jianjun was so full that he didn't want to move and said, I ate too much, so I won't eat breakfast tomorrow. Look at how much you've eaten, like you're a starving ghost reincarnated, eating so much, Lin Yu teased with a laugh. Mom, I won't eat breakfast either, little sister mimicked. Son, look at what you've done to them. Next time, put less meat, Lin Yu said. It's fine, at eating well is a good thing. By the way, I have something to tell you all. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and decided to inform his family. What is it, Guodong? Chen Jianjun became serious. My master has some surplus guns and bullets that I plan to lend to the village, letting those who know how to use guns go hunting in the mountains. This way the village's food crisis can be resolved. Guodong, what you're doing is good. Dad has no objections and even supports you wholeheartedly. You haven't forgotten the villagers now that life is better. You're a good person. Chen Jianjun said with relief. Dad has taught you well, haha, Chen Guodong flattered with a laugh. You little rascal, you're flattering even your dad. When did you learn to be so slick with your words? Just wait until I beat you, Chen Jianjun joked, getting ready to stand up. Chen Guodong quickly shouldered his backpack and ran outside while shouting, I'm going out to deliver some items, ha. Lin Yu laughed and said, isn't this good? At least you won't offend anyone. After saying that, she began to clean the bowls and chopsticks and went into the kitchen. Suddenly Lin Yu hurried back and calling for Chen Jianjun to come in. Dad, this. Lin Yu was so excited that she couldn't finish her words. Calm down, this should be what Guodong brought back. Our son has truly grown capable now. It seems not only does his master care for him, but he's also quite capable himself. We just need to wait and enjoy life and not pry too much. Chen Jianjun said after thinking for a moment. Lin Yu nodded. Chen Guodong, carrying his backpack, came to the village committee in the dark. The village was quiet and the village committee was also dark and empty. Could it be that his uncle hadn't eaten yet and didn't come? Just as he hesitated whether to go back to find his uncle, suddenly someone patted him on the shoulder. Chen Guodong jumped up immediately, shouting, "Ah, ghost." He ran a few meters away before stopping. It wasn't that he wanted to look back, but he heard Guodong, "What are you doing?" Chen Guodong was truly scared and said helplessly, "Uncle, can't you make some noise while walking at night? Also, don't tap people on the shoulder from behind, it's really terrifying." "Haha, you little brat, so you're actually so timid. I thought you were very bold, seeing as you casually fire a gun." Chen Jianjun laughed. "Uncle, do you still want the gun?" "Stop laughing," Chen Guodong threatened. All right, I won't laugh anymore. Of course I want the gun, Chen Jianjun said, suppressing his laughter. Then let's go, follow me to the village entrance. Oh, I have more things to give to the village, Chen Guodong said. Oh, what else do you have to give to the village? Why are we going to the village entrance so mysteriously? Chen Jianjun asked in confusion. When we get there you'll know. It's definitely something good, Chen Guodong said with a mysterious smile. Uncle Tang pushed the nearby unicycle up, saying, this will be useful later. Chen Guodong thought for a moment before speaking. Chen Jinfu, while speaking, pushed the cart and followed Chen Guodong towards the village entrance. Chen Guodong led Chen Jinfu to an old tree at the village entrance and said, Uncle, wait a moment while I take out the things. Chen Jinfu smiled and asked, do you need my help? No need, just wait a moment, Chen Guodong replied. As he spoke, Chen Guodong went behind the big tree and directly took out 100 pounds of sweet potatoes and 3 guns with 800 bullets from his spatial storage. Forget it, Uncle, you come over and carry it. I can't move it by myself, Chen Guodong said lazily. Chen Jinfu, unaware of Chen Guodong's intentions, walked over and said, I said I would do it, and you still. What do you mean? Chen Guodong laughed. Guodong, are you carrying sweet potatoes? So many sweet potatoes. For the village show? Chen Jinfu exclaimed excitedly. Yes, Uncle, how can you go hunting on the mountain without enough strength? You need to be well fed to have the energy to hunt. It's not much, you can just distribute it as you see fit. Chen Guodong smiled and said, you really thought this through, Guodong. I will definitely remember this debt and repay it with the game we catch. It's fortunate to have you, otherwise life would be truly difficult. Chen Jinfu said with gratitude. All right, we are all from the same ancestor. It's only right for me to do this. I can't just eat meat while watching you eat dirt. Uncle, stop being sentimental and hurry up and pack your things to go back lest someone sees us, Chen Guodong joked. You little rascal, are you lecturing me? Are you itching for a beating? Uncle Tang pretended to be angry. No, Uncle, you keep busy, I'll head off first, haha, Chen Guodong said before running away. Hey, you little brat, you couldn't even push the cart for me, Chen Jinfu scolded with a smile. All that responded to Chen Jinfu was a retreating figure. He shook his head and said with a bitter smile, this kid. Returning home, Chen Guodong hadn't even slept yet and informed his parents that he would be going to the countryside to procure supplies tomorrow, and it might take quite a long time to return. His family didn't say much, just reminded him to pay attention to safety, and they could see everyone's reluctance. It couldn't be helped, having worked, he couldn't just stay at home all day. Others would doubt his job and question the sources of his items, so he had to put on a front. Besides, Chen Guodong was also looking forward to the procurement to explore the surroundings. The next day, Chen Guodong got up early, dressed in his work uniform, and rode his bicycle towards the city. Having a vehicle was convenient. He arrived at the factory gate before noon, ready to enter. Hey, you, wait a moment. You look unfamiliar. Which unit are you from? A security guard approached and blocked his path. Today's security guards are truly guards. They are all retired soldiers. Chen Guodong respected them greatly, stopped his bike, and smiled. Haha, comrade, and the new procurement officer, that's why I look unfamiliar. Here, have a smoke. Saying this, he took out a new pack of cigarettes and handed out 2, 1 for each of them. The effect of smoke as a bridge, wine as a road was immediately evident. The guard took the cigarette and immediately relaxed, laughing. Good smoke. No wonder you look unfamiliar. Hey, let me see your work ID. Chen Guodong handed over his work ID along with the freshly opened cigarettes, smiling. Big brother, you all work hard for our safety. This little bit of smoke is just for the other brothers. Consider it my small token of appreciation. Good kid, only you care about our hard work. From now on, just call me Brother Zhao, it feels closer. Thank you on behalf of the brothers, Brother Zhao said generously. Okay, Brother Zhao, is my ID fine? Chen Guodong climbed over the gate. No problem, go ahead, Brother Zhao smiled. All right, Brother Zhao, you get busy first. I'm off to report now, Chen Guodong said as he left. Several duty personnel immediately surrounded Brother Zhao when they saw he had cigarettes, saying, Brother Zhao, do you know this kid? He actually gave such good cigarettes. I don't know him. This kid is remarkable. He even touched me with his words, saying we work hard. Hearing this, the others felt mixed emotions, as they indeed worked hard and bore great responsibilities, but others always thought they were idle, constantly searching and making things difficult for people. We should take care of this kid more in the future, one person said. Yeah, let's split the cigarettes, brothers, and get to work, Brother Zhao sighed. Chen Guodong arrived at the office and greeted Zhao Dahai, saying, Uncle Zhao, why are you here today? Aren't you going to the countryside? No, I'm preparing to go to finance to pick up money for the countryside. Why is Guodong here too? Zhao Dahai asked curiously. Haha, isn't this a coincidence? I'm also here to pick up money to go to the countryside, Chen Guodong laughed. Oh, what a coincidence. By the way, Guodong, I just heard the director say that this month they want to ramp up production. Whoever can bring back 300 pounds of meat will get a house. What? A house? Chen Guodong was astonished. Don't be surprised if food is hard to come by these days, let alone meat. Besides, 300 pounds is a lot. Where can we get it? It's just talk to sound good. Zhao Dahai complained. Uncle Zhao, are you sure this news is true? Chen Guodong asked, suppressing his excitement. Did the director say it himself? Is there any doubt? Oh, wait, you little rascal have thoughts about this house. Zhao Dahai came back to his senses and asked. Haha, of course. Who doesn't have thoughts about the houses in the city? Chen Guodong replied frankly. Oh, Guodong, do you sound confident? Zhao Dahai looked at Chen Guodong in surprise. I should be confident, but we'll see what happens. If I can, that would be best. If not, it's no big deal. Chen Guodong said humbly. Good kid, with your tone, it seems like it's going to work out. You have always been good at hunting, so it's not surprising if you can get it. Zhao Dahai said with envy. It's still uncertain, Uncle Zhao. Let's go together to pick up the money for the countryside. Chen Guodong changed the subject. Right, let's go. If we're late, finance will get off work. Zhao Dahai stood up immediately. The two went to the finance department, presented their work IDs for registration, and each received 100 yuan in procurement cash along with a scale. After leaving the finance department, Chen Guodong curiously asked, Uncle Zhao, is it really this easy to get money? Aren't you afraid someone will run off with it? Zhao Dahai laughed. What's there to be afraid of? Where's your home? The factory knows unless you don't want to live here anymore. Chen Guodong suddenly felt embarrassed for asking such a question and awkwardly laughed. Oh, is that so? Silly kid, let's go, Zhao Dahai said without paying much attention and walked away. All right, wish me a smooth procurement. Chen Guodong also rode his bicycle out of the city. Indeed, he was going to procure supplies alone. Before leaving, he had asked clearly about what to pay attention to when going to the countryside. Riding his bike unsteadily, he thought about which village to go to. There shouldn't be any nearby, so if he was going, he might as well head towards the mountains. Chen Guodong looked around at the nearby areas with more mountains, determined a direction, and rode off. A nearby village surely would have nothing to offer. After all, why would they sell anything when they could go to the city themselves? Therefore, Chen Guodong rode his bike and hurriedly found a village nestled against the mountains before sunset. It felt like all villages were the same now. Before darkness fell, no one could be seen moving about. Chen Guodong arrived at the village office and rang the bicycle bell, ding ding ding. If no one came out, he would probably have to find a place to sleep in a wooden hut, but he couldn't just knock on doors indiscriminately. It wasn't easy for anyone. Just as Chen Guodong was lost in thought, the door next to the village office opened. A middle-aged man stepped out and asked, Young man, what brings you here? Chen Guodong immediately stepped forward with a smile, saying, Hello, comrade, I am a procurement officer from the steel mill. Here is my work ID. The middle-aged man took the work ID, examined it carefully, nodded, and said, Young comrade, that's impressive, becoming a procurement officer at such a young age. I thought you were lost. I am Captain Li from Lijia village. Let's go to the village office to talk further. Chen Guodong pushed his bike and followed the middle-aged man into the village office. He parked his bicycle and pulled out a cigarette, offering, Captain Li, would you like a smoke? Captain Li's eyes lit up and he happily replied, Wow, a cigarette from a cadre. I won't be polite, then I haven't smoked such good cigarettes in nearly a year. Chen Guodong seemed to understand the implication and laughed, saying, There's still half a pack left. If you don't mind, take it all. I've been coughing lately and can't smoke. As he spoke, he placed the remaining half pack of cigarettes on the table. Hey, young comrade, this isn't what I meant. It's going to get me in trouble. Captain Li pretended to scold him. Chen Guodong noticed that Captain Li wasn't really angry and smiled, saying, Comrade, how can you say that? You're helping me do a good deed. I can't smoke due to my cough. Wouldn't that be a waste? What a pity. He coughed lightly as he spoke. Captain Li pretended to sigh and said, Well, I'll take it then to avoid you wasting it due to your cough. Since you arrived late today, you can stay here for the night. Thank you so much, Captain Li. I was wondering where I would stay, Chen Guodong expressed gratefully. It turned out that giving cigarettes had its benefits. No need to be so polite. Get some rest early. Out tomorrow, I will notify the village for procurement, Captain Li said with a smile. That sounds good. I'll rest then. We'll talk more tomorrow, Captain Li. Chen Guodong smiled. After Captain Li left, he locked the door and took a look around the village office. There was just a desk outside, and inside was a Kong with a patched cotton quilt. This would have to do for one night. To be honest, he was tired, so Chen Guodong didn't use the village office's quilt as he had his own. The next day, he woke up at dawn, folded the quilt, stretched, and opened the door to find Captain Li waiting at the entrance. He greeted, Good morning, Captain Li. Good morning, Procurement Officer Chen. Have you eaten? Would you like to come to my house for breakfast? Captain Li invited warmly. No, I'm not in the habit of eating breakfast, Chen Guodong replied. What a joke. If he really went, it would be absurd. He could barely fill his stomach, so it was obviously just a polite offer. Oh, by the way, I've notified the villagers. If anyone wants to trade, they should be coming to the village office soon, Captain Li said. Oh, Captain Li, what agricultural products does the village have? Has there been any procurement lately? Chen Guodong asked. No one has come to procure for the past month. Our village is quite remote, and we mostly have mountain goods, but given the current tense situation, they might not come to trade. Captain Li replied. I understand anything we can trade would be good, as we still have a task to fulfill. Chen Guodong thought there probably wouldn't be much to trade, but wanted to give it a try. Well, let's wait then, Captain Li said. The two set up a table at the village office entrance to wait. After an hour, people slowly began to arrive, some genuinely selling goods, while others just came to watch the commotion. An old man stepped forward with a smile saying, "Procurement Officer Chen, I have some mushrooms. Do you want to buy them?" "Old Li, how could you bear to sell your old mushrooms?" teased other villagers. "Alas, what choice do I have? I need some money to send my child to school," Old Li replied helplessly. "If you can't even feed them, why send them to school? I say marry her off next year, it'll save grain," another villager chimed in. Captain Li immediately scolded, "Scram. What's it to you if they want their child to go to school? Do you cover their meals? Don't disrupt the procurement officer's work." Upon hearing this, the villagers stopped making a fuss. It seemed Captain Li held significant authority in the village. "Procurement Officer Chen, let's move inside to conduct the purchases. Let them come in one by one to avoid more noise," Captain Li suggested. "All right," replied Chen Guodong, and the two moved the table back inside. Old Li followed in with a cloth bag. Chen Guodong admired Old Li for thinking of his child and being a good elder, stating directly, "All right, I'll weigh it for you." Good. You weigh it, Procurement Officer Chen," Old Li said as he handed the bag to Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong took the bag, weighed it, and found it to be 5 Jin 6 liang. Captain Li and Old Li looked on. Chen Guodong said, "I won't pressure you on the price for mountain goods, but it's hard for everyone. I'm just here to fulfill my duties, so I'll give you 1 yuan per Jin." Both of them were stunned. Old Li excitedly exclaimed, "Procurement Officer Chen, that's not acceptable. Others are charging 0.7 yuan, you should stick to that price. We can't let you work for free." "Exactly. You guys have it tough too, going through wind and rain." Captain Li clearly didn't expect Chen Guodong to offer such a high price. "It's fine, Old Li. Your spirit is commendable. I'm just doing my part, so take it," Chen Guodong said as he pulled out 6 yuan. Old Li's eyes turned red with gratitude as he said, Thank you. You're truly a great person," wiping away tears. Chen Guodong thought, "I can accept gratitude, but could you not call me a good person? I'm sensitive to that word." Smiling, he said, "All right, off you go. It's just a small matter." After Old Li left, Captain Li admired, "Procurement Officer Chen, this is no small matter. You've nearly given double the price. Most people can't do that. I respect you. I'll return the cigarettes from last night." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket. It seemed Captain Li was straightforward. He had thought he was crafty, but had misjudged him. Chen Guodong hurriedly stopped him, saying, "No, we're all hard-pressed if I take back what I've given. Wouldn't that be slapping myself in the face? Let's just consider us friends." A woman entered, appearing well-fed and in good spirits, carrying a basket and smiling. "Chen Saigo, these are autumn pears my husband picked from the mountains. Do you think they are good enough?" "Lian, if your pears are too sour, don't bring them out. I'm still hungry after eating. Aren't you just making things difficult for Chen Saigo?" Li Captain complained. "You can't say that, Captain Li. I've heard that many people in the city love to eat sour things to aid digestion when they have nothing to do." Lian replied confidently. Chen Guodong intervened, saying, "It's fine, Captain Li, let me see if I can eat them." "Hey, here they are. I told you city folks like this, but you didn't believe me," Lian smiled. Li Captain shook his head. Chen Guodong looked at the small autumn pears in Lian's basket. They were quite small, but if grown in a spatial area, wouldn't they taste good? It's worth a gamble, and it wouldn't cost much. He directly weighed them and said, "Liant, these pears weigh a total of 4 Jin 0.7 yuan per Jin. Is that okay?" Liant was very satisfied upon hearing this, but still said, "Can you give me a bit more, Chen Saigo? Liant, these pears are not exactly a hot commodity. This price is already high for me. If it's not acceptable, you can wait for other buyers to come along," Chen Guodong replied earnestly. All right, let's go with your price then," Liant said, pretending to feel cheated. Chen Guodong didn't expose her and directly handed over the money. Li Captain observed, but didn't comment, shouting outside, "Next." After a while, no one came in. Li Captain and Chen Guodong wondered and went out to see, finding people at the door, but no one entered. Chen Guodong smiled. "Villagers, does anyone have something to trade?" The villagers looked at each other, all shaking their heads. Chen Guodong, seeing this, said with a hint of disappointment, "Captain Li, let's call it a day then." Just then a 13-year-old boy rushed out, saying, "Big brother, I have a jade pendant. Can you see if I can trade it for some food?" A jade pendant. How did I not think of that? I could collect some antique jade pendants and gold while buying goods in the countryside. I really am foolish, Chen Guodong thought excitedly. "Yes, of course. Show me your jade pendant," he exclaimed. "Are you saying a jade pendant can be traded for food? What about old items?" Li Captain asked. "That can also work, but that's just my personal preference. I can trade, but not buy," Chen Guodong explained in advance. Right, Chen Saigo is right. Does anyone else have items to trade? Now you can go home and look for them. It's better than letting them mold at home," Li Captain shouted. I think I have some at home. Oh, I'll go check, one villager said. I think I have some too, said another as the villagers scattered. Big brother, my jade pendant is at home. Can you come with me to get it? The boy eagerly asked. Sure, no problem. Captain Lee, I'll go with him to check at his home. Can you keep an eye on things here? All right, go ahead, no problem. Lee Captain nodded in agreement. After saying this, Chen Guodong entered the house strapped on his bag and followed the boy out. The boy led Chen Guodong to a dilapidated house. Upon entering, Chen Guodong could only describe the place as broken. He had never seen such a decrepit house. There wasn't even a place to sit. Chen Guodong began to doubt whether the jade pendant even existed. Zhuzi, are you back? A weak woman's voice came from within. Yes, mother, I'm back. Can you give me the jade pendant? I found a big brother willing to trade food for us, Zhuzi said as he ran into the inner room. Sure, take it. Thank the kind person. In this day and age, being able to trade food for a jade pendant shows a good heart, the woman instructed. Before long, Zhuzi came out excitedly saying, Big brother, look at this jade pendant. How much food can it buy? He carefully presented the jade pendant to Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong took the jade pendant and examined it closely. Its color was rich and translucent. It was indeed an excellent piece. Today he had struck gold comparable to the previous 2 jade pendants. In a good mood, he asked, How much do you want to trade for? Zhuzi thought for a moment and said, I want to trade for 3 days worth of food. My mother has a cold and won't be well for a few days, so we can't go look for food. Chen Guodong considered for a moment and used his spatial ability to pack 20 buns and 10 corn cobs into a cloth bag and placed it into his backpack. Then he lifted the cover of the backpack, took out the cloth bag, and placed it on the broken table in the house, saying, This is your 3 days worth of rations. If you eat sparingly, it should be enough. Big brother, what's in this cloth bag? So much. Zhuzi curiously asked. Take it inside and show your mother. You'll see it's good stuff, but you can't let others know. Can you do that? Don't worry, I promise not to tell anyone. Zhuzi patted his chest, looking like a little adult, which made Chen Guodong chuckle. All right, you go inside now. Oh, I'll be leaving, Chen Guodong said with a smile, and walked out the door. Zhuzi couldn't wait to share the food with his mother, shouting, Mother, look. Big brother gave me a big bag and said I have to show it to you together. Oh, what does this big brother do? Zhuzi's mother asked. I heard the villagers call him Chen Saigo, Zhuzi replied thoughtfully. Oh, he's the buyer. That should be fine. Zhuzi, open it up. Ooh, I want to see too, Zhuzi's mother said. Okay, Zhuzi said as he opened the cloth bag, revealing a pile of white buns. Zhuzi immediately shouted, Mother, it's buns. Zhuzi's mother quickly covered his mouth, tears streaming down her face, as she said, Zhuzi, don't shout. What if we attract others? We've encountered a benefactor. This is more than just 3 days worth. It could almost last a month. You must remember that big brother's face and be good to him for life, understood? Then I'll go thank him now, Zhuzi said. Silly Zhuzi, he doesn't want others to know, so he let you bring it inside to see. Don't trouble him, you just remember it in your heart, and repay him when you have the chance, his mother patiently explained. I remember, mother, Zhuzi nodded earnestly. After Chen Guodong left Zhuzi's house, he immediately excitedly stored the jade pendant in his space. Sure enough, the jade pendant dissolved, but the space seemed to show no changes. What was going on? Not enough quantity. Then let's gather more. Chen Guodong shook his head helplessly, arriving at the village center where many people had gathered. He thought to himself, could it be that today he was going to strike gold, receiving a batch of jade to upgrade his space? Just thinking about it felt great. In a good mood, he greeted, Hello everyone. It seems that many of you still have some old items at home, which is great. Come in one by one and I'll check the goods. If you are satisfied with the price, you can trade, but if not, you don't have to. All right, everyone replied. Chen Guodong and Lee Captain entered the house. Captain Lee, please write a receipt for the trades so they can sign it with their fingerprints to avoid any disputes later on. Sure, no problem. This way there will be no disputes, Lee Captain said as he prepared paper and pen. First one in, Chen Guodong called out. Those who heard the noise outside walked in, and to Chen Guodong's surprise, it was Aunt Lee. He curiously asked, Aunt Lee, do you have any old items to exchange? Chen, I have a wedding bracelet that came with my dowry. How much do you think it's worth? Aunt Lee inquired. Chen Guodong took a glance, but couldn't discern its quality. It seemed genuine, though he felt it wasn't as exquisite as the previous jade pendant. He asked, what price are you looking for? Why don't you make an offer? If it's reasonable, he'll take it. Oh, in that case, how about 50 yuan? Aunt Lee boldly stated. Both Chen Guodong and Captain Lee widened their eyes in disbelief. Captain Lee, unable to contain himself, said, Aunt Lee, you can't just name such a price. That's outrageous. 50 yuan is what a worker would earn without food for 2 months. Do you really think that's possible? I don't care, I believe my bracelet is worth that. It was left to me by my grandmother, so it must be something good, Aunt Lee insisted. Aunt Lee, your demands are indeed high. How about lowering it a bit? Chen Guodong tentatively suggested. He was uncertain if the bracelet could be absorbed by the space, feeling that its quality was quite high. Oh, if it could be taken, then it was meant to be, but if not, then it simply wasn't fate. No way, it has to be this price, Aunt Lee firmly stated. Chen Guodong shook his head and replied, Aunt Lee, I'm afraid I really can't afford that. Why don't you check in the city? All right, then I won't exchange it. I'll head to the city another day, Aunt Lee said, turning to leave without a moment's hesitation. Wow, what a personality. Next, Captain Lee called out. An elderly woman entered holding a vase, greeting, Chun, do you think this vase is worth anything? What do you want for it? Just name a price, and if it's reasonable, I'll take it. I have no experience with this vase, am not an expert, Chen Guodong asked. Oh, in that case, can I get 5 yuan? I want to help my eldest son find a wife, the elderly woman asked hopefully. Ma'am, how old is your son? Isn't marrying a wife just adding to the family's burden? Chen Guodong asked kindly. Captain Lee chimed in, this latter's son is already 30 and a decent man, yet he hasn't settled down. They almost had a match last year, but the girl's family increased the bride price due to the famine. If he doesn't get married soon, I don't know if he'll even get to see it. Oh, by the way, if 5 yuan isn't enough, I also have a piece of jade. How about that? The elderly woman hurriedly pulled out a jade pendant from her clothing. Chen Guodong's eyes lit up upon seeing it, and he quickly said, let me take a look, ma'am. However, upon closer inspection, he felt a bit disappointed due to its many flaws, yet he smiled and said, ma'am, to be frank, this jade isn't very good, and I can't tell anything about the vase. Hearing Chen Guodong's words, the elderly woman immediately broke down and exclaimed, oh, dear mother has no means to exchange for money. What am I to do? Ma'am, I didn't say I wouldn't exchange. I just mentioned that this isn't a good item, but I am willing to trade with you, Chen Guodong quickly intervened upon seeing her distress. Oh, really? How much can you exchange for, Chen? The elderly woman asked excitedly, her previous distress forgotten. How about I give you 10 yuan? It's to help your son find a wife, and consider it a gift from me, Chen Guodong said cheerfully. Ah, so much. Thank you, Chen. Thank you so much. The elderly woman exclaimed, attempting to kneel before him. Chen Guodong quickly stepped forward to pull her up, saying, ma'am, you can't kneel. That's not a thank you, it will shorten my life. I'm so sorry I got too excited. I won't do it again next time, the elderly woman stammered. Next time? No need for that. Take the money and go prepare for your return, Chen Guodong joked. While helping the elderly woman up, he secretly used the space to fill her pocket with some candy. After expressing her gratitude, the elderly woman happily left the village office, hurriedly making her way home. Halfway home, she felt something in her pocket. Pulling it out and seeing it, her eyes reddened. Oh my, how can I thank you, Chen? You're truly a good person. The elderly woman, being perceptive, remembered it well and didn't look back as she headed home. Next, Captain Lee called out. At this moment, a young man with a somewhat unruly demeanor walked in, saying, Chen, what do you think of my family's ancestral snuff bottle? Chen Guodong looked at the young man with displeasure and replied, I've never dealt with something this old before, so I can't tell. You should look elsewhere. Hey, Chen, what do you mean? If others can see it, why can't you? This is discrimination, the young man shouted. Li, ergo enough. It's not strange that the buyer doesn't recognize you. Why don't you take it to the city instead? Get out and stop causing trouble, Captain Lee scolded. Captain Lee, why are you yelling? Let him go if he wants to. What's the big deal? Li Ergu said disdainfully. After he finished speaking, he walked out. Chen, don't mind him. He's just a street punk. If it weren't for his father, he would probably starve, Captain Lee explained. It's fine, I've gotten used to it. Every village has 1 or 2 of these types of people, Chen Guodong chuckled. It's strange though. Our village is quite good, yet there's always one such troublemaker. I've seen it in other villages too. What's the reasoning behind it? Who knows? Just like how dragons have 9 different offspring, they're all different, Chen Guodong laughed. Right, whatever. Next, Captain Lee called out, shaking his head. At that moment, a young woman entered looking somewhat shy and not saying a word. What do you want to exchange from Li Chang's family? Captain Lee asked. The woman finally raised her head and said, Captain I. All right, just bring it over and put it on the table. Let's take a look. Captain Lee turned to Chen Guodong and whispered, this Li Chang's wife is a bit quiet. Chen Guodong nodded, it's fine. Let's see what she has brought. Li Chang's wife placed a gold ring on the table. The two exchanged glances and Chen Guodong asked, what do you want for it? I want to exchange it for candy. Is that possible? Li Chang's wife stuttered. Li Chang's wife, that's a bit unreasonable. Candy is quite valuable, and where is the buyer going to get that for you? Captain Lee said, speechless. My child is too thin, I just want to get some sugar water to nourish him, Li Chang's wife timidly said. I understand, but this request is just too unrealistic, Captain Lee replied. Stop, I didn't say I wouldn't accept, Chen Guodong hurriedly said. Both of them exclaimed simultaneously, huh? Li Chang's wife excitedly said, is it true, Chen Saigo? Do you have any candy? Yeah, I brought some, but not much, only 2 kilograms. If you're willing to trade, you can. Chen Guodong responded. I was originally thinking of eating candy when bored, but then I encountered this situation. Not helping would leave me with a guilty conscience, so I thought if I can help one person, why not? Besides, trading it for gold means I will definitely profit later, a win-win situation. Sigh, what a world. I'm willing here. Li Chang's wife pushed a gold ring in front of Chen Guodong, afraid he would refuse. Chen Guodong took out 2 kilograms of candy from his backpack and placed it on the table. Li Chang's wife excitedly picked up the candy, tears streaming down her face as she thanked him. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Chen Guodong waved his hand, putting the ring into his pocket. Chen Saigo, you brought quite a bit, you even have candy. Did you bring any food? Li team leader asked eagerly. Oh, Captain Li, are you saying you have something to trade? Chen Guodong asked curiously. Yes, but it can only be traded for food. Captain Li replied. Oh, can you tell me what it is? I need to confirm if I have food. Chen Guodong said seriously. Chen Saigo, what you said is interesting. To be honest, I have a pair of dragon and phoenix jade pendants. How about that? Can it get you some food? Captain Li laughed. Chen Guodong immediately showed interest and asked, are they old? Pure. Absolutely. I won't go into where they came from, but they are definitely good items. However, they are not in my possession right now. I can get them in a few days. If it's not too difficult, I don't plan to trade. Captain Li said earnestly. So how much food do you want in exchange? Is sweet potato okay? Chen Guodong asked. Yes, as long as it's food, I'll trade 200 jin. Captain Li nodded. Chen Guodong looked at Captain Li in surprise and asked, how do you think your jade pendants are worth 200 jin of food? Because my items are real and I am Captain Li, I won't run away, Captain Li said confidently. Alright, just because you said that I believe you. But I need time. You keep it for me, and when I come next time I'll bring it to you, how about that? Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, okay, I guess no one else can be as generous as you to offer so much food in exchange. But you should hurry, I don't have much food left either. Captain Li nodded. No, this is just about right. A friend of mine has this hobby. I'm just a runner. Have you ever seen a procurer with so much material? What else would they be doing? Chen Guodong dismissed it. Oh, I see. That's how it is, Captain Li said, understanding. Let's continue collecting next. Chen Guodong shouted. After shouting for a while, no one came in. The two of them curiously went outside to take a look. Everyone was just watching the commotion. Captain Li shouted, is there anyone else who wants to trade? Everyone shook their heads. Then let's wrap it up for today. Everyone can disperse now, Captain Li said. Once everyone left Chen Guodong, and Captain Li went back inside. Chen Guodong put away the receipt written by Captain Li today and gratefully said, thank you for your care these past 2 days, Captain Li. Otherwise this procurement wouldn't have gone so smoothly. No need to be polite, it's what I should do as the captain. Captain Li replied modestly. I see you also like this cigarette. I'll leave a pack for you. I'm heading to the next village. Chen Guodong said as he took out a pack of cigarettes and placed it on the table. I can't accept this cigarette, Captain Li refused. I have more I can't smoke because of my cough. Just help me out with this. Besides, I'll need your help when I come back to our village again. Chen Guodong smiled. You fine. Don't make me seem unreasonable. I'll take it though. Captain Li said happily. That's right, don't be polite. But like you said, I'll leave now. Next time I bring food, you also prepare your stuff. If all goes well, it'll be a few days, otherwise it'll take 10 days. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, Alright, I'll be waiting for you. Captain Li said cheerfully. Chen Guodong nodded and seeing that there was nothing else, pushed his cart towards the village entrance. Once out of the village, where should I go? Perhaps to a more remote mountain village. There should be fewer procurers there, and they should have stock, after all they rely on the mountains for their livelihood. Riding slowly, the sky had already darkened. I need to find a village quickly. However, after walking for half a day, I haven't seen a village. But this road is still passable. I have no choice but to walk forward in the dark, hoping to encounter a village soon. I really don't want to spend the night in the wilderness. The forest is fine with wild beasts, but now it's the people by the roadside that are the scariest. Just as I was thinking, I suddenly saw a figure standing not far ahead. What the hell, it can't be. It's pitch dark and I haven't seen anyone during the day. How did I encounter someone at night? Wait a minute, what do you mean I didn't see anyone during the day? That's right, I haven't seen anyone on this road since I came out in the afternoon. Oh my god, could it be? What to do? Don't scare yourself, stay calm. Maybe it's just a remote area, so there are fewer people. Stay composed, it's impossible to encounter anything strange. Should I just go back? Is it still possible to return? Yes, going back isn't a must for today's procurement. Oh, another day is fine. It's settled. Chen Guodong immediately stopped the cart and prepared to turn around. Just as he turned the cart, oh no, there are people behind me too. What a strange coincidence. Chen Guodong stood still because the figures in front and behind were moving, seemingly approaching him. He drew out his handgun. Even if it was useless, holding it gave him a sense of security. There's no way not to believe it. I could have time traveled, so why not this? As the figures slowly approached, Chen Guodong's mood became extremely tense. Suddenly, a young woman's reproachful voice came. Dad, is that you? I told you not to wait for me. Ooh, I can go back myself, but you just wouldn't listen. What? This doesn't feel right. Is this really that scary? Should I respond or not? Dad, why aren't you answering me? The woman's voice continued to come closer. Hey, I'm just worried about you. A rough voice from a middle-aged man came from another direction. Chen Guodong looked back and forth. Two figures were approaching. Did I misunderstand? I didn't let my guard down, still gripping the handgun tightly. Hey Dad, where did you get the bicycle from? The woman slowly approached, calling out. Chen Guodong seemed to realize that this was a big misunderstanding. He scared himself. Damn, that's just a father who was worried about picking up his daughter. When the woman got closer, he could see she was in her early 20s. Comrade, hello. Your father is behind. I'm just passing by. Chen Guodong said. Oh, I'm sorry. It's too dark and I couldn't see clearly. I thought you were. The woman apologized. Daughter, I'm here. You mistook the person. Comrade, I'm sorry. The middle-aged man approached and said. It's okay, it's just too dark. Where are you two headed? Is there a village nearby? Chen Guodong asked. Yes, just ahead is our village, although it's a bit remote. You can just follow us, said the middle-aged man. Why are you still on the road so late? Where are you headed? Asked the young woman. I am Chen Guodong, a purchasing agent from the steel mill here to procure supplies. I thought I would reach the village quickly, but it got dark before I could find it. Chen Guodong introduced himself. Wow, a purchasing agent. No wonder you're still on the road this late. I am Captain Zhang from Zhangjiao village, and this is my daughter Xuanhuan, Captain Zhang introduced. As they walked and chatted, they became familiar with each other and discovered that it was rare for purchasing agents to come here because many found it too far to travel, and if things went wrong, they might have to walk back at night. Only Chen Guodong was bold enough to come this far. They arrived at the village and reached the village office. Captain Zhang invited Chen Guodong to sit down and went to fetch hot water, filling a cup for Chen Guodong, saying, Are you specifically here to procure for our village? Pretty much the closer ones have already been visited by others. I am bold enough to come further out, Chen Guodong fabricated. Xuanhuan curiously asked, I heard that purchasing agents are among the 8 major roles, but seeing you rushing through the night doesn't seem as glamorous as it sounds. There's nothing glamorous, it's all about serving the people. Others exaggerate the truth. Captain Zhang, would you like a smoke? Chen Guodong said modestly, handing a cigarette to Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang happily accepted and said, Cadre cigarettes, thank you Chen Guodong. No need to be polite. By the way, why did Xuanhuan come back so late? Chen Guodong curiously asked. Xuanhuan felt a bit shy and didn't know how to respond. Cough, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Today she went with a matchmaker to meet a potential suitor. Halfway through, the matchmaker left, and she had to return home alone. I was worried, so I came to check on her, Captain Zhang laughed. Chen Guodong, curious about the matchmaking, asked, So how did it go? Did you find someone from which village? Xuanhuan, speaking about her lifelong matters, did not feel shy anymore, and said to her father, Dad, the matchmaker said this person was good, but it's all fake. The suitor was pretending while I was in the restroom. He spoke ill of me. He has a terrible temper. I saw it when I sneaked back from the restroom. How outrageous. This matchmaker introduced me to such a person. He'll definitely scold her if I see her next time, Captain Zhang said angrily. Exactly, that matchmaker is too terrible. Xuanhuan also expressed her anger. Chen Guodong observed the girl in her early 20s with thick eyebrows and large eyes, looking neat and fit. Chen Guodong, what's wrong? Are you interested in my daughter? Why are you looking at her like that? Captain Zhang joked. Dad, you? Xuanhuan turned her head away as she said this. No, Captain Zhang. My cousin is also unmarried and about this age. I assure you he is a good person, honest and upright, and looks quite similar to me, but is taller. What do you think? Should I introduce him? Chen Guodong thought of his cousin Chang Gu, while Wei Gu already had a partner, but wasn't married yet. Are you serious, Chen Guodong? Captain Zhang said in disbelief. Yes, Xuanhuan, would you like to consider it? Chen Guodong asked seriously. I don't know, you should ask my dad, Xuanhuan replied, and ran away. What do you think, Captain Zhang? Here is my work certificate, Chen Guodong said, showing his work ID to Captain Zhang. In this era, a work certificate is the most credible document. Chen Guodong continued to entice. My family is from Qinjigu, and my uncle and I live next door. Our families have been close since childhood. I always share food with my uncle's family. As a purchasing agent, I will certainly not lack food. I made it clear already. If you don't agree, then there's nothing I can do. Captain Zhang looked at the work certificate, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Are you sure she won't go hungry? You can rest assured about Xuanhuan. If my cousin treats her poorly, I will break his legs, Chen Guodong assured. If things are truly as you say, then you must bring Xuanhuan to meet your cousin tomorrow, Captain Zhang said, gritting his teeth. Are you agreeing, Captain Zhang? Chen Guodong asked, a bit incredulous. Is it really this straightforward to have me take someone back? Yes, you are from Qinjigu. I know your captain, and since you've spoken so highly of him, how could I possibly disagree? She lost her mother early, and now being in her 20s, many people have been gossiping. Now that a good opportunity has presented itself, it's better to get married quickly to avoid further rumors. Captain Zhang said decisively. I thought it was because he knew my uncle that he let me take her back so easily. Seeing Captain Zhang's reluctance, Chen Guodong asked, Are you really willing to let her go? There's no choice. A daughter must not be kept at home. It's only a matter of time, and I wouldn't want her to suffer alongside me. Then how about the bride price? Chen Guodong asked. You want to discuss the bride price? Captain Zhang asked. No problem, I will handle it. After all, we are all family. Just let me take care of it. Chen Guodong smiled. It seems your families have a good relationship, then I can rest assured. Just make sure Xuanhuan has a good life. Do you want rice or money? Chen Guodong inquired. You still have rice? Captain Zhang asked in surprise. Of course, so you don't have to worry about Xuanhuan going hungry. Chen Guodong laughed, thinking that the sweet potatoes in his space should be ripe tomorrow, estimating around 2,000 jin. I can give money and then rice since we're family now. Captain Zhang hesitated a bit. Let's do it this way. The usual bride price is around 10 yuan. I will give 20 yuan, along with 50 jin of sweet potatoes and 10 jin of cured meat. How does that sound? Oh, that's too much. You don't need to give that much, Captain Zhang said, obviously taken aback and stumbling over his words. It's necessary. This is actually on the lower side. I'll give you the money and cured meat now, and I'll bring the sweet potatoes when my cousin comes to pick up the bride, Chen Guodong said, taking out 10 jin of cured meat and placing 20 yuan on the table. Captain Zhang was dumbfounded, not expecting this young man to be so straightforward and actually have the goods, not just fooling him. Captain Zhang, we have settled this matter, Chen Guodong said. Oh, Captain Zhang nodded absently, his eyes showing surprise, happiness, and reluctance. I definitely can't take her back myself. After a few days, I'll call my cousin to come over. If the two of them hit it off, they'll get the marriage certificate. Does that sound okay? Chen Guodong asked. No problem. You should rest now. He'll go back and talk to Xuanhuan, Captain Zhang finally said. All right, please ask her, Chen Guodong replied respectfully. Captain Zhang walked out in a daze, wondering if he was really marrying off his daughter like this. It was evident that Captain Zhang was very reluctant to part with his daughter. Tonight would undoubtedly be a sleepless night. Who would have thought that getting married in this era could be this simple? Chen Guodong was also surprised by how smoothly things went. I wonder if my cousin will be shocked to find out I found him a bride, or just thinking about it makes me happy. The next day, Chen Guodong got up early. As he opened the door, he saw Captain Zhang, who sported 2 dark circles under his eyes, smiling and saying, Captain Zhang didn't sleep well last night. Captain Zhang sighed and replied with a bitter smile, Oh, there's nothing I can do. I used to think about my daughter marrying a good man, but now that she is really going to get married, I feel reluctant. It's fine, Xinjiagu isn't too far from here. We're all in the same commune. You can visit her often or let her come back more. In the future, my cousin can take Xuanhuan back on my bicycle, which will be very convenient, Chen Guodong comforted. Hearing Chen Guodong's words had a noticeable effect, and Captain Zhang's face showed relief as he said, Yes, now that you mention it, I feel much better inside. By the way, could you please inform the villagers today, Captain Zhang, to see if anyone has things to exchange? They'll head back this afternoon to discuss matters after I'm done collecting, Chen Guodong asked. Captain Zhang didn't hesitate to accept the cigarette Chen Guodong offered and said, Wait a moment here while I go ask around. Although I haven't procured anything, there shouldn't be much to exchange. In these times, people don't have leftovers. By the way, Captain Zhang, I also accept old items, gold, silver, and jewelry, Chen Guodong added. You accept these as well? I guess there might be some. Just wait a moment, Captain Zhang replied. Captain Zhang went to notify the people. Chen Guodong waited idly at the village office when Xuanhuan approached and greeted, Chen, are you waiting for the villagers to bring things? Chen Guodong smiled and said, Just call me Guodongu from now on, we're family, so there's no need to be so formal. All right then, I won't be shy. Is your cousin really as you described? Xuanhuan asked, looking concerned. Yes, he really is the same. If you're worried, you can take a look when he arrives in a few days. If you're not satisfied, just refuse directly. This is a mutual agreement, and the betrothal gifts can also be kept as compensation for you, Chen Guodong said sincerely. All right, then if he's really as you said, I'll go back with him to get the marriage certificate. But if I feel that he's not suitable, I will refuse. You can't blame me then, Xuanhuan said decisively. No problem. I'll make sure he doesn't say he's picking up a bride, but that he's here to meet you instead. Does that sound good? Chen Guodong understood. Great. I find you to be a really good person. Your cousin should be quite decent as well. We'll talk more about it later. You're busy now, Xuanhuan said before leaving. As Xuanhuan walked away, Chen Guodong felt that things were likely to go well. This era was indeed good, pure, and unimaginable compared to later times, which were complex and terrifying. Before long, Captain Zhang returned accompanied by an elderly woman. Captain Zhang introduced, This is Aunt Zhang. Take a look at the box she's holding and see if it has any value. Chen, this is a wooden box passed down from my ancestors. I don't know if it's worth anything. Please take a look. If you think it's valuable, then take it. If not, then it's fine, Aunt Zhang said with a smile. All right, let me see. I accept all old items, but just depends on their value, Chen Guodong replied as he took the wooden box. Chen Guodong examined it carefully. The The wooden box was nothing special, just a long rectangular box that could be opened like a drawer, somewhat like a box for hairpins or jewelry. However, the carvings of dragons and phoenixes around the box were vivid and quite nice, making it suitable to be used as a jewelry box. Chen Guodong set the box down and smiled, saying, "Aunt Zhang, this box should be an old item, but it seems to have no real value. The wood itself is ordinary. How about this? How about I give you 2 yuan? Young man, I don't want money. Can you give me some food instead?" Aunt Zhang declined. "Aunt Zhang, I already told you that this box isn't worth much. 2 yuan is already generous. Why would you still want food?" "Food is precious these days," Captain Zhang said, somewhat displeased. "It's fine, Captain Zhang. It's not easy for anyone. I actually like this box quite a bit. How about I give you 2 pounds of sweet potatoes instead?" Chen Guodong suggested. "That's okay, thank you, young man," Aunt Zhang said with a cheerful smile. "Then it's settled," Chen Guodong said as he took out 2 pounds of sweet potatoes from the bamboo basket and placed them on the table. Aunt Zhang immediately grabbed the sweet potatoes and ran off as if afraid Chen Guodong would change his mind. "Haha, that old lady is quite amusing," Chen Guodong laughed. "Guodong, you lost out. That old lady picked that up from a dilapidated house," Captain Zhang lamented. "It's fine. I think the box is quite nice. By the way, Captain Zhang, why haven't I seen anyone else come to exchange things? Nowadays, there are no leftovers among the villagers. There are no old items in the mountains. If they had anything, they would have already taken them to the city to exchange for goods," Captain Zhang replied helplessly. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, "Then since there's nothing to collect, I'll head back today to discuss things with my cousins as soon as possible. All right, I'll be waiting for you to come back. There shouldn't be any issues." "Xuanhuan has agreed as well," Captain Zhang said. "Okay, I'll pack up and set off," Chen Guodong replied. Chen Guodong turned and went inside to pack before heading out. Captain Zhang watched Chen Guodong leave the village. Xuanhuan also came out and stood beside Captain Zhang, saying, "Dad, I can't bear to leave you." "I can't bear to leave either, but ultimately one must have their own belonging. It's clear that Guodong is a good child and his family shouldn't be lacking in quality either," Captain Zhang said after a moment of thought. "I hope so. Lately the villagers have been making fun of me, saying I won't be able to get married, and it's really annoying." Xuanhuan said, her mind heavy with worries. Chen Guodong rode his bicycle towards Qinjigu in a cheerful mood. Around noon, he found a secluded spot to roast a chicken which he had received from Uncle Lin. While it was required to hand it over, he also needed to fill his own stomach. Hee. Not to mention, roasted chicken is way better than boiled chicken. It sizzled with oil as he ate. Eating a meat bun alongside, it was truly delightful. This could be considered reaching the peak of life in this era. After eating, he took a moment to rest, but felt something was off about the wooden box he collected in the morning. Chen Guodong opened the box, but found nothing. What could be the problem? Suddenly, he noticed that the bottom of the box was thicker than usual. Could it have a hidden compartment? Determined, he removed the lid and knocked on it, confirming that there was indeed a hidden compartment. Then he took out a small knife and pried it open. Sure enough, there was a hidden layer. Chen Guodong's heart raced. Could it be something valuable? He felt he was about to strike it rich. Excitedly, he pried it open further. Wrapped in cloth was something resembling a book, a treasure map, an unparalleled martial art. Chen Guodong's mind started to wander with fantasies. Slowly unwrapping the cloth, he revealed a thick book with the title Complete Medical Techniques inscribed on the cover. Could it be a medical legacy? Chen Guodong curiously flipped through the book, which contained simple treatments for ailments, various complex conditions, and illustrations of medicinal herbs. He felt euphoric. The book was filled with prescriptions and symptoms. With this book, an ordinary person could treat 80% of ailments. Just as he was thrilled, he discovered that there were silver needles inside the box as well, which looked like a complete set. It seemed he needed to find time to study this thoroughly. Time was running short. It was time to head home. What a great find. This is fantastic. The common folk are truly happy these days. He hummed a tune as he rode towards Qinjigu. Chen Guodong hurriedly made his way back to Qinjigu before nightfall. The sun was setting, and as he entered the village, he immediately headed home just in time to see his cousin carrying water back. Chen Guodong excitedly called out, "Chang, go wait for me." Chen Guoqiang, seeing it was Chen Guodong, greeted him happily. "Guodong, have you just returned?" "Yes, I just got back from Zhangjiakan. By the way, I have something to tell you. You better be prepared for it," Chen Guodong said mysteriously. "Oh, what kind of preparation?" Chen Guoqiang asked curiously. "Do you want a wife or not?" Chen Guodong laughed. "What do you mean by want a wife or not?" Chen Guoqiang didn't understand. "I mean, if I give you a wife, would you want her?" Chen Guodong asked again. Chen Guoqiang smiled, thinking Chen Guodong was joking, and said, "Of course, who would refuse a wife?" "Really? Then it's settled," Chen Guodong said happily, still worried that his cousin might disagree. In fact, he thought he was being too hasty this time. "All right, it's settled then," Chen Guoqiang smiled. He still didn't realize that he was about to get married and thought Chen Guodong was just teasing him. Come over for dinner tonight at my place, bring your whole family. I brought back some delicious food, no refusals, we share the blessings together. Chen Guodong quickly pushed his card home without giving him a chance to decline. Chen Guoqiang shook his head helplessly as he watched Chen Guodong's back, laughing. Recently, this cousin of mine seems more mature than I am at 20. Chen Guoqiang entered the house with the water. Aunt Sen asked, did I just hear Guodong came back? What were you two talking about? Chen Guoqiang replied with a smile, Mom, Guodong asked me if I wanted a wife. Your brother is thinking of such a good thing for you. Aunt Sen asked in confusion. Mom, don't have any prejudice. Although Guodong's family used to be poor, now he has a job and takes good care of our family. The sweet potatoes we eat are provided by him, as well as the game he brings back, Chen Guoqiang said earnestly. Exactly, we are one family. It's just that the old man and old lady passed away early, otherwise we wouldn't have been separated, Chen Jianyong added. Alright, if Guodong really finds a wife for the eldest, we can just tear down the wall and live together, how about that? Aunt Sen said. Aren't you making things difficult for Guodong? Where can he find a daughter-in-law at this time? Chen Jianyong sighed. He just asked the eldest whether he wanted a wife, Aunt Sen said disdainfully. Oh, did Guodong really say that? Chen Jianyong asked in surprise. It's true, Dad, but he must be joking. By the way, Guodong said he brought back some good food and told us not to cook dinner, but to go eat at his place tonight, Chen Guoqiang recalled. See, Qiuhua, you misunderstood him. My nephew is still thinking about our family, Chen Jianyong said. Alright, we should probably go over and lend a hand, Chen Jianyong said. Okay, I won't say more, let's go see what delicious food he brought. He actually thought of us. Aunt San Wang Qiuhua said a bit expectantly. Gongzi, don't sleep, we're going to eat at your brother Guodong's house. Chen Guoqiang shouted towards the inner room. Off food. I'm coming. Gongzi heard about the food and immediately jumped out of bed, running straight to Chen Guodong's house. This kid runs faster than anyone else when he hears food is involved, Chen Jianyong laughed. When Chen Guodong got home, he greeted Mom and Dad. I'm back. Brother, you finally returned. It's been several days, or I thought you wouldn't be back for a month. You scared me, his little sister said in a spoiled manner. Here, have some candy, Chen Guodong affectionately said, giving his little sister a playful poke on the nose and pulling out a handful of candy from his pocket to place in her hand. Is your work going smoothly, Guodong? It's going well, Chen Guodong smiled. Let me see, have you lost weight? Lin Yu checked her son's face carefully. Mom, it's not as exaggerated as you say. It's only been a few days. I eat meat every day. Oh, I'll just gain weight, don't worry, Chen Guodong laughed. By the way, I invited your uncle's family over for dinner tonight. Oh, why? How much food do we need to cook? Lin Yu immediately objected. Mom, our family is prosperous now, and we should take care of Uncle San's family too. Have you forgotten how they helped us back then? Chen Guodong reassured. Dad was injured, but Uncle San and Brother Guoqiang helped us with work. Alright, I have no objections to Jianyong and his children, but Qiuhua always has something against us, which makes me uncomfortable, Lin Yu said. Enough, child's mother, it's all due to the famine. It's normal for her family to look down on ours a bit since they have some resources, but isn't Jianyong still taking care of us when we are in difficulty? Jianyong and I are from the same father, so don't be so calculative. Now that Guodong has the ability, it's time to help each other out. Alright, I'll listen to you. I won't hold any prejudice against her then. Lin Yu thought it over. Jianyong indeed treated their family well, and it was reasonable for the woman to have some opinions. By the way, son, you wouldn't be inviting them over just for this, would you? There must be something big going on, right? Chen Jianjun said with a knowing look. Haha, no one knows me better than my father. You can't hide anything from me. Here's the thing, I found a wife for my cousin. Is this a big deal? Chen Guodong said with a smile. They can't be scared off that easily. What? Chen Guodong's family jumped in shock. What? Chen Jianyong's family, who had just entered, was startled by Chen Guodong's words. Chen Guodong was startled by the shout from Chen Jianyong's family as they walked in. The most anxious was Wang Qiuhua, who immediately rushed over and asked, Guodong, are you joking? Don't joke about this, Aunt Sen doesn't find it amusing. Exactly, son, this is a big deal. You're not even married yet, and you're finding a wife for your cousin. Isn't this a mess? Lin Yu also scolded. Guodong. Chen Jianyong also wanted to say something. Chen Guodong interrupted. Stop. Let me explain. I really found a wife for my cousin. The girl is 20 years old, and she's very pretty. You can trust that. She is the daughter of Captain Zhang from Zhangjiakan and is in the same commune as us. Oh, Guodong, is that really true? Chen Guoqiang said, his jaw nearly dropping. Yay? I'm getting a sister-in-law. Gongzi exclaimed happily. Really? I just asked you if you wanted a wife, and you said yes. You can't go back on your word. Chen Guodong, fearing that his cousin might have second thoughts, quickly said. What's going on with you two making such a fuss? I heard you from far away. Chen Jinfu walked in curious. Brother Fu, do you know Captain Zhang from Zhangjiakan? Chen Jianyong asked, seeing Chen Jinfu, as if he had found a lifeline. I know him. I've seen him at commune meetings. He's a decent guy. Why? Are you looking for him? Chen Jianfu looked at the two families with confusion. Does he have a daughter in her 20s? Chen Jianyong continued to ask. As he posed this question, everyone in the room looked eagerly at Chen Jianfu, fearing that Chen Guodong was making a joke. Yes, he does have a daughter. What's the matter? Oh, Jianyong, is Guoqiang interested in her? Have you two met? Chen Jianfu asked, suddenly enlightened. Oh really? Guodong, you're serious? Wang Qiuhua exclaimed. What did Guodong say that's true? Chen Jianfu inquired. It's like this, uncle. I found a wife for Chang Gu, she's Captain Zhang's daughter. I was planning to call them over to discuss it, but they didn't believe me. Chen Guodong explained. Chen Jianfu nodded. You see, uncle, there's a reason I'm a captain. It's about accepting information. Chen Guodong hadn't finished speaking. I haven't finished either. I want to say I don't believe it either, Chen Jianfu said seriously. What's going on? Isn't it said that in this era arranged marriages are accepted quickly? Why is everyone still skeptical? Am I thinking too simply? Alright, this matter is indeed hard to believe. Let me explain, here's how it is. Chen Guodong explained everything from the beginning. After such an explanation, it did sound a bit persuasive. Chen Jianyong asked, so it's true. Really, I've even given the betrothal gifts, how could it be false? How could I joke about Chang Ji's lifelong affair? Chen Guodong said earnestly. What? You've given the betrothal gifts? How much? Uncle will help you out. Chen Jianyong exclaimed. Just a small amount. Nowadays, marrying a wife doesn't require much money, don't worry, Chen Guodong said nonchalantly. I can't tell you I took so much money in meat, or else tonight, I'd be hounded by third uncle. A small amount is still money, uncle will chip in. Chen Jianyong insisted on asking. You see, just as I thought, talking about money is troublesome. Chen Guodong glanced at Chen Jianjun, implying that it's time for his father to step in. Chen Jianjun understood and said, all right, Guodong has a job now. Guoqiang is his cousin, so this is considered our family's contribution. Seeing that his own brother had said this, Chen Jianfu had no choice but to say, all right, I won't be polite then. Who told you to be my brother? Huh, so it's true then, Guodong, you're really a good child thinking of your cousin. Thank you, auntie, Wang Qiuhua said, her eyes reddening with emotion. She hadn't expected Chen Guodong would truly find a wife for her son. It seems the girl is quite good, being the daughter of a captain, which made her even more satisfied. Annie, don't be courteous, this is what a younger brother should do, Chen Guodong smiled. Jianyong is happy now, right? He used to sigh to me every day, now he's laughing, Chen Jianjun said. Exactly, congratulations to Jianyong, Chen Jianfu congratulated. Aren't you the same? Congratulations to you too. Chen Jianyong returned the compliment. Everyone was very happy except for cousin Chen Guoqiang, who stood there looking bewildered, as if he were lost. Changgu, what's wrong? Aren't you happy about having a wife? Uncle has said the girl is quite decent. Chen Guodong patted Chen Guoqiang on the shoulder. Chen Guoqiang, having been patted, snapped back to reality and smiled. No, it's just too sudden. I'm still very happy. Chen Guodong had a sudden idea. How about we hold a wedding for both families together? Sounds good, it's been a while since there's been a wedding in the village. We can do this, Chen Jianyong clapped in approval. However, at that moment, Chen Jianfu sighed. The others looked at Chen Jianfu in confusion. It's like this, Guowei has found a girl named Xiao Zui from the city. Xiao Zui is someone Guowei met while studying, and they have a good relationship. They have already agreed to marry, but their families do not agree. Chen Jianfu sighed and explained. What's the reason? Chen Guodong asked curiously. The betrothal gifts are too high, our family can't afford it. Chen Jianfu said helplessly. How much? Chen Guodong, not pretending to be aloof, asked cautiously. 100 yuan plus 100 jin of grain. Chen Jianfu seemed to have aged a lot as he spoke. What? Off. 100 yuan. The people in the room were stunned. What kind of condition is this? It's terrifying, and no one dared to breathe loudly. Only Chen Guodong was deep in thought. The betrothal gifts being high is actually understandable. The city has a fixed grain quota, and marrying into the countryside means the grain quota must be returned. It's equivalent to their family losing the fixed grain. The value of grain is precious these days, no need to elaborate. Moreover, the average wage in the city is around 20, which is just a few months' salary, but still acceptable, and in this calculation, they still have less. Brother Fuyur Guowei is marrying a golden nugget. Is that why the demand is so high, eh? Chen Jianyong exclaimed. Chen Jianfu could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Yes. Guowei is stubborn, but it's useless to advise him. He insists on marrying her, and I don't know what to do. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, Uncle, what's the girl's character like? Chen Jianfu nodded. I've met her, and she seems fine, there's no problem. Oh, Gongzi, go call your Weiga over, so we can ask about the situation. Chen Guodong turned to Gongzi and said, Guodong, why are you calling Guowei over? What are you asking him? Chen Jianfu asked, puzzled. Brother Fu, just wait, do I estimate good things will happen, haha. Chen Jianjun said with a mysterious smile. Chen Guodong gave his father a thumbs up, though indeed no one knows their child better than their father. What do you mean, Jun Gul? Chen Jinfu asked confused. Chen Jianjun smiled and said nothing. Guodong, what do you say? Chen Jinfu turned back to Chen Guodong anxious. Uncle, don't rush. When Weiga arrives, I'll ask him first. Chen Guodong smiled, knowing he couldn't reveal too much yet. It's best to clarify things with the concerned person first. All right then. Chen Jinfu sighed, knowing that being anxious wouldn't help. Soon Gongzi led Chen Guowei in greeting. Uncle Annie, everyone's here. Guodong, you were looking for me. After exchanging greetings, Chen Guodong smiled. Cousin, no wonder you were thinking about going up the mountain with us before. It turns out you wanted to earn money to marry a wife. Haha, isn't that so? Their family is asking for too much. I have no choice. I can't find a way out. Chen Guowei laughed. What do you mean? Is your girlfriend that charming? You can't marry anyone else? Chen Guodong asked. Chen Guowei nodded seriously. Yes, Xiaotsue is a good girl, we've agreed. No regrets? Chen Guodong continued to ask seriously. No regrets. Chen Guowei nodded with determination. All right, as long as there are no regrets. I'll cover the betrothal gifts. Tomorrow wait for me at the supply and marketing cooperative in the city. Once I finish my business, I'll come find you to take care of this, so as not to delay the girl. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said earnestly. What? Really? Shocked voices echoed in the room. Lin Yu was about to speak, but Chen Jianjun immediately held her back, shaking his head. Guodong, are you serious? Chen Guowei excitedly grasped Chen Guodong's shoulders. Chen Guodong really suspected that these two were trained in martial arts. Their grip was extraordinary. Chen Jinfu, having some experience, immediately gave Chen Guowei a slap on the shoulder. Let go, you're hurting Guodong. Oh, sorry, Guodong. I got too excited. Chen Guowei awkwardly laughed. Chen Guodong waited until he let go before saying, Weigo, it's true. I wouldn't joke about such matters. Just wait for me there tomorrow, I'll handle the rest. Guodong, but this is too much, we can't accept this, Chen Jinfu refused. We are all family, so there's no need for formalities. My grandfather and Wei Guest's grandfather are brothers, so of course I have the ability to lend a helping hand, and this is a good thing. That's true, but this is still quite a lot, Chen Jinfu said. All right, let's listen to Guodong. We can't delay the children's marriage. At this rate, when will you save enough money to marry someone? I know your character, just write an IOU and pay it back slowly when you have it. This should work, right? That's right, Chen Jianjun said. Chen Jinfu instantly brightened up and said, all right, this works. Haha, you don't know my family has been worried sick lately, but Guodong solved it in one go. I just happened to be lucky and met a good master. I'm glad to help everyone. I just like seeing a big family happy together, Chen Guodong said with a smile. You should be modest, but our two families have really benefited from you this time. We will remember it, Chen Jinfu said gratefully. Exactly, Guodong, thank you so much. Otherwise we wouldn't know when our Guoqiang could marry a wife, Wang Qiuhua said, grinning from ear to ear. Why are you being so polite again? Stop it, we are all family. If you keep this up it will feel distant, Chen Guodong said helplessly. But this is a significant matter in life, so it's natural to feel a lot of gratitude inside. Guodong is right, we are all family. Now that both families have resolved their issues, let's celebrate by having a meal together, Chen Jianjun said. All right, let me say one more thing, Guoqiang and Guowei. Even though you are the older brothers, remember how much Guodong has helped. You must keep this in mind for life, understood? Yes, we understand, we will remember it, the two replied. Chen Guodong shouted, let's cook. Today is a good day. I just happened to have caught some wild game. There will be plenty of meat tonight. Really? Brother Guodong, I haven't eaten this in a long time, let alone have enough to eat. Gongzi looked at Chen Guodong expectantly, his eyes sparkling. Of course. My brother speaks truthfully. When he says there will be enough, there will be enough, the little sister said boastfully. Chen Guodong walked over to the bicycle, lifted the cloth covering the basket, and took out 3 wild rabbits, laughing. This should be enough. Isn't this too much? These wild rabbits are so fat, together they must weigh around 10 pounds, Chen Jianyong said. No worries, everyone hasn't had a proper meal for a while. Mom will cook 5 pounds of rice tonight. Everyone will eat to their fill, Chen Guodong said generously. What? Rice? Son, are you living too extravagantly? Wild rabbits and rice. Lin Yu teased with a laugh. Exactly, having rabbit meat is already luxurious enough. Why add rice and so much at that? Wang Qiuhua thought Chen Guodong was being too wasteful. Indeed, women in this era really know how to manage a household. After Chen Guodong said this, the two women couldn't sit still. All right, let's listen to Guodong. It's a happy day today, Chen Jianjun said, reclining back. Speaking of which, I only had rice once last year. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water, Chen Jinfu reminisced. You had it last year, I haven't had it in 2 years, Chen Jianyong laughed. Haha, then everyone should eat more later. There will be plenty, Chen Guodong laughed. All right, I'll handle the rabbits. This is my specialty, Chen Jinfu said, taking on the task. Then I'll cook the rice. I used to cook it often when I was at my mother's place, Wang Chuyue said with a smile. We'll help out, they said. Chen Guodong took the younger ones to help out. Everyone tacitly avoided inquiring about the source of these items and busied themselves with their tasks. After a family effort of over an hour, they finally finished. Chen Jianyong even brought over a table from their house to make a large dining table. Everyone looked at the delicious food in the center of the table, swallowing their saliva, especially Gangzi and the little sister, who were both little foodies. Chen Jianyong, sitting at the main seat, smiled and said, "As an elder, let me say a few words. Today is a happy occasion, so there's no need to be polite. Eat well, and may we all remain united like our ancestors, sharing both blessings and hardships, and moving forward together." What Jianjun said is excellent, Chen Jianyong called out. Right? Chen Jianfu nodded in agreement. Then everyone cheered and clapped. Chen Jianjun raised his hand to quiet everyone down. All right, let's eat. He was the first to pick up his chopsticks. This scene totally stunned Chen Guodong, who everyone began to devour the food ravenously regardless of age, completely disregarding any decorum. Just moments ago, they had all been so polite. Wow, I was so naive. But thinking about it, aside from their own family, they probably hadn't eaten such a lavish dinner in a long time. Who knows when the next meal will be? At this moment, why be polite when you can fill your stomach? Chen Guodong saw Chen Guodong still in a daze, and while biting on a bone, he mumbled, "Guodong, hurry up and eat. If you wait any longer, there won't be any left." "It's fine, you all eat." "I eat often," Chen Guodong said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "All right, I'll eat first then." He immediately joined the fray. The most vivid sight was the two young ones who had stuffed their bellies to the brim and showed no sign of stopping. If their parents hadn't snatched the bowls and chopsticks away, they probably could have eaten more. Chen Guodong really didn't eat much that night. He only had a bowl of rice and a few pieces of rabbit meat before stopping, because he simply couldn't eat anymore. They were all too hungry. Speaking of which, Lin Yu thoughtfully saved a portion for Aunt Zhang Feng to take home to Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang felt quite embarrassed at the time, too focused on eating to remember his wife. Chen Guodong was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole in the ground, which made Chen Guodong burst out laughing. Once everyone had left, Lin Yu immediately said, "Guodong, you are being too generous. Even though we are all relatives, this is still 100 yuan, and there's food too. Even if you have your master backing you, you shouldn't be so extravagant." "Mom, it's fine. I know what I'm doing. I promise you I will find you a beautiful and capable daughter-in-law in the future." "How about that?" Chen Guodong immediately changed the subject to something Lin Yu liked to hear. "Really? You said it yourself," Lin Yu said happily, her attention immediately shifting. "Yes, it's true," Chen Guodong said with a smile. However, he silently thought to himself that he would discuss this later. He was only 16 after all. Haha. "By the way, Mom and Dad, I'll head into town later to look for my master. He's been in town these past few days," Chen Guodong said. "It's so late, why not wait until tomorrow?" Lin Yu said with concern. "It's fine, I ride fast, don't worry," Chen Guodong said. "Child's mother, don't forget your son has a gun, so don't worry. But still be careful," Chen Jianjun added. "All right, then I'll head out," Chen Guodong said as he prepared to leave. "Brother, come back early," the little sister said reluctantly. "I should be back soon, don't worry. I'm off," Chen Guodong said, mounting his bicycle and riding away. Chen Guodong rode along the dark road where the moon was just obscured by dark clouds. It was only then that he remembered he had a flashlight which he had borrowed from He Go. How come he didn't think of it last time he went to Zhangjia village? Damn. Feeling frustrated and scared, Chen Guodong forcefully pressed the flashlight switch, illuminating the path ahead, and pedaled hard towards the black market. As he approached the black market, Chen Guodong stopped, found a place to hide his bicycle, then covered his face and draped a cloak made of flawed fabric over himself. This was what Chen Guodong had asked Lin Yu to make. He explained that it was to shield him from the wind and cold. Lin Yu naturally didn't believe him and laughed at him for a long time, but she still made it. A mother's love is truly great. If Chen Guodong had a hat and a knife with him, now he would truly resemble a hero. Haha, every man should have a hero dream, right? He thought to himself, filled with vigor as he walked towards the black market. In fact, Chen Guodong's outfit wasn't too out of place, as many people who couldn't afford clothes or simply sought convenience would also drape a cloth bag over their shoulders which could keep them warm and serve as a bag to carry things. While he was lost in thought, Chen Guodong suddenly heard shouting ahead. What was going on? It was late at night. Weren't they all supposed to be secretly roaming the black market? Why were they still arguing outside? Chen Guodong quietly approached and hid behind a tree to see what was happening, thinking he could still go to the black market later. He heard a woman shout, "You truly have no shame, even trying to rob a woman. You are shameless." It seemed they had encountered robbers. This era was truly unstable. How many times had he faced such situations? It was infuriating. Wasn't anyone going to intervene? He decided to observe the situation. If it didn't seem right, he would step in. We are shameless. What kind of situation is this? People are starving. Who cares about your sense of shame? Just now we saw you take out that gold bracelet to trade for something. If you didn't manage to trade it, it should still be on you, right? A middle-aged man's voice came through. Why did that sound somewhat familiar? Another man continued, stop wasting time. You always talk too much. Woman, hand over the gold bracelet, or don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, he pulled out a gun. Chen Guodong finally remembered who they were. No wonder it felt familiar. They were the two men who had robbed him of his jade pendant the first time he came to the black market. Luckily, he had cleverly avoided them. Damn, the feeling of being threatened for the first time surged up. He then heard the woman curse, you are truly beasts. There will be a day of reckoning for you. If you have the guts, kill me. Without this gold bracelet, I will starve anyway. Come on, let's see if you dare to pull the trigger. Woman, you are challenging my bottom line. You're courting death, said the man with the gun as he was about to raise it. Don, unless it's absolutely necessary, don't fire. Otherwise we'll attract the police, and that would be troublesome. The middle-aged man said. Coward. I spit on you, the woman disdainfully spat. Chen Guodong was truly impressed, as she was fearless and quite a tough person. In this situation, it seemed only he could save her. A sudden idea struck him. Chen Guodong glanced at the distance, which was only over 4 meters, and hiding behind the tree, shouted, you truly have no shame. In this bright world, is there no law? Is there still law? Bullying women like this. After saying this, Chen Guodong felt his face flushed. It felt so cringeworthy. The group was startled. Of course, they would be startled. It was late at night, and they were focused on robbing. Who was hiding behind the tree, acting mysteriously. Come out, or I will shoot. The man with the gun shouted. Who am I? Do you want to know? Chen Guodong provocatively asked. Enough nonsense. I don't want to know. If you don't come out, I can only shoot to force you out. The man with the gun threatened. Damn, this is not following the script. Aren't the villains supposed to cooperate and ask who you are? Damn it, TV dramas are misleading. These thugs are quite intelligent. Fine, since you want to know, I will reluctantly tell you. I am the guardian of the night. From today onwards, I will take care of the night in the black market. Chen Guodong was also not following the script. Big brother, have we encountered a fool? Ignore him, search the woman, the stuff must still be on her. Just take it and leave. The man with the gun said. What bad luck to encounter a fool while robbing, said the middle-aged man. Chen Guodong had a lot of question marks in his mind. It was so awkward. Maybe it's best not to be a hero, he felt so silly. Just as he saw the two approaching the woman, Chen Guodong suddenly shouted, look up, it's raining stones from the sky. The middle-aged man scolded, are you done, you fool? It's a full moon and rain isn't even possible. Stones. Are you insane? There's no saving you. The two obviously didn't believe him. But the woman standing opposite them clearly saw that there were indeed countless stones of varying sizes falling from above. The woman looked at the stones in fear, unconsciously pointing to the sky. Really, it's raining stones. Stop lying, you are crazy. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he felt a small stone hit his head. Looking up, they saw that the countless stones above them were suddenly falling down. It was too close to dodge. He could only yell, "Ah, ghost," before being buried by the stones. The man with the gun was likely a trained fighter. Upon hearing the middle-aged man shout, he reacted quickly and rolled away, but still got hit on the legs by a large stone. On my legs. He grimaced in pain, wildly shooting the gun around him. Who is it? He only stopped after emptying the magazine. Once the bullets were fired, it was as if his obsession was also relinquished, and he fainted. The woman was dumbfounded as she watched everything unfold. Suddenly, she slapped herself across the face, and Chen Guodong winced. Was she this harsh on herself? This isn't a dream. Is there really a deity descending to save me? The woman murmured while covering her aching face. Once Chen Guodong felt it was safe, he slowly emerged from behind the large tree and said, comrade, there are no deities. Stop hitting yourself, what hurts, just watching. Benefactor, you are really not a deity. The woman immediately realized that it was the person in front of her who saved her. If he wasn't a deity, how could she explain the falling stones? Chen Guodong said nothing, but silently picked up the gun next to the man with the gun and placed it in his backpack. Turning to the woman, he said, there are definitely no deities, but you can tell others that as long as they dare to rob, heaven will eventually take care of them. Originally, Chen Guodong wanted to say more to play it cool, but thinking back to how silly he just was, he felt embarrassed and left in a carefree manner. Little did he know the unintentional display of bravado was the most impactful, leaving only a cloak-clad figure slowly disappearing into the night, deeply etched in the woman's heart. Not long after Chen Guodong left, several uniformed individuals suddenly appeared. If Chen Guodong had walked a bit slower, he would have encountered them. It must be said that the efficiency of the police at this moment was quite high. A few police officers saw a pile of stones, and a woman was about to leave. They immediately approached and asked, comrade, did you just hear gunshots? The woman, relieved to see it was the police, excitedly said, hello, police officer. Not only did I hear it, but I also saw it with my own eyes. Upon hearing this, the group immediately became serious. The leader introduced himself saying, hello, comrade. I am Captain He from the police station. Could you please tell us what happened? Sure, hey, race, what happened? I was walking home when I was robbed by two individuals. Suddenly, a person behind a tree started provoking the robbers verbally, and the robbers treated him like a fool. Captain, he interrupted, saying, wait, you mentioned you were robbed. Are you injured? Did you lose anything? No, it was that benefactor who saved me. Just when they treated him like a fool, he suddenly said stones are going to fall from the sky, and then a lot of stones really fell on their heads. As the woman said this, she became agitated. What? You say all these stones came from the sky? Comrade, are you out of your mind? How could stones possibly fall from the sky? Moreover, it's so open around here, said a nearby officer. No, how could I be scared? I am not afraid of dying. Oh, I remembered, there's also a criminal who can testify. He was just behind the pile of stones and his leg was crushed. He was the one who fired the gun. The woman recalled. One of the officers immediately ran behind the pile of stones to check, saying, Captain, there is indeed a person here. What about the other person? Captain, he pondered for a moment and asked. Oh, that one is in the pile of stones. He probably didn't escape and should be gone. My benefactor saw that I was safe and picked up the gun and left. Really? Why does that sound so bizarre? Comrade, you can't be superstitious. Another officer expressed skepticism. How could that be? It's a true story. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it, the woman asserted. Just then the armed man suddenly woke up, shouting, oh, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go. The police immediately worked together to help him remove the stones and asked, what happened to you? Police comrades, save me. I don't want to die. It's terrifying. Stones fell from the sky to punish me. You must arrest me. Ooh, I am guilty. I can't stay here any longer. The armed man spoke in a panicked and incoherent manner. Yes, the heavens want to take care of all you bad seeds. You didn't even spare a woman's life-saving money. The woman angrily scolded. Captain, how come what they are saying sounds so real? What should we do? A young officer asked. First, let's take this man back for medical treatment and ask him some questions, Captain, he suggested. Right, take me back quickly. I admit it's all my fault. Hurry, I'm scared, the armed man said, no longer fierce like before, now only filled with fear. Captain, he lost interest in the overly frightened man and turned to the woman, asking, so what did the person who saved you say before he left? Do you remember what he looked like? I didn't see his face clearly. He had his face covered and wore a cloak. Oh, he also said to me, as long as you dare to rob, heaven will come to collect him. The woman spoke with admiration on her face. I don't collect me. I won't dare to do it again. The man shouted in terror. Captain, he frowned, and hearing the woman say this left him puzzled. Comrade, since you're fine, I'll take this person back for questioning. All right, then I'll head back first, the woman said and left. Captain, can these two be trusted? It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, the facts are in front of us. You stay here while I take this person back. Later I will call someone to come and check if there is another person under the stones. Understood, Captain, the officer replied. A month later, the events involving Chen Guodong had completely spread. Since then, there had been no more robberies around the black market. It became a legend that a mysterious person guards the area. Those who dare to rob will face divine retribution, as meteors will fall and crush them. Of course, that was a later event. The person involved, Chen Guodong, was currently enjoying himself while wandering around the black market looking for any jade pendants to buy. Chen Guodong did not wipe them out completely because he knew that the police would definitely be nearby. Upon hearing the gunshots, they would come over. Leaving a survivor allowed him to use his words to let more people know the consequences of robbery, otherwise it would never end. While Chen Guodong was lost in thought, he suddenly saw someone selling eggs. This was quite a luxury at this time, so he immediately approached, saying, Comrade, how much are your eggs? 1 pound of eggs for 3 pounds of grain, the vendor replied. All right, I'll trade. How many pounds do you have? Chen Guodong said cheerfully. He was no longer concerned about this little amount, since he had already collected 2,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. The vendor stared at Chen Guodong in disbelief, saying, Are you sure? I have 3 pounds of eggs. Yes, I'm sure. Let's go trade over there, Chen Guodong said, getting up to head to the place where he traded rice last time. As soon as Chen Guodong arrived, the vendor followed closely behind, asking, Comrade, are you really serious? Aren't you selling? Chen Guodong asked. Of course I am selling. It's just that I've never encountered someone so straightforward before, the vendor laughed. Is it okay to trade with sweet potatoes? Chen Guodong asked. Yes, let's weigh them, the vendor said without hesitation. After the transaction was completed, the vendor quickly left. Chen Guodong noticed that the person who sold rice last time hadn't come to leave a mark, so he decided to wait for the next time. After wandering around for a while, without seeing any jade pendants or similar items, it seemed that finding such things required luck. He sighed and went to find Brother He, as he had something important to discuss with him today. Seeing Brother He boringly nibbling on something, Chen Guodong approached and greeted him, saying, Brother He, not busy. What delicious food are you having? Upon hearing Chen Guodong's voice, Brother He looked up as if he had seen his own father, exclaiming joyfully, Ah, Chen, my brother, you finally came. I missed you so much. No, I like women, not men. Don't come at me with that, Chen Guodong said, pushing him away with distaste and offering a cigarette. Hee little brother, I also like women. I was just bored, you know. Now that you're here, you must be here to save me, right? Brother He said, taking the cigarette. Saving you is not exactly the case, it's just mutual benefit. I want to discuss a business deal with you, Chen Guodong said with a smile. What business deal? Brother He asked eagerly. 2,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. I wonder if you're interested. Chen Guodong said casually. What? Brother He exclaimed, suddenly realizing something was off, and quickly covered his mouth. He quickly pulled Chen Guodong to a secluded place, and said solemnly, Chen, this is no joke, I truly believe it now. I'm not joking. If you don't want it, I'll find someone else, Chen Guodong teased. So it's true then. Oh brother, you really are my lucky star. I thought you were joking. How do we proceed with the transaction? He asked excitedly. Chen Guodong knew he would believe him, and calmly replied, Don't rush, I still need to exchange for notes and money. Oh, I was so anxious. Brother, just tell me what you need, and he'll get it for you. Hage said, looking determined. Hage, can we keep it normal? I'm not used to this. By the way, what did you just eat? Chen Guodong casually asked, recalling that he had seen Hage eating sunflower seeds. Oh, you mean these? They're pumpkin seeds, just something to munch on out of boredom, Hage said casually. Oh, were they roasted? Chen Guodong asked a bit excitedly. No, who would bother to roast them? Hage laughed. Oh, do you have a lot? Can you give me half a gene? Chen Guodong asked. Sure, it's all here. Brother will give it to you all, Hage said, pulling out a bag of pumpkin seeds from his cloth bag. Then I won't be polite. Thank you, Hage, Chen Guodong said gratefully. No need to be polite, just take it, Hage said generously. With the pumpkin seeds in hand, Chen Guodong became cheerful and asked, Hage, what tickets do you have? I want bicycle tickets, liquor tickets, candy tickets, and cigarette tickets. Brother, do you want that many tickets? Hage asked uncertainly. Of course. Why would I ask if I didn't want them? Chen Guodong replied. Haha, brother, don't mind me. It's the first time someone has asked for so many. I just wanted to confirm. We have basically all the tickets you asked for except for the candy tickets, which I only have a few gene of, but the others are quite sufficient, Hage said, while looking at the cloth bag. Chen Guodong also glanced and saw it wasn't much, saying, Then give me all of them. How much do I owe you? What? You want everything in my cloth bag? Brother, are you serious? Hage hesitated. Hage, I'm not alone, I have others with me. Chen Guodong pointed to the sky, implying that there were more people above. Hage immediately understood. Okay, let me calculate this for you now. Brother, I have 2 bicycle tickets. How many do you want? Just 1 is enough. Do I need that much to eat? Chen Guodong replied. Haha, just checking. I have 10 gene of candy tickets, 100 cigarette tickets, and 90 liquor tickets. The bicycle ticket is $50. For everything else, let's say $1 each. You give me 250, how does that sound? Hage said seriously. Chen Guodong was struck by humor, unable to hold back his laughter. 250, ha. That's right, it's 250. Why are you laughing? Hage was baffled. It's fine, I'll give you 250. No problem, Chen Guodong said, stifling his laughter. Now that he was financially secure, he wouldn't feel pain using food as currency. As long as there's no problem, I thought I calculated it wrong, Hage said, patting his chest. Brother, I've bought so much already. Can't you throw in a few more tickets? Chen Guodong said with a smile. Brother, this is already a special deal. I really haven't made much profit, Hage said somewhat stingily. How about this, do you have any wheat seeds or rice? I know you have great abilities, just 1 gene of each will do, how about it? Chen Guodong asked. Hage thought for a moment and said, I have wheat, but I really don't have rice. They'll get it for you when we trade later. Chen Guodong, seeing that the objective had been achieved, smiled and said, All right, same place as before. Remember to bring a cart. Let's go. After Chen Guodong left, Hage waved his hand and a few people approached. One of them said, Hage, what's up? Wait a moment, go transport the grain for me. This time Brother Chen brought me 2,000 gene of grain, Hage said happily. Is it that kid from earlier? Should we? Another person said excitedly, making a slicing motion across his neck. Hage directly slapped him without hesitation, scolding. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear me call him brother? Besides, as someone who can offer that much grain, just an ordinary person. It's not easy to build a relationship like this. Who knows how long this situation will last? As long as we are on Brother Chen's ship, we definitely won't go hungry. Understand? Sorry, Hage, I was wrong, the person said, covering his face. No need to apologize. I'm just telling you that in the future our meals may rely on Brother Chen. Some people cannot be offended. Slapping you is just to make you remember. We've all come this far together, and I don't want to capsize. I hope you understand. I want to ensure we can all eat meat and drink wine every day, Hage said in a calmer tone. If Chen Guodong were here, he would have said, Wow, Hage, you're quite the player. Hage, rest assured the brothers will listen to you. Others chimed in agreement. Hage nodded with satisfaction. Rest assured, following me, everyone will eat meat. Let's go transport the grain. Once this deal is done, we can eat well for a long time. Saying this, they scattered. Chen Guodong arrived at the previous trading spot and set up a stool to sit down. That's right, he placed a stool. Now the space was filled with all sorts of random items he had put in, whether useful or not. The stool that was usually useless now came in handy, and he felt pleased. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Guodong thought about how he had harvested a wave of sweet potatoes 2 days ago and planted more sweet potatoes. It had only been a day, and they had only sprouted without any sweet potatoes. Should he plant something else? While he was pondering, he heard a gurgling sound. It was Hage arriving, so he quickly put away the stool and hid the sweet potatoes behind the grass, then calmly smoked his cigarette. Hage approached and smiled. Brother, where's the grain? It's in the back. Just have someone go weigh it. Chen Guodong pointed behind him. All right, then you all go weigh it in the back, Hage instructed. Brother, here are the wheat seeds you wanted, he said, handing them over. Thank you, Hage. Chen Guodong expressed his gratitude. No need to mention it. I will still need to rely on you for meals in the future, Hage flattered. Let's not be formal. If you treat me like a brother, I'll certainly remember you when I have good things. You can rest assured, Chen Guodong said generously. Taking this opportunity, he aimed to build a rapport, as it was certainly not easy to mix in the black market. All right, if you have anything in the future, just tell me. I can handle everything except for those above, Hage said, proudly patting his chest. Wow, is Hage really that powerful? I thought he had some connections, but it seems like it's a big deal. As they chatted, Haig's subordinate reported, Hage, it's confirmed, it's 2,000 Gene. Go loaded onto the truck. Brother, based on the original price, it's $1 each, which totals to 2,400 bucks. After deducting 250, it'll give you 2,150, right? Hage calculated. Yes, that's correct, Chen Guodong nodded. Here is the money and tickets. Count it out. Hage directly handed Chen Guodong a cloth bag, then lit a cigarette while waiting for him to count. Chen Guodong took a quick glance and was shocked to see it was filled with big black bills. It was the first time he had seen so much money since arriving in this era, and his heart raced. But in an instant he regained his composure, tossing it into his backpack and laughing. No need to count, it's troublesome. I trust Hage, so I'll consider it settled. What? No need to count. Hage and the others looked at Chen Guodong in shock. Little brother, this is over 2,000, it's not just a few bucks. Plus there are so many tickets. Brother He exclaimed excitedly. Chen Guodong replied calmly, yes, over 2,000. So what? The amount is incorrect. Not that the amount is definitely correct, but don't you want to count it? Brother He began to doubt life. He thought, are we really that familiar? Or is this little brother really treating me as a brother? Brother He, who has seen great storms, was now a bit at a loss, never having encountered such a situation. Chen Guodong smiled. As long as the amount is correct, that's fine. Didn't I just say I consider you a brother? I mean it, so I definitely trust you. But, Brother He wanted to say something. All right, Brother He, I'll take my leave now. Why are we being so polite again? Chen Guodong didn't want to ramble. He said it and left directly. Chen Guodong walked away, leaving Brother He and the others in a state of confusion. One person said, Brother He, it seems he really didn't count, and just left. I saw that too. Brother He, your little brother is quite bold, remarked another subordinate. I saw that too. What kind of act is this from him? Brother He was a bit bewildered. If it were me, I would definitely count it at least 3 times, Brother He's subordinate said seriously. Of course I would count it 3 times as well. This little brother is getting more and more interesting. Alright, if you truly consider me a brother, then I recognize you as a little brother. Based on your trust, from now on, little brother Chen is one of us, so let's not be polite. Brother He said, feeling convinced. The others nodded in agreement, and then they pushed the cart away, disappearing into the night. In fact, Chen Guodong didn't count because it was unnecessary. He was a big client after all. If he were to fool himself, wouldn't that cut off his own financial path? Brother He could mix well in the black market because he was undoubtedly clever. He knew how to distinguish between a full meal and a constant feast, which is why Chen Guodong didn't count. Chen Guodong arrived at a secluded place where no one passed by directly setting up a wooden house and lighting an oil lamp. He took out all the money from his bag and scattered it, shouting, so refreshing. Haha, finally, I don't have to worry about money anymore, so awesome. He had hurriedly left earlier because he had never seen so much cash before and was eager to admire it, which made Brother He and others misunderstand and think he was generous. If Brother He saw Chen Guodong throwing money around like a nouveau riche, he would probably be speechless. Didn't he say he trusted me? Didn't he say he was generous? Looking at the money filling the wooden house, Chen Guodong felt an indescribable sense of security. After being careful for so long, he had finally achieved financial freedom. With half an acre of land, the situation immediately changed. If the space upgraded again, would there be even greater surprises? Just thinking about it made him feel giddy. He couldn't get carried away. He needed to take it step by step and stay calm. He could hardly stay calm. By the way, he now had wheat seeds and pumpkin seeds, but the sweet potatoes he planted just 2 days ago had just grown their leaves, and the sweet potatoes were still very small. What to do? But looking at the wheat seeds and pumpkin seeds made him itch with impatience. After some hesitation, he decided to harvest 2/3 of the sweet potatoes, and after all they were edible, just couldn't be sold. He divided the half-acre plot into 3 parts. One part had sweet potatoes that had been planted for 2 days, and the other 2 parts were just planted with wheat and pumpkins. The variety of items had increased. He suddenly remembered the sour pears he had harvested. He wondered if planting them in the space would make them sweeter. Without further ado, he took out the sour pears and planted them in the corner. They should also mature in about 7 days. Hopefully, they would be sweet. Otherwise, it would really be a waste. He planned to find opportunities to plant some other varieties, but the space was still too small, it needed to upgrade. However, for now, it was still sufficient. He felt great. He no longer had to worry about money for food, and he could finally breathe a little easier. Chen Guodong lay comfortably on the wooden board surrounded by money, and without paying any mind, he smiled and fell asleep. However, the next day brought the troubles of being wealthy. When picking up money, Chen Guodong really wanted to slap himself. He was truly getting carried away. After tidying up for more than half an hour, he finally finished. Chen Guodong put away the wooden house and rode his bike into the city. Today was going to be a challenging task, needing to visit multiple supply and marketing cooperatives. He definitely couldn't go to the one where Uncle Lee was. The amount was too big. He needed to visit several to avoid being regarded as engaging in speculation. Chen Guodong found a supply and marketing cooperative he had never been to before, directly bought a bicycle, and also purchased some alcohol and cigarettes. He then moved on to another store, and after visiting 3 cooperatives, he had bought almost everything he needed. The remaining items would go to Uncle Lee, and he might as well introduce Wei Ge to some people so it could come in handy. Chen Guodong with a backpack rode his new bicycle to the supply and marketing cooperative, where he found Chen Guowei was already waiting and greeted him. Wei Ge, you came so early. I thought you hadn't arrived yet. I came as soon as it got light. I was afraid you would be waiting anxiously. I've never seen this bicycle before. It looks so new, Chen Guowei said, surprised. As he spoke, he reached out to touch it. To be honest, Chen Guowei had slowly accepted that Chen Guodong suddenly had new things, as he had been too surprised too many times before. No need to ask, it's definitely new. Later you can go to the police station to get a steel stamp. This is proof from the supply and marketing cooperative, Chen Guodong said, handing the bicycle proof to Chen Guowei. I have to go get the steel stamp. Chen Guowei thought he had misheard. Alright, I'll get you the steel stamp, not for you, so why are you getting excited, Wei Ge? Chen Guodong laughed. You scared me. I thought you were giving it to me, Chen Guowei said, startled. You wish. Let's go, let's enter the supply and marketing cooperative. I'll introduce you to some people, and we'll buy some things to visit your mother-in-law. Chen Guodong said, smiling. Alright, Chen Guowei agreed. Don't worry, let's go in the supply and marketing cooperative and buy some items to visit your mother-in-law. Chen Guodong led Chen Guowei into the supply and marketing cooperative. As usual, it was empty at noon. Chen Guodong greeted Sister Sun. Have you eaten? Sister Sun looked at Chen Guodong and smiled happily. I've eaten. Guodong is here. Oh, you ate so early. I was planning to bring you and Wu Ge some corn to satisfy your cravings, but it seems I came a bit late. Chen Guodong took out 10 corns and placed them on the counter. Guodong, didn't I tell you? Why are you bringing things again? Sister Sun said, but her hands instinctively brought the corn into the counter. I forgot to look at my memory. I'll make sure to remember next time. By the way, sister, is the director in? Chen Guodong joked, patting his head. He's not here. The factory is in full production lately, so the supply and marketing cooperative has gotten busy too, Sister Sun replied with a smile. Oh, please help me give these corns to him, Chen Guodong said, taking out more corn for Sister Sun. Alright, no problem, Sister Sun said with a smile. Wu Ge, having finished his work, walked over and cheerfully said, Guodong is here. By the way, I still haven't got the quota. Why did you come so early? I'm not here to ask about work. I'm here to buy things, Chen Guodong laughed. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my cousin Chen Guowei. Wei Ge, this is Wu Ge and Sister Sun. Chen Guowei immediately greeted Sister Sun. Brother Wu, hello. Hello, Sister Sun, and Brother Wu also responded. Chen Guodong, after exchanging greetings, said, Sister Sun, help me get 10 packs of Diqianmin and 2 bottles of Maodai, plus a pound of sugar. Chen Guodong took out the remaining receipts and money from other supply and marketing cooperatives and said, Alright, please wait a moment. Sister Sun took the money and tickets and replied. Chen Guowei looked at Chen Guodong in surprise and asked, Guodong, are you buying so much? Of course you have to make a good impression when visiting your mother-in-law, and it's good for your wife too, Chen Guodong replied with a smile. But this is just too much. This stuff could let an ordinary person marry 2 wives. I'm really afraid I won't be able to pay it back in the future, Chen Guowei expressed his concerns. Chen Guowei worriedly said, his brothers, why think so much? If I have the ability, I'll help. If I don't, I can't do anything about it. Don't you agree? Alright, we're all family, no need to be polite, Chen Guodong laughed. Okay, then I won't be polite. Chen Guowei nodded heavily. Sister Sun smiled as she placed the packaged items on the counter and said, I've wrapped them in red paper for you. You're going to propose, right? With both cigarettes and liquor. No wonder my sister's son is so considerate, you guessed it. Thank you, sister's son, Chen Guodong said contentedly. Don't start with that, sister doesn't buy it, sister's son laughed. Haha, then sister's son, brother Wu, I'll get going. I have a lot to do, and I'm a bit busy, Chen Guodong chuckled. Go ahead, just come back when you have time, brother Wu waved his hand. The two of them carried the items out the door and headed straight for the police station. They stopped at the entrance and Chen Guodong said, Weiga, you go in to get the official seal, I'll wait for you here. Alright, I'll be quick. Chen Guowei pushed his bicycle into the police station. Chen Guodong really didn't want to enter the police station. These bureaucratic departments always made him uncomfortable. Chen Guodong stood outside smoking, and to his surprise Chen Guowei was out quickly, having not finished 2 cigarettes. Guodong, it's done. Where to next? Where else but to your mother-in-law's house? Bring your wife back home. You should have all the certificates by now, Chen Guodong asked. Before I left, my dad said this should work with you around, and it's best to get the certificate, Chen Guowei said seriously. Alright, my uncle really thinks highly of me, he's not afraid I won't show up. It won't happen. Guodong, I really realize you're more experienced than my dad. You shocked me at the supply and marketing cooperative today. It's nothing, I just learned a lot from my master, Chen Guodong said casually. Oh, your master is really impressive, I envy you, Chen Guowei remarked. Haha, I also truly envy you for having a cousin like me, here's the money. Chen Guodong teased, handing the money to Chen Guowei. Haha, I can't argue with you, let's go, I'll drive you, Chen Guowei said, taking the money with a smile. Let's go. Chen Guodong hopped on the bike and the two set off. Chen Guowei pedaled furiously and Chen Guodong was genuinely afraid of being thrown off. Oh, after all, the Suntoba married were indeed different, almost pedaling out a shadow. Chen Guodong wanted to say, is this really necessary, but thought better of it. They finally arrived at Xiao Chui's house feeling both anxious and relieved. Chen Guodong was a bit skeptical, asking, Wei Gu, are you sure this is the right place? Chen Guowei helplessly replied, this is definitely the place. I've been here many times. Their family used to run a pawn shop, so now you understand why there's so much betrothal gift, right? Just as they were speaking, a woman's voice came from the yard. Don't go looking for that country boy, he can't even afford the betrothal gifts. How will he support you and future children? Mom, please let me go find Guowei. I really want to be with him. Please agree to it, another woman pleaded. Hearing this, Chen Guowei couldn't sit still and immediately wanted to knock on the door. Chen Guodong quickly stopped him and asked, Wei Gu, what's going on? Is it possible? Hurry, let me knock on the door. Xiao Chui and her mom are arguing, Chen Guowei anxiously said. Chen Guodong insisted, Wei Gu, let's listen first. Chen Guodong wanted to hear what Xiao Chui's family was thinking. Seeing Chen Guodong firmly stopping him, Chen Guowei sighed and stopped. What spell has that poor boy cast on you that you must marry him? Xiao Cui's mother said angrily. Guowei, brother, is really sincere to me. We've agreed to be together for life, Xiao Chui replied. I shouldn't have let you study that useless book back then, and now your heart is captivated by that poor boy, Xiao Ci's mother regretted. Guowei is great, you've met him. Why can't you see that? Xiao Chui questioned, perplexed. What's so good about that poor boy? Last time I asked you to meet that guy, he had great conditions and was employed. He was such a good man, but you absolutely refused to go. Now look, he's already married. You really infuriate me, Xiao Ci's mother said angrily. Sister, don't make it hard for mom. They are truly in love, let her go, a boy's voice chimed in. You brat, you're biting the hand that feeds you. Go back and study, Xiao Cui's mother scolded. The boy huffed. Mom, just let the children be. Look at how thin our child has gotten recently. Each child has their own fortune, don't worry too much. We're not that poor. If it's gone, we'll just give a little more, a middle-aged man said. Oh, are you all saying I'm the bad one? You're all the good ones. My daughter is my flesh and blood. If I don't feel heartache, who will? Living a hard life is unacceptable. If he can't present the betrothal gifts, then she can't marry, Xiao Ci's mother said resolutely. Mom, woo woo woo, Xiao Chui cried sorrowfully. Sigh. The middle-aged man deeply sighed. Chen Guodong curiously asked, Wei Gu, they seem quite wealthy. Sigh, they used to be considered wealthy, but now they don't have much left, just a bit of a foundation, Chen Guowei explained. Oh, then let's go knock on the door, Chen Guodong nodded, feeling he had a better understanding. Seeing Chen Guodong agree to knock, Chen Guowei immediately ran to the door and knocked. Chen Guodong shook his head, thinking how love-struck he was, but nowadays people were really pure-hearted, making him feel a bit envious. Knock knock, Xiao Ci's mother, who was already irritated, impatiently asked, Who is it, and opened the door. Chen Guowei smiled and greeted, Hello, Auntie. Before he could finish, Xiao Ci's mother immediately slammed the door shut. Bang! Fortunately, Chen Guowei was at a safe distance, otherwise his nose would have been smashed. Get lost. How dare you show your face here? Xiao Ci's mother yelled from the yard. Hey, and open the door. Chen Guowei anxiously knocked on the door. You should leave. If you haven't met my bride price, you can forget about my daughter for the rest of your life, said Xiao Ci's mother. Xiao Cui's mother is convinced that Chen Guowei lacks the ability to gather the bride price, she said. Right, and I came today to deliver the bride price, so please open the door first. Chen Guowei just recalled his purpose for coming, he said. Who would believe you? It's only been a short while. How could you have earned enough money? You just want to trick me into opening the door? There's no way. Xiao Cui's mother refused to open the door. Mother, please let go of me. I want to open the door. Xiao Chui shouted. It seemed that her mother was holding her back. Sigh, what a tragic pair. If it weren't for her own words, Chen Guodong thought, he wouldn't know what would happen to these two. And if you open the door, you'll know. Why won't you open the door? I even brought gifts. Can't you trust me just this once? Chen Guowei pleaded. Why should I trust you? Xiao Cui's mother scoffed. Chen Guodong was getting anxious watching so much nonsense, such a stubborn head. He really wanted to kick the door. But kicking the door would certainly lead to another story. Chen Guowei gritted his teeth and said, if you open the door and I haven't brought the bride price, I promise I won't bother you again. And what do you think? Xiao Cui's mother rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll see what tricks you can come up with. Remember what you said, if there's no bride price, don't come back. Xiao Chui, you heard that too. Mother. Xiao Chui felt a bit helpless yet hopeful. Saying this, Xiao Cui's mother opened the door, but didn't even look at Chen Guowei as she turned and sat on a stone bench in the yard, while Xiao Cui's father sat on the other side, watching the two enter. Seeing the person she had been longing for, Xiao Chui rushed over without hesitation. Guowei, why did you come so late? Is what you just said true? Yes, it's true, Chen Guowei replied earnestly. That's wonderful. We won't have to be apart anymore. Xiao Chui exclaimed in joy, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Chui, look at you, you're so easily pleased by a few sweet words. Sigh. Xiao Cui's mother sighed, feeling disappointment. Uncle, Aunt, I brought you some gifts, Chen Guowei said as he placed the gifts on the stone table in the yard. Xiao Cui's father glanced at them, pleased, and said, Guowei, you've spent so much money. It must have taken quite an effort. Given how tight money is now, you actually brought mousy wine. That's thoughtful. Xiao Cui's mother, seeing the gifts, looked slightly better and asked what's wrapped in the red paper. This is milk candy, and here's the big front door, he said as he opened the red paper. Xiao Cui's mother looked at her future son-in-law in surprise. You made this? At this moment, he couldn't let the truth slip, so Chen Guodong quickly said, yes, Aunt, my cousin got this for me. He's been taking me hunting in the mountains every day for the past few days. Oh, you're his cousin? Xiao Cui's mother asked suspiciously. Yes, I'm Chen Guodong. Here's my work ID. Chen Guodong knew it was time to show the family's strength and placed his work ID on the table. You're so young yet already have a job. You're much more capable than your cousin, Xiao Cui's mother said casually. It seemed casual, but the test was on. Chen Guodong immediately smiled and replied, it's not about who's better. My cousin's grandfather and mine are brothers. Our ancestors said we can't split up, so we've been living together, supporting each other. Actually, if Chen Guowei had a job, it wouldn't be a problem, but jobs aren't that easy to come by. For now, he just needed to get through this moment. In this era, one's work ID had the most say. Oh, that sounds good, but no matter how good you are, if you can't provide the bride price, Xiao Chui can't go with you. Xiao Cui's mother clearly seemed a bit softening. Chen Guodong saw that he couldn't expect Chen Guowei to comfort Xiao Chui, so he added fuel to the fire. Tell me how much bride price you need to guarantee satisfaction. Today, sister-in-law, we will definitely take her away. Oh, so confident. Xiao Cui's mother looked at the young man in disbelief, not believing he could say such domineering words. That's a must. We even bought a bicycle today, just outside the door. Where else can you find a man as good as my cousin? Chen Guodong added more fire. It's capital, so it must be enhanced, which mother-in-law wouldn't want to save face. You even bought a bicycle? Xiao Cui's mother asked in disbelief. Chen Guodong gave his cousin a look that meant don't comfort her, hurry up and show off you're marrying the wife, not me. Understanding the cue, his cousin said, yes, and it's right outside. Just wait a moment, I'll bring the bicycle in. Saying this, he went out and brought in the brand new bicycle. Xiao Cui's mother looked at the new bicycle and the registration book, unable to help, but say, Guowei, you really are different today, you've impressed me. But you spent all your money on these gifts and the bicycle. This can't be considered bride price, nor can it be food. Do you still have money? Yes, I definitely have some, Chen Guowei said, taking out 100 yuan and placing it on the table. Xiao Cui's family's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Chen Guowei have gathered so much money in such a short time? It suddenly became quiet. Xiao Cui's mother's expression turned a bit ugly. Her daughter was definitely going to marry, but the poor kid she had always looked down on turned out to be so impressive today, and now she didn't know how to save face. In frustration, she said, 100 isn't enough now. The one who wanted to match with Xiao Chui before offered 200, so you can't offer less. Chen Guodong could see that Xiao Cui's mother wanted to find a way out. If Chen Guowei softened his words, she might agree, but she was too embarrassed to give him a way out. So he directly said, fine, we'll give it. Chen Guodong took out another 100 and placed it on the stone table. Xiao Cui's mother was bewildered. Why aren't they following the usual script? Shouldn't he say he has no money and plead? Xiao Cui's father was also confused. Is this kid foolish or a tough guy? Xiao Chui was taken aback, staring at Chen Guodong in disbelief, tugging at Chen Guowei, who shook his head. While everyone was still in shock, Chen Guodong broke the usual pattern again, pulling out another 100 yuan and lightly placing it on the table, saying smugly, "My cousin is no worse than anyone who went on a blind date. It must be 100 more." What? Everyone in the yard was stunned, including Chen Guowei, who hadn't expected Chen Guodong to pull this stunt. In fact, Chen Guodong's high bride price had his own plans. Xiao Cui's family used to run a pawn shop, which surely meant they had knowledge of antiques. This would definitely provide him with significant help in the future. The family was baffled by Chen Guodong's action. They had always bargained down, but what was this about bargaining up? It became even quieter. Xiao Cui's mother began to doubt life. Oh, why was it so hard to say something soft? Wouldn't it be better to save 200? I always scolded Guowei as a poor kid in front of family. Now he's placed so much money here, how can I save face? Xiao Cui's father also doubted life. Who was this brave person? And are you satisfied with the betrothal gifts? Chen Guodong broke the silence and asked. Xiao Cui's mother did not respond, lost in thought. Xiao Cui's father nudged her and said, "Child's mother Guodong is asking you." Only then did Xiao Cui's mother come back to her senses and nod satisfied. After saying that, she went into the house thinking, how could there be any dissatisfaction after all these betrothal gifts? Everyone was confused about what was happening, but no one said anything. Chen Guodong wanted to laugh. You asked for a high betrothal gift, and now that I have given you one, you are not happy. Say it really is too difficult, huh? Mother has agreed, that's great. Guowei, we can finally be together, Xiao Chui happily said, pulling Chen Guowei's hand. Chen Guowei also happily looked at Xiao Chui and affirmed, yes, Xiao Chui. Uncle, what do you think? Chen Guodong politely asked. After all, he was Xiao Cui's father. I have no objections. Originally, we both liked Guowei, but his mother was worried that Xiao Chui would suffer in the countryside, so she created this situation to make Guowei retreat. The outcome is good. Guowei is also capable, so we are more at ease now. Xiao Cui's father spoke sincerely. I understand. As parents, we all hope our children live well. I get it. Chen Guodong expressed his understanding. Guowei, Xiao Chui will be entrusted to you. You must treat her well and not let her suffer. Otherwise, our family is not easy to bully. Xiao Cui's father said earnestly. I understand. I will definitely treat Xiao Chui well for a lifetime, Chen Guowei promised seriously. Just remember your promise. We won't hold a wedding, and I'll just distribute these to relatives so they can share in the joy. Xiao Cui's father thought for a moment and said, after all, in these times, who can even afford a feast? Wouldn't that just cause trouble for everyone? All right, you have thought this through, uncle. The matter is already settled, and it is still early. Shouldn't we let them go and get the marriage certificate? Chen Guodong said. That's fine. You can go to the street office for a certificate and then go register at your commune to get the certificate. Xiao Cui's father nodded in agreement. Chen Guowei was a bit excited upon hearing Xiao Cui's father's words, saying, okay, thank you, uncle. Still calling him uncle. Chen Guodong teased. Exactly, Guowei, just like me call him dad. Quickly, a boy came out and joked. Xiao Tian, you rascal. Chen Guowei laughed. He then put away his smile and called seriously, dad. A good boy. Xiao Cui's father nodded with red eyes. It was clear that Xiao Cui's father felt reluctant, but also relieved. As for me, Xiao Cui's mother came out with a jewelry box and said. Chen Guowei, quick to understand, immediately called out, mother. Treat Xiao Chui well in the future. She has never suffered since she was a child, so you must treat her well, Xiao Cui's mother instructed. Chen Guowei nodded. Mother, don't worry. I promise to treat Xiao Chui well. Here is a pair of gold bracelets as your dowry. If you suffer any grievances, come back and tell me, and I will seek justice for you. Xiao Cui's mother said reluctantly. Hearing her words, Chen Guodong realized that Xiao Cui's mother had a typical tough exterior but a soft heart. Xiao Chui, already in tears, said, I understand, mother. All right, go now, hurry and get it done, Xiao Cui's mother said with mixed emotions. Chen Guodong knew it was time for him to speak. Then it settled. Guowei, let's go, otherwise we won't make it back to Qinjigu before dark. All right, parents, Xiao Tian, I will take Xiao Chui back. Once we finish, I will come back to see you, Chen Guowei said. A few of them nodded. Chen Guowei took Xiao Chui out, and several people watched as they disappeared around the corner before returning to the courtyard. Chen Guowei stopped his bicycle and said, Guodong, thank you so much today. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when I could marry Xiao Chui. Chen Guodong, seeing Xiao Chui there, said with great courtesy, no need to be polite. We are all family. All right, you go get the certificate. Don't delay. I have things to attend to, so I will leave first. All right, you take care. Chen Guowei nodded, knowing that saying anything would be useless. He just kept it in mind. I will save money to repay slowly in the future. By the way, Guowei's sister-in-law, don't let the family know about the betrothal gifts. I'm afraid they won't be able to accept it with their mindset. Chen Guodong cautioned. Understood, the two nodded gratefully. Chen Guodong knew they understood the reasoning and implications behind his words. Chen Guodong directly left the city. Damn, he had boasted too much today, with several families together, without separating. What if Xiao Chui went back and saw that? Wouldn't that be a disaster? Xiao Xiu's parents agreed because they saw that the in-laws were united and that they still had jobs. If they saw a split family, Guowei would have no advantage left, only love, but would that fill their stomachs? Clearly not. I need to hurry back and have someone tear down the walls between the three families. Fortunately, the three families are connected, otherwise this lie couldn't hold. I won't boast anymore, the cost is too high. Guowei, I really did my best this time. You must remember my kindness in the future. After leaving the city, I immediately took out my bicycle and pedaled furiously towards Chenjigu. As I just reached the village entrance, I saw Chen Jianfu, perfect timing. I shouted, "Uncle, come to my house, we have something to discuss," and then I rushed over. Chen Jianfu saw Chen Guodong's back as he rode away and shouted, Hey Guodong," walking towards Chen Guodong's house. Almost home, I saw Chen Jianjun and Chen Jianyong chatting and shouted, "Third uncle, dad still chatting. Come inside, I have something to say." Chen Jianjun looked at Chen Guodong, who was in a hurry, and asked, "What's the matter, Guodong? Why are you in such a rush?" "Wait for us," Chen Jianfu shouted from behind. "Why are you here, foodie?" Chen Jianjun asked. "Guodong called me, and I thought it might be about Guowei," Chen Jianfu said after a moment. "This kid also called us in, who knows what he's planning. Let's go in and find out," they said as they entered the house. As soon as Chen Guodong entered, he found the water tank and scooped a ladle full, drinking it down. Lin Yu hurried over and asked, "Son, what's wrong? I've never seen you this anxious before." "Mother, let's wait for everyone to arrive before we talk. By the way, little sister, go call aunt, and third aunt too, we have something to discuss." "Okay, brother, I'll go now," the little sister said as she dashed out. Chen Jianjun and the others walked in and asked, "Guodong, why did you call us all here? Is there something you need help with?" "It's indeed a big matter, and it needs to be done quickly. Calling you all might not be enough, or we may need to call the whole village." "What are you planning to do, Guodong?" Chen Jinfu asked. At this moment, the younger sister came in with Aunt San and Cousin Aunt. Aunt San asked, "Why did Guodong call everyone here? Is it another meal? You woman only knows how to eat. Guodong must have something to say." Chen Jianyong laughed and scolded. Everyone burst into laughter. Chen Guodong smiled as he saw everyone gathered and said, "Haha, Aunt San, wait for the meal. I indeed have something to discuss with everyone and need your agreement." "What is it, Guodong, that requires such formality?" Chen Jianjun asked. "The matter is like this. I mentioned at Captain Zhang's house that we and Uncle San's family haven't split up. Today at Guowei's girlfriend's house in the city, I also said that I haven't split from cousin uncle's family. Now you all understand what I'm getting at." Chen Guodong dropped a bombshell. Guodong, why do you say that? We have all split up," Lin Yu asked in confusion. Others looked at Chen Guodong in confusion as well. But Chen Jinfu thought for a moment and said, "Guodong, do you mean that Guoqiang and Guowei's marriage matters are only recognized because of your identity as a buyer?" Chen Guodong gave a thumbs up to cousin uncle and said, "Correct. In this situation, only work has the say, and only then can we have enough to eat. But Guoqiang is not young anymore, and work is nowhere to be seen. If it continues like this, it will definitely be delayed. As for Guowei, there's even less to say. So I took the liberty to say this lie. Now both families' daughters are almost at the door. What do you all think?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Chen Jinfu said, "Guodong, this matter truly puts you in a difficult position. I never expected you to sacrifice so much for our two families. I don't even know how to thank you. Cousin uncle, there's no need to be formal. We are all family. The main thing now is how to resolve it." Chen Guodong waved his hand and said, "Just tear down the courtyard wall. I already told Jianyong before that as long as you help Guoqiang find a wife, our two families can live together. After all, it's just a wall separating our families." Aunt San Wang Qiuhua said directly. "Yes, Qiuhua said so, and I agree," Chen Jianyong said. "What do you agree to? Does your family have any surplus food right now?" "Right now, only Guodong's family has food. Our family and your family are separated by a wall. Do you think knocking it down will suffice? Are we to eat from Guodong's family?" Chen Jinfu said. Cousin Aunt Zhang Feng also wanted to agree, but was deterred by cousin uncle's words. Chen Guodong actually thought about this issue as soon as he returned, but besides living together, there was no better solution. He certainly didn't mind. They were the closest people, and he had his own space and food, plus he often wasn't home, so his parents had someone to look after them, which made him feel more at ease. "All right, let's listen to Guodong," Chen Jianjun said. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, "Our three families have not yet produced 3 generations. We are the closest. Living together is not a problem. Besides, the houses built by our ancestors were meant for living together. Look at our row of houses. There was no courtyard wall before, just one big courtyard. It was only during Grandpa's generation that the wall was built. The food issue is easy to solve, I'll handle it. I currently have a job and can hunt, so supplying food for the 3 families will definitely not be a problem. Although Chen Jinfu also wanted to live together, he still said, but your family is at a disadvantage. Exactly, I didn't think of this just now, but now that I think about it, it feels like we're just freeloading. It's better to forget it. Chen Jianyong said awkwardly. The 2 aunts now silently waited for a conclusion. Cousin Uncle and Uncle San are all family. It's just food, so there's no need to fuss over it. I can still guarantee that. Chen Guodong said emphatically, then gave a glance to Chen Jianjun, meaning, Dad, it's your turn. You're the oldest, they will definitely listen to you. Chen Jianjun coughed and said, all right, Jianfu and Jianyong, let's listen to Guodong. Our family is doing well now, and we will definitely include you. How can it be that I eat meat while you eat roots? If our ancestors knew, they would probably haunt me in dreams. I believe that if you all are doing well, you will remember to include me, right? Brother Jun said this, but with so many mouths to feed a meal here and there is fine, but how will it be over time? Chen Jinfu said, are you silly? This situation isn't going to improve, is it? Do you think you can just eat without putting in effort? Is that the kind of person you are? Chen Jianjun asked with a laugh. Oh dear, Chen Jinfu slapped his forehead and said with a laugh, look at my brain, or it seems like I've been stuck in a rut. Brother Jun, you are right, this is temporary. In the future, we will definitely manage to bring in food, but for now I can cook since I learned before. Our family will be in charge of cooking. Then our family will take care of fetching water and chopping firewood. I don't have any skills, just some strength, Chen Jianyong immediately said. Chen Jianjun did not oppose their arrangement. If he did, they might not be happy. This was actually quite good. He joked, haha, then our family will just wait to eat. The matter is settled. Oh, everyone should have no objections. No objections, everyone shook their heads feeling pleased. Only the frugal Lin Yu felt a pang in her heart thinking about how much grain this would require. It was truly wasteful. But she couldn't say anything as her son had grown up and had his own ideas. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Chen Jianjun said, all right, from now on our 3 families will reunite as one. Let's work together to live well. Well, I believe we will get better and better. Good, everyone happily agreed. Chen Guodong concluded Guowei will come back after registering later. Time is tight, so let's call the villagers to help dismantle and clean up these 2 courtyard walls. Cousin Uncle, can you open the village canteen today? I brought some sweet potato vines and small sweet potatoes to treat the villagers to a hearty meal. All right, I'll go arrange that now, Chen Jinfu said, knowing time was of the essence, and stepped out. Both families went out to make arrangements, leaving only Chen Guodong, Chen Jianjun, and Lin Yu in the house, while the younger sister went out to join the excitement. Lin Yu reproached, son, do you know how much food 3 families need? You are too impulsive and didn't discuss it with us. Mom, I've thought it through. The 3 families living together will be fine. I have never lacked food. Have you not noticed that a powerful family always lives together? Have you ever seen a powerful family that lives apart? Chen Guodong explained. Indeed, the landlord's family used to be quite powerful, and they never split up. Lin Yu's old-fashioned thoughts chimed in. So in this situation, we definitely need to unite. Otherwise, if we eat well every day and grow chubby, won't we get reported? If we all get fat together, who would report us? Chen Guodong explained. Now it's just us 3 families. In the future, I will also make sure the villagers eat their fill since we are all from the same lineage. Chen Guodong had another idea. He didn't mention, to live well and brilliantly in this era, he needed the help of his relatives, as it was hard to find unity among outsiders. One's own ancestors were different. You want to ensure the whole village eats well. How much grain will that take? Lin Yu exclaimed. Haha, Mom, I said in the future, not now. Besides, it's not free food, Chen Guodong laughed. Don't worry, so much as long as there's food, it's fine. It's good for the child to have his own thoughts as he grows up, Chen Jianjun said. All right, I will learn from you, and not worry anymore. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Haha, that's right, you just enjoy your life. Guodong, come out. I need to talk to you, Chen Jinfu shouted from outside. Chen Guodong heard Chen Jinfu calling him and stepped outside, noticing a crowd of villagers gathered at the entrance. He asked, what happened, uncle? Are you sure? Chen Jinfu still wanted to confirm one last time, as tearing down this wall would affect the entire family, and regretting it later could lead to unpleasantness. I thought it was something serious. Tear it down, the sooner the better. Chen Guodong understood his uncle's intentions. All right, Chen Jinfu responded, turning to the villagers and shouting, everyone, let's start tearing down the wall. Tonight Guodong will treat us to a feast of sweet potatoes. All right, let's go. The crowd replied, grabbing hoes, carrying poles and baskets, heading directly to the earthen wall of the San family to begin the demolition. It was truly a lively scene. Seeing everyone busy, Chen Guodong went straight to the big cafeteria, looked around to see no one was there, and took out a large pile of half-matured sweet potato leaves and small sweet potatoes from the space. He clapped his hands and returned home. He found Chen Jinfu and said, Uncle, the sweet potatoes are already in the big cafeteria. You can arrange for someone to cook them when you have time. Okay, I'll call someone to cook later, Chen Jinfu replied. What is it? Chen Jinfu asked. All right, you go ahead and keep busy, Chen Guodong said, then returned home feeling a bit tired and lay down on the Kong to sleep. Until he vaguely heard Lin Yu softly say, don't disturb your brother. Can't you see he's exhausted? You thoughtless girl, hurry up and go play. Chen Guodong slowly woke up and opened his eyes. Seeing him awake, Lin Yu said, son, you can sleep a bit longer. It's all this girl's fault for waking you up. It's fine, mother. I've slept enough. What time is it now? Chen Guodong asked. It's almost dark. Guowei just came back. This girl wanted to tell you that your sister-in-law is beautiful, but I stopped her. In the end, you still woke up, Lin Yu explained. Oh, sister-in-law is back. I need to go out and take a look, Chen Guodong said as he got up from the Kong. All right, I also think she looks quite impressive. If you... Lin Yu hadn't finished her sentence when Chen Guodong dashed outside. Lin Yu shook her head saying, this kid runs so fast. I also want a daughter-in-law like that. Hearing Lin Yu's tone, Chen Guodong knew what she was going to say. There was no time to waste. As soon as he stepped outside, he was stunned by the sight before him. The yard of their home had no gate before, but now it was installed, and the wall with the San family's house was also gone. The walls of his uncle and third uncle were gone too, instantly opening up the view, which felt incredibly comfortable. With the wall torn down, the villagers were probably in the big cafeteria, enjoying sweet potatoes. Noticing a few people at his uncle's door, watching the fun, Chen Guodong walked over feeling really good. This wall should have been torn down long ago. Chen Guodong greeted them saying, Uncle Guzzi, what are you all watching? Guodong is here. Isn't Guowei bringing his wife back? We came to take a look and get to know her. You can't deny that city girls are attractive, so fair and clean, Uncle Guzzi said with a smile. It's not like that. If you went to the city, you'd also look fair, ha, Chen Guodong joked. The others laughed heartily, agreeing with Chen Guodong's point. You brat, if it weren't for the fact that you're treating us to sweet potatoes tonight, I would really tell your father to give you a beating. Haha, my dad wouldn't beat me. Aren't you going in? Chen Guodong laughed. No, we've seen enough. We're going to the cafeteria to eat now, Uncle Guzzi said, and then walked away. The others followed suit. Chen Guodong entered his uncle's house and saw his uncle, father, and third uncle greeting him. He asked, why didn't you go eat sweet potatoes? Your father said that today is Xiaoqi's first visit, so we went to your house to celebrate, Chen Jinfu said. Oh, did Wei Ge bring the certificate? Yes, Guodong, come out for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Xiao Zui, please sit for a moment, Chen Guowei said, pulling Chen Guodong outside. Chen Jinfu had an inkling of what it was about and smiled, saying, these two kids have a good relationship. Xiao Zui, have some water. Xiao Zui shyly replied, okay, Dad. Hearing his father call him, that made Chen Jinfu feel so comfortable inside. Once outside, Chen Guowei gratefully said, Guodong, thank you so much. You've really done a lot for me. It's just a small matter. Were you shocked when you came back today? Chen Guodong smiled. Not just shocked, I was completely bewildered. Your speed is truly incredible, and you were so thoughtful. Ooh, I never considered so much. Chen Guowei expressed his admiration. There was no other choice, but after telling such a big lie, I had to find a way to make it right, Chen Guodong said. You shouldn't have to do this for me. I told my dad that tomorrow he'll go into the mountains to hunt with some experienced villagers. I owe you too much, and I feel like I need to do something to feel at ease. What are you going into the mountains for? You just got married. Let the villagers handle it, Chen Guodong scolded. Stop advising me. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. I can't repay my debts anymore. We are all family. Stop talking nonsense. Don't worry too much. If it were someone else asking for help, I wouldn't help either. Just enjoy your newlywed life, Chen Guodong said. If I were married, I'd also take at least a month before going out, haha. All right, Chen Guowei could only nod in agreement. Let's go, you can chat inside. They'll go prepare dinner for you, Chen Guodong said as he walked back home. You don't need to cook. I'm calling my dad to show everyone his cooking skills. My dad is an excellent cook, so just wait a moment, Chen Guowei said as he entered. Chen Guodong was a bit curious about how good his uncle's cooking would be. Thinking about it made his mouth water. He returned to the kitchen, took out a 4-pound rabbit and 2 pounds of cured meat and harvested a large bunch of sweet potato leaves from the space. Before long, Chen Jinfu and Zhang Feng arrived, confirming they were indeed responsible for the cooking, which was convenient. Zhang Feng was delighted to see so much meat, but still said, Guodong, your life is too extravagant. Didn't your aunt say you shouldn't have this much? And it's not too much. There are so many people, and today is also the first day for my sister-in-law. We should eat well. Hurry and start cooking. I heard from Guowei that you cook delicious food, and I'm already drooling, Chen Guodong chuckled. All right, just wait and see. Go outside and wait for the food to be served, Zhang Feng said, pushing Chen Guodong outside. Chen Guodong understood they just didn't want him to help, which made him feel better. Chen Guodong walked out the door and sat down, seeing his third uncle coming over. He asked, why haven't I seen Chang Ge? That kid went into the mountains to hunt with some skilled villagers. He should be back by tomorrow, his third uncle replied. Oh, that's why I haven't seen him, Chen Guodong said. Almost an hour later the dishes were ready. Chen Jianfu arranged the tables for the 3 families in the yard and brought out the food. The aroma filled the yard. Chen Guodong took a deep breath. It smelled so good that he couldn't help but grab a piece of rabbit meat to taste. It was incredibly delicious. So Guodong, how does it taste? Chen Jianfu asked. Chen Guodong gave a thumbs up and said delicious beyond words. Then he turned and shouted, dinner is ready. I must say the new bride is very enthusiastic. She and Wei Gu were the first to arrive and saw the large bowls of rice, braised rabbit meat, stir-fried sweet potato leaves, and wild vegetable soup on the table, standing in shock. Is this what we're having today? Xiao Cui asked, stammering. Chen Guodong smiled and said, yes, let's eat this, sister-in-law. Don't be picky, it's so fragrant. Xiao Cui quickly waved her hand and replied, no, what I meant was, are we really having this for dinner, such a large spread? Yes, what's wrong, sister-in-law? Chen Guodong asked in confusion, thinking she was dissatisfied. No, I feel like I am the real country bumpkin. I haven't seen such a feast in the city, and there is so much rice and meat. It's too extravagant. Xiao Cui exclaimed. Chen Guodong pretended to be shocked, patting his chest, and said, you scared me. I thought it wouldn't suit your taste. How could that be? I haven't had such good food in years. You don't know that in the city, I eat 2-portion steamed buns every day, Xiao Cui lamented. Xiao Cui, don't listen to Guodong. He is the only one capable of bringing so much food. Others can barely fill their stomachs with wild vegetables every day, Chen Guowei interjected. I thought people in the countryside all eat like this. You scared me. Xiao Cui glared at Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong awkwardly smiled and said, new wife, hurry and get the bowls and chopsticks. Show us what you've got. Oomph. Xiao Cui huffed and walked away to help. Indeed, she was someone who hadn't been through the hardships of society, so naive it was really enviable. Soon everyone arrived. The elder, of course, was Chen Jianjun, who, lacking eloquence as a farmer, simply said, welcome Xiao Cui to our big family. Oh, let's eat. After some pleasantries, everyone began to eat. Today it seemed that everyone was eating relatively decorously because Xiao Cui was present, which made Chen Guodong want to laugh. However, the younger ones didn't care. They began to gobble down their food. The adults couldn't stand it and tapped their heads to make them behave. Tonight's meal was exactly to Chen Guodong's liking, the best food he had had since arriving in this era. Everyone ate to their heart's content, especially Xiao Cui, who was burping and blushing, making everyone laugh heartily. After chatting for a while, they all dispersed. Chen Jianjun said, eat well and go to bed early, no need to cook tomorrow. The next morning, Chen Guodong was awakened by a commotion. What happened was someone reporting something. He couldn't help but think, having just torn down a wall. Chen Guodong quickly got up and opened the door, finding many people gathered around something, which eased his mind. He walked over to see that it was a wild boar weighing over 100 pounds. Guodong, you came at the right time. Look, this is what I and a few uncles hunted in the mountains. Impressive, right? Chen Guoqiang said excitedly, showing off. Fine, I came at the right time because you wanted to show off, but never mind, I won't hold it against you. Chen Guodong sincerely praised, it's indeed impressive. This wild boar is quite substantial. Guodong, you're awake. This is what the village has harvested in the past few days. Chen Jianfu came over and said, quite good. How does uncle plan to handle it? Chen Guodong asked. Upon this question, everyone looked at Chen Jianfu, as he had brought the gun and thus had the most say in the matter. After thinking for a moment, Chen Jianfu arranged, Guoqiang, aren't you going to Zhangjiazhuang for a blind date? Take 10 pounds of meat with you and set off shortly. If it goes well, go register at the commune and bring the girl back. Guowei had just gotten married, so he could also take 10 pounds to give to his father-in-law to make a good impression. The rest will be used for the wedding feast. The whole village will have wild boar meat tonight. How does that sound? Good, everyone nodded. Chen Guodong was quite satisfied with this outcome, fearing a repeat of unequal distribution on not distribution, but allocation. Suddenly he asked, by the way, Guodong, I didn't get a chance to ask yesterday, what's up with your bicycle, and how did Guowei go to register it? Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, I was just about to bring this up with you. Since everyone is here today, I'll share my thoughts. Everyone looked at Chen Guodong, curiously wondering what announcement he had to make. The situation is this: I noticed that many people in our village have trouble returning home. Going out is not easy. So I personally bought a bicycle to be used for the village. Chen Guodong stated. Oh, that's great. Guodong is such a promising kid. I've always seen potential in him. Various voices of praise and excitement surged forth. Chen Guodong felt pleased inside. Shower me with compliments. Oh, this feeling is so wonderful. When the cheering died down, he raised his hand and said, however, there must be rules. Anyone needing to use the bike must register with my uncle first and state the reason. It's best to make an appointment in advance to avoid misuse. If I find out later, they won't be allowed to use it again. Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling it was very reasonable. Chen Jianfu looked at Chen Guodong with satisfaction and said, Guodong, you're benefiting the village. You're a good kid. Everyone should learn from Guodong. When you have the ability, you must help the village. Good, everyone agreed, clapping their hands. Guoqiang, you should take the new bike for your blind date today. It'll make a good impression, Chen Jinfu said. Sure, Chen Guoqiang exclaimed excitedly. Chen Guodong pulled him aside and said, when you go on your blind date, be polite. I've already given you a bride price and said many good things about you. Don't mess it up. All right, I promise. Besides, she's my wife, who I'm definitely fond of her, Chen Guoqiang said seriously. Well, why does it feel like he's showing off his love? No, it's not just a feeling, it is. Damn. Chen Guodong turned and walked away, finding these people boring. Hey Guodong, where are you going? Chen Guoqiang asked, puzzled. You should hurry up, I'm busy, Chen Guodong replied irritably. Oh, okay. Chen Guoqiang responded, going inside to change into some newer clothes before pushing the bike out. Before long, Chen Guowei came over and smiled. Guodong, do you need the bicycle? I want to take some pork to my father-in-law. No need, just take it, Chen Guodong replied, still sulking. Guodong, what's wrong? Chen Guowei asked. Chen Guodong was just about to speak. Xiao Chui came over and called out, Brother Guowei, I want to go with you, take me along. Okay, I'll take you, Chen Guowei nodded and smiled. Chen Guodong was even more annoyed. Here comes more love showing off. Go, hurry, you're not afraid of exhausting yourself. Not at all, Xiao Chui isn't heavy, Chen Guowei replied. Yes, not heavy. I'm going back to sleep, tell me when you return, Chen Guodong said before walking away. Xiao Chui, not understanding, asked, what's wrong with Guodong? Chen Guowei laughed. Maybe he's missing his wife. Huh. Xiao Chui covered her mouth and giggled. Let's go, we're heading to the city, the two said as they rode back to town with the pork on the bicycle. Chen Guodong returned home and suddenly laughed, wondering what was going on with him missing his wife. He was only 16, what's there to miss? Forget it, let's not think about it, and go distribute candies in the village to find some feelings. Chen Guodong arrived at the village office with a cloth bag, shouting, Tai Dan, go call. Everyone, I'm going to distribute candies. Really? Guodong good, Tai Dan asked curiously. Chen Guodong arrogantly shook the cloth bag, and then took out 2 candies, saying to Tai Dan, of course, it's true, why aren't you going fast? All right, thank you, Guodong good, Tai Dan shouted while walking away with the 2 candies. Guodong go is giving out candies. Before long, a crowd arrived, all lining up automatically. Chen Jinfu walked over and smiled. You're giving out candies again, huh? Let me help you register. Haha, just yesterday, I bought some while in town. Today is such a joyous occasion, I want everyone to have a sweet treat, Chen Guodong said with a grin. You're really thinking of the villagers, not bad, Chen Jinfu praised. Come on, everyone, one by one. Chen Guodong called out. Oh, Guodong even brought milk candies today. I haven't had those in years, thank you, Guodong. Uncle Guzi was the first to arrive, expressing his gratitude. No need to be polite here, Chen Guodong handed over 2 candies. This kid Guodong really has a bright future. Guodong go is so kind. Guodong D, you are amazing for bringing so many candies. As he distributed the candies, the compliments never ceased. This feeling was wonderful. Chen Guodong lost himself in the praise. Until an 11-year-old boy walked over. As usual, Chen Guodong gave him 2 candies, but the boy didn't leave and said, Guodong go, can you give me 4 more? Chen Guodong frowned. This was the first time he had experienced such a request after distributing candies for so long. It seemed a bit greedy. Though somewhat displeased, he still smiled and said, little friend, you must learn to be content and not too greedy. It's not that. My mom and brother didn't come, the boy explained. Oh, why didn't they come? Chen Guodong felt the boy was lying and asked. The little boy looked aggrieved as he said, they are sick and couldn't come. Boo-hoo. How did they go see a doctor? Chen Guodong realized he had misunderstood and quickly asked. No, my mom said it would be fine after a few days, the boy replied. Oh, you're such a good child, thinking of your family. All right, brother, we'll give you a few more candies. Your behavior is commendable and worthy of our learning. Take the candies home. Chen Guodong wanted this good tradition to spread throughout the village, so in front of everyone he took out 10 candies and handed them to him. The crowd also praised the little boy for being sensible. The little boy happily walked away with the candies. Uncle, whose child is this? Chen Guodong turned to ask. This is the child of the second Chen family. It seems that his mother hasn't been seen for a few days. Chen Jinfu thought for a moment and replied. Chen Guodong pondered and said, why aren't they seeing a doctor if they are sick? What if they can't hold on? Who says otherwise? But there's no money. They can't even afford to eat, let alone see a doctor. Chen Jinfu sighed. Everyone felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing this. Oh, what family hasn't had a sick member? Minor illnesses are just endured, and for major illnesses the village can't even pool enough funds. Chen Guodong felt a wave of sadness as well. Considering that seeing a doctor nowadays only costs a few dimes to a few yuan, he said, how about this, uncle? I have 100 yuan here. Just keep it. If anyone in the village gets sick, they can come to you first to get it for medical expenses. Let this be my contribution to the village. As Chen Guodong spoke, he took out 100 yuan and placed it on the table. Chen Jinfu and the villagers had never seen such a scene. Ali taking out 100 just like that left them stunned with their mouths agape in disbelief. Chen Jinfu excitedly asked Guodong, this money is meant for the villagers to see a doctor, right? No need for them to pay it back. No need to pay it back. If anyone has the means later, they can deposit a bit in. Relying on just me is not enough. Oh, I'm just leading the way. We still need to unite. Think of this as a medical guarantee. This way the villagers won't have to worry about getting sick or endure without seeing a doctor. Does everyone think it's feasible? Chen Guodong stated. Chen Jinfu immediately became excited, waving his hands. This is fantastic. How could it not work? I wholeheartedly support it. What do you all say? This is a great endeavor that benefits the entire village. Guodong, your idea is truly wonderful. You are our village's blessing. I have a piece too. I'll donate it first, Chen Jinfu added. With his lead, the villagers began to follow suit, stepping forward to donate money. Chen Jinfu, looking extremely happy, shouted, one by one, come up. I'll register everyone's contributions. This is all from everyone's heart. I have 20 cents. This is my contribution, Uncle Guzi also generously stated. I have a dime. I have 5 cents. Chen Guodong felt genuinely pleased to see the villagers so united. Although the amounts weren't much, the unity of the people was what mattered most. It seemed that Qinjiagu would surely prosper in the future. The villagers praised Chen Guodong non-stop. This time, he truly felt embarrassed by all the praise. It wasn't just his idea. This was the concept of medical insurance from later generations, and he had implemented it first. However, if it weren't for Chen Guodong having money and the desire to initiate it, it would have been in vain. Guodong, it's you again. After several trips to town, you've changed so much. Your ideas are ahead of us. You're far more knowledgeable than us mountain folks, Uncle Guzi admired. I was just thinking randomly. I'm also very happy to receive everyone's approval, Chen Guodong laughed. If there are any ideas in the future, you must voice them. Our entire village will definitely support it. Anyone who doesn't support it will be kicked out of the village. Don't you all agree? Uncle Guzi shouted. Yes, Guodong is a good child. His ideas are definitely good. We must support him, the villagers echoed. Chen Guodong felt a sense of accomplishment, filling his heart, finally realizing that his efforts in this village had not been in vain. Let's take the first medical funds from our village to help those who are sick. Uncle, please register it. Every penny must be accounted for. This cannot be chaotic. This is the hard-earned money of the village. Chen Guodong urged, hoping that a good start wouldn't end poorly. Don't worry, Guowei and his wife have been to school. They are better than me. I'll ask them to keep the accounts for me, Chen Jinfu said after thinking. All right then, I'll rest assured. The candies are all distributed, so I'll head back now, Chen Guodong said contentedly as he returned home. As soon as he entered, Chen Jianjun said seriously, Guodong, if it weren't for you standing right in front of me, I wouldn't dare to recognize you as my son. What happened? Chen Guodong's heart skipped a beat. Had he been found out? He feigned calmness and asked, Dad, what's wrong? What's wrong? Look at what you've done, Chen Jianjun said. What have I done? Chen Guodong asked in confusion. Chen Jianjun smiled and said, again, with the bicycles for the village, the medical funds, the candy distribution, and borrowing guns. You're not my son. I believe you were a reincarnated immortal. Lin Yue, unable to suppress her smile, chimed in. Exactly. How did you become so capable, son? Now when I walk around the village, everyone praises me. You've really brought me honor. Chen Guodong thought to himself. Oh my, you scared me. I thought something was wrong, but this is what it is. You should have said it earlier. He said with an air of pretentiousness. This is all I should do. It's just a small matter. Lin Yu playfully tugged at Chen Guodong's ear and laughed. Oh, look at you, you get praised, and you think you're on top of the world. It's just a small matter. Mother, I was wrong. I'll be good, Chen Guodong quickly pleaded for mercy. Lin Yu let go. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant. No more. Chen Guoqiang, grinning, rode his bicycle excitedly to Zhangjiakan and knocked on the door of Captain Zhang's house, where Xuanhuan answered. Chen Guoqiang was mesmerized, captivated by her beauty, and remained speechless for quite some time. Xuanhuan also found this man quite pleasing. Just as they were gazing at each other, a voice came from inside. Who's there? They snapped back to reality, and Chen Guoqiang awkwardly smiled. Hello, comrade. I am Chen Guoqiang, here to see Captain Zhang. Ah, so you are Chen Guoqiang. Come in quickly, and my father is inside. Xuanhuan regained her composure. Oh, you are Xuanhuan. Chen Guoqiang felt an immense joy in his heart. The two of them entered the room, feeling somewhat awkward. Chen Guoqiang greeted Captain Zhang. Hello, Captain Zhang. I am Chen Guoqiang, introduced by my cousin Chen Guodong for a match. Yesterday, we caught a wild boar in the mountains, and I brought some pork for you to taste. He placed the pork on the table. It was a carefully selected piece, mostly fat. Captain Zhang was thrilled to see such fatty pork, and said with a smile, You came, and even brought so much pork. How thoughtful. It's nothing really, Chen Guoqiang replied with a grin. After assessing Chen Guoqiang seriously, Captain Zhang said, Not bad. Just as Guodong described a spirited young man. This is my daughter Xuanhuan. What do you think? Chen Guoqiang, quite taken, blurted out. I like her very much. Xuanhuan blushed at his bold confession and hurried into the inner room. Chen Guodong felt slightly embarrassed. He had been too direct. Captain Zhang, noticing their feelings, chuckled. Haha, it seems my daughter has no objections. Guodong has briefed me on your situation, and now that I see you in person, you are indeed quite good. I agree to this match. Chen Guodong was taken aback by the smooth consent and excitedly assured, really? That's wonderful. I promise to treat Xuanhuan well for a lifetime. All right, wait here for a moment while I talk to my daughter, Captain Zhang said as he entered the inner room. Xuanhuan, how about this Guodong? I think he's quite good, very spirited. Captain Zhang smiled. Xuanhuan, feeling a bit shy, nervously pinched her clothes and nodded. He's okay, quite okay. Haha, Xuanhuan, I've never seen you this shy before. Are you smitten? Captain Zhang teasingly asked. Yes, Dad, he's the one. I know him well, Xuanhuan mustered her courage to say. All right, I'll get you the certificate. You two go to the commune today and get it. Captain Zhang instructed. I'll listen to you, Dad, Xuanhuan said shyly. Captain Zhang understood his daughter's feelings and brought her out, saying Xuanhuan agrees. Although Chen Guodong just learned that Xuanhuan didn't reject him, he was ecstatic to find out she liked him too, saying, then I'll go get those 50 gene of sweet potatoes now. No rush on that, you can bring it later. For now, you two go get the certificate, and tonight you can take Xuanhuan back, Captain Zhang said with a smile. All right, I got the certificate ready when I came here. Let's go, Xuanhuan, Chen Guodong said as he headed for the door. Xuanhuan, though very happy, still glanced at her father with reluctance, saying, Dad, I'll come back to visit you often. Captain Zhang, feeling a bit sad but comforting her, replied, It's all right. We're all in the same commune, you can come back whenever you think of it. Chen Guodong, aware of their deep bond, reassured her, Now we have a communal bicycle in our village. I can often bring Xuanhuan back, so don't worry. Oh, there's a communal bicycle? Captain Zhang asked in surprise. Haha, it was bought by Guodong for the villagers' use. Oh, just need to register it, Chen Guodong proudly replied. Oh, that Guodong is quite capable. That makes me feel even more at ease about Xuanhuan marrying you. Go on now, or you'll miss out on time, Captain Zhang said with satisfaction. Okay, Dad, take care of yourself, Xuanhuan reminded. All right, you two go and live a good life together. Guodong, you must treat Xuanhuan well, or else our Zhangjiakan will definitely seek justice. I promise to treat Xuanhuan well. If I don't, you won't need to intervene, Guodong will have my legs broken. So Captain Zhang, we're off now, Chen Guodong vowed. Still calling him Captain Zhang, Xuanhuan playfully slapped Chen Guodong's shoulder. Oh, we're heading back now, Dad. We'll come back to see you in a few days, Chen Guodong said, understanding the cue. You little rascal, calling him so comfortably. Go on now, Captain Zhang teased with a smile. Xuanhuan hopped onto the back seat, and Chen Guodong pushed the bicycle forward, jumping on, and shouted, Let's go. Captain Zhang watched his daughter and son-in-law gradually disappear down the path, feeling a mix of emotions as he sighed and turned back inside. That evening, Chen Guodong joyfully brought his new bride into the village, where the villagers cheered and praised them heartily, showering compliments since there was no money involved. Uncle San and Aunt San couldn't stop laughing. That night, the entire village gathered in the big cafeteria to cook the wild boar, savoring the rich meat and expressing their relief at finally having meat to eat, feeling hopeful for the future. Chen Guodong felt happy watching this. Finally, the village had taken a leap forward, and they enjoyed a few leisurely days in the village. It's worth mentioning that after marrying Chen Guodong and Chen Guowei were energized like they were on steroids, going hunting in the mountains every day. Although they didn't catch anything big, they managed to bring home some wild chickens and rabbits, and now Chen Guodong was enjoying a peaceful life. One day, Chen Guodong noticed that the pumpkins, sweet potatoes, wheat, and sour pears in his space had matured, and he immediately felt excited. He harvested everything and decided to plant all pumpkins, as they could be stored for a long time and were filling. The wheat yielded 200 gene, the sweet potatoes 700 gene, the pumpkins also 700 gene, and surprisingly the sour pears amounted to 300 gene. This harvest was quite good, but still too slow. It would take 7 days for half an acre, so he needed to upgrade the space quickly. Chen Guodong hurriedly picked a sour pear to eat. After taking a small bite, his eyes lit up. It was surprisingly not sour at all. This space was truly magical, transforming sour pears into sweet ones. It was crisp, sweet, juicy, and perfect for gifting. It was also time to go to the city to build some connections to avoid being accused of only using people who are helpful. With a snap of his fingers, Chen Guodong directly transformed the wheat into whole wheat flour, filling a cloth bag with 100 pounds and storing it in the rice container at home. Although the villagers often hunted and brought back game to eat at the communal dining hall, there were still times when they did not catch anything, so it was necessary to keep some at home. The next day, Chen Guodong woke up and packed 10 pounds of sour pears into a cloth bag, saying to Lin Yuan, Mother, these are mountain pears picked from the hills. They're very sweet. You should try some. Really? I've picked them from the mountains before, and they were quite sour, Lin Yu said skeptically. You'll know once you try them, Chen Guodong urged. Lin Yu took a hesitant bite and exclaimed, This is really delicious. Where did you pick these? I want to get some more soon. Chen Guodong thought to himself, you can't go to that place, and smiled, saying, my master got these. I don't know where exactly, but just enjoy them. If they're finished, I'll go get more. Lin Yu sighed, son, it's really thanks to you. We used to struggle to find wild vegetables, and now we have sweet fruits. It feels like a dream. Life will get even better in the future, just wait and enjoy, Mother. Chen Guodong replied with a smile. Suddenly Lin Yu remembered something and said, oh right son, your uncle sent a message yesterday saying they're out of grain and asked if we have any. What do you think? What else can we do? I'll go take a trip. I have a bicycle, so it's convenient, Chen Guodong replied. You're the best, son. Just go take a look, Lin Yu said with relief. That's my uncle, it's only right. I'll be out for a few days. A few days? Does it take that long to visit your uncle? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. I didn't explain clearly. I have some business outside the city, so it'll take a few days to return. Oh, that's fine. Just be careful when you're out, and try not to get into any disputes, Lin Yu cautioned, still worried. Understood, mother. You and father can keep the mountain pears for yourselves, don't take them outside, as there aren't many, Chen Guodong advised. It's important to keep some for family, lest they start to feel entitled. Alright, I understand. We'll keep them at home, Lin Yu acknowledged Chen Guodong's meaning. Good, I'll be leaving now, don't feel too reluctant to eat. I have plenty of grain. Alright, I'm already getting a little plump. Go now, Lin Yu laughed. Chen Guodong nodded in reassurance and rode his bike off to his uncle's house. Once Chen Guodong left, Zhang Feng prepared to cook at noon, but discovered that the rice container was filled with whole wheat flour. She immediately covered her mouth and hurriedly called over the three families. Everyone was astonished to see the whole wheat flour. Chen Jianjun and Lin Yu exchanged glances, calmly observing the scene with slight amusement. It was certainly their son's doing, but they were already accustomed to Chen Guodong's surprises. Their expressions were quite entertaining to watch. Zhang Feng and the others exclaimed, isn't this whole wheat flour? Am I seeing things? Xiao Chui hurriedly rushed over, grabbing a handful, and said excitedly, mother, this is whole wheat flour. My goodness, I haven't seen this in ages. Really? Let me take a look. Xuanhuan stepped forward as well. Chen Jinfu pondered and asked, could it be that Guodong brought this back? Who else could it be? You'll get used to it soon enough, haha, Chen Jianjun laughed. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle, my little rascal loves to surprise people. Today we can have steamed buns, it's been a while since we've had them. I never expected that after marrying here I'd be eating so well every day. Guodong really didn't deceive me, Xuanhuan said, as if in a dream. I didn't think the food in the countryside would be better than in the city every day. I'm genuinely happy, Xiao Chui said sincerely. Chen Jinfu remarked seriously, let's not dwell on that. Everyone should remember how good Guodong is. Everyone nodded earnestly. Chen Jianjun said with a smile, all right, just remember my son's goodness. Let's get to making steamed buns. I'm already craving them. Upon hearing this, everyone promptly got to work, enthusiastically preparing the buns. As Chen Guodong rode his bike, he sneezed several times in a row. Who is thinking of me? It's quite peculiar. The Chen family's valley is relatively remote, while the homes of his uncle, aunt, and older sister are all closer to the city. If he remembered correctly, his cousin Lin Yuan seemed to be working as an apprentice in the city for a year now and shouldn't be short on grain. Why would he send a message to their family? It's quite strange. With these doubts in mind, Chen Guodong arrived at Linjiatin before noon. Should he ride his bike into the village? Since he was already here, he might as well do some shopping. That's settled then. He headed straight for the village chief and arrived at the village office, finding the door open. He called out inside, excuse me, is your team leader here? I'm the procurement officer and would like to speak with your team leader. Upon hearing Chen Guodong's words, a middle-aged man came out from inside the village office and said, hello, procurement officer. I'm the team leader here, Lin. Oh, wonderful. Hello. I'm Chen Guodong, the procurement officer from the steel mill, here to have a smoke, he said, immediately offering a cigarette. Seeing the cigarette team leader, Lin's expression brightened. I haven't seen such good cigarettes in a long time. City products are indeed superior. Thank you, Chen. Hey, wait a minute, Chen Guodong. Why does your name sound just like my cousin's child? Team leader Lin said with a puzzled look at Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong realized he hadn't come around enough to recognize the person in front of him, but still said, team leader Lin, you might be thinking of my mother. She is from your village, named Lin Yu. Haha, I thought it was just a coincidence. So you really are my cousin's child, all grown up and already working. How impressive. Come and let's chat. I'm your uncle. You might not remember me well since you rarely come around, but I used to carry you when you were little. Oh, is that so? I didn't even recognize my uncle. That's my fault. Here, uncle, I have a pack of new cigarettes for you. Oh dear, you're too polite. Keep it for yourself. It's normal not to recognize me. Oh, just come around more often in the future, team leader Lin said with a smile. Uncle, I still have more for you, don't worry. This is a gift for you, so take it. If you don't accept it, it means you don't acknowledge me as your nephew. All right, I'll accept it. No wonder you're in procurement. You're quite the smooth talker. I'll graciously accept it. Team leader Lin thought highly of this nephew. That's more like it. Uncle, are there any local mountain goods or side dishes we can procure in our village? Chen Guodong directly got to the point. Oh, Guodong, you're a bit late. A few days ago, we already had a procurement come through. As you know, we're close to the city, so we often have procurements visiting. Oh, no worries. I just wanted to ask. By the way, Uncle, does our village have any old items? I'm also looking to collect those. Old items too? Team leader Lin asked, puzzled. A friend of mine commissioned me to find some. If there are any, I'll collect them. I see. I'll go ask around for you, team leader Lin said. All right then. I'll trouble you, Uncle. I'll go check on my uncle and come back later. Chen Guodong said as he prepared to leave. Guodong, are you going to see your uncle? Team leader Lin called after him. What's up? Chen Guodong asked, puzzled. Oh, nothing. Just go check it out, team leader Lin sighed. Although Chen Guodong was confused, he didn't ask further and headed straight to his uncle's house. Chen Guodong walked towards his uncle's house with a sense of confusion. The heavy sigh from his cousin made Chen Guodong feel uneasy, as if something was amiss, likely something bad. His cousin might not have felt comfortable discussing family matters. As soon as he arrived outside his uncle's yard, he heard his aunt's scolding voice from inside. You ungrateful thing, after I went through so much trouble to get you an apprenticeship, you can't even do your job properly. Then his uncle sighed heavily. Mom, I will definitely work hard this time, his cousin Lin Yuan said tearfully. Huh? What's going on? Why isn't my cousin working properly? Jobs are hard to come by these days. If it weren't for my aunt's relatives in the city, my cousin wouldn't even have a job. Chen Guodong thought to himself, what good does it do to think about working hard now? Why didn't he do that earlier? All he does is waste time. Does he think this is an easy world? The valuable things in the house have all been sold. You ungrateful good for nothing, I really wish I could just hit you and be done with it, his aunt scolded in exasperation. Why does it sound worse and worse? Why are they selling things? I didn't want to. They urged me, saying it's quick money. I was just thinking about how hard it is at home. I just tried it out and ended up winning. I even won for several days. Who would have thought I ended up losing everything and even owe them $100? Lin Yuan lamented. Gambling is not the right path. I told you to stop after your first win, but you didn't listen. After winning a few times, you became even less willing to heed our words, his uncle sighed. It's too late to say anything now, we can't even afford to eat. I was just thinking if I win a couple more times, I wouldn't have to come back, right? But alas, Lin Yuan sighed as well. You two grown men, why are you sighing? Why aren't you thinking about how to solve this? His aunt said angrily. We've sold everything we can, but we're still short over $60. The only option is to pay it back slowly. What's most urgent now is that we only have a few days left until we run out of food. I've already asked someone to check with my sister. I hope she has some food available. Your sister is in a tough spot too, but we can't rely on her. My side of the family has borrowed as well. Are we just going to wait to starve? Son, you've truly brought disaster upon our family. His aunt started crying as she spoke. Lin Yuan immediately stood up with guilt and said, I'll go hunt in the mountains. I heard from my friends that meat is expensive now. If I can get a wild boar, we can definitely pay it back. One person does the work, one person takes the blame. He went to grab his hunting gun. His aunt immediately stopped him. Son, don't go. You're the only child we have. If something happens to you, I won't be able to live. What should we do then? This won't work, that won't work. I'm going crazy. That damned gambling, I truly hate it. Lin Yuan cried as he slapped himself in despair. His aunt hurriedly stopped him. Enough, son. Let me go to the mountains. I have experience, but should be fine, but whether I can catch something depends on luck. His uncle decided. Don't go. Just the day before yesterday, the third son of the Lin family went in and hasn't come out. It's too dangerous, his aunt pleaded. Chen Guodong understood the situation. Indeed, gambling is the most undesirable path. At best, it leads to financial ruin. At worst, it can destroy a family. He must stay far away from gambling. However, his cousin still had a sense of responsibility and could be saved, but he needed to approach it the right way. Chen Guodong gathered his thoughts and knocked on the door. As soon as they heard a knock, everyone immediately adjusted their moods. His aunt shouted, Who is it knocking in the middle of the day? Chen Guodong chuckled at the quick response and said, Aunt, it's me, Guodong. Guodong, wait a moment, I'll be right there. His aunt said in surprise. When she opened the door, everyone had already adjusted their emotions. His uncle smiled. Oh, it's Guodong. Come in and sit down. Lin Yuan, who had obviously just been overly emotional, had red circles around his eyes and forced a smile, saying, You could have given us a heads up that you were coming so we could prepare lunch. It's fine, my mother asked me to come see you. Uncle, can you come out with me for a moment? And you all wait here, I want to talk to my uncle for a bit. His uncle was a bit confused but agreed, saying, All right, I'll go out and chat for a bit. Once Chen Guodong and his uncle were outside, Lin Yuan asked, Why does this cousin seem so mysterious? Is there something that can't be said directly? Probably because we're out of food and he feels embarrassed to bring it up. Sigh this life, his aunt sighed. His uncle followed Chen Guodong outside and found a secluded spot to say, Guodong, I understood what was going on when I was outside the wall just now. I want to ask you a question. You heard everything. How embarrassing. Go ahead and ask, his uncle said, unable to hide his shame. Uncle, can you guarantee that my cousin won't gamble anymore? Of course, if he dares to gamble, I'll break his legs. But he still owes so much money, and we can't get through today, so what's the point of talking about the future, his uncle sighed. Alright, as long as you can guarantee it. Now I'll give you 70 bucks. Just say you borrowed it from the team leader, and he can work to pay it back slowly. How does that sound? Chen Guodong suggested. His uncle looked at him in shock. Guodong, don't joke around. This is 70 bucks, where are you going to get it from? Uncle, just answer me, can you do what you just said? Chen Guodong asked again. Of course I'll make that brat pay me back 10 bucks every month. The rest we'll use to live on. His uncle promised. Alright, here's 70 bucks, Chen Guodong said as he took out 70 bucks to give to his uncle. His uncle's tears flowed immediately. Thank you, Guodong. You are truly the savior of our family. Without you we wouldn't know what to do. Don't say such polite things. You are my uncle who I have to help. Otherwise my mother would kill me, haha, Chen Guodong said to change the subject. By the way, uncle, wait a moment. Chen Guodong recalled something and walked behind a tree pulling out 50 pounds of whole wheat flour. What's this, Guodong? His uncle asked in confusion. Uncle, this is whole wheat flour. It can help you get through this month. Once my cousin starts earning money, next month things will get better. Chen Guodong smiled. What? His uncle exclaimed. Chen Guodong quickly put his hand over his uncle's mouth, and his uncle nodded, realizing he was too excited, and slowly said, I really don't know how to thank you. Chen Guodong casually replied, Don't thank me, thank my mother. Go visit her when you have time, as she misses you a lot. Alright, I'll go after this situation settles down. I'll make sure Lin Yuan pays you back quickly for this money. His uncle promised. No, uncle, this money is just an excuse. When my cousin pays you back, just keep it as my respect for you as a nephew. Chen Guodong said. No, this is too much money. You must pay it back. This money doesn't come from nowhere, his uncle insisted. No need. If it has to be paid back, it's better to visit my mother more and buy some good food. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said. Seeing Chen Guodong so determined, his uncle had no choice but to say, Alright, I'll listen to you. Then, uncle, you should go back. I won't go anywhere. I don't want to make it awkward for aunt and my cousin, Chen Guodong said, not giving his uncle a chance to stay, and left. Hey, Guodong, wait a moment, his uncle called out. Chen Guodong turned his head as his uncle rushed over holding a jade pendant in his hand, saying, Guodong, take this jade pendant. It has been passed down from our ancestors, and I can't tell if it's good or bad, nor is it worth much. Oh, consider it my sincere gesture. Chen Guodong's eyes lit up, knowing he couldn't refuse. He needed it, and he didn't want his uncle to feel uneasy if he didn't accept it. He smiled and said, Thank you, uncle, then I'll take it. I'll visit my mother when I have time. Gotta go ahead, his uncle waved him off. Chen Guodong went straight to the village office and saw his cousin smiling as he said, Cousin, do you have anything to collect? His cousin chuckled awkwardly and replied, No, I've asked around already. No problem, then I'll head back. I have other things to do in the city. Chen Guodong smiled. Alright, then you go ahead and busy yourself. Captain Lin nodded. Chen Guodong pushed the cart and dashed out. Captain Lin still held the cigarettes that Chen Guodong had given him, feeling a bit sentimental. This kid, he's grown so much in just a few years, and he's so capable. I must say my cousin is indeed quite lucky. Once Chen Guodong left, his uncle quickly hid the grain, then thought for a moment before taking 5 pounds of grain wrapped in cloth, rushing to the village office to discuss the matter with his cousin, needing to ensure their stories matched to avoid trouble. Seeing his cousin daydreaming at the village entrance, he asked, Cousin, what are you looking at? Captain Lin smiled and said, Looking at your nephew. Oh, didn't he come to find you? What's so special about my nephew? His uncle asked curiously. Captain Lin laughed. What's not to see? Look at this. Captain Lin proudly took out a cigarette. Oh, cousin, you've started smoking the official cigarettes, huh? Impressive. But I don't care for it. Oh, why are you showing it to me, just to show off? Don't be so picky, his uncle retorted. It was given to me by your nephew. Ah, this nephew is too wasteful giving you this. Oh, come on. Your nephew must have given you something even better. We grew up wearing the same pants, I know you well. Be honest, or I'll challenge you right now. Captain Lin pretended to be angry. Haha, I won't tease you anymore. Oh, let's get to the serious business. His uncle said, What's the matter? Since you came, you've been holding that cloth bag. What are you up to? Don't tell me it's a bomb. Captain Lin chuckled. It's more powerful than a bomb. Let's go inside the village office and talk. His uncle glanced around to make sure no one was watching before entering the office. Captain Lin, intrigued by his uncle's mystery, followed him inside and locked the door. What's going on? Captain Lin asked. Open your eyes wide and don't say I didn't think of you. His uncle directly opened the cloth bag. Captain Lin was immediately excited when he saw whole wheat flour and quickly turned to check if the door was locked tight, saying, Did Guodong give you this? How did you know it was Guodong? This time it was his uncle who was stunned. Indeed, the buyer is in demand. He can still manage to bring you whole wheat flour at this time. What buyer? His uncle asked in confusion. Your nephew is the buyer. He just told me he was coming to our village to procure supplies. But you know there's hardly anything to eat in our village. He left right before you arrived. What? My nephew is a buyer, is that true? His uncle exclaimed excitedly. Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? You know that. I just learned this nephew really keeps surprising me. This whole wheat flour is for you. His uncle thought for a moment and found it reasonable, otherwise how could there be so much grain? What? He gave me so much grain. Captain Lin was shocked. Yes, what's our relationship? How could I not share good things with you? Take it, consider it a hush money. Next we need to synchronize our stories. His uncle and Captain Lin began to plot. At this moment Chen Guodong was in a good mood heading toward the mountain. Why was he going up the mountain? Of course it was to heed his aunt's advice. As the saying goes, now that I'm here, I might as well enjoy myself. How could I miss out on vicious prey? Haha, all ferocious creatures come out. The king is patrolling the mountain. Currently within 5 meters of Chen Guodong, he was basically invincible unless he was caught off guard like last time, which he could only attribute to bad luck. Chen Guodong followed the small path up the mountain, confident that there was nothing around the outskirts, and headed straight into the depths of the forest, quite daring. As he walked, he pondered what kind of wild boar could instill such fear in people. Could it be an 800-pound pig demon? That seemed unrealistic, but he was so looking forward to it. After searching for a long time without finding anything, he wondered if his aunt had been fooling him. It seemed unlikely, but now what should he do? The sky was almost dark and it was not suitable to leave the mountain, so he found a flat spot and directly set up a wooden cabin. He gathered some dry firewood, roasted sweet potatoes, and even cooked a wild rabbit. Life was good. By the way, there's still some sorghum in the space. Hey, let's get some to drink. I've never had sorghum in my past life, so let's take a couple of swigs. Thus, while enjoying a little drink and biting into the juicy rabbit leg, it was thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. Indeed, it was the wine that allowed people to relax. After half a bottle, feeling tipsy in the dark forest, he suddenly felt bold and shouted, "I stand in the fierce wind, asking who in this world is a hero." Haha. It had indeed been a long time since he felt this relaxed. This night was destined to be one of drunken revelry. No one could understand the difficulties of Chen Guodong. He slept deeply that night. The next day, Chen Guodong did not wake up on his own, as something was constantly breathing on his face. Mumbling, he said, "Stop it." Groggily, he tried to push the thing away with his hand, but couldn't budge it. What the heck? What is this thing so strong that I can't move it? Chen Guodong slowly opened his eyes, seeing dark coarse fur and 2 big nostrils. What the heck? Chen Guodong was startled, realizing it was a wild boar. As he opened his eyes, the wild boar also reacted, realizing that this person in front of it was alive, and it opened its mouth, preparing to bite. Chen Guodong noticed that something was off. This creature was about to make a move, or rather it was going to bite. He slapped it directly and stored it in his space. Goodness, that scared me. I just realized I forgot to lock the door after drinking last night. Damn it, I was careless. Drinking caused trouble. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would have been done for. My back was already soaked. I will never dare to do this again. Lucky me, I truly am the son of destiny. Why was I drinking? Acting like a big shot. It's better to develop quietly. I can't afford to relax even a bit. I lit a cigarette and took a deep breath, slowly calming down. Looking into the space, wow, this must be the wild boar king. It has to weigh at least 300 pounds. There were also a few bullets on it. This must be the wild boar my aunt mentioned. I didn't expect to find it after searching for so long in such a thrilling manner. It felt like a dream. Forget it, today was luck. Next time might be different. It's best to leave professional matters to professionals. I won't come to the forest anymore. Heading back to the city at this moment, I felt that the city was quite good. Chen Guodong staggered into the city around noon, arriving at the entrance of the steel mill, where he saw Brother Zhao smiling and saying, "Hello, Brother Zhao, are you busy?" As he spoke, he handed over a pack of cigarettes. Brother Zhao, upon seeing the cigarettes from Chen Guodong, declined, saying, "You are too courteous, little brother. I can't let you bear the cost every time." "Come on, Brother Zhao, what are you being polite about? It's not just for you, the brothers will smoke them too. Just take them." Chen Guodong offered again. "Alright, I guess you really are in purchasing, and I can't argue with that." "Thank you," Brother Zhao said with a smile as he accepted the cigarettes. "Haha, that's more like it. I have things to do today, so I'll head out first. Let's chat next time," Chen Guodong replied with a smile. "Sure, you go ahead." Why is he so polite to the gatekeeper? It's because the gatekeeper is a true soldier, a veteran deserving of respect and admiration. Besides, he's not short on cigarettes, so it's just a gesture of goodwill. Thinking this, he arrived at the procurement office only to find no one there. Guessing everyone was out in the countryside, he decided to look for Director Ho. Chen Guodong thought for a moment, took out 5 genes of mountain pears, and put them into a cloth bag. After all, he was working under someone, and it was only right to maintain some connections, especially since he wasn't short on anything. He approached Director Ho's office and was about to knock when he heard a voice from inside. "Director, how can you give me the reward house? I can make up the difference next month. I really need this house." "Li Sheng, it's not that I can't give you the house, it's the terms set by the finance department. If you can bring in 300 genes of meat, then you can get the housing quota. We're ramping up production and the comrades need nutrition. Otherwise, what's the point of this reward? Director Ho explained. But I've already brought in 100 gene. Li Sheng said anxiously. Then you just need to work a bit harder. Don't waste my breath. If it weren't for your uncle, I wouldn't even bother talking to you this much. Director Ho began to grow impatient. Can't you be a bit flexible? Li Sheng pressed on not losing hope. I won't make such a simple mistake. Just leave now. Director Ho was starting to push him out. Fine, director, just hold it for me. They'll think of another way, Li Sheng said, realizing he had no options left. Hold. Who do you think I am? Are you out of your mind? Do you think this factory is my family's? I will do as directed from above. Everyone is thinking of how to improve construction. If you don't want to work, just say so. Don't drag me into this. If you have the ability, go talk to your uncle and see if he dares to say this to me. Director Ho exploded in anger. Li Sheng, being hot-headed, directly opened the door to leave. Chen Guodong quickly stepped aside. What are you looking at? Li Sheng shouted upon seeing Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong shot back. Did you see me looking at you? Wasn't it? Li Sheng tried to vent his anger on Chen Guodong. Unfortunately, Chen Guodong wasn't someone to be easily bullied, and he retorted, Are you crazy? I'm here to see the director. If you want to leave, I'm stepping aside. Are you looking for trouble? Director Ho came over upon hearing the commotion and immediately understood the situation, saying sternly, Li Sheng, if you want trouble, I can talk to your uncle and have you transferred out of the procurement department. Li Sheng left. Chen Guodong politely smiled and said, Thank you for your help, director. No problem. I remember your name is Guodong, right? What's up? Director Ho seemed accustomed to not paying attention to the earlier incident. Yes, I do have something to discuss, Chen Guodong nodded. Oh, it seems it's quite important. Let's discuss it in the office. Director Ho, with keen insight, quickly sensed something was up, and Chen Guodong felt a bit of admiration. When Chen Guodong saw Director sitting down, he immediately flatteringly placed the mountain pears he brought on the desk, saying, Director, these are mountain pears picked by my fellow villagers. They insisted I bring some for you to taste, claiming they are very sweet. I tried one, and it really was sweet, so I brought some for you to try as well. It's the warmth of my fellow villagers. Oh, I remember mountain pears are also called sour pears. Are these sweet? Director Ho showed interest. They are indeed sweet. I've washed them clean. You can try them and see for yourself. Chen Guodong pushed the pears a bit closer. All right, I'll give it a try, Director Ho said, picking one up and tasting it, his eyes lighting up. Sweet, right? I had the same expression as you back then, Chen Guodong said perceptively. Not bad, not bad. Next time bring some back for me. I will pay you for it. Director Ho said with satisfaction. These are all gifts from my fellow villagers. I'll ask when I go next time, but shouldn't be a problem. Chen Guodong said with certainty. Haha, you're quite clever. This time it's not just about bringing mountain pears for me, right? Director Ho looked at Chen Guodong with keen insight. Haha, as expected, the director is impressive. You saw right through me. Actually, I'm here to deliver a task today. Chen Guodong buttered him up. Oh, then you can just give it to logistics. There's no need to come to me. Director Ho thought Chen Guodong didn't understand the process. Oh, Uncle Zhao told me that bringing in 300 gene of meat could exchange for a housing quota. Isn't that why I'm looking for you? Chen Guodong feigned ignorance. What? Are you saying you brought in 300 gene of meat? Director Ho immediately became agitated and stood up. Of course. Otherwise I wouldn't dare to come to you, Director. Chen Guodong nodded. Where's the meat? Director Ho asked nervously. It's outside. Gets a big wild boar caught by the villagers. I had them wait outside, Chen Guodong explained. Oh, then hurry and bring it back. Quick, the workers are counting on this meat for nourishment. This month's ramped up production is driving me crazy. Guodong, you've really helped me a lot. Director Ho was extremely excited. All right, Director, you wait here. I'll go get it now. Chen Guodong, seeing how anxious the director was, felt it was best not to delay. Hurry, hurry, Director Ho urged. Chen Guodong quickly left the office, hopped onto the tricycle downstairs, and headed out of the factory. Once outside the factory, he found a deserted spot to smoke. After having 2 cigarettes, feeling it was about time, he loaded the wild boar king he had caught into the tricycle, covering it with a cloth. He had to cover it. He was truly afraid someone would steal it. Chen Guodong didn't want to become a prominent figure. A stealthy development was the way to go. Riding his vehicle to the factory gate, he was stopped by a guard who asked, "What are you hauling?" "I'm transporting supplies," Chen Guodong replied with a smile as he handed over a cigarette. "Cut the nonsense, open it up so I can take a look," the guard said impatiently. However, Chen Guodong didn't want to open it. With people coming and going, it was certain that someone would see it and spread the word, leading to unnecessary trouble for him. "Comrade, let me lift a corner for you to see." "Oh, I won't open it fully, alright," Chen Guodong suggested. "I said open it, so open it. Why all the chatter?" The guard became even more impatient. Chen Guodong sighed, lamenting the misfortune of encountering a reckless youth. The smoke was wasted, and it seemed that in the vast forest all kinds of birds could be found. "Li Chong, what are you doing?" Zhao Ge came over from behind, and said it's nothing, just let him take a look. Li Chang replied, Zhao Gu, it's really inconvenient for me to open it. I said I'd just lift a corner for him to see, but he doesn't want that. Chen Guodong was at a loss for words. Li Chang, aren't you making it difficult for him? You go stand guard, it's not your business now, Zhao Gu said unhappily. Final go? What's the big deal? Li Chang retorted. Is everything all right, Zhao Gu? Chen Guodong pointed at Li Chang. It's fine, just a relationship-based issue, no need to pay him any mind. Zhao Gu laughed. Oh, then Zhao Gu, you check it, and I'll head in. Our director is still waiting, and I really don't want to attract too much attention. Chen Guodong said. Zhao Gu, curious, lifted a corner and looked at Chen Guodong in surprise, saying, you kid are impressive, this must weigh over 300 pounds. Some people would love for everyone to know, yet you're keeping it under wraps. I really don't understand you. Haha, I'm still young and can't withstand the test. It's better to stay low-key. High-profile people die quickly, Chen Guodong laughed. Perhaps you're right. Go on, you've done a great job. I haven't seen meat in ages, so today I'm going to the cafeteria for a good meal. Zhao Gu laughed. All right then, thank you, Zhao Gu. See you later. Chen Guodong pushed the cart and left. Before reaching the procurement department, he saw Director Ho approaching from a distance. Unable to wait any longer, Chen Guodong quickened his pace, saying, Director, why did you come personally? I could have delivered it. Haha, I'm just a bit impatient. Let me take a look, Director Ho said as he lifted the covering cloth. Not bad, not bad. Guodong, you've done well. Come on, let's head to logistics. Director Ho helped push the cart to logistics, weighing in at 350 pounds. While the logistics department erupted in chatter, Chen Guodong felt a bit embarrassed, but Director Ho was beaming with joy. The remaining matters were handed over to logistics. He went directly to the finance department to collect 700 yuan, calculated at 2 yuan per pound. Chen Guodong was quite satisfied. After finishing up, the two of them went to Director Ho's office. Director Ho happily said, Guodong, you've brought me glory this time. Chen Guodong humbly replied, it's just what I should do. That's right. Here's the housing certificate. You can take it to Wang Director at the Shoshang Street office. She will arrange it for you. Director Ho took out a stamped certificate and placed it on the table. Great, thank you so much, Director. Chen Guodong excitedly picked up the certificate. After all, this was his first house. All right, I know you're eager to handle the housing matters. I won't keep you any longer. I have things to attend to. You can go first, Director Ho said with a smile at Chen Guodong's expression. Okay, Director, then you get busy. I'll take my leave now. Chen Guodong left, understandingly tossing a pack of cigarettes to Zhao Gu as he rode past the factory gates, swiftly departing. Zhao Gu shook his head and smiled, saying, this kid. Chen Guodong found a place near the Shoshang Street office and stopped. You can't go to do business without gifts after all. As the saying goes, too many gifts won't offend anyone. He took out 5 pounds of mountain pears and packed them in a cloth bag. He then approached the entrance of the street office, where the guard handed him a cigarette. Smiling, old man, is Director Wang in? I'm from the steel rolling mill and need to see her about something. He then took out his work ID. Oh, from the steel rolling mill. She's in. Go through the main door, turn left, and it's the second room. The old man spoke leisurely while lighting his cigarette. Okay, thank you, old man. Chen Guodong said as he walked in the direction the guard pointed. Chen Guodong arrived at the second room and found it unlocked. He knocked on the door. A serious woman's voice came from inside saying, please come in. It seemed that this director was quite upright. He could only do his best with the mountain pears. Chen Guodong straightened his clothes and smoothed his hair before entering. A middle-aged woman was sitting at the desk sorting through files. Chen Guodong greeted her, saying, hello, Director Wang. I am Chen Guodong, the procurement officer from the steel rolling mill. At this moment, Director Wang raised her head and looked at Chen Guodong, smiling. I'm sorry, there are too many trivial matters at the street office. I got a bit lost in thought. You're from the steel rolling mill, right? What can I do for you? Actually, it's nothing much, Director. You've worked hard. These are some mountain pears sent to me by a fellow villager. I can't eat them all, so I brought a little for you to try. Chen Guodong said as he placed them on the desk. Director Wang smiled knowingly, saying, young comrade, you shouldn't have done that. You haven't even mentioned your business before bringing a gift. That's going to be a mistake. Haha, what kind of gift is this? Just a few mountain pears. Which cadre can withstand such a test? Director, don't joke around. It's just that when I went to the countryside for procurement, the villagers were too enthusiastic and offered them. I couldn't refuse, so I brought some to share with you. Chen Guodong said with a smile. Oh, you're so thoughtful. Young comrade, your words are quite interesting. If I don't accept them, wouldn't it go against the villagers' enthusiasm? Director Wang looked at this young comrade with interest, thinking it was her first time encountering such an eloquent young person who remained so at ease in front of her. Chen Guodong quickly waved his hand, saying, there's nothing to it. But you really should try them. They are genuinely sweet. Don't worry, it's just to let you experience the villagers' hospitality. You're so sweet-tongued. Oh, I bet I'm sweeter than these mountain pears. Now tell me, what's your business? If you don't say, I can't accept your pears, Director Wang laughed. Ha, Director, you're joking. It's actually a small matter. I came today to collect the reward from the factory, the house. Chen Guodong immediately placed the certificate on the desk. Oh, I know about that. The steel rolling mill mentioned it to me. That's great. You're really talented. I didn't expect you to get this reward. Director Wang looked at this young comrade with newfound respect. It's just good luck, Chen Guodong humbly replied. Just saying it's good luck brought in 300 pounds of meat. I haven't seen many lucky people, Director Wang laughed. Haha, perhaps I really am just luckier than others, Chen Guodong responded. You young comrade are not honest. If you're so lucky, why not bring a few hundred pounds of meat for our street office? Director Wang teased. All that. Chen Guodong was momentarily at a loss for words. Alright, I'm just joking. It's not that easy to get meat. Here's the proof of your house. Oh, just sign it and put your thumbprint. Director Wang took out a certificate and placed it in front of Chen Guodong. Oh, okay. Chen Guodong saw the certificate and his heart raced. Am I also part of the homeowners now? He promised and signed his name, putting his thumbprint on it. Alright, it's in duplicate. This copy is yours. Keep it safe. Director Wang kept her copy and left one for Chen Guodong. Okay, thank you, Director. Is this all I need to do? Chen Guodong asked excitedly, as this process seemed too simple, recalling the various signatures and seals from his past life. Alright, let's go. I will take you to see the house now, Director Wang said as he picked up the keys and walked outside. Chen Guodong followed behind, glancing at Shan Li, who surprisingly did not mention the matter of Shan Li presumably accepting it, without question, feeling secretly pleased. Chen Guodong exited the He Shoushang Street office with Director Wang, who pointed to a yard not far ahead and said, your house is just up ahead. If you encounter any difficulties or have any issues, feel free to come to us at any time. Okay, thank you, Director, Chen Guodong politely replied. It's my duty to serve the people, no need to thank me. Just avoid trouble, and we will have one less issue to deal with. Director Wang said seriously. I assure you I will follow the party's arrangements and avoid trouble, Chen Guodong promised. The young comrade has a high level of awareness, Director Wang praised. Director Wang praised. Chen Guodong smiled and said, of course. Let's go, I'll introduce you to the house. This is He Shoushang No. 5, was small Sihiyuan. 3 families already live here, with 2 families on the right. One family is Wang Wei and his wife, who are strong and take on odd jobs everywhere. Their son has returned to the countryside to live with his grandparents, and they bring back some food every month. The other family is Li Lan, who has a child. Her husband passed away unexpectedly. Both families usually go to the street office to pick up some manual work. Then there's the left wing. As Director Wang spoke, he led Chen Guodong into the yard. Just as he was about to say something, a man in his 50s approached and greeted, hello, Director Wang. What brings you here today? I brought the new residents of this yard to see the house. This comrade is Chen Guodong. This is Elder Zhang, the caretaker of the yard, also a resident of the left wing, and he works at the recycling station. You two will get along well. Chen Guodong immediately greeted, hello, Elder Zhang. Please take care of me in the future. Elder Zhang smiled and said, hello, Guodong. We will be neighbors from now on. Let's help each other out. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will definitely help. Seeing that the two had exchanged greetings, Director Wang led Chen Guodong to the house in front and said, this is your house. Chen Guodong nodded excitedly, okay, this is my house. Director Wang unlocked the door with the key and said, well, I won't go in. There are things to do at the street office. If you have any problems, just come to find me. Take a look for yourself. Here's the key. After handing over the key, Director Wang left. It was quite straightforward. Chen Guodong thought he would give a brief introduction, but then again, he was not selling houses, so what was he expecting? Chen Guodong looked around the room, which was actually quite large. There was a Kong and 8 immortal table, 4 long benches, and a pile of miscellaneous items. After tidying up, it could probably be divided into 2 rooms. This would be his home in the future. Haha, great. After being here for so long, he finally had a house in the city. It wasn't easy. He looked left and right, liking it more and more. Everything was great except there was too much dust and no furniture. What to do about that? Young man, what's wrong? I've seen you standing at the door for quite a while. Elder Zhang came over concerned. Is something the matter? Honestly, for a caretaker, he was quite nice. It's nothing, Elder Zhang. I just find it too messy and don't know how to start cleaning. Chen Guodong smiled. Elder Zhang laughed heartily. I thought it was something serious. Just wait for me a moment, he said, and walked towards the right wing. Chen Guodong felt a bit bewildered, not knowing what Elder Zhang was up to. Not long after, the door of the right wing opened, and a woman in her 30s who looked quite pleasant stepped out and politely smiled at Elder Zhang, saying, Elder Zhang, is there something you need? Elder Zhang smiled and said, Xiaolan, here's the thing. We have a new resident in our yard in the main room. The young man doesn't know how to clean, and since we'll all be in the same yard, I thought we could help him out. He currently has nothing, and we have brooms at home. How about we help him clean? Lilan nodded, sure, just wait for me a moment. I'll go get a broom. Elder Zhang smiled and said, all right, then I'll go call Shilian. Okay, you go ahead. I'll be right back, Lilan said as she went back inside. Elder Zhang knocked on the next house, and a woman in her 40s looking quite shrewd came out and smiled. Elder Zhang, what's the matter? Are you trying to ask my husband over for drinks tonight? Elder Zhang replied, no, we have a new resident from our yard. He has nothing, so I thought we could help out with some cleaning. Elder Zhang smiled. I thought you were inviting my husband over for drinks again, then I could save on a meal for one. Sun Xuanhuan said with regret. Haha, how could I drink every day? What kind of days are these? Although I can feed my family by eating enough for one, I can't handle that every day. Elder Zhang chuckled. That's true, alright, I understand. I'll grab my things and come over. Sun Xuanhuan said, and turned to go back inside. Then Elder Zhang came back and said, Guodong, I've asked the other two families in the yard to bring brooms. We'll help you clean up later. Oh, is that what this means? Chen Guodong thought there would be a scene of competing for the house, or people not liking him. Instead, he saw that since he was alone and couldn't handle it, they called others to help him. How naive. It was entirely because he had watched too many web novels in his past life. Coming back to his senses, Chen Guodong hurriedly declined, no need, it would be too much trouble for everyone. I can handle it slowly on my own. Don't be polite. We will be neighbors from now on. It's said that a neighbor is closer than a distant relative. Let the aunt help you clean up, Sun Xuanhuan said with a smile as she walked over. Exactly, it's just a small matter. Why be polite? Lilan also came over with a broom. The three of them took their brooms into the house and started cleaning. Wow, are they really this down to earth? Chen Guodong found it hard to believe. He looked perplexed and asked, but what if I don't have the tools? You're a young man, or it's fine for us to handle the detailed work, Sun Xuanhuan said with a smile. Though they said that, Chen Guodong didn't dare to just sit back. He rolled up his sleeves and started throwing away the pile of junk he thought was useless. Sun Xuanhuan immediately stopped him. What's wrong, Guodong? Are you throwing all this away? Yes, this bowl, these chopsticks, this pot, and the old newspapers. Why keep them? Chen Guodong said disdainfully, thinking they were all used by others. It would be better to buy new ones, as he wasn't short on money. Are you really throwing them away? Lilan asked. Yes, what's wrong? Can't I throw them away? Chen Guodong asked curiously. It's not that you can't throw them away, but it's too wasteful to throw them away, Elder Zhang said. Well, then what should I do? I don't want them, Chen Guodong shrugged helplessly. In the room, a few people exchanged glances, and Elder Zhang, as the responsible elder, said with great foresight, since Guodong, you truly do not want it, then let Xiaolan and Xuanhuan handle it. What do you think? Li Lan and Sun Ziyulian's eyes brightened noticeably as they looked at Chen Guodong expectantly. Sure, of course. This really helps me out. I wasn't sure how to deal with it. Chen Guodong saw through their thoughts, realizing that it wasn't easy for them in the city. Their only advantage seemed to be the supply of food. Thank you, Guodong. We'll move these out first so we can clean up, they said, and promptly began to carry things outside. All right, I'll sweep a bit first. As Chen Guodong began to busy himself, the efforts of the group over the better part of the day were not in vain. The place looked clean and finally resembled a home. Elder Zhang straightened his back and said, Guodong, since it's all cleaned up, we'll head back. You can tidy up on your own. With brooms in hand, the group stepped out. All right, I'll go buy some daily necessities and come back to chat slowly later. Chen Guodong thought to thank them, but now he had nothing to offer. He couldn't just conjure something up that would frighten them. As Chen Guodong stepped out, the others placed their things down and began chatting. Elder Zhang asked, what do you two think of the new Guodong? Is he easy to get along with? Lilan thought for a moment and said, he should be fine. Besides, he's so young and generous, allowing us to share so many things. Not necessarily. Time will tell a person's heart. Let's take it slow. But for now, he does seem very easygoing, Sun Xuanhuan added. So far he's better than the previous tenant who had a bad temper and gambled, turning the courtyard into a mess, Elder Zhang said with relief. Well, I won't chat any longer. I still have a matchbox to finish, so I'll get going, Li Lan said as she prepared to leave. Me too, Sun Xuanhuan said hurriedly as she rushed back inside. Elder Zhang watched the two of them rush off for a few cents and shook his head, lighting a cigarette. What kind of world is this? Sigh, when will it end? I check my pockets and the food coupons are only enough for myself. Even if I want to help them, I can't manage it. Speaking of which, at this moment, Chen Guodong returned to the street office, got his bicycle, and rode directly to the supply and marketing cooperative. Uncle Lee's cooperative wasn't far, so he could buy some things that didn't require coupons. It seemed he should visit Brother He in the black market as well. As Chen Guodong approached the cooperative, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and parked the bicycle. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Uncle Lee. Chen Guodong greeted him with a smile. Uncle Lee, you're quite the busy man. I visited a few times before finally running into you. Uncle Lee was also pleased to see Chen Guodong, saying, you lad are thoughtful. You never come without bringing something for me. Haha, that's only natural, Chen Guodong replied with a smile. Come on, it's been a while since we last met. Let's chat in my office. As Uncle Lee led Chen Guodong into the cooperative, Chen Guodong saw Sister Sun and Brother Wu busy and waved at them as a greeting. Once inside the office, Uncle Lee smiled and said, I heard you got a procurement job at the steel mill. That's impressive. I was just thinking about that work quota for you. I heard from Xiao Sun that you've started working, so I let it go. Chen Guodong felt warm inside. This was his uncle after all. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Uncle Li." Uncle Li laughed heartily. "What are you thanking me for? I didn't give you anything. Don't be so sentimental." "No, I consider you've already given me the job, haha," Chen Guodong replied nonchalantly. "Let's not talk about that. Did you come to buy something, or just to see me today?" Uncle Li asked straightforwardly. "Of course I came to see you, and also to buy a few things," Chen Guodong replied smoothly. "What are you planning to buy?" Uncle Li asked curiously. "I really came to see you. I brought you some mountain pears to try." Chen Guodong continued to playfully dodge the question. Saying this, he took out 10 kilograms of mountain pears from his backpack and placed them on the table. Uncle Li looked at the pears in surprise, saying, "You actually managed to bring so many mountain pears." "A villager gave them to me. You should try them. They're sweet," Chen Guodong encouraged. "Oh, then I must try one," Uncle Li said without hesitation, taking one and biting into it, his eyes widening instantly. Chen Guodong loved watching this kind of astonished expression, feeling quite pleased inside. "Delicious, very sweet. This isn't a sour pear. You've got a good heart, kid." Uncle Li replied with satisfaction, immediately putting the pear into the drawer, as if afraid Chen Guodong would change his mind. Chen Guodong, amused, said, "Uncle Li, if you like them, I'll bring you some more next time. There's no need to hide them so quickly. I haven't even had one myself." "You definitely have more. Don't play coy. What you give me is mine," Uncle Li insisted, protectively, thinking to himself that he knew this kid too well. "By the way, with all this chatter, you still haven't told me what you came to buy." Chen Guodong explained, "The factory allocated me a room, but it has nothing in it, so I wanted to buy some daily necessities that don't require coupons." Uncle Li's eyes widened again. "Wow, they allocated you a room. That's impressive." Chen Guodong chuckled quietly, but managed to hold back, saying, "Hee, just lucky, that's all." "That's your strength, not luck. Since you have a room, I can't be stingy either. I'll give you the 4-piece set I received as a reward from above last time, as a congratulatory gift," Uncle Li said generously. "Oh, that's too much. That's a reward for you. I can't accept that." Chen Guodong quickly refused, realizing that Uncle Li truly regarded him as family. Uncle Li ignored Chen Guodong's refusal, pulling out a note and placing it in front of him, saying, "Stop being so coy and just accept it." Chen Guodong couldn't deny the gratitude he felt, knowing he couldn't refuse. He simply put it in his pocket and expressed his thanks. "All right, then, it's getting late. Do you have time tomorrow, Uncle Li?" "I shouldn't be going out tomorrow." "Why?" Uncle Li thought for a moment and replied, "Haha, you'll find out tomorrow. I can't say just yet," Chen Guodong said with a mysterious smile. "You're still playing mysterious? I'll be waiting for you tomorrow then. It's getting late. Go get your 4-piece set so you can sleep tonight." Uncle Li didn't ask further, thinking to himself, could it be that he's bringing in wild chickens or rabbits? "All right, I'll go find Sister Sun and the others to get the items now," Chen Guodong said. Chen Guodong greeted the counter staff, saying, "Sister Sun, where's Brother Wu?" Sister Sun smiled and said, "Guodong, you're here." Brother Wu went to the warehouse. "What are you planning to buy this time?" Chen Guodong looked around to see no one else was around, then directly took out 2 bags containing 5 kilograms of mountain pears each from his backpack and placed them on the counter, saying, "These are mountain pears from the villagers. They're sweet, so I brought a bit for you to try." "Wow, I haven't eaten mountain pears in ages. I love sour ones," Sister Sun exclaimed excitedly, grabbing one and biting into it. Chen Guodong thought to himself, "Sister Sun, your taste is a bit unusual. You're clearly someone with connections. Who would dare eat sour ones? They're afraid of starving. This is good for digestion, but unfortunately you'll be disappointed, haha." Indeed, Sister Sun's eyes widened, and she looked at Chen Guodong in astonishment. Chen Guodong feigned ignorance, asking, "What's wrong, Sister Sun?" "Guodong, this mountain pear is truly sweet, isn't it?" Sister Sun exclaimed with surprise, as she had braced herself for something sour. "Haha, if you like it, I'll bring more next time," Chen Guodong replied with a smile. "You mean you have more?" Sister Sun asked, her eyes wide with excitement. "Yes, why?" Chen Guodong asked, puzzled. "How much do you have?" Sister Sun continued to inquire. Chen Guodong was even more confused. "How much do you want?" "Whatever you have, I want it all," Sister Sun said excitedly. "Ah, Sister Sun, why do you need so much?" Chen Guodong was genuinely baffled. Sister Sun directly pulled Chen Guodong aside and whispered, "I heard from my father that those researchers are in need of nutrition. This mountain pear is so sweet, it must be a great nutritional supplement, so I want to buy some to send over." Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be related to that research? Is this something I should know? Damn, Sister Sun's connection is a bit intimidating. How can she work as a salesperson at the supply and marketing cooperative? I can't ask anything. I must hold back and pretend to know nothing. However, Chen Guodong's fiery heart instantly ignited. He must help unconditionally. He needed to contribute not just a little, but in the long term. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. He had to lend a hand. How could he let these great people go hungry? Suddenly, he felt he had found a greater purpose in this era. Sister Sun saw the myriad expressions on Chen Guodong's face: confusion, exuberance, and excitement. She nudged him in concern. What's wrong, Guodong? Are you feeling unwell? No, it's fine. If I manage to get some, how do we trade? Oh, that's simple. Just let me know when you have it, and he'll send a car to pick it up, Sister Sun said after a moment's thought. All right, let's do it tomorrow, just outside the west of the city. How does that sound? The more Chen Guodong thought, the more anxious he became. He couldn't let those researchers go hungry. So soon? Sister Sun asked, puzzled. Yes, it has to be quick. Your matters are my matters. They'll go back and notify them today, Chen Guodong flattered her. Okay, thank you so much, Guodong, Sister Sun said gratefully, her face lighting up. No need to be polite. They'll buy some things now and head back. As he spoke, Chen Guodong took out the 4-item voucher given by Uncle Li. Wow, this is the director's voucher. He gave it to you. Are you getting married? Sister Sun laughed. No, the factory allocated me a small apartment, Chen Guodong said modestly. That's impressive, little brother. It's only been a short while, and you already got a place. What else do you need? They'll bring everything that doesn't require tickets for you, Sister Sun said cheerfully. Just give me the essentials, Chen Guodong replied directly. All right, wait a moment, Sister Sun said as she got busy. She was quick and soon packed 2 large bags, leaving Chen Guodong astonished. Sister Sun, what is all this? Don't worry about it, everything is useful. Just give me 50, a Sister Sun said shrewdly, implying that he should compliment her. Chen Guodong, having the insight, said, thank you so much, sister. You're very considerate. All right, off you go. Tomorrow morning, I'll be waiting for you at the west of the city, Sister Sun instructed. Got it, no problem. I'll head back now, Chen Guodong said as he lifted the 2 large bags and stepped out, noticing they were surprisingly light. He concealed them around the corner. As he approached the courtyard, he finally revealed one of the large bags containing the 4-item voucher. Grandpa Zhang was in the yard smoking and saw Chen Guodong with such a large package, hastily coming over to help. Hey Guodong, let me carry that for you. No need, Grandpa Zhang, it's just some bedding. It's very light, I can manage. Let's talk after I set it down, Chen Guodong declined. Seeing that he didn't need help, Grandpa Zhang sat back down. All right, take your time. Chen Guodong placed the items on the Kong. What did Sister Sun pack in the other bag? It's so much, he wondered as he curiously pulled out the bag. Upon opening it, he was shocked. There was so much stuff that required tickets, yet she didn't ask him for any tickets. No wonder she had that expression earlier, urging him to praise her. Was this a violation of regulations, or did she cover the costs herself? It was likely that she covered a lot of it. Oh, this is quite a big favor. Thinking of Sister Sun, he recalled the mountain pears. As for the research institute, I am determined to help. I need to find a way to maintain a long-term supply. Although I know nothing about it, I have space. In this era, what is most lacking? It must be food. I'm not lacking in that department. At this moment, Chen Guodong felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders, but it also filled him with purpose. Tomorrow, I will give all the mountain pears to Sister Sun. No, I should plant 2 more mountain pear trees immediately. I can't provide too much at once, or it will raise suspicion. Besides, they mature in 7 days, which is sufficient. For now, food is still the priority. The space suddenly felt inadequate. By the way, what happened to the jade pendant from my uncle? It has disappeared. The space hasn't changed, so I need to speed up the upgrade. I should find time to go to Li family village and retrieve that pendant from Captain Li. Yes, that's the plan. Having made up his mind, he looked at the items before him and began tidying up. After working hard for half the day, it finally started to resemble a home. However, it still felt a bit empty. I want to partition 2 rooms, so if someone comes, there will be extra space for them. I wonder if my parents will come to live in the city. I should ask them. Also, using the restroom in the city is inconvenient. Should I find someone to renovate a bit? Fine, I don't lack money anyway. I should ask Grandpa Zhang later how to go about it. Sitting down, he lit a cigarette and thought about how to thank everyone who helped with the sanitation. Initially, he thought about treating everyone to a meal, but then reconsidered. That would be too generous and could easily turn him into a fool, especially since they weren't very familiar yet. However, it is crucial to build good relationships, because in this era there are indeed enemy agents. He needs his neighbors to keep a lookout. What if one day an agent comes in and he walks in only to be met with a gun? Never underestimate neighbors and the managing elder. They are quite reliable. I've decided to give away sweet potatoes. It's easy to explain the source, and it won't seem too heavy a gift. Just right, maybe 2 pounds each. So he packed 3 bags each with 2 pounds and stepped out. Seeing Grandpa Zhang, Chen Guodong smiled. Grandpa Zhang, have you eaten yet? As he spoke, he handed over a cigarette. Grandpa Zhang, seeing the cigarette, replied happily, I just ate. This is good tobacco. Alas, it's so difficult to get cigarette tickets now. The black market is too shady. Indeed, it's quite shady, Chen Guodong thought, realizing that while it was indeed tough for ordinary people, it wasn't too bad for someone like him with connections. Alas, it's true, but we have no choice in procurement, Chen Guodong sighed, mimicking the sentiment. By the way, Grandpa, you all have worked hard today. Here are some sweet potatoes I collected from the countryside for you to try, Chen Guodong said as he handed them over. Upon seeing the sweet potato in Chen Guodong's hand, which weighed at least 2 Jin, old Zhang quickly declined, saying, No, this is just a matter of neighborly help. There's no need to bring so much food. That's strange, why so polite? A good neighbor. That's even better than I must insist old Zhang am new here and will need your help in the future, please accept it. No, this is too generous, old Zhang hurriedly replied. Chen Guodong suddenly had an idea. Old Zhang, if you don't take it, how will Sister Lan accept it? And what about Aunt Sun? Just think about it, isn't that the case? Old Zhang was startled. It really was true. He wasn't in need, but both their families were. Was this kid really this clever and smooth in handling things? It was hard to believe he was just a 16-year-old boy. Seeing that the matter had come to this, old Zhang could no longer refuse and said, Guodong, you rascal, fine, I'll accept this. Is that okay? If you have anything in the future, just let me know. All right, then I'll definitely be bothering you, old Zhang. Let me walk you out. Chen Guodong smiled. Go ahead, old Zhang replied, contentedly puffing on his cigarette. Chen Guodong turned and knocked on the doors of two houses. Sun Xiuyan and Li Lan opened their doors to see Chen Guodong. Aunt Sun's heart raced. Could he be here to ask for the things he gave them at noon? Feeling a bit anxious, she asked, Guodong, what brings you here? Well, since everyone helped me out today, I don't have much to offer, so I brought some sweet potatoes to thank you all. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiuyan relaxed, but when she heard the last part, she became excited. There was food. However, she remained silent and looked at Li Lan. Li Lan quickly declined, saying, Guodong, it's just a small matter. These days are tough for everyone. You should keep it for yourself. It's nothing, just a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Old Zhang has already taken his share. If you don't take it, what will I do? Chen Guodong insisted. Li Lan felt a bit awkward. Yeah, look, Chen Guodong pointed at old Zhang. Both looked at old Zhang, who approached and nodded. Sun Xiuyan then said, since old Zhang has accepted it, we'll take it too. Thank you, Guodong. Chen Guodong happily handed over the items, saying, what's there to be polite about? We're all neighbors, and I'll definitely be bothering everyone in the future. No problem, just let us know if you need anything, Li Lan replied with a smile. Chen Guodong was reminded and truly thought of something. Now that you mention it, I do have something I need to trouble you all with. Sun Xiuyan just wanted to return the sweet potatoes. Oh my, he had just given them sweet potatoes, and now he wanted something in return. Li Lan thought fortunately there were sweet potatoes. If it were a simple matter, it wouldn't be a loss. Old Zhang could only curse inwardly. This young man was rather unprincipled. How could he ask for a favor right after giving something? It felt like being caught in a dilemma. But regardless of how old Zhang felt, he had to ask, Guodong, what's the matter? Actually, it's quite a big issue, Chen Guodong began. Sun Xiuyan gasped. Chen Guodong couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong, Aunt Sun? Nothing, you go on. Sun Xiuyan felt flustered. The thing is, my house is a bit big, and I want to make 2 more rooms. I'm not sure if you all know any familiar craftsmen who could help. Of course, there will definitely be a referral fee. I can't ask for help for free. Chen Guodong explained. Oh, is that what this is about? Old Zhang sighed in relief and asked. Yes, what else could it be? Isn't it too big? Chen Guodong queried, unaware that everyone in the courtyard was nearly scared to death. Well, yes, it is quite large, but for this matter you don't need to look for others. Aunt Sun can find someone. Old Zhang nodded. Really? Chen Guodong expressed disbelief. Sun Xiuyan nodded seriously and said, my husband does temporary work, and he does this kind of thing, but we can ask him when he comes back. Xiuyan, what do you need me for? Have you cooked? Oh, what's this? A middle-aged man walked in. Oh, Wangchang, you came back just in time. This new resident wants to improve their house. You know the foreman for renovations in our street, right? Could you help us out? Sun Xiuyan said excitedly. Oh, hello, what's your name? Wang Chang, upon hearing there was work, immediately became enthusiastic. Chen Guodong thought Wang Chang was the foreman, but it turned out he was just a laborer. If he were the foreman, there would be no need to send a kid back to the countryside. Shaking off his thoughts, he said, hello, I'm Chen Guodong. He then offered a cigarette to old Zhang and Wang Chang. Wang Chang's eyes lit up as he took the cigarette and said, thanks, good smoke. Wait here a moment. Oh, I'll go get the foreman to talk with you. All right. Chen Guodong agreed. The group chatted in the courtyard, and soon Wang Chang let a foreman in. Wang Chang smiled and said, this is Foreman Li. If you have any requests, just tell him. I often work with him. Okay, hello, Foreman Li. Let's go inside and take a look. Oh, I need to discuss some things with you, Chen Guodong said as he offered a cigarette. Foreman Li took the cigarette and smiled. Hello, Guodong. Chang briefly mentioned it. Oh, let's see the specifics and talk, and he entered the room. After a quick glance, Foreman Li asked, how do you want to renovate it? Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, I want to divide it into 2 rooms and add a bathroom. Do you think that's feasible? A bathroom? I can report it to the street office, but the costs won't be small. Foreman Li said seriously. Oh, no problem. Just quote a price, Chen Guodong replied readily. As long as it could be done, he was worried about not being able to get it done and having to find Director Wang, which would be troublesome. Let me calculate that, Foreman Li said as he took out paper and pen to start calculating. Not long after he finished calculating and said, I've estimated the total cost to be around 300 yuan, and this is considering Wang Chang's relationship. That's acceptable, not too expensive. Let's go with that. Oh, I'll give you the money now, Chen Guodong said as he pulled out 300 yuan. Foreman Li was stunned as he stared at the money for a moment. Chen Guodong asked what's wrong Foreman Li. Is there an issue with the amount? After being questioned, Foreman Li finally snapped back to reality and took the money, laughing, haha, it's rare to encounter such a straightforward client. If you weren't from the street office, I wouldn't have been so straightforward. Seeing the other party counting the money, he asked when can the work be completed. Foreman Li counted the money and said if we start tomorrow, it will take at least 10 days. If we want to speed it up, providing meals at noon can save a lot of time, and it can be done in 7 days. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and said, all right, providing meals sounds good, I'll arrange that shortly. Then it's settled. Tomorrow I'll call 3 people to get to work, Foreman Li said, rubbing his hands happily. By the way, make sure Wang Chong is assigned to, Chen Guodong asked. Of course it's a must. I'll be leaving now, Foreman Li replied. Okay, you go ahead and get busy, Chen Guodong nodded. Once the others had left, he came out to the courtyard and said the house renovations start tomorrow. Thank you, Uncle Chong. No need to be polite. Foreman Li just said that you specifically wanted me to do it, so I should be the one thanking you. Wang Chong expressed his gratitude. Haha, we're all neighbors, of course we should look after each other. By the way, I promised Foreman Li to provide meals. This was undoubtedly a bombshell. Old Zhang was relatively calm, but Sun Xiuyan and Li Lan were not, because Chen Guodong mentioned providing meals. It was clear that Chen Guodong wouldn't be cooking or buying food himself, and his meaning was already quite evident. Sun Xiuyan couldn't help but ask first, Guodong, what do you mean? After asking, she looked at Chen Guodong with anticipation. Chen Guodong, didn't keep them in suspense. I thought about having you two cook. As a young man, my cooking isn't up to par. How could it compare to Aunt Lan's delicious meals? Don't you all agree? Sun Xiuyan immediately chimed in, of course. I've been cooking since I was little. Li Lan also nodded happily. Seeing everyone had no objections, Chen Guodong continued, hey, race my idea, you two families will help me cook, and he'll provide the meals, treating you the same as the others. He'll bring back the food tomorrow. What do you think? Sun Xiuyan and Li Lan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with joy. Before they could fully express their happiness, Chen Guodong added, oh, by the way, 1 gene of grain per person for a meal should be enough, right? The people in the yard were filled with various emotions of joy and shock. Wang Chong, unable to contain himself, asked excitedly, Guodong, did I hear you right? 1 gene per person. Chen Guodong, unsure of the situation, asked, is that not enough? Enough. Way too much. I feel it's too much. Wang Chong hurriedly waved his hand. It's nothing. Oh, it's not easy for anyone, and we all work hard for our money, Chen Guodong said generously. So there shouldn't be any objections about the meals, right? Chen Guodong asked again. Everyone shook their heads, all smiles. Old Zhang, seeing he had nothing to do, prepared to leave, but Chen Guodong called out to him, Old Zhang, I see you're also free at work. Why not help me supervise and also get meals? I might be out of town for a few days. Old Zhang was secretly delighted. Oh, was there such a good deal? Since there was not much to do at the recycling station nearby, he could come back to check and also get meals, so he happily said, all right, I'll help you with that. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. I'm exhausted today. Chen Guodong thanked everyone and returned to his room to prepare for sleep, as it had indeed been a long day. Lying in bed, he thought, this is my home now. The blanket is so soft and this room is so nice. With these thoughts, he drifted off to sleep. The next day, Chen Guodong got up early because he had a lot to do. He packed away more than half of the things in the house as he was preparing for renovations. As he stepped outside, he saw an 8-year-old girl starting a fire in the coal stove. Today's children are really taking on responsibilities early. Chen Guodong curiously asked, little friend, whose child are you? Li Lan came out of the house with a smile and said, this is my daughter Xiaoxi. Quickly greet Brother Guodong. Hello, Brother Guodong. My name is Xiaoxi. I am 8 years old and in the 1st grade. The little girl greeted him politely. Chen Guodong smiled and said, good, very well mannered. Here, let me give you some candy. Saying this, he took out 2 pieces of candy. Xiaoxi did not take it, looking expectantly at Li Lan. Li Lan nodded and smiled, saying, you little girl, thank you, Guodong. Only then did Xiaoxi happily take the candy, saying, thank you, Brother Guodong. Chen Guodong smiled, it's nothing, no need to be polite. I have to go out to take care of some things. Chen Guodong arrived at the roadside in the west of the city, just where there was a grove. He put all the mountain pears into the grass. He originally wanted to leave some other things, but since it was the first time, he decided to observe first. After taking a drag on a cigarette and waiting for a while, he saw a Dongfeng truck slowly approaching. Chen Guodong immediately waved his hand. The truck stopped in front of Chen Guodong, and when the door opened, Sister Sun got out and greeted him. Guodong, you came quite early. Where are the mountain pears? They are in the back. Come on, let's load them onto the truck, Chen Guodong said as he walked to the back. No need, just let them load it, Sister Sun replied, patting the back of the truck, and 2 soldiers got out. Seeing that he had nothing to do, Chen Guodong pointed to the back. The 2 went to load it. Sister Sun asked, how many genes of mountain pears do you have, Guodong? Just as Chen Guodong was about to answer, 2 cyclists passed by and stopped. A woman rudely shouted, what are you doing? Chen Guodong and Sister Sun exchanged glances, then looked at the two, noticing that they both had red armbands on their arms, appearing to be enforcing regulations. Chen Guodong smiled and said, "Hello, comrades. May I ask what the issue is?" Another middle-aged man spoke politely. "Hello, comrade. We are from the Commercial Bureau on duty. What are you doing here?" "Oh, so you're from the Commercial Bureau. We aren't doing anything. Don't worry, we're not violating any rules," Chen Guodong explained with a smile. "You are driving and moving things, yet you say you are doing nothing. If you don't clarify things, don't expect us to let you go," the woman said coldly. "Comrade, you must have some misunderstanding. We are just delivering some things to our hometown. What's wrong with that?" Chen Guodong was now getting angry. Who knows if you're engaging in shady business? We must inspect," the woman replied. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Sister Sun said, "Stop. Why are you speaking so harshly? Do you have to inspect everyone walking down the street? Who gave you such authority? Tell me your name. What I'm called is none of your business. What do you want?" "Don't change the subject," the woman scoffed. "Are you going through menopause or something? Are you crazy?" Chen Guodong exploded with anger and cursed. The middle-aged man looked pained, clearly not wanting to escalate the situation, but his colleague was being aggressive. At that moment, a man in military uniform got out of the truck, walked up to the middle-aged man, and presented an identification document without saying a word. The middle-aged man quickly took a look and immediately returned it, stating, "Comrade, I apologize for the misunderstanding. You all can go, we will leave first." He grabbed the woman and tried to lead her away, but she shrugged off his hand and said, "Why are you pulling me? What identification? Let me see it too. Under the law, all are equal." The middle-aged man desperately pulled the woman away, whispering, "If you want to die, stay here. I'm leaving, and I didn't see you." Hearing this, the woman stopped resisting and obediently followed the man on the bicycle. Chen Guodong was curious about what kind of document was so powerful that it caused such a scene, feeling that he had wasted his breath. "Uncle Mao, you're still effective," Sister Sun praised. "You little girl flattering me, want help of finding someone to marry is the priority," Uncle Mao replied with a smile. "Oh, we'll talk about that when the time comes. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Chen Guodong, and this is my Uncle Mao. You two should get acquainted," Sister Sun introduced. "Hello, Guodong. Just call me Uncle Mao like little son does." "Thank you so much this time," Uncle Mao said cheerfully. "Hello, Uncle Mao. It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to help," Chen Guodong said earnestly. "Oh, Guodong, you have a good attitude," Uncle Mao praised. "Of course I listen to the party. Uncle Mao, if you ever need anything, just let me know. I may have some ways to help with food," Chen Guodong said confidently. Chen Guodong smoothly climbed up the pole. Uncle Mao seriously scrutinized Chen Guodong and asked, "Really?" "Absolutely. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me through Sister Sun." "Great, well, settle on that," Uncle Mao said happily. "Well, this batch of mountain pears is worthless, so you don't need to pay me. Consider it my contribution," Chen Guodong said generously. "That's not okay. Counting is counting. The road is the road. How can I let you suffer a loss?" Uncle Mao said sternly. "All right, let's just exchange at market price." "I'm very happy to have gotten these mountain pears," Chen Guodong replied with a smile. "Then it's settled. I won't be pretentious. I'll buy them at 0.5 yuan per caddy, so you can just give me 50, Chen Guodong quoted directly. Uncle Mao realized Chen Guodong's intent, and without bargaining handed him 50 yuan, saying, "Okay, thank you, Guodong. You're quite good. If we need anything next time, I'll have Xiao Sun contact you. Now we'll be on our way." "Sure, I'll wait for your message, and I'll make sure to handle it beautifully," Chen Guodong assured. "All right, little brother, we're heading out first." Sister Sun also said her goodbyes. As she and Uncle Mao got into the car, Uncle Mao asked, "Xiao Sun, this Guodong seems pretty good, reliable." Sister Sun smiled a bit appreciatively and said, "Definitely reliable. I have high hopes for him. He seems very capable and has developed quickly. In just a month or two, he's managed to rent a place in the city." "Oh, is there any issue with his background?" Uncle Mao frowned and asked. "No problem. I've already sent someone to check it out. It's very clean. Many from his village have participated in battles, so he can be trusted." Sister Sun explained. "Oh, I see. Then that's indeed acceptable. We can reach out to him if we need anything in the future," Uncle Mao pondered and said. Sister Sun nodded. Chen Guodong watched the truck leave, thinking that this connection was established. He would need to supply more materials in the future to ensure the researchers were well fed. Chen Guodong was really curious about their identities, but there's a saying, isn't there? The more you know, the quicker you die. It's better not to ask around. After adjusting his mood, he headed to the city, going directly to the supply and marketing cooperative's back door. Uncle Lee's office window was right there, and looking through the glass, he saw Uncle Lee working. Then he glanced at the space where there were 2 wild boars. He needed to cook for the people in the yard at noon, without a bit of meat smell, who would work hard. Using his spatial ability, he pulled out a slab of pork fat from each wild boar, leaving one side intact, so it wouldn't be noticeable. After all the wild boars hadn't been gutted, people would only think it was a lean pig, with just one side of fat. Haha, he considered himself a genius. Chen Guodong finished packing and knocked on the window. Uncle Li, hearing the noise, was about to shout, "Whose kid is being so naughty?" But when he saw it was Chen Guodong, he relaxed. He was just his own kid. Chen Guodong called out with a grin, "Uncle Li, it's me, open the back door." "You little rascal, why not use the front door?" Uncle Li mumbled, but still came out of the office. Seeing Uncle Li coming out, Chen Guodong hurriedly packed the wild boar into a burlap sack and placed it on the ground. Uncle Li opened the door and saw Chen Guodong standing next to a large burlap sack. He asked, "Guodong, what's in this big sack?" Chen Guodong didn't keep him in suspense. "Uncle Li, this is wild boar." Uncle Li became agitated. "What? Wild boar? You can't just leave it lying there. Hurry, help me carry it inside." "Guodong, don't just stand there." Chen Guodong didn't expect Uncle Li to react so strongly and immediately helped carry it inside. Uncle Li quickly closed the door. After they sat down in the office, he let out a sigh of relief, saying, "You little brat, can you not tell me in advance next time? Do you know what the situation is right now?" "What situation? Isn't it the same as before?" Chen Guodong asked, confused. Uncle Li sighed, "Same as what?" "The situation is a bit severe now, especially with winter approaching. It's probably going to be troublesome. You're really a big shot casually bringing in such a big wild boar." "Haha, the key is that I can't even lift it," Chen Guodong replied innocently. "All right, I won't hold it against you this time. Just remember to tell me next time, don't leave me on edge." "But it shows that you have heart," thinking of Uncle Li when you have good stuff, Uncle Li said with a grateful tone. Seeing this as an opportunity to show loyalty, Chen Guodong immediately patted his chest and said, "That's a must. Once a nephew, always a nephew." "You little brat, is that how you use a famous saying?" "But I like it," Uncle Li teased with a smile. "Uncle Li, this wild boar weighs about 100 jin. Let's just call it 100 jin. It's easier that way, and we won't bother weighing it." Chen Guodong said nonchalantly, "You really are a big shot. This is at least over 100 jin. You're just casually rounding down." "Fine, Uncle Li, won't be difficult." Uncle Li said, happily not refusing. "I was thinking about how to persuade you if you refused. This is just right, we're family, and being too calculative is tiring." Chen Guodong chuckled. "You have heart. That's why you're bold enough to say this." Uncle Li patted Chen Guodong's shoulder with a sigh. "Here, the price has gone up now. Oh, I'll give you 3 yuan. Uncle Li said, taking out 300 yuan and placing it in front of Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong didn't even look at it, just stuffed it into his pocket, leaving Uncle Li speechless. "Why do I feel like I've never seen money in front of you? I counted it twice already." "Haha, Uncle Li, you've counted it twice. Oh, why should I count it?" Chen Guodong laughed. "All right, I can't argue with you on this. By the way, come by next month. Ooh, I have something for you." "What's the matter, Uncle Li?" Chen Guodong asked curiously. "You'll know next month. Why the hurry? It must be a good thing. Can't you reveal a bit now?" Chen Guodong pressed on. "Learn from you, haha. It's not finalized yet. We'll talk about it then." "All right, I'll come find you next month. I might head out to the countryside soon," Chen Guodong said. "Okay, be safe in the countryside." Uncle Li expressed his concern. "All right, I'll take my leave first, Uncle Li," Chen Guodong said, and exited the office still from the back. Today, Uncle Li's price was much higher, which definitely indicated some issues. He needed to check out the black market. Once Chen Guodong left the supply cooperative, he returned to the courtyard. Upon arriving nearby, he took out 30 jin of whole wheat flour, 2 slabs of pork fat, and a 20 jin large pumpkin, placing them in the bicycle basket. Pushing the bicycle in, Grandpa Zhang saw Chen Guodong return and smiled. "Guodong is back. This basket looks quite heavy." "Haha, it's all food, so it's a bit heavy," Chen Guodong chuckled. "Oh, is all this for us?" Sister Sun and Li Lan came over. "Yes, here you go, Aunt Sun and Sister Lan. This is food for 7 days. Take it with you." Chen Guodong pointed at the basket. "Why does this flour look so fine?" Aunt Sun pinched the flour bag. "Could it be mixed with fine grain?" Li Lan opened the oil paper bag, her fingertips brushing against the oil droplets, swallowing hard. "Oh my god, it's pork fat. There's at least 2 jin, right?" Grandpa Zhang glanced at the gate and lowered his voice. "Guodong, you didn't take any risks, did you?" Chen Guodong chuckled. "Don't worry, I traded with a hunter. We don't steal or rob, so what's there to be afraid of?" Although there were no risks, everyone still looked at Chen Guodong in shock, as if to ask how he was living his life. "Why are you all staring at me? Hurry up and cook. By the way, there's also a pumpkin here. Aunt Sun, can we make pancakes today? I'll have some for lunch too." Chen Guodong said nonchalantly. Everyone saw Chen Guodong's natural demeanor and said nothing, feeling relieved and secretly pleased, surprised that he was so generous. Aunt Sun immediately said happily, "No problem, just watch me." Li Lan also cheerfully said, "I'll help too." The two of them took the items and got busy. "Grandpa Zhang, how's the progress today?" Chen Guodong asked while giving him a cigarette. Old Zhang smiled and said, "It's quite fast, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things. There won't be any cutting corners." Chen Guodong glanced at the messy house. "Not at all, I'm actually making a profit. Where can I find such good food?" Old Zhang chuckled. "Haha, it's just a happy coincidence, otherwise I wouldn't have managed to bring it in." Chen Guodong lied. The two chatted casually, and soon the meal was ready. Aunt Sun and Li Lan delivered the dishes to Foreman Li, and then the residents in the courtyard set up a table in the center and began to eat. Chen Guodong directly grabbed a pancake and praised, "Aunt Sun, your pancakes are delicious." Li Lan humbly smiled and said, "Guodong, you used lard, yours are also fragrant, ha." Everyone burst into laughter. Chen Guodong found the meal quite satisfying. After eating, he fell asleep in old Zhang's lounge chair in the courtyard. It wasn't until Xiaoxi returned from school and patted his face that he slowly woke up. "Brother Guodong, what are you doing?" "It's almost dark out," Xiaoxi asked curiously. "Oh, it's almost dark. I'm just too tired," and fell asleep. Chen Guodong smiled and handed him 2 candies. This time Xiaoxi didn't refuse and happily accepted, saying, "Thank you, Brother Guodong." "I'm good, go play now," Chen Guodong said. Xiaoxi responded and ran off. Chen Guodong shook his head to wake himself up as old Zhang approached and said with a smile, "Guodong, you slept soundly. I'm off work now." "Haha, your lounge chair is indeed comfortable," Chen Guodong said as he handed over a cigarette. This lounge chair has indeed served me well for a long time." Old Zhang didn't hesitate to take the cigarette and lit it. "Oh, it's certainly been quite a few years. I didn't expect to sleep through the night. I have things to do, so I'll head off first." "Guodong, aren't you going to finish your meal before leaving?" "There's still some left from lunch," Aunt Sun called out as she saw Chen Guodong heading out. "No, Annie, you guys eat up," Chen Guodong said as he left. Seeing Chen Guodong truly leave Aunt Sun's side, Guodong is really generous. "We've all had our fill today. If it were our previous neighbor, it would have been a miracle if he lent us anything. Yes, the leftovers from lunch are actually not being eaten. We were thinking of saving them to eat with him this evening," Li Lan also came over to say. Old Zhang, smoking leisurely, said, "Guodong is no ordinary person. His work and demeanor leave no room for criticism. Everything was arranged clearly. Initially, I had nothing to do with this, yet he even appointed a supervisor considering the entire courtyard's needs. Indeed, I didn't expect that the food today would be so generous." Foreman Li was stunned. You should have seen his expression. He probably hasn't encountered such a generous host before. Aunt Sun laughed as she spoke. "Haha, I also saw it. Guodong is truly an impressive neighbor." Chen Guodong sneezed several times. Could it be that his parents were thinking of him? Shaking off his thoughts, he equipped his black face towel and small backpack and headed towards the black market. It was already dark when he arrived at the black market. Entering, he reached the previously agreed spot to exchange rice and found that the middle-aged man had marked it. Chen Guodong looked around but saw no one. Just as he was about to leave, someone shouted, "Hey comrade, don't go, it's me." Chen Guodong turned around to see a man rushing over to greet him, saying, "Oh, I thought you weren't coming today. Did you bring the rice?" The middle-aged man hesitated and said, "I did bring it, but this time the quantity is a bit large, 50 jin. It's not as clean as before, there's some sand and a few grains that haven't been properly husked. What do you think?" Chen Guodong thought for a moment. He could clean it up in an instant with his space. It wasn't a big deal. Nodding, he said, "That works, no problem, but let's trade for 2 jin of grain." The middle-aged man readily agreed, saying, "All right, I can't bring it in here, so I told someone to wait for me outside." Chen Guodong didn't think much and said, "Okay, lead the way." The two exited the black market, and Chen Guodong found a place where no one passed by, saying, "My grain is right behind. You go get your rice for the exchange." The middle-aged man excitedly rubbed his hands and laughed. "All right, just wait for me a moment." Chen Guodong nodded, and watching the man leave, lit a cigarette. After smoking a couple, he saw the man return with 2 others. The 3 arrived in front of Chen Guodong. The middle-aged man said, "Comrade, these 2 are accompanying me for the transaction. You know the situation is tough now. Where is your grain?" He pointed to the cloth bag. Chen Guodong remained silent, feeling a bit angry. This was clearly a 2-person transaction, but now it had turned into a 4-person affair. This guy's next transaction would surely be a problem. He turned and went behind a tree to pull out 100 jin of sweet potatoes, struggling to bring them out. "You're quite straightforward, let me see." The middle-aged man hurried to check the cloth bag. Chen Guodong ignored him and opened the rice to take a look. It was indeed mixed, but as long as it was rice, it was fine. The middle-aged man said with satisfaction, "Very good. Little brother, you can leave now." Chen Guodong also wanted to leave and began to pick up the rice. However, a man blocked his path. The middle-aged man suddenly said, "What I meant is that you can leave, but I didn't say you could take the rice with you." Chen Guodong's anger surged. "Do you even know what you're saying?" "No. Isn't it obvious? You're just a kid. This is a robbery," the middle-aged man said disdainfully. Chen Guodong burst into laughter. "Haha, a robbery. Yes, is there a problem?" the middle-aged man asked, intrigued. "No problem at all. I sensed something was off during the last transaction. So you were fishing for a big one, huh? Now you think I've turned into a big fish, right?" Chen Guodong felt displeased at being treated like a fool. "You're not stupid. Hurry up and roll out of here. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite," the middle-aged man said. The other 2 began pulling out knives, and Chen Guodong laughed. "Oh, How do you plan to be impolite? He provocatively asked. Directly kill you and bury you somewhere, understand? The middle-aged man threatened. Oh, have you killed many people? Chen Guodong continued to ask. Of course, in this situation, isn't it normal to kill a few? The middle-aged man said mockingly. Oh, I understand now. You see, it's raining stones from the sky. Chen Guodong asked so much just to reassure his conscience, feeling unburdened now. You're insane. How could it rain stones from the sky? As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he saw large stones raining down above his companions. Cold sweat broke out, and without looking up he immediately ran out. Unfortunately, how could Chen Guodong give him the chance? The stones fell in an instant, and the few could only scream, "Ah, ghost," before falling silent. Chen Guodong calmly stored everything in his space, lit a cigarette, and took a deep puff. Why bother? Everyone has a tough time in this world. After finishing a cigarette, he walked towards the black market. What he didn't know was that this action would thoroughly spread the name of the Night Guardian, and after today, there would no longer be any highway robbery. Chen Guodong composed himself and walked back into the black market, noticing a significant increase in the number of visitors, which felt quite unusual. He decided to find He Gu to understand the situation. He went directly to He Gu and saw several people looking for tickets from him. One man complained the price wasn't this high the day before yesterday. What's going on? Are you raising the price suddenly? We've known each other for a long time. He Gu sighed, comrade, I don't want this either. I don't know why things suddenly became tense. It's tough for me too. The man reluctantly took out money to exchange for tickets. There's nothing I can do, please understand. He Gu said apologetically. After a few people left, Chen Guodong stepped forward and tossed a cigarette to He Gu. He Gu took the cigarette with both hands and smiled. You little brat, if it falls on the ground, I'll charge you for a whole pack. Don't you know everything is precious now? Haha, is it really that exaggerated? He Gu. Chen Guodong laughed. At this moment, He Gu mysteriously pulled Chen Guodong to a secluded spot. Chen Guodong looked at He Gu with suspicion. What are you planning, He Gu? I'm just a normal person. Come on, I'm normal too. I need to tell you something, but you mustn't spread it around. He Gu glanced around and said. Chen Guodong became serious and asked, oh, what is it that's so mysterious? The situation is a bit problematic now. In many places you need tickets to buy salt. It'll probably be the same here soon. I have a connection and stockpiled some. Do you want some, little brother? He Gu asked seriously. Chen Guodong's heart skipped a beat. Wow, is it really that severe? Of course I want it. How much can you give me? I can give you a maximum of 500 pounds, and the price is 0. 4. He Gu said thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong exploded. What? You want me to pay 0? For when the supply and marketing agency is only 0. 15. You're truly my brother, He Gu. He Gu immediately soothed him. Little brother, don't be anxious. Let me finish speaking. The supply and marketing agency has set purchase limits, and you need a household registration book to buy. Upon realizing this and considering that 500 pounds was a lot, Chen Guodong thought that even if he ran around he couldn't buy that much, and he wasn't short on money. He then said, all right, give me 500 pounds then. Upon hearing Chen Guodong's agreement, He Gu smiled widely. Little brother, you really have foresight. I thought you wouldn't understand the importance of salt. What you recommend is surely for my benefit. I definitely understand. By the way, He Gu, do you have any other tickets? I want them all. Finish up early. Chen Guodong dropped a bombshell. Huh? What? Little brother, didn't you just buy? He Gu didn't continue because he saw Chen Guodong pointing up at the sky. He Gu, I can't tell you too much. Just give me the grain ticket, meat ticket, cloth ticket, sugar ticket, cigarette ticket, liquor ticket, and oil ticket. Chen Guodong listed them one by one. He Gu was shocked, but didn't dare to ask further. All right, I'll give them all to you. Let me calculate it for you now. Go ahead. Chen Guodong waited while smoking. He Gu counted 3 times before finally saying, this ticket amounts to 250. That's the best price I can offer. What? You only counted 250. Your whole family is 250. Chen Guodong reflexively replied. Huh? Guodong, what are you saying? He Gu looked at Chen Guodong in confusion. Chen Guodong awkwardly said, it's nothing. So it's 250, right? Adding the salt makes it 450, correct? Yes, little brother, how do you want to settle this? He Gu asked expectantly. After He Gu asked, he muttered to himself, grain. Chen Guodong thought that money wasn't worth much now and said, let's use money. If you need grain, just let me know later. He Gu felt a bit disappointed, but upon hearing Chen Guodong's latter half, he perked up again, saying, all right, count these tickets. He handed the tickets to Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong didn't even look and just tossed them into his backpack, taking out 450 yuan directly from his pocket to give to He Gu. He Gu noticed that Chen Guodong didn't count the money and sighed as he accepted it, saying, little brother, you trust me too much. Isn't that good? Chen Guodong replied. It's good, but should I count the money now or not? He Gu looked at the money with a bit of a dilemma. Chen Guodong laughed heartily. He Gu, you're too funny. Just count it if you want. Why are you so conflicted? But if you don't count, doesn't that mean I'm untrustworthy? He Gu said helplessly. Chen Guodong realized that after so many transactions, He Gu truly considered him one of his own, and he smiled. It's fine, count it. If you can say such things, that means you see me as family. After hearing Chen Guodong's words, He Gu felt relieved. Of course I'll count it. Even if I don't, I just feel a bit anxious. I understand. Alright, I've finished counting. It feels good. You're really generous, not even looking. After you finish browsing, go to the old place. I'll wait for you there. He Gu admired. Haha, you're doing well too. I'll go browse some more. Chen Guodong said, not fearing that He Gu would run away. Go ahead. You just bought all my tickets. I need to find connections to replenish my tickets too. See you later. He Gu said as he disappeared into the darkness. Chen Guodong continued to wander aimlessly, and something caught his eye. Upon looking closer, it was a watch. Oh, I don't have a watch yet. Not bad, I must get it. Comrade, how much is this watch? Chen Guodong asked curiously. The middle-aged man immediately lit up, saying 100 yuan. I need money urgently. This is a Swiss imported brand. Chen Guodong didn't listen to him and picked it up to examine it. It was a stainless steel mechanical watch. Not bad, the style is also good. He asked, can you lower the price a bit? You know everything is tight now. 100 is indeed too much, not worth the cost. The middle-aged man clearly was selling his watch for the first time. Hearing Chen Guodong's words seemed reasonable, he said, how much can you offer? I paid 280 for it initially. I have to sell it now to make ends meet. Chen Guodong wasn't sure if he was genuinely desperate or just pretending, but this watch was indeed worth that price. He said 50. What? Impossible, you can leave. You're not seriously buying this. The middle-aged man began to get angry and tried to chase him away. Chen Guodong saw that he didn't seem to be acting, but he also didn't want to be taken advantage of. He stood up and walked away, silently counting to 10 in his mind. After walking far away, he thought, wow, he really didn't call me back. Feeling helpless, Chen Guodong wandered around for a while, but didn't see the watch seller again. He passed by that seller again and wondered if he was lacking in skill or if the seller was just more skilled. What should I do? I really want to buy it, but the supply and marketing agency is too expensive and my money isn't falling from the sky. He gritted his teeth and turned back to negotiate the price, determined to get that watch. Comrade, just tell me the lowest price. I also like this watch, Chen Guodong said honestly. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. How about this? It's hard for me to find a buyer too. Give me 80, that's the lowest. If you don't buy it, I can't help it either, the middle-aged man said helplessly, having displayed it for 3 nights with no one wanting it. Chen Guodong did not hesitate this time, feeling that he would embarrass the transmigrators if he did. He said directly, okay, here you go, and took out 80 yuan to hand it over. The man promptly handed the watch to Chen Guodong, who put it on his wrist with satisfaction and said, all right, the money and goods are settled. Good, the man said and hurried off with the money. Chen Guodong, wearing the watch, felt like a nouveau riche, glancing casually and asking, oh, eggs. Chen Guodong immediately stopped, turned around, and approached the vendor. How do I exchange for eggs? The vendor, pleased to have someone inquire, replied, 1 pound in exchange for 2 pounds of grain, no bargaining. I need them urgently, otherwise ID exchange for 3 pounds. Chen Guodong nodded. All right, how many pounds do you have? The vendor looked at him in surprise and asked, I have 5 pounds, are you sure? Sure, Chen Guodong said. The vendor, recovering quickly, immediately brought out a basket and placed it in front of him. Chen Guodong looked at the eggs with satisfaction and directly took out 10 pounds of sweet potatoes from his backpack. The vendor quickly weighed the eggs, and they both happily completed the transaction. The vendor, being rather aloof, said nothing after the exchange and left. Chen Guodong was a bit stunned. Shouldn't he at least thank me? Shaking his head, he noticed no jade pendant and had nothing else to buy, so he left the black market to find Brother He. Chen Guodong arrived at the old place where he had been trading before, only to find Brother He was not there. One of his underlings was nearby, so he walked over to greet him. Comrade, where's Brother He? Haha, Brother He, want to find tickets. He said you cleaned out the inventory and there aren't many tickets left for a while, the underling replied with a smile. I can't help it either, Chen Guodong said awkwardly. Well, we have to thank you, otherwise it would take a long time to sell. Come on, your salt is behind here, Brother He's underling said. They went behind a bush and saw several sacks of salt. The underling said, this is the salt, we have weighed it already. If you don't trust us, you can weigh it again. Chen Guodong hurriedly waved his hand. No need, I trust you guys. Little brother, you are straightforward, then I will take my leave, Brother He's underling said. All right, go ahead, you all are busy, you'll call someone over, Chen Guodong lied. After the underling left, Chen Guodong smoked a cigarette and wandered around for a while before putting the salt into his space. Now where to go? The yard isn't renovated yet. Forget it, he'll find a deserted place to make do in the wooden house for one night, and tomorrow he'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative for a big purchase. The next morning, Chen Guodong ran around all the supply and marketing cooperatives in the city, exchanging all the obtained tickets for goods. Of course, he didn't go to Uncle Lee's cooperative, Even though he was his uncle, it was too conspicuous and might have negative effects. By the time he finished, it was already noon. Just in time, with plenty of grain tickets and meat tickets, he headed to the state-run restaurant. Chen Guodong went straight to find Uncle Lu at the state-run restaurant. Since this time he had quite a few tickets, if he bought too much it would definitely raise suspicion, and being reported would be troublesome. He arrived at Uncle Liu's office. The door was not closed, so he knocked. Uncle Lu saw it was Chen Guodong and smiled happily. "Hey, you little rascal finally came to see me." "Haha, I had to come see you. By the way, Uncle Lu, I want to buy steamed buns and meat buns," Chen Guodong said with a smile, revealing his purpose. If you want to buy, just buy. Why come to me? Do you want me to get it for you? Isn't your sister here?" Uncle Lu asked in confusion. "When I came in I saw them busy and they can't make decisions on this matter," Chen Guodong said seriously. "Oh, interesting, tell me more," Uncle Lu said with interest. "It's like this, I have 80 pounds of meat and grain tickets and want to buy buns and steamed buns." Chen Guodong calmly took out the tickets and money. Uncle Liu's eyes widened. "Where did you get so many?" "Oh, I know. Aren't you afraid I'll report you? You little rascal, you're giving me a tough time." "Haha, Uncle Lu, don't misunderstand. I pieced these together from legitimate sources. I thought about the risks, which is why I came to you," Chen Guodong said with a laugh. "Are you really here legitimately?" Uncle Lu asked with a half smile. "Really, by the way, Uncle Lu, would you like a wild boar?" "What wild boar are you talking about?" Uncle Lu asked, pretending to know. "Yes, do you want a wild boar, Uncle Lu?" Chen Guodong asked with a grin. "Where is the wild boar?" Uncle Lu asked anxiously. "Outside," Chen Guodong replied. "He'll get the buns and steamed buns ready for you right now. You go get the wild boar and he'll wait for you at the back door." "Sure," Uncle Lu said immediately. Chen Guodong smiled and said, "All right, I'll go get it now." Go, go, go. "If there's a wild boar, you should have said so earlier," Uncle Lu jokingly scolded. Chen Guodong left the office and saw that the big sister had finished her work, so he greeted her. "Sister, come out, I have something to discuss with you." The big sister saw it was Chen Guodong and was extremely happy, immediately shouting, "Guodong, you're here. I haven't seen you for a while. Let's talk outside." They arrived at the door and Chen Guodong smiled. "Sister, are you still adapting?" "I am. Everyone treats me well." "It must be because of you," the big sister said happily. Chen Guodong, seeing that the big sister was doing well, felt relieved and said, "Well, that's good. I have nothing else. I just wanted to ask if you're having any difficulties, just tell Uncle Lu." "Okay, little brother, you take care of yourself too. By the way, you're not young anymore. Let me introduce you to someone. That girl is pretty good," the big sister thought for Chen Guodong. Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong knew it was time to leave and quickly said, "That's not urgent. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. They'll come to find you next time." "All right," he said, and then dashed away. The big sister shouted after him, "Guodong, Guodong." Seeing Chen Guodong running further away, she shook her head. "This brother, why is he still so shy?" Chen Guodong found a deserted place and took out his bicycle, placing the wild boar on the back seat covered with burlap. He knocked on the door and it opened immediately. Uncle Lu called out, "Hurry, come in and talk." They both entered the backyard and Chen Guodong lifted the cloth and said, "Uncle Lu, here it is, see if you're satisfied." Uncle Lu looked at the wild boar with a broad smile and patted it, saying, "Haha, very satisfied, too satisfied. This wild boar you brought is timely, you're quite thoughtful. Come, let's head to the office to settle the payment." "As long as you're satisfied, Uncle Lu, then the steamed buns," Chen Guodong said indirectly. "You brat, how could I forget about yours? They're already prepared, just in the office." Uncle Lu pointed at Chen Guodong and smiled. When they arrived at the office, they saw several bags filled with items, and Chen Guodong felt relieved. What could he do after all? Even though he could get flour, could he really steam buns in the village? To attract envy? Or in the courtyard? What if someone reported him? In this era, one must hide everything. Uncle Lu chuckled, "Don't look too much, but it's all yours. Just don't let it slip out. This isn't exactly compliant behavior." "Of course, Uncle Lu, thank you so much. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Just knowing is enough. By the way, you weighed the wild boar, right? How much did it weigh?" Uncle Lu asked as he sat down. "Yes, it weighed just 100 jin," Chen Guodong said without blinking. Uncle Lu immediately sensed something was off. "You brat, this wild boar must weigh at least 100 jin or more. I can't take advantage of you, just tell me the actual weight." Chen Guodong felt a bit helpless. Everyone was sharp, but he wasn't easily outsmarted. With a sly smile, he said, "Uncle Lu, let me put it this way. I gave Uncle Li a wild boar of the same size, and it was also 100 jin. I can't charge you any more than that." "Oh, you brat, bringing up oldly. Are you saying I should settle for 100 jin?" Uncle Lu laughed. "Both are my uncles, so let's not be too particular, it would seem distant." Chen Guodong explained. "All right, you're the only one who's generous. I'll accept it, lest Old Li takes all the benefits." Uncle Lu laughed heartily. "Here's 300 yuan. Old Li should be paying this price too, so take it." Uncle Lu counted out 300 yuan and placed it on the table. Chen Guodong stuffed it into his pocket with a smile, saying, Yes, well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. The villagers are waiting for my buns. Go on and come by often, Uncle Lu said. Sure, I'll definitely come by when I can. As Chen Guodong spoke, he picked up several bags and exited the office, heading to the back door. He placed them in the basket of his bicycle and pushed it out, arriving at a deserted corner to store them in his space. Then he rode out of the city, stopping intermittently, and finally reached Li Family Village as night fell, where it was so dark that he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. He loaded 200 jin of sweet potatoes into a basket and knocked on the door of Captain Li's house. Who is it? Captain Li's voice came from inside. It's me, Chen the buyer, Chen Guodong shouted. Oh, just wait a moment or I'll be right there, came an excited voice from inside along with the sound of rustling. Chen Guodong smiled and returned to the village office, lighting a cigarette. Before long, Captain Li rushed out happily, saying, Chen the buyer, you finally made it. I thought you wouldn't come. I was considering how to find you. Why were you so eager to find me, Captain Li? Chen Guodong handed him a cigarette with a smile. Captain Li replied helplessly, Isn't there a food shortage? I see, Chen Guodong nodded. Let's smoke a bit, he said, lighting Captain Li's cigarette. Captain Li took a deep puff, looking content as he remarked, These cadre cigarettes are indeed good. Chen Guodong immediately understood and handed the remaining cigarettes to Captain Li. Captain Li smiled, saying, No, I still have some from last time, you keep it. All right, then let's not be polite. I don't smoke much. I just bring them to share, Chen Guodong pushed back. In that case, I won't be polite. Consider it a favor owed to you, Captain Li said, unable to hide his smile. Chen Guodong didn't care about the cigarette issue. By the way, Captain Li, have you gotten the dragon and phoenix jade pendant? Come, let's go inside and talk, Captain Li said seriously. Chen Guodong pushed his bicycle and entered the village office with Captain Li lighting an oil lamp. Captain Li closed the door and took out a cloth bag from his pocket, carefully opening it. Under the light, the pair of jade pendants appeared lustrous and exquisitely carved, truly a masterpiece among masterpieces. They were so beautiful that in an instant Chen Guodong was captivated, having never seen such beautiful jade before. Seeing Chen Guodong's expression, Captain Li knew everything was settled and asked, So are you satisfied? Is it worth 200 jin of food? It's worth it, Chen Guodong replied succinctly. Just as Chen Guodong finished speaking, a woman's voice came from outside. Dear, that jade pendant is a good thing. You don't sell it for too little. The voice startled Chen Guodong. Captain Li noticed Chen Guodong's change in expression and said, Enough, you a woman don't understand the rules. Hurry back. I know what I'm doing. After waiting for a while, the outside fell silent, indicating she had probably gone back. Captain Li awkwardly said, Guodong, I'm sorry for making you witness this. Chen Guodong didn't want to get involved in family disputes and said, Should you discuss it further? Sai, there's no need to discuss. This jade pendant belongs to her family. Women always want more, but she knows the situation. If not for the food shortage, I wouldn't want to part with it, Captain Li said reluctantly. That's true. So Captain Li, if you regret it, you don't have to trade it, Chen Guodong asked again. I will trade it, of course. We can't even afford to eat. What's the point of keeping it? Surviving comes first, Captain Li replied firmly. Captain Li, you have a clear perspective, Chen Guodong praised. Sai, there's no choice. Here, take it. What about the food? Captain Li directly placed the jade pendant in Chen Guodong's hand. Since you agreed, here are 200 jin. Do you want to weigh it? Chen Guodong said, lifting the cloth covering the basket to reveal 2 large bags of sweet potatoes. Seeing so many sweet potatoes, Captain Li assumed the quantity was accurate and swallowed hard, excitedly saying, No need. I can roughly tell from this, and I trust a person of your caliber won't shortchange me. Our family is saved now. Chen Guodong smiled. Captain Li is generous. Just because you trust me, I'll personally give you this, as he took out 5 jin of whole wheat flour from the basket and placed it on the table. Captain Li curiously opened it and exclaimed, This is whole wheat flour. Chen Guodong smiled and nodded. It should be fine, just come back in a while, Captain Li said confidently. All right, I'll do as you say, and come back later, Chen Guodong agreed. After Captain Li finished moving, Chen Guodong locked the door and lay on the Kong, staring at the exquisite dragon and phoenix jade pendant in a daze. What a pity to use such a fine jade for upgrades. It is truly a rare find. However, if this time the space upgrades, then my security in this era will increase. Captain Li is right. Since it doesn't change the food, it's better to upgrade the space. Without hesitation, he directly stored the 2 jade pendants into the space, totaling the 5th piece. It should be enough for an upgrade. Watching the jade pendants slowly dissolve as they were stored in the space, he wondered, No reaction. Just as Chen Guodong was puzzled about how many jade pieces were needed, suddenly the half-acre of land in the space began to expand rapidly, with dirt flying everywhere. Chen Guodong stood there in a daze, his heart racing. Was this the upgrade? When the land expansion stopped after gaining another half-acre, Chen Guodong felt relieved that the upgrade had finally occurred. All the effort spent collecting jade pendants was worth it. the space that could be operated had become larger. Although the expansion wasn't much, it would have to be done slowly. In the future, he needed to go to the countryside more to collect jade pendants. No, he should find an opportunity to visit the legendary ghost market. He heard it was full of antique sellers. He directly planted pumpkins in the remaining half-acre as Chen Guodong had a plan. Pumpkins had great use. Looking around the space, he saw a large amount of liquor, a pile of cigarettes, and a good amount of grain along with various other items. At last, he felt quite affluent and had gained considerable confidence. That night, Chen Guodong slept soundly and got up early the next morning quietly, pushing his cart out of the village without disturbing anyone. However, not far down the road at an intersection, a few people were squatting by the roadside. Chen Guodong didn't pay them any mind as he walked past, but the group stood up in unison to block his path. Chen Guodong asked in confusion, "What are you guys doing?" "Doing what?" "Haha," one of them laughed, and the others joined in the laughter. Chen Guodong mumbled, "A bunch of fools." "What? You dare call us fools? Do you want to die? Don't you remember who I am?" Li Erga spoke arrogantly. Chen Guodong glanced at this somewhat rogue-looking person and seemed to have some impression. Li Ergu from Li family village. "Haha, at least you have some eyesight, you recognized me, but it doesn't matter," Li Ergu scoffed. Chen Guodong was beginning to get impatient. "I don't care who you are, let me pass, I need to get home." "Haha, this road is mine, this tree is mine. If you want to pass, you can hand over everything valuable on you," Li Ergu said with a smug expression. Chen Guodong finally understood they were robbing him and curiously asked, "How do you know I have valuable things? Also, how do you know I came to your village today?" Li Ergu said proudly, "Haha, last night I saw you and Captain Li enter the village. Your basket had quite a few things, and at the end Captain Li's wife shouted something about valuables, but it was too far away for me to hear clearly. But I saw Captain Li carrying a lot of sweet potatoes into the house. We've been waiting for you here since midnight. Captain Li must have traded something valuable with you. If you hand it over now, we might consider letting you go." Chen Guodong suddenly realized he needed to be more careful in the future. "Oh, so you know all this, but I'll tell you, I really don't have anything valuable. I was just here to return something to Captain Li." Li Ergu and the others drew out small knives. "Do you think I believe you? You seem untrustworthy. Ergu, don't waste time with him. I just take him down and grab his stuff. There's no one around now. It'll be a hassle when someone comes later." Another person slowly approached. "Exactly, why waste words?" Another accomplice said. Chen Guodong curiously asked, "Is there really no law anymore? Why is it that everyone I encounter doesn't value life?" The group burst into laughter. "We're starving to death. Who cares about you? Stop chattering, brothers. Let's go. This guy definitely has a lot of stuff on him." Chen Guodong chuckled. "I do have a lot of things, but unfortunately, you can't see them. A look at the stones in the sky. Stop with the nonsense, get him." The group shouted. Chen Guodong shook his head. "No one believes the truth anymore." With a loud rumble. The group hadn't reacted when they fell silent. Chen Guodong took a deep puff of his cigarette. "What kind of physique do I have? Or am I just too conspicuous? Why do I always encounter these troublesome matters?" Shaking his head, he decided to go home, not planning to clean up. After all the stones fell, it was the heavens' business, not mine. Suddenly remembering that Li Ergu had a nice snuff bottle made of jade, Chen Guodong collected the stones and took the snuff bottle from Li Ergu, storing it in his space. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he noticed the snuff bottle was melting. It turned out that as long as it was good jade, it could be absorbed for upgrades. Another significant discovery. Not bad, not bad. It seems there are still many unknowns in this space. Chen Guodong tidied up his mood and rode back home. By noon, he arrived at Chenjiago. As soon as he entered the village, several children surrounded him, shouting, "Brother Guodong, you're back. Do you want me to help you push the cart?" Chen Guodong smiled. "All right, I know what you guys are thinking." Here, handing a few candies to one of them. The kid's eyes widened in excitement as they received the candies and shouted, "Thank you, Brother Guodong. All right, go play." Chen Guodong waved his hand. As he walked toward home, his little sister suddenly ran over excitedly, saying, "Brother, you're finally back. I missed you so much. You want me to bring you something delicious, right?" Haha. Chen Guodong took a handful of milk candies from his pocket and gave them to his little sister. Chen Xiaomei stubbornly replied, "No, I didn't." But her hand honestly took them. Chen Guodong suddenly remembered something very important and said, "Xiaomei, you go play first. I need to find mom and dad." Okay, she bounced away. Chen Guodong parked his bike, took the eggs from the basket, and shouted, "Mom and Dad, your precious son is back." Chen Jianjun and Lin Yu came out from inside, very happy to see their son return. Lin Yu asked with concern, "How is it, son? Was it hard? Come have a glass of water." Saying this, she poured water for her son. "It's fine, nothing much, all is well. By the way, I brought back some good things to take a look." Chen Guodong felt warm inside. He opened the cloth bag to reveal the eggs. Both of them were stunned, and Chen Jianjun said happily, "Son, you really are capable. You even brought back eggs. I doubt there's anything you can't get." "Dad, there really are things I can't get, like the moon in the sky," Chen Guodong joked. Without a word, Lin Yu pinched Chen Guodong's ear and said, "Have you gotten too cocky, even teasing your father? It hurts." Mom, let go, I know I was wrong. Chen Guodong immediately begged for mercy. Humph, no matter how capable you are, you're still our son, Lin Yu said proudly. Yes, yes, Mom, you're right. But you guys can keep the eggs for yourselves, don't share them with others. Chen Guodong had his selfish thoughts. After all, these were rare items, and his parents were too thin. Lin Yu immediately smiled and said, exactly, we can take our time eating. I thought you were going to share with everyone. Chen Jianjun understood Chen Guodong's intention and nodded, listening to my son. Lin Yu recalled her brother and asked, by the way, how is your uncle? He's fine, I gave him some food, so he should be able to get through this month. Next month my cousin will have some income, Chen Guodong explained. Oh, that's good. I'm relieved now. Lin Yu finally felt a weight lifted off her heart. Mom and Dad, I have something to discuss with you. Chen Guodong recalled and said, it's about my younger sister. She isn't a child anymore. Our family didn't have the means before, but now that I have a job, it's time for her to go to school. That's right, Chen Guodong said seriously. Indeed, these past 2 years have been really tough, we can barely eat. We need to discuss the school situation with your cousin, he knows it better than we do. Sure, I also have something to discuss with my cousin. They'll go find him now, Chen Guodong said as he went out. He ran into Chen Jianfu. Ouch! Chen Guodong's head hurt. Chen Jianfu laughed and said, Guodong, why are you in such a hurry? Chen Jianjun replied, Guodong said he wants to discuss something with you. Oh, Guodong, what do you want to talk to me about? Chen Jianfu nodded. Chen Guodong rubbed his head and said, actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that my younger sister should be going to school at her age, so I came to ask how the school situation is at the commune. Oh, about that, there's no problem. It's 1 yuan per semester. Are you planning to take your sister to school? Chen Jianfu asked. Oh, that's so cheap. Chen Guodong said instinctively. Son, isn't that cheap? If not for your job, we wouldn't even have enough to eat. Lin Yu laughed and scolded, you're right. Chen Guodong scratched his head awkwardly and changed his words immediately. That's indeed not cheap. I'll take my sister to school tomorrow to have a look. It's not far, just next to the commune. Do you want me to go with you? Chen Jianfu asked. No need, I'll ride my bicycle. Oh, it'll be quick, Chen Guodong replied. All right, then let's prepare for dinner. I came here to invite cousin and sister-in-law for dinner, Chen Jianfu said casually. Oh, I returned just in time. Let's go, Mom and Dad, it's time to eat. I haven't had cousins cooking in a long time, Chen Guodong said with a smile. The group cheerfully went to the yard where a table had already been set. After Chen Guodong greeted everyone and sat down, he noticed that his 2 cousins were missing. Hey, where are my 2 cousins? It's already mealtime, Chen Guodong asked curiously. Xuanhuan smiled and said, your 2 cousins went into the mountains to hunt with the good hunters from the village. Yes, they've been gone for several days. They should be back soon, Xiao Chui said with a worried expression. Xuanhuan noticed Xiao Cui's concern and said, Xiao Chui, you don't need to worry. Our Guoqiang has been into the mountains twice already. He's fine, he has a gun and food, plus a few people to look after him, so don't worry. Chen Guodong could see that Xiao Chui was more sensitive due to her city upbringing, while Xiao Wan was more carefree, making their interactions quite interesting. Chen Guodong reassured her, don't worry, with so many guns around during dinner there won't be any problems. Xiao Chui thought for a moment and nodded. You're right, maybe it's because I haven't experienced these things in the city. You all have more experience in relying on the mountains. Let's eat, I'm starving. Dad's cooking is just the best. Seeing that Xiao Chui was no longer worried, everyone happily started eating. Chen Guodong remembered about his younger sister going to school and said, younger sister, how about I take you to school tomorrow? Yay? Yay. Finally I get to go to school. Brother, you're so good to me. The younger sister danced with joy. Chen Guodong felt relieved to see his sister excited about going to school. He had thought she wouldn't like it. Gongzi, why aren't you eating? Aunt Wang Xiuhua wondered why her son wasn't eating today, as he usually devours his food. When she asked this, everyone turned to look at him. Chen Guodong also curiously asked, what's wrong, Gongzi? This isn't like you. Look, cousin has made steamed buns, wild vegetable soup, and cured meat. These are all your favorites. Gongzi, as if he had made a decision, said seriously, Mom, I want to go to school too. You little brat, if it weren't for Guodong, would we even be able to eat right now? Our family doesn't have extra money for you to go to school, Aunt Wang Xiuhua scolded. Then I won't go. Please don't be mad, Gongzi said, his courage quickly deflating. Chen Guodong believed that Gongzi's courage to express his desire to study was a good thing. He thought he could spare the few bucks and said, all right, and it's a good thing that Gongzi wants to go to school. But our family. Aunt Wang Xiuhua hadn't finished her sentence. Chen Guodong interrupted, Aunt, you don't need to hesitate. Gongzi is my cousin, how could I let him want to go to school and not allow it? It's a good thing to have such aspirations. I have a job, so I'll cover his fees. Chen Jianjun immediately refused. No, we can't keep relying on you to pay. Forget it, studying doesn't really matter now. Being able to eat is the most important thing. Uncle, you're wrong to think that way. It's through knowledge that we can ensure our meals. Don't worry about it. I'll cover Gongzi's tuition. It's settled. Chen Guodong said firmly. I know what you're saying, but... Chen Jianjun still wanted to say something. Enough, family doesn't need to talk in such formalities. If you feel bad about it, Gongzi can repay it later when he's able to, Chen Jianjun concluded. Chen Jianjun nodded, saying, Gongzi, don't forget to thank your brother Guodong. Remember his kindness and repay him when you're able. Understood, Dad, I'll remember. Gongzi nodded seriously. All right, let's eat. No need to make this so serious. Chen Guodong smiled and waved his hand. Let's eat, I'm starving, Chen Jianjun said, calming the mood. Everyone happily enjoyed their meal. The next morning, he packed 2 pounds of milk candy in a cloth bag and rode his bicycle with the 2 little ones to Wuxing Commune Elementary School, where the 2 little ones, having never ridden a bicycle before, were overjoyed. They arrived in about 20 minutes. It would take about 40 minutes on foot and even faster on a shortcut. They got off the bicycle and looked at the shabby school gate, which made Chen Guodong a bit sentimental. The gatekeeper approached and asked, Young comrade, do you need something? Oh, it's nothing much. I'm just bringing my younger siblings to school to register them. Chen Guodong offered a cigarette. The old man immediately became happy and said, Good cigarette, thank you, young comrade. Which village are you from? From Qinjiago. I used to study here when I was little, Chen Guodong replied honestly. Oh, that's right, it's from our commune. Just register and then go find the principal. The old man carefully put the cigarette in his pocket. All right, old man, you continue with your work. I'll go find the principal, Chen Guodong said as he registered and walked into the campus. To be honest, this school is truly dilapidated. Apart from the entrance that resembles a school, there is hardly anything else that looks like one. A row of low houses, and I can still see a teacher giving a lesson to a pitifully small number of students. Chen Guodong felt a pang of sadness upon seeing this, as he had also studied here in his previous life. This was supposed to be a place nurturing the flowers of the nation, yet it has come to this. I wonder if Principal Wu still works at this elementary school. She treated my previous self quite well, often encouraging him and occasionally sharing treats. She was like that with every student. With a heart full of gratitude, he walked towards the principal's office. He knocked on the door only to find no one inside. Just as he was puzzled, a woman's voice came from behind. Comrade, who are you looking for? Turning around, Chen Guodong saw Principal Wu, who was indeed still working here, though her face was pale and her body thin, lacking the vitality of her earlier days. Yet she still exuded a warm and friendly aura. Principal Wu, hello. Do you still remember me? Who are you? Principal Wu frowned slightly. Think a bit harder. I believe you will remember me. I am from Qinjiago, Chen Guodong said cheerfully. At this moment, Gongzi chimed in saying, Principal Wu, do you remember me? I stopped coming after the 2nd grade, Xiaomei also shouted, and I am here too. Principal Wu, interrupted by these 2 little ones, laughed and said, You are Chen Guodong, and you are Chen Xiaomei, right? Yes. The 2 little ones clapped and cheered with joy at being recognized. Principal Wu then turned back with a look of realization and said, You must be Chen Guodong, right? Chen Guodong was a bit surprised that she still remembered him after all these years, and he admired her, saying, Principal Wu, you are truly amazing for remembering me. Principal Wu smiled and said, My memory has been declining recently, otherwise I could have remembered you right away. If it weren't for Chen Guodong, I might not have recalled you. The generational names in your village are easy to remember. Oh, is that so? That's still quite impressive. All right, Gongzi, Xiaomei, you 2 go play on the playground for a while. I need to discuss something with Principal Wu. Chen Guodong said. The 2 understood and nodded, greeting the principal before heading off to play, while Chen Guodong entered the office with Principal Wu. Principal Wu, it's been a while, and I have no idea what you like to eat, so I brought you something. See if you like it. As he spoke, Chen Guodong handed a cloth bag to Principal Wu. Principal Wu did not take it and asked, What is this? Delicious treats, specially brought to honor you, Chen Guodong said, afraid that Principal Wu would refuse. Honoring me? At your age, still being so mischievous. Let me take a look, Principal Wu said, feeling pleased as she accepted the bag. Upon opening the bag and seeing it filled with milk candies, Principal Wu's mouth fell open in surprise, and she looked at Chen Guodong with disbelief. Where did you get so many milk candies? Quickly tell me, did you break any rules? Return the candies. Principal Wu said, anxious as if her own child had done something wrong. Chen Guodong felt a bit touched and waved his work ID in front of Principal Wu, saying, No, I didn't break any rules. How could a student you taught commit a crime? I'm doing well, I'm working in the city now and specifically brought these for you. Oh, so you are quite the procurement officer now, that's nice, but that's really too much. I'll just take one and you can take the rest back. The current situation isn't good, Principal Wu said, coming back to her senses, surprised, as she took one candy and pushed the rest back towards Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong immediately refused with a smile, saying, Principal Wu, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, I have a job now, so don't worry, I have enough at home. Seeing that Chen Guodong was sincere, Principal Wu couldn't refuse, saying, All right, but this is the last time. You can't bring such an expensive gift next time. Good, I promise to be more careful next time, Chen Guodong assured. By the way, Guodong, did you come here for a specific reason? I can't believe you just came to bring me milk candies. Principal Wu asked, putting away her smile. Haha, you are still sharp as ever, Principal. This time I plan to get them both enrolled in school. What do you think we should do? Just as Chen Guodong was about to say something, a figure rushed in at the door shouting, Not good, Principal, the first-grade teacher has fainted. Principal Wu immediately asked nervously what happened. Wasn't everything fine in the morning? It's probably due to hunger. The food at school has been getting scarcer, and many teachers can't handle it. The person who came inside and said. Principal Wu sighed as well, saying, I have milk candies here, take them to give that teacher some water to drink. That should solve the problem. The rest can be boiled into syrup for the cafeteria. The person hearing milk candies immediately took them with excitement, saying, Finally, there's some nutrition. Thank you, Principal. All right, hurry up, remember to divide it into a few portions, don't waste it. Principal Wu instructed with concern. Chen Guodong asked in confusion, Aren't we taking her to the hospital? No need, it's not the first time this has happened. It happens often lately, and it's just due to hunger. A little food to ease the situation is enough. We really appreciate your milk candies. They are timely, and syrup works better than food. Principal Wu expressed her gratitude. Hearing her words, Chen Guodong felt a wave of sadness. Is it really this hard? Then let my kindness overflow once more. Principal Wu, with the school in this state, isn't there any support from above? Sigh, it's difficult for them too. The situation is grim everywhere. It's already good that they can provide the basics. Principal Wu sighed. How about this? I might be able to help with this, Chen Guodong said, making up his mind. What? Guodong, what do you mean you can help? Principal Wu asked, a bit uncertain, yet also a bit excited, fearing she might have misunderstood. What I mean is I can solve your food supply problem. It may not be much, but it should be better than now, Chen Guodong explained. Really? But what if we don't have extra ration coupons? Principal Wu asked, surprised, yet worried, thinking Chen Guodong wanted to trade with coupons. No need for coupons, the food can be at market price of 30 cents, Chen Guodong said seriously. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Principal Wu asked in disbelief. Really, don't you remember? I am a procurement officer, I have my channels. You can trust that it will be legal and compliant, and no coupons are needed, Chen Guodong assured. That's wonderful. Guodong, you truly are our savior. Principal Wu said, her eyes welling with tears of gratitude. Understanding Principal Wu's feelings, Chen Guodong joked. Oh dear, did you forget that I was mischievous? When you used to hit me with a bamboo stick, you didn't say I was a savior. Principal Wu reminisced, saying, Indeed, you were the most mischievous in your class, along with that one called Long Wu, who was also quite a troublemaker. Hearing Principal Wu's words, he recalled his classmate Long Wu, wondering how he was doing. If they had a chance to meet again, they must share a drink. Yes, it's been many years now. Principal Wu said proudly. If you are still mischievous, I will still discipline you. What about the grain you have, Guodong? How much do you have? Principal Wu inquired. Pumpkins, 500 jin. Do you think that's enough? Guodong asked uncertainly. With what you sent and what we received from above, it should last us for a while. Pumpkins last long, and given the current tense situation, we should manage without much trouble. You don't need to be frugal, eat and drink as you please. I can still get more, Principal Wu said. Guodong, don't joke around. If you can really bring in that many pumpkins, that would be quite a feat. How are we supposed to get through this winter? Principal Wu clearly didn't believe him. Trust me, I'll send more next month. How does that sound? Guodong said confidently. Principal Wu looked at Guodong's confidence and believed him to some extent, asking, Really am right in Chenjigu, and my siblings are still studying here. I wouldn't lie to you, teacher. I don't want to feel the sting of a bamboo stick again, Guodong joked. All right, but we will also be careful with our food. Some families are struggling, and the children who come here often go hungry. Sometimes the teachers can't bear to see it and give them some, which is why some teachers faint from hunger, Principal Wu explained. Guodong admired these teachers, thinking, Teachers, you are my role models. I will try to bring more grain in the future to ensure nobody goes hungry. Guodong, you have already done well by bringing so much grain. You've helped greatly. I will send a letter of appreciation to your unit so the leaders recognize your efforts, Principal Wu said, feeling gratified. No, I don't want to be famous. Just let me contribute quietly. Guodong hurriedly waved his hands. You child, do as you wish. When will you send it? Principal Wu shook his head. In the evening. I will have someone bring it over around 9 p.m. After all, with so much grain, even though it's legal, we shouldn't draw too much attention, Guodong said after some thought. Okay, then I will personally wait for you at the school gate, Principal Wu said earnestly. Great, it's a deal. I will arrive on time this evening. What about the study issues of my 2 younger siblings? Guodong agreed. That's a minor matter. You've already helped me so much. Just leave it to me. I will have them come to school tomorrow, Principal Wu said. Guodong nodded, saying, All right then, I'll trouble you, Principal Wu. I won't disturb you any longer. I will take them back now. With that he exited. After sending Guodong and the others out of the school gate, Principal Wu returned to his office to drink some water. He discovered 2 coins stuck under the cup. When did this child put money here? I didn't even notice. Guodong sped back to Chinjigu, heading straight home. The 2 little ones were playing in the village with their friends, and it was indeed tiring to bike with them. After greeting his parents, he collapsed on the Kong, suddenly remembering that the rice he had collected last time was still not processed. It had been a long time since he had eaten rice, so he decided to have rice today. Entering the space, he found half an acre of pumpkins had ripened. Just in time to harvest. 2,000 jin of pumpkins in hand, which was quite an abundance of supplies. The pumpkins were piled up like a small mountain, looking very pleasing. Then he looked at the rice he had collected from the black market last time and focused his intent to scatter it all. He discovered many grains were still unhulled. Could these be planted? Excited Guodong thought it should be fine. He directly planted the unhulled grains as seeds in the half-acre field, hoping for success. Before Guodong's consciousness even left the space, he saw the seeds starting to sprout green shoots. So quickly it could really be planted. Haha, wonderful. From now on he could eat rice every day, feeling delighted. Guodong happily stepped out of the space, took out the remaining rice, and called out, "Mom, Dad, come in for a moment." "What's wrong, Guodong?" Chen Jianjun and Lin Yu walked in and asked. "It's like this, there isn't much rice. You should keep it for yourselves and not take it out. Even though we are now a family, we don't have much, and taking it out would be hard. It's better to eat it at home, and we can talk about it when we have more later," Guodong said, having some selfishness, knowing he must take care of his small family first. Chen Jianjun nodded, saying, "All right, we understand. You are right." Lin Yu also said, "Son, we trust your judgment." Just as they were speaking, there was a commotion outside. Curious, Guodong and the others went out to see what was happening. They found hunters returning. From a distance, they saw Chen Mizai scurrying away with a rat's head and tail outside the village. Guodong wondered why Chen Mizai was appearing in the village. Chen Guoqiang and Chen Guowei excitedly ran over to Guodong, shouting, "Guodong, Guodong, we're back. We harvested a lot this time." Guodong clearly saw their joy and happily said, "That's great. Let's go, I want to see too." "Good, I just saw Chen Mizai. Why did he come back?" Guodong asked. "Oh, he came back to get something and left right after," Chen Guowei explained. Guodong nodded, not paying much attention. As they chatted, they arrived at the village office. Guodong peered in and exclaimed, "Wow, this is impressive. A wild boar, several hares, and some wild chickens plus something I don't recognize." Curiously, he asked, "What is this?" Chen Guoqiang laughed, saying, "That's a silly roe deer. It cracked me up. I just went to relieve myself and saw it staring at me while I stared back at it. I didn't move, and it didn't move either." Guowei shot it with one shot and got it. "Indeed, a truly silly roe deer," Chen Guowei laughed. "Oh, so this is what a silly roe deer looks like. I've never seen one before. You guys must have gone pretty deep into the forest, right?" "Yes, a bit, but my uncles are all very experienced, so don't worry." Chen Guowei knew what Guodong was concerned about. "Haha, uncle, you really think highly of me, but I truly have my ways," Chen Guodong joked. "Haha, everyone look. I knew Guodong had connections, didn't I?" "Dogsy, you still don't believe it?" Chen Jianfu smugly looked at Uncle Dogsy after receiving Chen Guodong's affirmation. Uncle Dogsy wasn't angry. After all, bringing in food was a tremendous blessing. He said, "Now I believe it, Guodong. I truly didn't expect you to be this capable." "Haha, Uncle Dogsy, uncle, I was actually joking with you," Chen Guodong said with a serious expression. Guodong, you were joking with us. This matter is no laughing matter. I can admit defeat to your uncle, but you must really bring in food," Uncle Dogsy said anxiously. Uncle Dogsy became worried upon hearing this, and the others looked at Chen Guodong. Chen Jianfu calmly smiled. "Don't listen to Guodong's nonsense. He will definitely bring in food. This kid is very mischievous." Chen Guodong laughed. "Still, uncle, is impressive, you caught me. But I wasn't just saying I could bring in food, I can also bring in other things." The crowd relaxed upon hearing Chen Guodong's words. Uncle Dogsy's curiosity was piqued. "Guodong, are you serious?" "This is no joke," Chen Guodong replied. "Then it must be true." "Uncle Dogsy, what do you want?" Chen Guodong smiled and asked. "I want cigarettes, do you have any?" "I haven't smoked in ages," Uncle Dogsy asked his concerned question. Chen Guodong said nothing and quietly reached into his pocket, actually retrieving a pack of Dakiamin from his space, and tossed it to Uncle Dogsy, who caught it in a flurry. Upon closer inspection, Uncle Dogsy exclaimed, "Good cigarettes. This is a cadre cigarette. Guodong, you are too capable. Are you giving this to me?" Chen Guodong was about to speak. Before Uncle Dogsy could be happy for 2 seconds, Chen Jianfu snatched it away. "You think you can have it all to yourself? Let's share it, everyone." He then distributed it among the hunters who went up the mountain, leaving only one for Uncle Dogsy along with the cigarette box. Uncle Dogsy didn't complain and took a whiff of the cigarette box. "Smells great." The crowd burst into laughter at Uncle Dogsy's behavior. Ignoring everyone, Uncle Dogsy confidently said, "You guys don't understand. This cigarette box, when I can't sleep at night, I can just smell it, and it feels awesome. Previously, I found one in the city that still smelled good after a month. Chen Jianfu, feeling disdain, turned to Chen Guodong and said, all right, enough of the nonsense. Guodong, you mentioned you could bring in other things. A few days ago, I went to a meeting at the commune, and they said salt will soon be rationed due to some transportation issues. Can you get us 100 jin? Chen Guodong was startled. This black brother had some skills faster than the organization's news. He thought to have a good chat with him another day. About that, Chen Guodong deliberately paused. The crowd's hearts were in their throats. Sure, no problem. Chen Jianfu slapped Chen Guodong's shoulder, saying, you brat, can't you finish a sentence in one go? Seriously. Chen Guodong rubbed his shoulder and replied, haha, I thought the atmosphere was a bit dull, so I lightened it up. Guodong, we just weighed the prey here at 200 jin. Besides trading for 100 jin of salt, how much food can we exchange? Chen Jianfu asked the question everyone wanted to know. Chen Guodong pondered for a moment. I'll count salt at 2 dimes, food at 5 dimes. Meat is still quite valuable now, so let's say 2 yuan. Chen Guodong hadn't finished speaking. The village erupted in excitement. 2 yuan meat is actually 2 yuan, we're going to get rich. The discussions were ongoing. Eventually, Chen Jianfu shouted, everyone quiet down, let Guodong finish speaking. Guodong, isn't the price you're offering for the meat a bit high? Not high, you people are lacking nutrition now, especially those in the city. The price I'm offering is fair, Chen Guodong replied. Oh, just as long as you don't lose out, Chen Jianfu said. The prey counts as 400 salt as 20. Shall we exchange the rest for food? Chen Jianfu nodded heavily. We don't have much food left, we won't last until the spring harvest. Chen Guodong nodded. Food is 5 dimes a jin, totaling 760 jin. I'll count it as 800 jin, and I'll cover the excess. After all, the output from the space had increased. No, how can we let you cover that? The village has its income now, whatever it is, we can't let you lose out. Chen Jianfu hurriedly refused. Chen Guodong understood Chen Jianfu's intention and nodded. All right, let's go with what uncle says. I'll take the prey to the city now, and uncle, you gather a few people to receive the food at the village entrance when it gets dark. Okay, we'll wait for you tonight. Come on, Dogsy, help load the prey onto Guodong's bicycle, Chen Jianfu instructed. Then a few people helped to get everything ready. Chen Guodong pushed the bike out of the village, wobbling heavily. It was genuinely heavy, and it really exhausted him. He found an empty patch of grass to hide the things. Then he took out a bun to eat and waited for nightfall. After eating and taking a nap, Chen Guodong saw that it was already dark. He immediately got up, put away the wooden house, walked to the vicinity of the village, and placed 760 jin of pumpkins directly into the grass, then walked toward the village entrance. He noticed a few shadows at the village entrance hiding in the grass. Chen Guodong felt mischievous, took out a flashlight, and when he got close, he turned it on and shouted, who's sneaking around there? Several people ran away, and one of them tripped, exclaiming, ouch, who left that stone there? Stop with the ouch, and hurry up and run. Chen Guodong laughed heartily. Everyone was laughing so hard they couldn't stand straight. Once they realized it was Chen Guodong, they immediately turned back. Who knew? One person came charging straight over, pulling Chen Guodong's ear. Guodong, have you gotten too bold? Look, you scared your father so much he fell to the ground. Chen Guodong saw it was his father and quickly begged for mercy. Dad, I was wrong. I didn't know you were here. Oh, is it okay to scare people just because it's not your dad? Chen Jianfu walked over with a smile. Haha, the weather is really nice today, overcast. Oh, I was wrong. I won't dare do that again. Seeing that the heavens weren't helping him, Chen Guodong had to admit his mistake. All right, you brat, it's the middle of the night. You really can scare someone to death. Enough of this. Where's the stuff? We've been waiting for half a day. Uncle Dogsy asked with a hint of worry. You definitely brought it. This is no joke. It's right over there in the grass. Come on, I'll take you there. Chen Guodong rubbed his ear and pointed in the direction. A few people pushed the unicycle to the spot where the pumpkins were placed. Uncle Dogsy was the first to walk in, his eyes wide open, saying nothing. Chen Jianfu thought there wasn't anything there, so he walked over to take a look, his mouth agape. Chen Jianjun came over last and also said nothing. Chen Guodong was puzzled. Why was everyone silent? Did someone take the pumpkins away during this brief moment? That would be too scary. Chen Guodong hurriedly walked in, pushing through the crowd to see inside. Chen Guodong leaned in for a closer look and saw nothing had changed. It was just a pile of pumpkins. Confused, he asked, these pumpkins are fine, they're all here. What's going on with you all? What's wrong? Can't you see all these pumpkins? Uncle Guzzi inquired. I can see them, Chen Guodong replied, his confusion deepening. Wow, there are so many. Guodong, how can you be so calm? We haven't seen this much food in ages. If it were mine, I could eat for a long time. Just thinking about it is beautiful, Uncle Guzzi said, filled with longing. Guzzi, wake up. These are from the village. Don't even think about it, Chen Guodong snapped. Guodong, you are truly our village's lucky star for bringing back so much food. Saying it's 700 jin isn't much, but seeing it in person, it really is a lot, Chen Jianfu remarked, somewhat emotional. It's been ages since we've seen this much food. The last time was when we paid our grain tax, Chen Jianjun added with nostalgia. That was public property, not our own. Now that these are ours, it feels invigorating to see them, Uncle Guzzi said with a satisfied smile. Chen Guodong suddenly realized he had been shocked. He thought something was wrong. Stop reminiscing and hurry up and get the stuff back to avoid any trouble. Chen Guodong looked at the inexperienced expressions on their faces with some disdain. Right, Guodong is right, let's hurry up. They quickly started loading the pumpkins onto the unicycle and headed towards the village warehouse. Chen Guodong didn't follow them, telling them he had more business to attend to. They reminded him to be careful before parting ways. Chen Guodong, feeling bold, took a small path towards the primary school. It was winding, and if it weren't for the space and the gun, he wouldn't dare walk this path alone at night. As he approached, he checked the time, which was just right. He found a hidden spot to set down the pumpkins before heading to the school gate. Principal Wu saw Chen Guodong and hurried over, followed by a few frail individuals. As he got closer, he greeted Guodong. How's it going? Did you bring the food? He even looked behind Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong nodded. Don't worry, Principal, I handle things reliably. It's just over there. Let's go, we'll take you there now. Chen Guodong led a few people to the place where the pumpkins were stored. The teachers were stunned to see a ground full of pumpkins, and one teacher stuttered, This is so much food, my goodness. Principal Wu immediately covered her mouth. Don't shout, be quick, move them to the cafeteria. Then in a flurry, they loaded the pumpkins onto the unicycle, making several trips until it was finally all moved and weighed. Finally, Principal Wu felt relieved and said happily, Guodong, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how we would get through this winter. Here's the agreed money. He handed the money to Chen Guodong, who received it without even looking, putting it directly into his pocket, leaving Principal Wu stunned. Guodong, aren't you going to count it? Haha, I definitely don't need to count what the teacher gives me. After all, you taught me math, so you can count it more accurately than I can. Why should I bother? Chen Guodong joked. Hey Guodong, you can't say that. Money matters should always be counted clearly. Quickly take it out and count it once, Principal Wu said sternly. Haha, Principal, I'm not counting. If you don't trust me, just count it clearly next time we trade. I have things to do, so we'll leave first. Chen Guodong finished speaking and left without looking back. This kid. I'll count it twice next time, Principal Wu sighed helplessly as she watched him go. After collecting the money, Chen Guodong was determined to leave, otherwise he would be stuck in another round of small talk. In a good mood, he headed home. Suddenly, he noticed the tall grass ahead swaying, not like it was blown by the wind. Chen Guodong immediately became alert and took out his flashlight to shine it in that direction. Two people emerged from the tall grass. One of them said, Told you not to move, don't move. Well, you've been discovered now. At this moment, Chen Matzi stepped out. Chen Matzi, what are you doing? Chen Guodong thought, why were these two men hiding in the grass at such a late hour? What the heck does Chen Matzi have such a hobby? The two men stepped out, looking at Chen Guodong with strange eyes. Chen Matzi sternly said, Why are you looking at me like that? What are you thinking? Haha, is my gaze that obvious? Chen Guodong replied with a mischievous smile. You laugh all you want, we're here to catch you. We found you out. You were speculating, and last time we didn't find evidence, but this time we clearly saw your transaction with the school. Chen Matzi looked extremely pleased. Upon hearing this, Chen Guodong felt a pang of panic. When did Chen Matzi start following him? How did he not notice at all? Why hadn't he mentioned the food he traded with the village? Did he suddenly have a conscience and only report the transaction with the school? Impossible. Oh, which of your eyes saw me trading with the school? Don't slander me. Did you forget that you were caught last time? Have you forgotten the pain of your wounds? Chen Guodong definitely couldn't admit it. If we just saw those people from the school moving things into the school. If we went to the commune now, do you think they wouldn't find out? Chen Matzi said triumphantly. That man beside him threatened, That's right, you'd better not quibble. We saw everything clearly, even saw you with the money. If you take that money out and give it to us now, we'll pretend this never happened. Oh, you want my money? Chen Guodong replied, displeased. Of course, are we going to talk about feelings in the middle of the night? You wouldn't want your dear Principal Wu to get arrested, would you? Just hand over the money honestly. Chen Matzi scoffed. What if I say I'm not giving it to you? Chen Guodong's expression gradually changed. Then don't blame us for using underhanded tactics. Your family and your teachers will have endless troubles, another person said. Chen Matzi, no matter how you put it, you're still from Chenjiago. Can you really do this? Chen Guodong thought of giving Chen Matzi a chance. What can or can't be done? As long as there's money, I can do anything. Are you stupid to ask such a boring question? Chen Matzi replied, nonchalantly looking at Chen Guodong, as if he were an idiot. Alright, I respect your choice, I understand now. Chen Guodong felt cold inside. What do you understand? What respect for my choice? Are you sick? Chen Matzi was puzzled by Chen Guodong's words. Stop wasting time with him, oh just rob him. Go. Another person impatient urged. Chen Guodong silently thought fall. Suddenly, a large mass of stones appeared above their heads. Chen Matzi immediately sensed something was wrong. He looked up and shouted in panic, You are the guardian of the night. Ah. You're not human, you're a ghost. The other person didn't even have time to see what was above before he fell silent. Chen Guodong felt no burden towards these scum. They dared to threaten his family and they couldn't live. He lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. However, what did he mean by the guardian of the night? Chen Guodong had already chosen to selectively forget that period of middle school-like memories as he shook his head and walked towards Chenjiagu. The next morning, Chen Guodong slept until noon and only realized his little sister was gone after noticing her absence, remembering that she had gone to school today. Suddenly recalling something important, he immediately called for Chun Jianjun and Lin Yu at Dad. Mom, there's something I forgot to tell you. The factory in the city allocated me a house. What? Son, can you say that again? What did you just say? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, it's a house. Dad, Mom, you heard me right. The factory allocated me a house because of my good performance. Lin Yu confirmed that Chen Guodong had indeed been allocated a house, pacing back and forth in the room, tightly gripping her hands, and mumbling, "A house, my son has a house in the city, a house, haha, a house." Chun Jianjun, slightly calmer, couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth and patted Chen Guodong's shoulder heavily. Good son, you've really accomplished something. You actually have a house now. I'm truly happy. Dad, could you be a bit gentler? Chen Guodong rubbed his shoulder. Lin Yu immediately came over to defend her son. Exactly. If you hurt my son, he'll have it out with you. He's our family's treasure. Son, is that house big? Not very big, just 2 small rooms. Chen Guodong looked at Lin Yu defending him and felt really good. Oh, not bad, 2 rooms. Now that you have a house, should we find a matchmaker to get you a wife? No, you need to find a city girl. A country girl won't do for you anymore. Lin Yu grew more excited. Oh, Mom, are you so excited because you want to find me a wife? Chen Guodong was a bit confused. Yes, having a house in the city is quite impressive, isn't it? Isn't it more convenient to find a wife now? Lin Yu looked at Chen Guodong curiously. Okay, Mom, I'm really impressed. Shouldn't we be happy about having a house in the city? Why are you already thinking about a daughter-in-law? Chen Guodong found it even more strange. Isn't it enough to just have a place to live? Don't we have a house in our village? Do we need so many houses to live? Of course, having a house makes it easier to find a wife, but with a house in the city you'll have face when looking for a wife, so you won't have to worry, Mom. Lin Yu felt happy inside. Although Chen Guodong knew Lin Yu's words were all for his sake, he still felt something was a bit off. Mom, I'm only 16, and let's talk about it in 2 years. Still 2 years. That boy from the neighboring village Dogwa is the same age as you and already has a 1-year-old son. Lin Yu complained. Mom, don't interrupt. I wanted to ask if you both would like to move to the city. Chen Guodong finally had the chance to express his thoughts. The two exchanged glances, and after some thought, Chen Jianjun said, Guodong, we're already at this age, we won't be moving. It's more comfortable in the village. Living in the city would just be a hassle for us, and we would only add to your troubles. It's fine, I'm not short on money. Living in the city is much more convenient. You and Mom have worked hard your whole lives. You should enjoy some comfort in the city. Chen Guodong persuaded. Son, I know you are filial, but we are already used to the countryside. If we go to the city and do nothing, we wouldn't be able to sit still, and you have to work. You can live in the city, just come back often. Lin Yu was also unwilling to go to the city. Your mother is right, we definitely wouldn't be used to it. Let's just do it this way, you just come back more often. Chen Jianjun nodded in agreement. Seeing that both of them were determined not to go, Chen Guodong didn't know what else to say. Well, okay, I will come back more often, it's not far anyway. After lunch, he had a little something to eat and went to Chen Jianfu's house. Hey Guodong, you're here, come in, Chen Jianfu greeted as he saw Chen Guodong enter. Haha, come sit. Where are Guowei and the others? Chen Guodong sat down. He went into the mountains. Your sister-in-law went to open the water channel. The reservoir is getting lower and lower. The water channel needs to be dug deeper to draw water. Chen Jianfu explained. Oh, then what about Guiqiang? I just passed by their house and didn't see anyone. Chen Guodong casually asked. That kid Guiqiang also went into the mountains. Those two little brats have really been working hard lately. Chen Jianfu laughed. They really are working hard. They just got married and are already willing to separate. Chen Guodong admired. Haha, speaking of which, you didn't come here just to chat with me, right? Chen Jianfu asked. By the way, with so many trips into the mountains, do we have enough bullets? Chen Guodong asked. Chen Jianfu pondered for a moment. If this continues, we definitely won't have enough. Guodong, I was just thinking of discussing this with you. Then I'll find a time to ask my master for some. Chen Guodong nodded. It would be even better if I could get a few more guns. Many young people want to go into the mountains, at least they can have a full meal. Chen Jianfu asked expectantly. No problem, I can get 5 back, is that enough? Chen Guodong asked. Chen Jianfu smiled broadly. That's enough, more than enough. Guodong, I really can't thank you enough. Without your help, our little mountain village wouldn't know how to get through this winter. Those people in the commune really can't be relied upon. Uncle, that's unnecessary. I'm also part of the village. It's my duty. Chen Guodong said modestly. Hey, there's no need to be humble. It's your intention that matters, so don't be modest. Chen Jianfu waved his hand. Chen Guodong felt quite pleased with the praise. Haha, by the way, I remembered something important. Chen Jinfu became serious immediately, knowing that Chen Guodong didn't come here without a reason and that the matter was definitely not simple. What is it? You speak. Actually, it's not a big deal. Guodong, wait a moment, let me have a smoke first. Whenever you say it's not a big deal, it usually turns out to be something huge. Let me calm down first. Chen Jinfu exaggeratedly lit a cigarette. Chen Guodong felt speechless. Uncle, is it really that exaggerated? It's just a small matter. Chen Jinfu took a deep breath and blew out a smoke ring before saying go ahead. Chen Guodong found Chen Jianfu's expression a bit funny, as if to say he was ready to hear him out. Chen Guodong couldn't help but chuckle and burst into laughter, unable to straighten his back. Chen Jianfu's expression remained unchanged, waiting for Chen Guodong to finish laughing. Are you done? You can speak now. Chen Guodong, a bit embarrassed, put away his smile. He really couldn't hold it in, but still argued, Uncle, I was just reminded of something happy. It wasn't about laughing at you. Seeing that Chen Jinfu didn't respond, he said, okay, hey Race, what I was thinking, I want to double the size of the original reservoir. Chen Jinfu, holding his cigarette, dropped it to the ground in shock, picked it up again, and asked in astonishment, Guodong, if I heard correctly, are you suggesting that we should have the villagers dig to expand the reservoir again? Yes, that's right, expanding it by 1 or 2 times is fine, Chen Guodong said calmly. Chen Jinfu looked at Chen Guodong in shock. Guodong, do you even know what you're talking about? Of course, isn't it just about expanding the reservoir? Chen Guodong appeared somewhat confused. Yes, expanding the reservoir, and it needs to be doubled. Do you know the difficulties involved? Chen Jianfu's voice gradually grew louder. Is it really that difficult? Chen Guodong countered. Is it not difficult? Setting aside the challenges for now, give me a reason for expanding the reservoir. I want to see what you're thinking. Chen Jinfu was speechless. How could such a colossal task as building a reservoir be discussed so casually? Since Chen Jinfu did not continue with the topic of difficulties, Chen Guodong did not press further. Hey Race, the thing, our ancestors dug this large reservoir at the foot of the mountain, and as you've said, the water level is getting lower. We don't know what next year will be like. We should prepare for the worst. If it snows in winter, we can fill the reservoir with snow. At least a bigger reservoir would increase our water storage capacity. But what if the weather improves next year? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Chen Jinfu raised a critical question. Well, you have a point, but isn't there a possibility that it will still be dry next year? What then? Chen Guodong also posed a question. How is that possible? It's been dry for 2 years and next year will definitely be better. Guodong, don't say such ominous things. Chen Jinfu immediately reacted. Calm down, uncle. Think about it. If it could be 2 years, what makes you think it can't be 3? Chen Guodong explained. Chen Jinfu fell into deep thought. Moreover, expanding the reservoir is equivalent to adding another water storage pool. It will benefit future generations as well. Chen Guodong continued to stir the pot. Chen Jinfu frowned even deeper, the cigarette almost burning to his fingers without him noticing, prompting Chen Guodong to quickly take it away. But have you considered how immense this project is? Do you think the villagers will agree? Chen Jinfu asked 2 questions in quick succession. Let's not discuss that for now. What about whether the commune will manage the reservoir expansion? What if we get caught? Chen Guodong did not answer his uncle's question, but recalled an important issue. Everything had to be clarified with the organization. The reservoir expansion is generally not noticeable. The commune won't go out of their way to check on the mountain's edge. Besides, it's just the size of a reservoir, and finding a reason is easy. First, answer my earlier question. Chen Jinfu still cared about his concerns. Chen Guodong thought for a moment. The project is indeed large, but many hands make light work. It shouldn't be a problem. If we solve the current food issue, I believe the villagers will agree. Guodong, you're still too naive. How do you plan to solve the food issue? You know that the food requirements for working and staying at home are vastly different. The amount of food needed is enormous. There are at least 100 capable workers in the village. How will you handle that? Chen Jinfu expressed his thoughts without sugarcoating. In truth, Chen Guodong had also considered this issue. If possible, he wouldn't want to expand the reservoir or help the villagers. He could sustain himself and not worry about anything. But he couldn't just come to this era without achieving something. The villagers were essential members. Moreover, how to cope with next year's drought? Would he just stand by and watch the villagers starve, or rely on the commune? The situation was clear. He could only rely on himself, and he felt the burden on his shoulders had grown heavier. Chen Guodong made up his mind and smiled calmly. No worries, I will solve the food issue. Chen Jinfu immediately stood up and exploded. What? You will solve it? How will you do that? Nonsense. Does your cousin know about this? My father has no objections. Uncle, you heard me right. I will handle the food situation. Chen Guodong calmly stated his thoughts. Chen Jinfu anxiously paced back and forth. Guodong, what should I say about you? We're talking about at least several thousand to tens of thousands of pounds of food. This is no joke. It's already tough to get a pound of food outside. I know you can do it for the village's sake, but I cannot agree to this. You will definitely be taking a huge risk. Uncle, calm down. I never said to gather this much food all at once. There's no risk in doing it in batches. Just agree to it. No way, the village already owes you too much. Chen Jianfu considered Chen Guodong's perspective. Chen Guodong was touched by how his uncle was genuinely concerned for him. It's really not that exaggerated. I'm also part of the village. If I have the ability, I'll help. If I don't, there's nothing I can do. Guodong, you are a good kid, but this food quantity is really too much. He'll write an IOU call for a village meeting and get everyone to sign it, Chen Jianfu said after some thought. No need, just tell them it's food I provided. No IOU. If there's no trust, then the IOU would be useless. Chen Guodong waved his hand, not because he wanted to be ostentatious, but because he needed to start establishing a reputation for his future plans. Guodong, you truly have vision. All right, during the meeting, I will clarify this. By the way, should I also mention the matter of the guns to the village? Uncle looked at Chen Guodong with admiration. No need for that, just the food will suffice. Chen Guodong waved his hand. He couldn't take all the good things for himself. The risks had to be shared, and this person was his uncle. All right, I'll follow your lead. Chen Jianfu nodded. Chen Guodong decided to drop another bombshell. Uncle, I actually have another purpose for expanding the reservoir. Oh, what other purpose? Chen Jianfu, anxious, stopped in his tracks. Chen Guodong revealed his plan. Given the current situation in our village, life is bound to be difficult for quite some time. Uncle, do you think our village can have enough to eat? Of course we hope so. I dream of it. Seeing the children and the elderly in the village starving makes me feel terrible. Chen Jianfu felt sad just recalling this. Chen Guodong nodded. Since we want that, we must make a change. Relying on the commune's little grain won't work. I have excellent pumpkin seeds and I can plant them secretly near the reservoir by the mountains. Besides what we eat regularly, you'll buy the rest. What do you think? Planting pumpkins also serves a purpose. Chen Guodong had more and more things on him, making it increasingly difficult to explain. He needed to use the village as a cover now. Chen Jianfu listened to Chen Guodong's words, frowning in contemplation. Chen Guodong continued, Uncle, don't worry, you others will find it hard to discover. Even if someone does, we can just say they are wild. These pumpkins are drought-resistant and grow quickly. We can plant them in spring. Therefore, I had the idea of repairing the reservoir for irrigation needs. Guodong, let me take a moment. I need to think this through carefully. The continuous stream of information left Chen Jianfu feeling overwhelmed, as every detail posed a considerable risk in his view. Even a slight misstep could lead to problems for the entire village. Chen Guodong was not in a hurry. He lit a cigarette and sat beside him. Just as he was finishing his cigarette, Chen Jianfu still felt uneasy about the grain, worried that Chen Guodong might not fully grasp the extent of the grain shortage. He asked earnestly, Guodong, are you sure we can secure the grain? This matter cannot be taken lightly. I don't blame your uncle for not trusting you. It's just that the quantity is too large. I can guarantee it. I wouldn't joke about this. Don't worry. Chen Guodong made a promise. Guodong, you might not realize this, but let me calculate for you. Each worker needs at least half a gene of food per meal. Otherwise, they might collapse from exhaustion, Chen Jianfu explained. No, it has to be a full gene. Let's calculate it as a gene. We cannot shortchange our people, Chen Guodong immediately corrected. Guodong, you don't know the cost of firewood, rice, oil, and salt when you're not the one in charge. For 100 people, that's 1 gene per meal, which amounts to 100 genes per meal. Isn't that too much? Chen Jianfu lamented the waste of grain. It's fine, Uncle. Everyone hasn't had a full meal recently. Since they've been working hard, they can't be left hungry. Let's go with 1 gene per person. Chen Guodong spoke earnestly. Good child, but that's a lot to ask of you. Let's calculate further. If there are 2 meals a day, that's 200 genes of grain. If we double that, it would take at least a month, totaling 6,000 genes of grain. Do you still think that's too little, Guodong? Is it still feasible? Chen Jianfu continued to inquire. No problem at all. It's completely feasible. I can handle it, Chen Guodong confidently assured. Seeing Chen Guodong so confident, Chen Jianfu fell silent, torn between the village's needs and his nephew's ambitions. Should he take this risk? With a pat on his thigh, Chen Jianfu boldly declared, Let's do it. Uncle will bet on you this once. I believe you are right and hope you are. Chen Jianfu's actions startled Chen Guodong, yet he admired his uncle's courage. Most people would think Chen Guodong was being reckless. Thank you for supporting me, Uncle. Chen Guodong felt elated knowing his plan could finally proceed. Guodong, the entire village should thank you. You are making the biggest sacrifice. Once Guoqiang and Guowei return tomorrow, we will organize a meeting. All right, this matter is settled. Just call me when the meeting starts tomorrow. With everything discussed, Chen Guodong took his leave. Okay, you head back now. I need to think thoroughly about the meeting tomorrow. Chen Jianfu waved his hand. Chen Guodong returned home and told his family about this matter, but the outcome was not as he had expected. Son, you're being too impulsive. You didn't even discuss this with the family. Do you have any idea how serious this is? Over 10,000 genes of grain. My heavens, how could you agree to that? Life will be impossible. Lin Yu immediately began to cry. Chen Jianjun sighed. Guodong, you are being too naive and impulsive. You should have discussed this with us. Why not take advantage of the fact that only your uncle knows now and ask him to back out? Calm down, Mom and Dad. Oh, let me finish my words, Chen Guodong urged. What's there to say? I won't agree to it, Lin Yu felt overwhelmed just thinking about over 10,000 genes of grain. Mom and Dad am thinking this acquiring grain is becoming increasingly difficult, so why not produce it ourselves? Although the initial investment is high, in the long run it will pay off. Chen Guodong patiently explained. The two exchanged glances, seeming to find some sense in Chen Guodong's words. But that's still an enormous amount of grain. Lin Yu was still troubled by the quantity of grain. Don't worry, when the time comes I will definitely make some profit from the acquisition. Gradually won't we recoup it? We'll gain a reputation and earn money. Right, Mom and Dad? Chen Guodong persuaded. Really? Lin Yu was a bit skeptical about whether that much grain could truly be acquired. It will definitely be possible, and it won't take too long. I promise, Chen Guodong said, ready to swear an oath. Chen Jianjun pondered for a moment and said, all right, your mother and I are ultimately farmers. We see that you possess insight beyond your years. I can tell you've gained a lot of knowledge since following your master. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. Whatever you decide to do, we will support you. Chen Guodong was somewhat surprised to hear Chen Jianjun's words, not expecting such quick agreement. He thought it would take more persuasion. The pleasant surprise came too quickly, and he joyfully said, Dad, you're right. I will definitely achieve great things in the future. Just wait and see. Lin Yu couldn't stand Chen Guodong's pride and directly pinched his ear, saying, so you think you're all that, huh? Ouch, ouch, Mom, I was wrong. I won't do it again. I'm just your obedient son, Chen Guodong pleaded for mercy. Lin Yu laughed heartily. Chen Jianjun couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, you child, able to endure and bend. Initially wanting to boast a bit longer, Lin Yu thought better of it. Pinching his ear really hurt. Haha, in this vast world, Mother is the greatest. I am dutiful. Hearing this, Lin Yu felt delighted. Good son, today I reward you with a boiled egg. With that, she took out a boiled egg for Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong was not polite and directly took it, peeling it and starting to eat. Lin Yu quickly brought him some water, fearing he would choke. The next morning, before even getting up, Chen Guodong heard a commotion outside. He went out and saw the hunting team returning, swaying as he made his way to the village center. Chen Guowei greeted him, saying, Guodong, you're up. We've had a good haul these past few days, over 100 genes of game. Come, let me show you. As they passed through the crowd, Chen Guodong saw a pile of small game and exclaimed, wow, you all caught so many wild chickens and rabbits. At this moment, Chen Guoqiang lamented, alas, we could have caught a wild boar, but its skin was too tough. We didn't hit the vital spot, and it got away. Chen Guodong comforted him, that's still quite impressive. Chen Jinfu approached and called out, now that everyone is here and Guodong has arrived, let's hold a meeting. The crowd exchanged confused glances, wondering why Chen Jinfu wanted to hold a meeting at such an odd time. Chen Jinfu raised his hand to quiet them. Hey, race the thing, Guodong suggested, expanding the reservoir. Huh, expand the reservoir. Isn't that a joke? We can barely feed ourselves, how can we expand? Murmurs of dissent filled the air. Stop. Let me finish. Chen Jinfu elaborated on what had been discussed yesterday. Upon hearing that Chen Guodong had resolved the grain issue, the villagers felt relieved and were even able to have full meals. With no complaints, they all raised their hands in agreement. However, as soon as Chen Guowei heard this, he immediately stood up and said, no, I oppose this. Right, I also oppose it. Chen Guoqiang joined in. Chen Guodong looked at Chen Guowei and Chen Guoqiang in disbelief. What the heck, brothers, you backstab me. I'm giving food to your family and even helping you find wives, and this is how you repay me. Damn it, oh wait, isn't your granduncle my granduncle too? This is infuriating. Chen Guodong was a bit annoyed and was about to lose his temper. Chen Guowei said, this is a matter that benefits both the people and ourselves. How can Guodong be the only one to provide the food? Exactly. How can Guodong take all the credit? We need to share in this too, Chen Guoqiang joked. Chen Guowei smiled. In that case, our hunting team won't be working at the reservoir. We'll go hunting in the mountains instead. The game we catch will be given directly to Guodong in exchange for food to support those digging at the reservoir. If it's not enough, Guodong can make up the difference. What do you think, Dad? Chen Guodong was taken aback, thinking, what's going on? Who am I? Where am I? I thought I was going to be betrayed, but now it seems I'm overthinking it. Thankfully, if it were a betrayal, I'd probably have to just focus on living my own life from now on. Chen Guoqiang looked at Chen Guodong, who was bewildered, and asked, Guodong, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Haha, no, nothing's wrong. I just thought of some complex matters a moment ago. Chen Guodong awkwardly replied, thinking he couldn't say that he thought they were planning to betray him and he was ready to take his parents to live in the city. Oh, do you need our help? Chen Guoqiang asked with concern. No, it's fine. I've already thought it through. Chen Guodong felt grateful that his cousins were willing to share the burden with him. Chen Jinfu laughed heartily, not expecting his son to be so sensible. Good son, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Now that you've married, you've really matured a lot, it's great. After saying this, he turned to the villagers and asked, does anyone have any objections to Guowai's opinion? If you do, please speak up. Everyone shook their heads, indicating they had no objections. Uncle Guzi chuckled, we have no objections. This group of young people, led by Guodong, has made such a great contribution. How could we object? We're here to applaud them. As he spoke, he started applauding. The crowd joined in cheering and showering Chen Guodong and the others with compliments. Chen Guoxiang and Chen Guowei, who had not been praised before, quickly fled, while Chen Guodong enjoyed the feeling. Since everyone had no objections at the meeting, they returned to the courtyard to start discussing. Guodong, when do you plan to start work? Chen Jinfu thought for a moment and asked, when will we be able to get the food? As soon as possible. I think if it's feasible, we should start work tomorrow. It'd be best to finish before it snows, otherwise it will be too late once the snow comes. Chen Guodong directly expressed his thoughts. Yes, the key issue is when the food will be available. Otherwise, we can't start work. Chen Jinfu pointed out the crux of the matter. Uncle, can you give me a key to the village warehouse? They'll find someone to bring it in tonight and put it in there. No problem, I have one on me, Chen Jinfu said as he took out the key. Chen Guodong took the key and joked, Uncle, aren't you afraid that it'll empty the warehouse? You just gave it to me. Oh, take it all, I don't care anymore, Chen Jinfu replied dismissively. Haha, just kidding. By the way, those game animals are also in the warehouse, right? They'll take them all tonight to exchange for food. Chen Guodong remembered and said, sure, you can take them whenever you want. Just put the food in there. Chen Jinfu seemed indifferent. Dad Guoqiang and I plan to head into the mountains again tomorrow to see if we can find that wild boar. It'd be a pity not to catch it, Chen Guowei chimed in. Before Chen Jinfu could respond, Chen Guodong laughed. Weiga, how can you leave your wife alone right after your wedding? Shouldn't you rest a few more days? Haha, he said while winking. You little rascal, when did you learn to be so bad? They'll have your sister-in-law introduce you to someone, Chen Guowei winked back. Forget it. I have things to do, so I'll head back to my room first, Chen Guodong said, making a hasty retreat, realizing he couldn't handle the married ones. The few of them burst into laughter in the courtyard. Chen Guodong sneaked into the warehouse in the middle of the night, directly dropping off 2,000 pounds of pumpkins and some salt. He stored the game in his space, clapped his hands, locked the warehouse door, and was about to leave. Suddenly a loud shout rang out, catch the thief. The person was shouting and banging a gong while running towards the village. Chen Guodong stood there in confusion, thinking, what's going on? Who am I? Where am I? Didn't I come here to drop off food? How did I become a thief? When Chen Guodong looked around, he saw a crowd of people, some with hoes, some with carrying poles, and someone shouting, where is he? After all the hard work to have some leftover food, and now someone's stealing. I'm going to take him on. While this is a bit exaggerated, right? No one told me there were guards on duty here. Chen Guodong was startled and started to retreat repeatedly. There were even people throwing things before he could explain himself. Oh no, a hatchet. My goodness, is this a hatchet gang? Once someone led the charge, others began throwing, carrying poles and stones. Were they not going to let him explain? Thankfully, he dodged quickly and shouted loudly, it's me, Guodong. You've misunderstood. After Chen Guodong shout, the people in front yelled, stop, it's one of us, it's Guodong. Chen Jianjun and Lin Yu immediately pushed through the crowd to Chen Guodong's side, checking him from top to bottom and only relaxing when they found no issues. What are you doing coming to the warehouse at this hour? You scared me to death. What would your mother do if you got hurt? Lin Yu said, tearing up from worry. Chen Jianjun asked with concern, are you okay? Mom, Dad, I'm fine. I just came to transport some food. I didn't know there were guards on duty. It was all a misunderstanding. Chen Guodong reassured them. Chen Jinfu hurried over, looking apologetic. Guodong, I didn't know there were guards on duty either. Oh, who was on guard then? This is a veteran, isn't it? Chen Guodong asked curiously. Who shouted? Step forward. Can't you tell your own people apart? You almost caused a tragedy. Chen Jinfu was a bit angry. It was me, Guohua, a 20-year-old young man stepped forward. The crowd began to murmur, recognizing him as Guzi's eldest son. Guohua, I didn't arrange for anyone to be on guard. Why are you guarding? Chen Jinfu was even angrier upon seeing him. I saw that there was food in the warehouse now, and I was afraid it would be stolen. I heard that someone from the neighboring Wang village had stolen dozens of pounds of food. Chen Guohua said awkwardly, realizing that Chen Guodong had almost been beaten by the villagers. Although he was justified, it didn't hold up. He turned to Chen Guodong and apologized. I'm sorry, Guodong. It was too dark and I didn't see it was you. Hearing that this person was quite responsible, Chen Guodong's anger dissipated by half. He couldn't blame him since he was unharmed and said, it's fine. Just be more careful next time. Here, take this flashlight. From now on, the safety of the warehouse is up to you. As he spoke, he took the flashlight out of his clothing. Chen Guohua exclaimed in delight, really? Guodong, you're really giving this to me. Thank you so much. Chen Guodong poured cold water on him, saying, who said it's for you? It's for the village, you're just in charge of it for now. Chen Guohua looked a bit disappointed, but still said, that's fine as long as I can keep an eye on the warehouse. Uncle, let's have Guohua keep an eye on the warehouse from now on. After all, there will definitely be more and more food in the future, Chen Guodong suggested after some thought. Sure, that works. Everyone can disperse now, Chen Jinfu agreed. Wait a moment, who was the first to throw something? And it was an axe. Chen Guodong wanted to know who was so bold. Upon shouting the words, everyone exchanged glances. A man stepped forward from the crowd. Chen Guodong had thought no one would admit it, but this unexpected awareness was commendable, making him slightly more agreeable. Seeing who it was, Chen Guodong was speechless. Indeed, father and son were inseparable. He looked at the newcomer and said, Uncle Guzi, you really are one family. Brother Guohua calls someone, and you are the one responsible for the beating, right? Haha, Guodong, it's all a misunderstanding. I was just worried the food thief would escape, so I hurried. Don't blame Uncle Guzi, Uncle Guzi said awkwardly. After all this, who could blame anyone? I'll blame myself. From now on, everyone in the village, young and old, should be more cautious before throwing things. Otherwise, if luck doesn't favor us next time, it will be troublesome, Chen Guodong said with a helpless smile. Haha, everyone heard that, Chen Jinfu laughed. Everyone nodded and laughed. Chen Guodong left silently with his parents, and as they walked away, Lin Yu gave Uncle Guzi a fierce glare. The next day, Chen Guodong woke naturally, as did the day after. For several days, he lived like a retiree, resting well, since he hadn't properly rested since arriving here. These days were a blissful respite, making him reluctant to move at all. Sometimes he wondered if this peaceful life could last forever. One morning before Chen Guodong had even risen, Lin Yu woke him, saying a hunter was looking for him. Chen Guodong thought for a moment, but couldn't recall who it was. He dressed and stepped outside. Upon stepping out, he saw the forest, and was both surprised and slightly displeased as he greeted, Brother Linzi is here. Didn't we agree to mark the spot and trade only after seeing the sign? They had clearly agreed to trade by signs, yet he showed up at his door. No wonder Chen Guodong was upset. Linzi smiled sheepishly. My father said there's only one Chenjigu nearby. He guessed you must be from this village and told me to try my luck. Linzi seemed oblivious to Chen Guodong's anger. Chen Guodong, seeing his naive expression, suppressed his temper and said, but you shouldn't come to my door. If you don't keep to the agreement, I don't want to trade with you anymore. Oh no, Guodong. My father said this time was out of necessity. He didn't want this either. We've marked the spot for days, but we caught 3 wild boars and couldn't buy salt to preserve them, so he sent me to find you. Linzi said anxiously, sweating profusely, fearing Chen Guodong would refuse and his father would punish him.